A lot of green bills were flying around against the backdrop of columns of numbers and letter symbols. The banknotes depicted a historical figure, and their face value was 100 million. Several system windows have appeared. The most powerful divine system has been launched. Today's random reward has arrived in the account. Congratulations to the owner for receiving ritual money, also known as minbai, worth 1 million. This money can only be used after death. At the moment, the balance is 9,755 billion ritual money. The first quest was the first expenditure, and the content of the task stated that the total expenditure was more than 100,000 yuan. The quest had not yet been completed. A guy named Ling Yui just woke up and scratched his head. He had black hair and red eyes and was wearing a white t-shirt. Ling Yui muttered something dissatisfied under his breath, and then sat down on the edge of the bed. His bedroom looked neat and clean. He put on his gray slippers and headed somewhere, wearily running his hand through his hair. Above his head was a system window that showed his ritual money balance of 9 trillion. 3 years have passed since he rose from the dead, and then the system started up. Ling Yui ordered the balance system window to close, and then entered the bathroom. He began to wash his hands, while looking at his tired face in the mirror. The guy thought about how he was not only resurrected, but also given a divine system, which made him think that it was very similar to the idea that he didn't have to struggle with difficulties to succeed in life. While the guy was washing his face with cold water, a balance of money appeared above his head again. Ling Yui thought that he could only use them after death, but he didn't want to die again. His face looked exhausted, his eyebrows drooped, and his eyes looked down tiredly. Somewhere in the distance the sound of drops of blood could be heard. Ling Yui looked up and his eyes widened in surprise. Scarlet drops of blood began to appear on the mirror, which became more and more numerous. After a few moments, the drops seemed to begin to form into letters, which shocked the guy. He was taken aback and began to back away from the mirror, not understanding what was happening. A dialogue box appeared from the blood on the mirror. Congratulations. You have become the owner of the 5th part of the internal beta version of the game in the cool thriller genre. The countdown to the start of the quest has begun. 15 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Ling Yui's face twisted into a grimace of horror. He opened his mouth slightly, lowering its corners, and could not believe what was happening. Drops of water were still running down his face. Ling Yui realized that this was not a hint from that divine system, because it automatically appeared in his mind, and even without seeing it, he could understand whether it was her or not, and the text of this thriller game was foreign. He walked closer to the mirror and pointed his index finger at her. He touched the bloody inscription with his finger. He was terribly scared, after which he furrowed his brows and his pupils shrank. He felt as if death was hunting him again. Ling Yui seemed to feel himself falling into the mouth of a terrible creature that had 3 rows of huge fangs. The guy removed his finger from the mirror and looked at it. The drop of blood that gave off a burgundy aura gave off an eerie, cold and strange smell. It was familiar to him, which is why he anxiously continued to look at the bloody finger. It was the smell of death. Ling Yui gritted his teeth and tried to calm down. He understood that tomorrow at 12 a.m. the time would come to enter the terrible game. The guy looked again at the invitation to the game written on the mirror, touching the inscription. His face began to look emotionless and calm. He realized that since it said in scarlet letters that he was in the 5th part, then this thriller had existed for a long time. The guy decided to read what they were writing about it on the internet, and find news and articles about the beta test of a thriller game in a search engine. A lot of news about this game has appeared on the screen lately. There was news about the strange death of the richest man, about the escape of a serial killer, about the disappearance of the owners of the community. All of them were united by the fact that they were rumored to be participating in a thriller game. Ling Yui, with a thoughtful expression on his face, leafed through it all in search of the information he needed. He found what he needed. He began to read the information on the forum in surprise. In a note from a thriller game insider published 3 days ago, there was an appeal to the player. He wrote that if he received an invitation written in blood, then, unfortunately, he could only report that this thriller game really exists. Ling Yui continued reading the note with a worried expression. Mysterious events around the world are the results of the return of thriller game players. The new official investigation center number 9 has been created to deal with these thriller games. Ling Yui imagined in his head the building of this center, which was immersed in an ominous red light, and a huge eye looked down at it from above. Those whom the game chooses will find themselves in a world full of evil spirits, and will be killed by them if they violate the rules of the quest. The guy's imagination depicted how a huge monster was stretching its hands towards its next victim, preparing to eat it, and there were many corpses of people around. Next to them stood a monster who was chopping people with an axe. In every quest, at least half of the people die. Their skulls were placed in one pile. However, survivors can also gain the ability to control the ghosts and souls of the dead in the game. Ling Yui imagined himself surrounded by evil spirits who looked up and growled angrily, but were subservient to the guy. The author of the note ended his message with the words that it depends only on the player whether he will live or die, after which he wished him good luck. Ling Yui's panic gave way to self-confidence. His face was illuminated by the dim light from the monitor, and he grinned. He said that if there are ghosts in the game world, then most likely they may appear in the real world in the future. He wondered if maybe this was actually a good thing, because he could take the beta test and gain the power to fight ghosts and monsters before anyone else. Ling Yui looked at the ritual money balance above his head again. He sat at his desk and happily remembered that he had a system through which his chances of survival should be higher. He suggested that even the so-called ritual money system may have arisen thanks to this game in the afterlife. Ling Yui folded his hands in front of him and bit his thumb with a satisfied smirk on his face. He understood that, in the end, he could not rely too much on external factors, because in order to survive, he must take advantage of every opportunity. The black wristwatch was ticking, showing 11:50 p.m. Ling Yui looked at them and exhaled tiredly. He did everything he could with such a short preparation time. The guy was dressed in a white shirt, black pants and sneakers, but the main detail of his image was a black raincoat with red fabric on the inside. The clock continued ticking until the hands showed 12 a.m. The room began to plunge into an ominous red light as Ling Yui looked down. He realized that it had all begun. The floor under his feet seemed to crack and break, which caused bewilderment in the guy. He began to fly down the dark abyss, surrounded by red letters and numbers. Several system windows have appeared. Welcome to the thriller game. Name of the current quest, Hotel of the Underworld. Mission goal, work hard and survive for 2 days. Survivors in the current quest, 6. Ling Yui continued to fall, but there was no horror or fear on his face. He looked very calm. The guy landed after some time on a paved road. He raised his gaze and examined his surroundings. The sky was orange-red, all the trees were dry and had no leaves. Red lanterns with a grimace of horror were hung throughout the entire underworld hotel. Nearby were dilapidated buildings in traditional Chinese style. Other people began to appear around Ling Yui and were surprised by this. Among them were a middle-aged man in glasses and a formal suit, a young guy with blonde hair, a menacing man with scars on his arm, an attractive girl with purple hair, and a frightened young girl with pink hair. They all looked around the game's surroundings. A guy with blonde hair wondered if this was really a horror game, and an attractive girl exclaimed that the atmosphere was creepy, and she didn't know if she could survive here. Ling Yui looked at them and realized that they were the other players of this quest. The menacing man folded his hands on his chest and said that, apparently, this time everyone was new except him. He had short hair and a thick beard and was wearing a green sweatshirt. An attractive girl in a white tight dress asked in her sweet voice if this was his first time here. The man responded positively and said that he was in the 4th group of beta players who completed such a copy once every half-month, and now he is on the 5th. All the players listened to him carefully. The girls exclaimed in amazement, looking dreamily at him. Suddenly the man showed them his hand, which was completely covered with deep scars, and with an expression of horror on his face. He shouted that it was not as easy as the other players thought it was. He said that every previous quest had been deadly, and the survival rate for newcomers was even lower. Showing his hand, he added that this is the price he pays for survival. Hearing this, the girls got scared and covered their mouths with their hands. Ling Yui took a step forward. He spread his arms to the sides and said in a friendly manner that he was already impressed that Big Brother survived so many quests alive. He asked the man if he had any experience he could share with them, the newbies. The guy's words surprised the man and he looked at him. He clenched his hands into fists as he stood in front of Ling Yui and thought that this young man had a better mindset than others and could survive this quest. The man folded his arms across his chest again and, turning to everyone, said that ghosts in thrillers don't kill for nothing. And as a person who has been there, he advises remembering 2 things. The rest of the players surrounded him and listened attentively. He raised one finger up and said seriously that the ghosts of the game only kill those who break the rules. After that, he raised 2 fingers up, looking at Ling Yui and the pink-haired girl, and said that the basic rules would be prompted to the players in a very direct manner. Ling Yui lowered his head thoughtfully and thought that the man's words were almost the same as what he learned yesterday, and it was very reliable. However, he understood that these might not be all the reservations, and in order to survive himself, everyone else might have to be used and sacrificed. The door of one of the buildings began to open. All the players looked at this in surprise, not knowing what to expect next. Only the man, who had already played a thriller, did not succumb to fear. Someone came out of the building, coughing and heading towards all the players. He was a creepy old man with gray hair and a beard, and had a receding hairline on the top of his head. He greeted the respected players and invited them to work in the hotel of the underworld. The creepy old man was very hunched over. He was dressed in a black uniform. He laughed strangely, after which he introduced himself as the accountant of this hotel and said that he had come to distribute tasks to all of them on the orders of the hostess. The old man began to approach the players. Ling Yui and the rest of the people looked at the accountant in fear. The guy even gritted his teeth. He realized that this old man's breath was so cold that there was no doubt that he was truly an evil spirit. The old man coughed into his hand, after which he looked at the players with his sidelong eyes. He said that before they started work, he had to tell them about a few rules at the hotel. Ling Yui tensed, but tried to keep a calm face. He realized that now they would be told about the rule of death, which should not be violated in thriller games. The accountant put one hand behind his back and pointed to the side with the other. He said that firstly, they all need to do their jobs to the best of their ability, regardless of whether they work in the front desk or the back room. He warned them that if they were slack, the mistress would not spare them. As he said this, a grimace of true horror appeared on his face, his pupils were constricted, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. Ling Yui raised his fist to his chin and realized that this accountant was also afraid of the mistress. That is, the mistress was a more powerful and harsh ghost than the accountant. Moreover, she will not attack him because he is her subordinate. The old man raised his palms in the air with the backs facing down and said that secondly, everything in the store is in a state of disrepair and can be easily damaged, and if they break something, they will have to pay for it. The accountant showed the number 3 with his fingers and announced the last rule, which prohibited disobeying clients. He said that while players would not be punished if they encountered grumpy customers, if they found an excuse to reprimand the players, the boss's wife would not defend them. Because of the accountant's slanted eyes, it was impossible to understand where he was looking. He finished talking about the rulebook and then asked if the players had any questions for him. All the newcomers looked in different directions in embarrassment and confusion. Only the experienced man shook his head from side to side, as if saying that he had no more questions. After this, the accountant said that in this case he would entrust them with the work. He pointed his finger at the seasoned man and said that he seemed strong. He ordered him to go to the back of the kitchen to chop vegetables with the cook, then explained where the kitchen was. The strong man was a little surprised, but did not show it. He walked forward silently, passing by Ling Yui and the pink-haired girl. Finally, the man turned around and looked at the guy, mentally telling him to take care of himself. As he walked into the building, the accountant coughed loudly, looking around at the other players. He looked at the guy with blonde hair and the girl in a tight dress. The old man pointed to the right and said that they would be in charge of cleaning the guests, and added that once they entered the hotel, they should turn right and find Jiang Nan to pick up the tools. Next, he approached a middle-aged man in a business suit, who tensed with fear. The old man pointed behind himself and said that this man seemed to have some knowledge, so he ordered him to go up to the second floor and wait for him in the accountant's office so that he could teach the man how to reconcile accounts. The man walked into the building, while the accountant headed towards Ling Yui. He realized that only he and the girl with pink hair were left here. He wondered what tasks he would be given. The old man silently stroked his beard for a while, after which he said that they were both dolls and with their beautiful flesh they looked magnificent. He smiled creepily and ordered them to go to the living room to work as waiters. They had to take orders and serve food, after which the old man said that they probably didn't need to be taught this. He pointed to the slightly open door of the building and indicated that the living room was just down the hall, after which he said that he hoped that they knew how to behave and did not make any mistakes. The girl was trembling with fear. She pressed her hand to her chest and silently looked at the entrance to the hotel. Ling Yui grabbed her hand sharply and then led her to the hotel. The girl was taken aback and surprised, after which Ling Yui said that they need to go faster. He stepped over the threshold of the hotel. They found themselves in a hallway where the walls were made of wood and the floor was tiled and gray. The guy let go of the girl's hand and walked forward. She thanked him shyly, looking at his back, and said that her name was Lee. Ling Yui looked straight and serious and said that he would simply call her Junior Lee, and he himself introduced himself with an incomplete name. He was thinking that the bearded player had not introduced himself, so he would also rather not say his full name. Li looked at him in surprise, then ran after him and thanked him. Ling Yui opened the door to the living room. They entered a room furnished with dining tables and benches, with kitchen utensils all around. The couple looked around the room, after which Li asked what they would do next. Ling Yui looked up thoughtfully. He turned to the door and headed in her direction, after which he replied that they would be waiting to meet the guests. He understood that there was no time to be afraid, and every subsequent step was a challenge of life and death. Suddenly a loud stomp was heard from the corridor. Ling Yui looked towards the door with fear on his face, and the girl, who did not understand anything, turned around and also looked in that direction. A huge green leg with stitches stepped onto the threshold of the living room. It belonged to an evil spirit who looked like a huge, fat ogre. His whole body was covered with scars and stitches. He wore an earring in his nose and ears, and was dressed in a holy brown robe. Saliva flowed from the evil spirit's mouth, and he looked at Ling Yui and lied greedily. He happily said that there really were living people here. Ling Yui panicked and looked up at the ogre, not knowing what to do. His lips curled into an uncertain smile, after which he bowed to the spirit and pointed to the empty seats in the hall, inviting the guests to enter. Li stood silently at this time, covering her mouth with her hands in fear. The ogre raised one eyebrow in surprise as he looked at Ling Yui. He walked forward, his loud stomping echoing throughout the room. He said that there were 2 waiters here, and if Ling Yui hadn't told him anything, he would have thought that they were serving buffet ingredients here. Ling Yui calmed down a little while the girl was still terribly scared. He thought it was good for a thriller game that had a hidden agenda. The pot-bellied evil spirit sat down at the table, and the chair under him sagged with a creak, which shocked the newly minted waiters. Ling Yui looked at the guest awkwardly and thought that he was glad that the chair didn't break. Otherwise he couldn't even imagine what would have been done to them. The evil spirit, splashing his saliva in all directions, rudely ordered to first bring him a pan of hot water and a couple of plates. He held out 2 coins. Ling Yui smiled politely and bowed, accepting his order. He turned around and looked at the coins lying on the visitor's table. The guy realized that they were copper. She and Li went to the kitchen to fill the guest's order. A kettle was boiling on the stove. Ling Yui thought that if he was not mistaken, then these cutlery are strange. He looked at the dishes in surprise. The plates, glasses, and teapots had real faces that made stupid faces. Li reached for the teapot, saying that she would help, but suddenly Ling Yui blocked her path. He took the handle of the kettle and said that it was heavy, so he would do it himself. He added that they couldn't afford to upset their guests if something went wrong. The teapot had its eyes and mouth covered, as if they were sewn up with thread. Suddenly the kitchen utensil opened its eyes and began to squeal loudly. The teapot screamed that he was very hot and begged to be killed. Water flowed from his eyes. Frightened Li looked at the teapot, not knowing what to expect next. The kettle began to scream even louder, after which it began to spit very hot boiling water from its mouth. Ling Yui raised it above his head, but drops of boiling water burned his hand, after which the guy reflexively let go of the kettle, dropping it. He looked in panic at the falling kettle and realized that he had made a terrible mistake. The talking kettle shattered on the cold tile, spilling the remaining water around it. Ling Yui and Li looked at him in confusion, not knowing what to do next. The girl looked up and looked at the guy. She suggested that he hide the broken kettle. The guy silently continued to look at the fragments. He looked to the side and realized that the girl wanted to leave everything to the mercy of fate. Ling Yui rubbed the back of his head and looked up, telling Li that it wouldn't work. Suddenly an accountant appeared behind him, stroking his beard. He coughed and said that the young man was too fussy because he had just started working and had already broken the kettle. He smiled terribly, looked at the guy with sidelong eyes and shouted that this teapot cost 50,000. Suddenly his limbs stretched out and his nails turned into long, sharp claws. The old man had a crazy expression on his face. He shouted that Ling Yui had just started working, so he couldn't afford to pay, in which case the accountant was going to take his right hand, which broke the kettle, as compensation. He pointed his long arms towards Ling Yui. Li squealed in fear, clutching her face with her hands. Ling Yui became angry and loudly ordered the old man to stop. He asked who told him he couldn't afford to pay. The guy mentally turned to the system and told it that he wanted to withdraw 50,000 ritual money and pay the old man in copper coins. Ling Yui looked straight at the threatening accountant menacingly. A system window appeared. Withdrawal 50,000. Balance 9,754,999,950,000. Ling Yui was enveloped in an aura that emanated a wind that almost lifted Li's skirt up. The accountant stopped in shock and silently looked at the guy. The accountant pulled his hands back and they became normal size again, and the claws disappeared. He opened his mouth in surprise and opened his eyes wide, thinking about how this person could have such pure yin energy, because it was even stronger and purer than his and the mistress's. Ling Yui had bundles of copper coins on her hand. He threw one of them towards the accountant, who began to back away. The guy said it was 1,000 wen and asked if that was enough compensation. The coins fell with a clink at the feet of the shocked old man, who did not understand how this was possible. He carefully walked over to the bundle of coins and looked at it. He understood that 1,000 wen would be enough to buy his ghostly life. He was afraid that if Ling Yui promised 1,000 wen for the client to get rid of him, then he would gladly do it. There was hopelessness and fear in his gaze. He lowered his head and thought that even the hostess could be forced to do this. The old man looked at the remaining bundles of coins in Ling Yui's hands and realized that the money he had just withdrawn was 5 guan, and that this young man was definitely not a newbie. 1 guan was equal to 1,000 wen. Li looked at Ling Yui in amazement and thought that he really shocked this ghost. The guy had a rather arrogant face, because he understood that even a ghost would idolize him at the sight of the divine system. He handed him another bunch of coins, then looked at the old man's face. It looked pitiful and confused. Ling Yui mentally grinned, because only 50,000 can scare him like that, and he has another 9 trillion on his balance sheet. He smiled smugly, realizing that he had a great advantage, and thinking that his golden fingers were even stronger than he thought. Ling Yui looked at the confused old man for some time, after which he went down and picked up a bunch of coins from the floor. He handed it to the ghost accountant again before placing it directly into his hands. He told him to take it while they give it, and asked if he wasn't the best at handling money. The old man looked in amazement at all these coins, because he had never seen so much money. He said in a trembling voice that Ling Yui gave him so much money. The guy smiled and nonchalantly said that he could keep them. He knew he still had a mission. Several system windows appeared in front of him. Task 1, First Expenses, not completed. Contents of the task. Total expenditure is more than 100,000 yuan. 10,000 out of 100,000 have been spent. Mission reward, cashback card, soul cleansing wine of hell in the amount of 10. Hint, the system has determined that the cost of a teapot of yin energy is 100 ritual money. The system's bonus calculation is limited to 100 times, and anything exceeding this does not count towards mission calculations on spending for a cashback card. Ling Yui smiled slyly and raised his hand to his chin. He understood that this was a lot of money that needed to be spent. For him, the cashback card was not as interesting as the soul cleansing wine of hell, and perhaps it had something to do with the so-called control of ghosts and becoming their master. Ling Yui thought that if he has money, then everything is available to him, but it is possible that at some point the rules will be blurred, and to be safe in this world, in the end you need to rely on your own strength. The rules of this quest were now clear to the guy, but he must complete the system's tasks as soon as possible. Ling Yui continued to look at the pitiful old man, and Li stood modestly nearby. The guy walked up to the counter with dishes and lifted up a black plate, which had a tense face. He asked how much this plate cost. The accountant raised his index finger and said with a smile that it costs 100 wen. Ling Yui let out a playful groan and threw several of these plates off the table at once, causing grimaces of fear and horror to appear on their faces. They smashed to pieces on the tiled floor, and one of the plates even had an eyeball pop out. The guy's face remained calm, but Li, on the contrary, became very alarmed and panicked. The accountant looked at all the fragments from the plates and opened his mouth in surprise. Ling Yui approached him and handed him a few more bundles of coins and asked him to accept them as compensation, after which he said that he was here for the first time and wanted to make friends with everyone in the inn of the underworld. The accountant extended his hands forward and accepted the money. He looked at the smiling guy and thought that whatever this young man's personality and goal was, this was a great opportunity. The old man bowed gratefully to the guy, smiled at him and said that he would not dare to become his friend, but if he had any difficulties in the future, he would be by his side. Ling Yui smiled at him and said that he could save the money for now. Li looked at it all silently, fiddling with her skirt with her hands. The guy looked again at the next plates, which were already terribly alarmed. He was preparing to break them again in order to pay compensation and spend the money, but a mysterious female voice interrupted him, forcing him to stop. The voice asked the guy to stop and follow the rules, because if he continues to break things, their business will go bankrupt. The accountant with a jingling bunch of coins in his hands turned around and said that it was the owner's voice. Ling Yui took a couple of plates and smiled, looking to the side. He noticed that the voice did not at all sound like an evil ghost. It was rather soft in tone. It seemed to him that the hostess did not remain indifferent to so much money. The guy turned around and looked at the boiling ceramic kettle. He was sorry that now it would not be possible to lure money out in this way. Ling Yui took the teapot in his hands and walked towards the green ogre and apologized to him for keeping him waiting. He placed plates and a kettle of boiling water on the table, thinking that if he was not happy with it, he would pay for it. But suddenly the ogre smiled and politely said that everything was fine and he was in no hurry, waving his hand. This behavior caused a surprised reaction from both Ling Yui and Li and the accountant. Their eyebrows rose in shock and their mouths dropped open. The ogre sat awkwardly in his seat and sweated. He was thinking that aside from the guy's wealth, this young man's ability to find things in the void is something that even he doesn't possess. The evil spirit was afraid that a great person was behind this and would cause him a lot of trouble in the future, and he could not be offended by such a person. Ling Yui could hardly contain his laughter at what he saw. He came closer to the visitor and said that it was his fault anyway that he had delayed him so long. The evil spirit smiled at him, after which the guy offered to pay him for today's lunch. The ogre closed his eyes and smiled sincerely, a little embarrassed. He thanked the guy. Ling Yui pointed to the wooden signs with the names of the dishes and said that everything was in order, and the visitor need not be modest around him. He invited him to order everything on the menu. Inwardly, he regretted that the most expensive product, yin quan tonic soup, costs only 100 yuan, noting that for beginners the costs are completely trivial. The evil spirit embarrassedly pointed at the menu and asked in a trembling voice if he could take one dish from each menu item. These words made Ling Yui happy and he mentally praised the ghost while still pointing at the menu. The accountant asked if he wanted one dish from each menu, after which he noted that this would not be enough. After that, he shouted to Ling Yui that he would help inform him in the kitchen back room. Ling Yui was standing at the visitor's table at this time, leaning his hands on it. He smiled creepily and said that they would order it that way then. The evil spirit looked at him and awkwardly said that he was reckless. Ling Yui shouted that it was time to work, after which he showed the number 2 with his fingers and ordered 2 servings of each dish over 30 yuan. The accountant began to count the sum of all the dishes in his notebook, writing everything down there. He said that the total is 830 yuan and they can add another 0 at the end. The ogre was already drooling from the anticipation of a free and filling lunch. Ling Yui said that it would be 1,000 yuan, which shocked the others so much that they didn't even answer him. The guy leaned against the cabinet with pots and thought. As of now, he had only spent 60,000 yuan, which was still not enough for him. Lai stood next to him. She tried to timidly address him, putting her hands behind her back. Ling Yui turned away from his thoughts and looked at her. Suddenly an idea appeared in his head, and his face immediately changed. He was full of enthusiasm. The guy grabbed her by the shoulders and said that she came to him just in time, because he had a request for her. Li didn't expect this, so she was stunned. A few minutes later the girl was already standing on the street with a sign. The sky was bright orange and the weather was very good. She dragged the sign back into the living room, which was full of evil spirits and ghosts. They all feasted joyfully. An evil spirit of purple color with one eye was counting something out loud, and a multi-armed ghost with the face of a bird thanked the respected Mr. Ling Yui for such a generous offer. At one of the tables sat an interesting evil spirit. He was gray in color, but he was completely missing his head, but his face was on his stomach and chest. He happily raised his fists in the air and shouted that normally he wouldn't dare to consume blood food essence like this. But thanks to young Master Ling Yui, his yin energy could increase a few more points and he wouldn't have to work much hard. The purple-colored evil spirit with a horn on his forehead noted that the coins that Ling Yui used were not only imbued with yin energy, but were also completely new, and this could not be obtained from ordinary people. He assumed that Ling Yui was the chosen one of the Ghost King and he had come to make a name for himself by throwing away money. At this time, Li walked by, holding a sign, and overheard their conversation. After that, she walked past another table, where a ghost woman with a long face was sitting. She wondered if this Mr. Ling Yui had ever been married, to which her friend asked if she wanted to marry him. This whole atmosphere made Lai tense. At this time, Ling Yui and the first visitor were sitting with the second ghost and drinking together, which made the girl feel embarrassed. She decided that Ling Yui was not a newbie at all. The guy noticed a girl passing by and got up from the table. He waved to her and thanked her for her good work, after which he asked the accountant to bring another yin quan tonic soup to treat the girl with it. The guy ran up to the front desk with a bunch of coins and shouted that he had left the money there. As soon as the coins touched the table, a system window appeared, which indicated that the total cost of the task exceeded 10,000. The system congratulated the owner on the successful completion of task number 1, called the 10th consumption. As a reward, he was given a cashback card and soul cleansing wine of hell in the amount of 10. Ling Yui happily clenched his fists and rejoiced at the completed task of the system. A new system window began to appear in front of him. An inventory appeared in his system. So far, the only thing in the inventory was the soul cleansing wine of hell. A system window has appeared, Hell's soul cleansing wine. When consumed, it increases the strength and spiritual consciousness of ghosts, and also increases the level. You can drink no more than 3 bottles, further use will be useless. This was exactly what Ling Yui needed most, as he believed that he could only truly control his destiny when he was strong. A small vessel of wine began to appear in his palm. He was surrounded by a green aura. The guy looked at the wine with a serious face and thought that he would not waste time and use it right now to become a ghost lord. From the vessel with wine, an aroma spread throughout the room, which attracted ghosts. They all inhaled this sweet smell and savored it. They noticed the vessel in Ling Yui's hand, made of malachite. The two-horned ghost asked in amazement what this was and was amazed at this pure and rich yin energy. The red ghost said in shock that Mr. Ling Yui's estates are truly incomprehensible. The guy himself grinned contentedly and furrowed his eyebrows. He took a confident step forward, then raised the wine up, shouting that he was drinking it for them all. The visitors immediately began to cheer and raise their fists in the air. The little egg-shaped ghost exclaimed joyfully. Ling Yui emptied the small vessel at once. His body was covered in a red aura and he smiled smugly. He noted that this aura was very pure and cold and asked if it was Yin Kai. Several system windows appeared. The first use of the wine of hell, +10 to spiritual consciousness and +100 to spiritual strength. The host gains spiritual consciousness for the first time and opens the attribute panel. Ling Yui carefully read everything that was said in the system windows. He folded his arms across his chest. He learned that his current level was a level 1 ghost lord. His spiritual consciousness was 10. And his spiritual power was 100. He needed 50 points of spiritual consciousness and some spiritual power points to become a level 2 ghost lord. The guy was thinking about how he received so many good system rewards for drinking the wine of hell. He continued to look straight, eyebrows lowered. Several new system windows have appeared. A new task is available. Task 2, Spender unfinished. Quest content. Spend more than 320,000 yuan in one transaction. Spent 0 and 30,000. Quest reward. Contract for the master of the ghost of a perfect ghost in the amount of 5. Ling Yui thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and realized that with this contract, his strength would be on a different level, and he must find a way to complete the task. The guy was distracted from his thoughts, again hearing rejoicing from the audience. The ghosts drank and rejoiced. The guy's face was calm and emotionless. The ghost ogre, who was his first visitor, looked at Ling Yui intensely and thought that his aura was not that strong, but he was so generous and carried spiritual wine with him. He was afraid that his true essence was a great power with a wounded soul, after which he decided to return the debt to the guy without trying to appease him. He got up from the table. The ogre stood up and addressed Ling Yui, saying that he would be generous and call him his brother. At this time, the entire hall fell silent, and Ling Yui, who was standing on a chair, turned his attention to him. The ghost said that he was very ashamed that Ling Yui treated him today, so he wanted to give the yin tool to his brother Ling Yui. He held out what looked like a malachite mirror with beautiful patterns and a handle that resembled a skeleton's hand. The ogre said that he had this mirror for many years, but he never knew its true use, except that when it is filled with yin energy, it can show him various ghostly creatures and gathering points of yin energy in the surrounding area. Ling Yui accepted the gift and exclaimed in surprise. He began to examine it. The guy didn't understand what kind of strange yin instrument this was. This mirror didn't show anything. A system window has appeared. A yin tool has been discovered. The mirror of Kui Lan's soul imprisonment is tied to its owner. Ling Yui raised his head in surprise and read the new information. The ogre blushed embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head. He said that its true effects were not that simple, so leaving it in his hands would be a waste, and it could only be useful to Ling Yui. The guy looked at him from under his brows and said that this mirror was a really good thing and would be useful to him. He waved at them a little. The ogre was amazed. He did not expect Ling Yui to know his true essence. Li stood in shock at what she saw. A black hole appeared in the air where Ling Yui put his gift away. The ghost grabbed his face in surprise, shocked by the spatial treasure. The ogre sweated from tension and thought that the origin of this man was not simple and he must have been in deeper places. His pupils shrank as he realized, as he thought, where Ling Yui had come from. He believed that the other ghosts should flatter him, please him and kneel before him. This is exactly what all the other ghosts in the establishment were doing. One of the ghosts, looking like an old sage, said that he also had a treasure for the young man. Ling Yui said that he didn't need to be so polite and asked what he had. He walked over to his desk, thinking that he had originally just wanted to complete the quest, but had expected such consequences. The ghost handed him a necklace of many small skulls on a red thread. He said it was the enmity skull necklace that he bought from the ghost market. It can be worn to protect the soul from the onslaught of yin energy at the level of a ghost general, and it can also store the injected yin energy and release it as a counterattack when necessary. He added that a guy might not need this feature, but it's great as decoration. Ling Yui accepted the gift and took it in his hands. A system window appears. The necklace is tied to its owner. The skulls were surrounded by a purple aura. Ling Yui realized that it was not as advanced as that mirror, but this practical offensive and defensive treasure suited him best at this stage. The other ghosts in the establishment said that they had nothing to offer such gifts, so they presented him with some of the original yin energy to store in his necklace. The evil spirits opened their mouths and violet energy began to flow from there, which immediately entered the skulls on the necklace. The guy put it on his neck and felt that he had become much stronger. A purple aura emanated from the skulls. Ling Yui clasped his hands together and thanked everyone present who had given him gifts. All the ghosts smiled good-naturedly at him, as if they themselves were glad to give him so many offerings. They said there was nothing to thank them for. While Ling Yui was surrounded by his new fans, Lee awkwardly watched him and said that it was even more flattering than her father's subordinates sending him pictures. She couldn't believe it was actually a thriller game. On the street, a yellow leaf spun in the air and fell to the ground. There was a sign on the door of the establishment stating that they were closed. The accountant, Ling Yui and Lee were all sitting together at the table by candlelight. The accountant happily said that thanks to Mr. Ling Yui, today's turnover has increased more than 5 times compared to previous days. Ling Yui looked outside and saw a dark sky with fog. He thought that it was not surprising that the ghosts had to quickly leave before nightfall. After this ascending and descending yin, he was afraid that it was no longer safe for these ghosts outside. The hostess's voice announced that the day's shift was over for the day, so everyone should gather in the hall and get ready for dinner. Everyone present in the establishment raised their heads in surprise and looked away from their thoughts. Ling Yui realized that it was time to meet the other ghosts in the inn, and they might not be as kind to his money as the accountant. He made a serious face. Lee said worriedly that she was wondering how the others were doing. Suddenly, bloody spots appeared in the air above them and began to form words again. What they saw made Ling Yui tense and Lee very scared. The bloody words said that the number of current survivors was 4. The girl turned pale and covered her face with her hand. She said in shock that it was only the first day, and they already had 2 dead. The guy, looking at the bloody number 4, said that this quest has low survival rate. He sat down at the table. The guy thought that even though he relied on the ritual money to provide him with security for the time being, he would have lost at least part of his hand if he had moved a little slower when taking out the money. He looked down at his right hand, covering his face with his fist. Ling Yui looked at the pot of bowls and thought that those friendly ghost guests would have tried to make it their dinner if he had not bought them food and drink. However, the guy was glad that in addition to money he had capital, and he would definitely be able to save his life. He touched the necklace of skulls on his neck and it hissed. An accountant approached Ling Yui and Lee and began wiping the table with a smile. He said that a little later they would have dinner here together, because this is a tradition in the Inn of the Afterlife. Suddenly someone asked him, calling him Louis, why he was so respectful of the new waiter. This voice behind the old man made him taken aback. He turned around and saw a very fat ghost woman who had a huge scar and a bunch of warts on her face. In her hand she had a broom, with which she urged the girl with purple hair. She looked exhausted. Her whole body and face were covered with scars. Lee exclaimed with horror on her face that she couldn't believe that this attractive girl had turned into something scary. Ling Yui didn't show any sign of looking at them, but Lee added that the blonde guy who was in the group with her didn't come. The girl with purple hair asked in surprise that they didn't do anything. Ling Yui and Lee looked at her silently. The exhausted girl rubbed her chin with her fist. She was very angry, and the scars on her face were very disfiguring. She sat down at a table in the corner and began to tremble. Ling Yui looked at her and thought that if he didn't have spiritual consciousness, he wouldn't be able to recognize the jealousy in this woman's heart. The guy looked straight ahead thoughtfully, scratching his chin, and realized that with her abilities, she shouldn't be able to harm him. The grumpy and scary ghost woman was named Jiang Nan. She looked menacingly at Louis, who was afraid of her. Ling Yui looked at them and noted that not everything was so harmonious in the Inn of the Underworld either. The old man threw a rag into a bucket of water and called Jiang Nan a short-sighted woman, saying that she enjoyed tormenting her assistants, and he needed to accumulate a lot of good deeds. Jiang Nan turned to Ling Yui and, pointing her finger at him and calling him a little waiter, asked why don't he go and clear the table, after which she rudely asked if he was neglecting his work. The woman swung her broom, surrounding herself with a green aura. She shouted with an angry face that since old ghost Louis was weak, she would punish him on behalf of the old man and let him know about the rules of the afterlife in. The purple-haired woman seemed to be waiting for this and was ready to enjoy his punishment, smiling exhaustedly. Lee screamed and grabbed her face with her hands. The guy picked up a small bowl from the table and drank from it. At this time, there was a defensive purple spiritual field around him, which was able to protect him from the attack of the grumpy and dissatisfied Jiang Nan. The protective field was caused by the skulls on the necklace. Lang Yui grinned contentedly. Jiang Nan looked at him in surprise, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. She jumped back a meter in shock. Lang Yui, holding the bowl in his hand, smiled contentedly and thought that this was ridiculous, because her strength should not even reach the level of a ghost general. Jiang Nan rubbed her chin and looked at the guy angrily. She saw the necklace and then said that he was relying on a middle-classian weapon. She sat down at the table unhappily. The chair under her sagged and almost broke. Lee and Ling Yui silently looked at the vile woman. Jiang Nan looked at the guy disapprovingly. On the right side of her face there was a huge cut through which a piece of flesh could be seen. The entire scar was covered with stitches. Her cold gaze made Ling Yui tense. A bead of sweat ran down his face from excitement. He understood that this woman obviously harbored a grudge against him. He thought that if she got the chance, she would definitely kill him. Today's safety was due to the fact that the ghosts were afraid of Ling Yui because they did not know his identity. But the guy realized that if he couldn't get rid of Jiang Nan, then the old ghost or even the mistress would see that his strength was just a deception, and then he would definitely be in trouble. They continued to sit silently at the table all together for some time. Jiang Nan continued to stare at the guy coldly, which made everyone else feel uncomfortable at the table. Ling Yui calmed down and furrowed his brows, making a serious face. He believed that he must find a way to get rid of her as soon as possible. Suddenly someone came into the room. Even old man Louis and Jiang Nan tensed and looked at the newcomer in fear. Lee and Ling Yui's faces also changed. They panicked, not knowing what to expect next. The man who entered was a muscular and tall ghost with gray hair and a large scar on his chest. He had a shoulder pad in the shape of a skull. Jiang Nan, who had been threatening Ling Yui a few minutes ago, immediately became quiet and silent. He and the old man looked down and tried not to look at the evil spirit that had entered. The ghosts were silent and did not want to anger the formidable evil spirit. Ling Yui tried not to look into the eyes of the newcomer. He was tense. The guy guessed that this ghost was a chef, and judging by the sense of spiritual awareness, he must be a more powerful being than Jiang Nan. Together with the cook, a strong man entered the room, who found himself in a thriller game along with the others. The cook ordered him to put the pot of food on the table in a rude tone. The man could not disobey and carried a large black saucepan. He placed it on the table with a downcast and depressed look. His right sleeve of his sweatshirt hung loosely, as if he didn't have a hand there. Ling Yui noticed this and was shocked to realize that he had lost her. The cook reached for the lid of the pan with the dish. He joyfully shouted that dinner was ready, thereby inviting the others to the table. The girl with purple hair joined the dinner. There was hot soup with purple broth in the pan, but besides it there were bones, eyeballs, a human hand and glasses floating there. Lee picked up the eyeball with chopsticks and looked at it fearfully, as if forcing herself to eat it. The purple-haired girl pulled a black eyeglass frame out of the soup along with a couple of locks of dark-colored hair. She looked at them with an alarmed face and could not believe what she saw. The menacing cook approached her from behind with his arms crossed over his chest and angrily asked if she didn't like his cooking. She was very frightened and answered in a trembling voice that she would not dare to say a bad word to him and she liked everything. After that, the cook with a happy face ordered her to eat the dish. Ling Yui stood up from his seat and invited the strong man to sit at the table with them. At this time, the cook was heading to the cupboard with dishes. He opened a can of wine, and the smell of it made the living bowl wince its face. Ling Yui crossed his arms over his chest with a serious face and looked towards the cook. He knew that if he doubted this guy's culinary skills and didn't eat the dish he prepared, it would make him want to kill. Meanwhile, the cook was already pouring blue wine into his bowl. The living dishes shed a tear with the words that this wine is very sour and astringent. The man took a large sip of alcohol, telling the vessel to shut up. He continued to greedily drink the wine while Ling Yui looked at him with a sly smile, as if rejoicing at something. As soon as the cook finished with the wine, he exhaled loudly, placing the bowl on the table with a crash. He turned his attention to Ling Yui and looked at him questioningly. He pointed his finger at the guy and asked in a loud voice why he wasn't eating. His scream sent a shiver through the bodies of everyone present, but Ling Yui remained unperturbed. The man looked at Ling Yui's cheeky grin and his plate with chopsticks on it, and then assumed that the guy didn't like his cooking. He picked up the bowl again and approached the guy, asking if he liked his cooking skills. Ling Yui stood up from the table with a smile on his face. He snatched the bowl from the cook's hands and good-naturedly said that this was a very tasteless drink and asked if it was difficult for him to drink it. This made the cook taken aback. Ling Yui, with a straight face, poured the entire contents of the bowl directly onto the floor. Everyone sitting at the table was shocked by his actions and froze in fear. The cook, looking at the guy, thought that he was simply suicidal for allowing himself to do this. Jiang Nan thought that this would be useful for her. She looked at Ling Yui with an evil grin and mentally wished him death and thanked him, because now she didn't have to do everything herself. And, as she thought, even his necklace could not stop this thug. Lee realized with an alarmed face that everything was completely wrong, because judging by the way this cook looked before, he really didn't like the drink he was drinking. She assumed that Ling Yui wanted to appease him somehow. The cook looked at the guy with an ominous smile. His hands were already shaking from tension, because he wanted to kill him right on the spot. He asked if the guy was provoking him, but after a second the thug smelled something and stopped being so angry. It was the smell of soul-cleansing in wine, the vessel with which Ling Yui took out. The cook immediately calmed down. Ling Yui took out the cork from the wine, after which it began to exude an even stronger sweet smell. The guy very politely and flatteringly asked the cook, addressing him as His Excellency, how he could think about Ling Yui, that he took it into his head to provoke him. He continued to say that his cooking skills are worthy of all praise, but his tasting skills are much better, and that is why Ling Yui can't bear to see him drink such rough and cloudy wine. He placed the bowl on the table and began pouring his wine into it, inviting the cook to try it. Everyone silently watched his actions. From such good wine, even the living bowl felt bliss, smiling and rolling its eyes with pleasure. The cook was incredulous and thought that if this was just another attempt by the arrogant guy to anger him, then he would definitely kill him. But at the same time he realized that Ling Yui was right about something, because this wine is really better than that what he always takes from the tavern. The thug sat down at the table and picked up a bowl of wine, agreeing to try it. Ling Yui chuckled with a smile on his face. The cook began to pour wine into himself, but after a second his eyes widened in surprise. This wine seemed to transport him to the blissful hot springs, where he was surrounded by beautiful women. His face immediately changed with pleasure. He closed his eyes and smiled, praising the wine. He took another sip of wine, thinking about how pure the yin kai was coming from him. It washed over his soul, and he had the feeling that only through this wine could he elevate the kingdom. The thug put the bowl on the table and said that this was good wine. Ling Yui quietly looked towards the man and smiled. He easily bribed him with his soul-cleansing yin wine. The guy called the cook brother and invited him to drink another cup, pouring him wine. Sweet drops filled the dishes again, which seemed to glow with happiness. The man picked up a cup of wine and exhaled. He took a careful sip of the wine, then emptied the cup completely in small sips. His cheeks turned deep red. He threw his head up with pleasure and said that the wine was simply amazing. Ling Yui looked at him and smiled. He realized that when the thug saw that the bottle of wine was empty, he stopped drinking it in one gulp, after which he simply lifted the cup and began to sip the wine, sip after sip. As he suspected, the soul-cleansing wine was more effective than he could have imagined. He moved his right hand behind his back and turned to the system. She took out another vessel of wine from her inventory and placed it directly on the guy's hand. He sang something under his breath and then showed the bottle of wine to the cook. The thug asked if he still had such wine. Ling Yui smiled and handed over the bottle, asking if he could fill another cup for his dear friend. The cook thanked him and called him brother. Ling Yui began filling the man's cup with a smile on his face. Everyone present could not believe their eyes and were even taken aback. Cold sweat began to run down Jiang Nan's and Old Man Louis's faces, and they were in a stupor. They couldn't believe that the cook actually called this young man brother. Jiang Nan's face immediately changed, making a menacing expression on her face. She believed that he was just a worthless person and could not be compared to a spirit. In her opinion, he would have to die in this place. Ling Yui sighed sadly and said that he was very sorry. This phrase confused the cook. With a perplexed face, he asked what kind of pity it was, because he had already told the guy that he had very good wine. Ling Yui put a bottle of wine on the table and told him that his pity was that the chef could not fully enjoy the aroma of this soul-cleansing wine of hell, after which he began to provoke him, saying that the snacks would be here perfect. The man immediately calmed down and said that Ling Yui is right, but he forgets that he is actually a cook. The brute took out his huge sword and said that throughout his life he had honed his culinary skills to perfection, and would now cook something in order to immediately get rid of Ling Yui's pity. The guy sighed sadly and began to turn his head. He said that he knew very well about the ideal culinary skills of the cook, but he forgot to take into account that the local ingredients were of poor quality, and no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to fully embody his culinary ideal. He slyly looked at Jiang Nan and added that there is so much ghostly Kai here, which is why their food is so spoiled. The woman was taken aback by such impudence. Ling Yui asked in a calm, measured voice if it was disgusting to cook with ghosts, smiling slyly. These words made the cook think, and he repeated several times with his head down about cooking with ghosts, as if trying to come to some kind of conclusion. After a couple of seconds, he immediately began to smile and placed his hand on Ling Yui's shoulder. He shouted that he finally understood what the matter was and told the guy that he regretted not having met him earlier. He looked menacingly in the other direction. Jiang Nan immediately turned pale and began to tremble with fear, as did the old man next to her. The woman stood up from the table and grabbed her broom. She was taken aback and asked what the cook was up to, since she didn't even insult him. Jiang Nan shouted that everyone who works in the underworld hotel should not break the rules. Ling Yui looked at her and stopped smiling. He thought that for the native ghosts in this game, killing their own kind was not prohibited by the rules. Old man Louis began stroking his beard and, with a crazy expression on his face, mockingly asked if she really hadn't insulted him and if she wasn't breaking the rules, after which he reproached her for talking nonsense, because she herself had attacked her little brother shortly before all this cooks. Ling Yui continued to look at them with a cold gaze. Old man Louis began to swear at Jiang Nan even more, shouting that nothing had happened, but she herself had exceeded her authority in order to harm the employee who was under his command, and thus it was she who first violated the sacred rules of the hotel. The woman did not expect such attacks and asked him who he wanted to take revenge for. She immediately became enraged and a green aura surrounded her as she swung her broom at the old man. Suddenly, a sharp, large sword surrounded by a red aura flew towards her. It stabbed Jiang Nan straight in the chest, throwing her against the wall of the room. It was the cook who attacked her. The woman found herself nailed to a wooden wall with a sword. She began to squeal in pain and tried to pull out the sword herself. She called the chef's name Zhu Jiang and asked how he could do this even if the owner asked him to take over. He looked at her menacingly and came closer. Zhu Jiang told her that the underworld hotel had a rule that no unreasonable actions against staff were allowed during dinner, accusing her of being the first to break the rules. He grabbed the hilt of his sword protruding from the woman's chest and said that this old man is an excellent worker who works hard and treats people kindly. So Jiang Nan is indeed guilty of an additional violation. In fear, she began to beg for mercy, screaming and twitching. However, Zhu Jiang did not listen to her and pulled out his sword from her chest while she was shedding tears. After that, Jiang Nan fell to her knees right in front of Zhu Jiang, and then fell onto her chest unconscious. He picked up her lifeless body and carried her somewhere. Ling Yui looked at them a little anxiously, not expecting that his friend would immediately kill her in a few seconds. Zhu Jiang turned to Ling Yui as he walked outside and said that he would take care of the ingredients and let the guy save the wine for him. Ling Yui nodded and smiled at him. He realized that this chef was much stronger than expected, and today they would not have to worry about Jiang Nan's attack at night. However, he turned his gaze to Old Man Louis, realizing that he also intended to use Jiang Nan to test him. The old man sitting at the table tensed from his cold gaze, shuddering. He looked at Ling Yui fearfully, without saying anything to him. A trembling ran through the spirit's body again. The guy took out a jar of wine, thanking Louis for his concern today, and asked if he would mind if they raised a toast to him. Ling Yui looked at him slyly, thinking that he would now punish him as an example to others. The old man continues to tremble with fear. He couldn't believe that this young man was not only rich, but also forced Zhu Jiang to kill Jiang Nan with just a few words. And from the look of the guy, he later wants to tell General Zhu Jiang that the old man drank all the wine. His eyes again began to squint in different directions, because he understood that if he drinks it now, he will be a corpse. But Ling Yui can tell him that making a toast without drinking is impolite, after which he will force him to drink. He tried to come up with at least some way out of this situation. Louis came up with an idea that seemed ideal to him. He decided to offer Ling Yui the treasure. He looked at the necklace of skulls on Ling Yui's neck, which hissed angrily, and he decided that he would act like the ghosts this afternoon. Ling Yui makes a toast, and they make a return gesture in the form of gifts, and despite the fact that he is rich, the guy is not at all opposed to gifts from others. In any case, no one in the hotel needs the item that Louis was going to give. He began to look for something in his pockets, rummaging through them. Ling Yui looked at him questioningly. The old man with a good-natured smile presented him with a green cube, saying that he had found an object from his early years. The guy grinned contentedly, realizing that the old man was really scared of him. Louis began to sweat with excitement. The old man, showing the cube, said that this item is called petrified wood and is a good material for making weapons. This superior quality piece has been preserved for thousands of years and costs slightly less than a high-quality yin weapon. As soon as Ling Yui accepted the gift, a system window appeared above his head. Superior quality yin material detected. He looked at the window and was convinced that the material was really good. He decided that he would now complete the system's quest at the same time. The old man continued to stand with his arms outstretched. Ling Yui began throwing petrified wood in the air, and told the old man that he had given him a good thing, asking its price. Louis immediately began to make excuses, saying that he could not ask for money for what was given to Ling Yui, and asked him to just take the gift. The guy made a gloomy expression on his face and came close to Louis, asking why he couldn't take the money, because he was a principled person and couldn't just take such a valuable thing from him. These words made the old man taken aback. He began to squint his eyes again in thought. He guessed that this was Ling Yui's rule for surviving in this world. After all, in their world, in order to survive, you need your own rules. He introduced his colleagues and their duties against the backdrop of the starry sky. Zhu Jiang's responsibilities: chop wood, drink alcohol, season, cut and wash vegetables, eat dishes. Jiang Nan's responsibilities: cleaning the corridor, keeping the beds in order, washing and drying. Louis's responsibilities included calculations, compensation, debit, credit, silver liang, and salaries. But he didn't know what Ling Yui's duties were. For everyone, questions about this are taboo, they are not discussed, and if you ask directly, you can offend a person. Louis asked in a trembling voice what the price of Ling Yui was. He looked at him warily, trying not to offend him. Ling Yui summoned several bundles of coins while surrounded by a golden aura and replied that his price was 3 guan. He hung all 3 bundles of coins around the old man's neck. He was beside himself with happiness and even cried, looking at the money. He jumped up joyfully and smiled, saying that this was not just an offer of a plea for mercy, this was a chance for him. Louis looked at the guy who stood nobly with his left hand raised in the air. The old man realized that with these 3 guan coins, his sales contract with the landlady could be cancelled 10 years earlier. Louis fell to his knees in front of Ling Yui. He bowed at his feet, saying that he was very grateful to him for his generosity. He began to bow to Ling Yui several times in a row, hitting his head on the floor. The other players did not expect such a gesture from the evil spirit. Li thought with astonishment that Ling Yui was incomparable. The purple-haired girl covered her mouth in surprise, and the strong guy couldn't believe that this newcomer could make a strong ghost bow down. It was as if it suddenly dawned on him. His pupils constricted and his eyes widened as he thought that he might be one of those legendary people who came from a family of exorcists. The strong guy looked at the proud guy surrounded by a red aura. Several system windows appeared. You have spent more than 30,000 yuan in one transaction. Congratulations to the owner for successfully completing the second task. Reward: Ultimate Level Ghost Master Contract. The old man hugged Ling Yui's legs with tears in his eyes, saying that he had given him generosity at the cost of his life. At this time, the guy carefully read the new information and thought that if he understood everything correctly, then with the contract of the Ghost Lord he would be able to force the spirits to fight for him. A system window has appeared. Perfect level Ghost Lord contract can be used regardless of rank. The ghosts with whom you enter into a contract cannot betray you, because they have absolute loyalty and obedience, and also serve for life. Ling Yui was happy about this, because a perfect level contract is really something, and such a seamless effect cannot be achieved by other ordinary contracts. He looked sullenly and silently at the old man who hugged his legs and thanked him for his kindness. Ling Yui understood that something as good as a contract could not be wasted on this old man. The guy believed that there must be some other way out. He roughly kicked the old man aside. At this time, Zhu Jiang came into the room with a pot of soup. He turned to Ling Yui and said that he had finished preparing the ghost dish. In addition to the soup, the cook prepared a magnificent cut of meat and placed it on the table. He said that this was his first time cooking this and suggested that Ling Yui try it. He pointed to the plate of appetizer. Ling Yui sat at the table with his mouth open in surprise. Everyone else was also shocked. The guy picked up the meat with chopsticks and began to inspect it. He thought that this cook was really good at what he did, because this food contained yin energy, which was an excellent tonic for both ghosts and ghost hunters. A piece of meat was soon in his mouth. A system window has appeared. The soul of a strong ghost has been absorbed. plus 1 point to spiritual power. Ling Yui was very surprised by this. A new system window has appeared. Current level, level 1 Ghost Lord. Spiritual awareness, 10 out of 50. Spiritual power, 101 out of 500. Ling Yui was happy about this, because he didn't expect that she could actually increase spiritual power. He smiled, gave Zhu Jiang a thumbs up and said that it was very tasty, clean and hygienic. The cook didn't think that the guy would like the dish so much. He laughed and raised the cup of wine, saying that he was glad of it. They clinked cups of wine and made a toast. Zhu Jiang began to drink wine, and Ling Yui continued to eat the meat tenderloin. The others did not participate in the meal and silently watched them. With each piece eaten, spiritual power increased by 1 point, so the guy didn't even think about stopping. There were dark clouds outside the window and a strong wind was blowing. Meanwhile, Ling Yui and Zhu Jiang finished their meal, leaving only empty plates behind. The guy exhaled heavily, his cheeks even turned red. Just by eating food, his spiritual power reached 197 points. Zhu Jiang lay on the table and again praised the wine, holding out the empty cup forward. Ling Yui looked at him with a smile, because the cook was originally the biggest threat to the quest. But Ling Yui didn't even think that the soul-purifying hell wine would benefit him so much. The hostess's voice was heard from somewhere above, announcing that mealtime was over. Everyone was distracted from their thoughts and began to listen to her. The hostess's voice ordered Old Man Louis to take the players to rest. He bowed humbly and said that he understood everything. Zhu Jiang sadly folded his arms and closed his eyes, telling Ling Yui that he was sorry that the meal was over for today. The guy looked at him in surprise, after which he said goodbye and said that they would see each other tomorrow, waving goodbye. Zhu Jiang waved back and headed out. Ling Yui realized that the cook was not as kind to the hostess as the old man. Louis ordered everyone to clear the dishes from the table. A strong guy and a girl with purple hair began to clean up. Ling Yui looked at them and also decided to help clean up. Suddenly the hostess's voice disrupted his plans. She asked him to go up to the 3rd floor to see her. The corners of the guy's lips drooped. He tensed, not knowing what to expect. He looked towards the stairs, thinking that the hostess was individually conveying a message to him. He began to climb up the steps. He was a little confused while walking up the stairs, because in order to escape in this game, he had to use a lot of money, so he attracted the attention of the mistress. He assumed she was the final boss of this quest and didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse that she wanted to see him in person now. Ling Yui went up to the 3rd floor and stood in front of the red patterned doors, with a floor lamp standing next to them. Apparently, the owner is here. He carefully opened the red doors and then stepped inside. The hostess was waiting for him there, sitting on a sofa with a translucent red canopy. A scarlet aura hovered around her. She was very beautiful. She was wearing an expensive dress with fur and patterns. Her long hair was neatly tied up with a hairpin, and she was holding a green fan in her hands. Her eyes and lips were highlighted with red makeup. Ling Yui panicked a little, although he didn't show it, because he was standing in front of the owner of the Inn of the Underworld. He sighed heavily, trying not to get nervous. The guy walked towards her, thinking that according to the rules of murder, she could not kill him right away, and he would have to improvise. Ling Yui clasped his hands together as a sign of respect and asked if she had any business with him, because he didn't even know why she was looking for him. With an embarrassed face, she lightly covered her face with a fan and said that when Mr. Ling Yui came to his underworld inn, her servant made a mistake and asked him to do the work of a waiter, for which she apologized. This was not what Ling Yui expected when he walked in on her, so her apology made the guy confused. He raised his palm in the air and made a relaxed face, saying that everything was fine and the hostess could just enjoy life. He understood that the owner was a stronger and more severe ghost than Zhu Jiang, and her character was not as simple as his, so she should not know his true aura. The woman lowered her head a little and said that Ling Yui's standard of living is actually turning her hotel around. He calmly told her that he would pay tenfold for all the broken dishes and cutlery. She raised the outer corners of her eyebrows and closed her eyes slightly. The hostess said that the dishes are small things, but Jiang Nan has been working in the hotel for 100 years. Ling Yui immediately began to make excuses with a confused look, actively gesticulating. He replied that he was sorry that the cook killed her in such a way, but he was a rookie waiter, and the 2 senior employees were besieged, so he could not dissuade the cook. The hostess squeezed the handle of the fan so hard that it broke. She said it was an unexplained feud. The woman threw the broken fan aside and stood up. She said that in this case she was not going to get into an altercation with him. A strong fuchsia aura appeared around her. She asked for what purpose he came to the hotel, and it does not matter to her, even if he has a great past, because the people who provoked the civil strife that caused the death of her employees cannot simply be fired. The wind from her aura blew Ling Yui's hair, and her skull seemed to whistle from the air flow. He crossed his arms and asked what she wanted to say. The hostess shouted dissatisfiedly that Jiangnan had made a great contribution to the development of the hotel, and without her it would be difficult to do business. She pointed her finger at him and ordered him to compensate for the damage caused by the dispersion of Jiangnan's soul. He didn't expect this, so he stood in a stupor and was silent for a while, because he didn't think that this was all in order to compensate for the damage. The guy immediately calmed down and asked her how much she thought would be appropriate to pay. She didn't think the guy would agree to this. At first, in a quiet voice, barely moving her lips, she said about 3 guan. But then she changed her mind and said the number 50 guan, showing the number 5 with her fingers. Her face looked very serious and dissatisfied. Ling Yui raised his head up and sighed. When fully counted, the amount turned out to be only 50 guan. And it turned out that one strong ghost was equivalent to only 50 teapots. He called the system and ordered it to use the cashback card. Sparks seemed to come from his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed. A system window appears. The cashback card has been used. The next act of spending will bring from 2 to 10 random cashbacks. A huge pile of gold coins rained down onto the room from the ceiling, the sound of which echoed off the walls. This amount of money confused even the hostess, and she could not remain indifferent. Ling Yui raised his index finger up, pointing at the money, and said that he was giving her 50 guan, asking what she thought about her cook now working with him. Place all coins neatly in piles on the floor. The hostess looked at all the money with her mouth open and eyes wide. She looked at all the coins again, a little anxiously, wondering if this boy was so rich that he wanted to buy her cook. Ling Yui continued to stand proudly in the mistress's room. He realized that these harsh ghosts are nothing more than a tool to make money for the hostess, and he sees that Zhu Jiang is also not happy with this place. The cook is strong, simple and sociable, and with the perfect contract to master the ghosts. He will be able to ignore their difference in levels and enter into a contract with Ling Yui. This is the best option for them and even for the hostess, according to the guy. He stopped smiling and took on a more serious tone. The hostess became thoughtful. She put her fist to her chin and looked down. She thought that the guy really had his eye on the big, stupid thug from the depths, but no matter how strong he was, to her he was just a cook. The woman was thinking about how she could sell it. She immediately began to bargain, saying in a faintly pitiful voice that he had been with her for many years and the hotel would have a hard time without a cook. She lowered her head to her shoulder and waited for an answer from Ling Yui, looking at him from under her lowered eyelids. Immediately her pitiful tone disappeared and she, placing her hands on her hips, ordered him to add even more money. Ling Yui sighed in understanding. He snapped his fingers and ordered the system to cash out another 1,000,000. The next moment, another pile of coins fell from the ceiling, plunging the room into gold. The hostess looked up with her mouth open in surprise. Ling Yui smiled faintly and politely asked if she would be happy with this. The money immediately convinced her, and she immediately agreed. She looked with pleasure at all the pile of coins that had fallen into the room. She had a small leaf hidden on her chest. She threw it towards Ling Yui, who deftly caught it. It was a contract between the hostess and the cook. It said that Zhu Jiang voluntarily placed himself at the disposal of the innkeeper of the afterlife. This contract automatically expired after Zhu Jiang earned 10,000 guan for the hotel. Ling Yui chuckled thoughtfully as he read their contract. The owner was ready to sell Zhu Jiang for 150 guan, and the contract was signed for 10,000 guan, which is equal to 10 million ritual money. The guy realized that given the fact that the most expensive menu in the establishment costs only 100 wen, the cook's freedom was just an empty promise, and the hostess thus cunningly entered into an essentially unlimited contract. Ling Yui was glad that he now had the opportunity to enter into a contract with Zhu Jiang himself. He smiled and glowed with happiness. The hostess headed to her place and finally turned around to say that the chef would be free as soon as Ling Yui destroyed his contract. But she did not guarantee that Zhu Jiang would sign a new contract with Ling Yui. Ling Yui walked towards the exit and waved the contract at her, saying that he had his own plans for the chef. With a serious face, he turned to her and asked how much money she would ask for if he entered into a contract with her or even if he decided to buy the entire hotel. She was taken aback by such a tactless question and lowered her head. For some time she stood with her back to him and was silent. She turned her head slightly in his direction and said that she and the hotel were not for sale. Ling Yui realized that money is not the only thing that matters in this game. He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly as a sign of respect, saying that in that case he would not dissuade her. He continued towards the exit while the hostess followed him with her gaze. As soon as he left the room, the woman pouted offensively and was disappointed that he did not even insist on buying. But she had a feeling that they would see each other again. At this time, Ling Yui went downstairs and headed towards the other players. From the side of the street he opened the door and began to enter. His presence caused the other players to take their minds off their tasks and pay attention to him. Lee was delighted to see him. She smiled at him radiantly and called him by name. The strong man looked at him sullenly and silently. The girl with purple hair frowned and looked at the guy angrily, thinking that she shouldn't let her guard down, because in her opinion, Ling Yui is no less scary than ghosts. Ling Yui spread his hands to the side and smiled, apologizing for the delay and saying that he had made several deals with the innkeeper. This statement shocked the other players, and thoughts arose in their heads that he could not only laugh with the harsh ghosts, but even manage to charm the hostess. The burly man sitting on the floor shouted in surprise that according to the clue he received, Ling Yui must indeed be a beginner. He asked if it could be that he was from a secret family. In response, the guy said that it was all a series of accidents, after which he sat down next to everyone on the floor. The man's face looked shabby and had many scratches. He was surprised that the likes of Ling Yui actually existed, as he had only heard about it on forum before. The guy furrowed his eyebrows and asked if there was a forum for players that allowed them to communicate with each other as part of an internal quest. The man nodded to him and answered positively. He turned his head towards Ling Yui and said that this was exactly what he was going to tell him about. The man threateningly turned to all the players sitting next to him and asked if they knew about the new National Investigation Center No. 9. Lee calmly looked in his direction and said that she had seen the news about them, asking if they had really started studying this game. The man answered positively and showed them a card with his photograph and the sign of the all-seeing eye. It was a work permit. He said that they can call the Investigation Center No. 9 when they are out of the game and an official will come to them for verification. They can provide assistance to players, such as information and ways to exchange weapons. He threw this card into the hands of the girl with purple hair and she began to examine it. After that, the card was handed over to Ling Yui. The man also said that in this case their identity would be recorded and they would be required to tell the truth about what they saw and heard. This is equivalent to freelance status. Ling Yui carefully examined the man's work permit without saying anything. The man said that this is what he is doing now. Many are joining them, and if they become the rightful ruler of the ghosts and make a contract with their own ghost, they will have the opportunity to change their status. Later, when they team up with other full members, their survivability in the game will be much higher. The girls listened to him with interest and enthusiasm. Ling Yui handed the card back to the man and asked if they should also continue to participate in the games from now on. The man, taking the red and black card back, answered positively. He said players are called up every 2 weeks at odd hours at night. He heard that some experts might pay a certain price to come extra. The man ended his speech by saying that as dangerous as thrillers are, they are also full of possibilities. They all sat together in a circle, listening to the story of the experienced player. Ling Yui asked a little anxiously if the forum really had access to players of other thrillers, except for the Investigation Center No. 9. The man leaned his only remaining hand on his leg and said that this was an anonymous site run by high-ranking ghost hunters. He looked down sullenly and said that there was a rule in the game that no one else could remember what they looked like when they left the quest and returned to reality. The forum is an official barrier zone for those who do not want to reveal their identity. Ling Yui nodded in understanding. The man looked towards the girls and asked if they had any more questions. They shook their heads. In this room, their mattresses were placed in the corners. They all went to bed. The man wished them good night and good luck tomorrow. Ling Yui hid under the blanket and closed his eyes. He called the system again. A system window appears. The cashback card has been activated for the host's latest purchase totaling 2 million yuan. Random return with 5 times multiplication. Congratulations to the owner for receiving 10 million yuan. Ling Yui waited with interest for the new task, narrowing his eyes slyly. A new system window has appeared. Task 3, keep spending and be honest. Status, not yet completed. Contents of the task. Make 3 expenses in which the cost of the object exceeds 100,000 yuan, and the benefit is 5 times greater than the cost. It is also necessary that there is no active price increase. 0 out of 3 are completed. Quest reward, cashback card, Yin Ling Yuan Juice X5, Soul Retention Talisman X10, Soul Destruction Talisman X10. The next morning, the rooster started crowing, waking up everyone in the inn. Outside, the wind blew the tapestry through the air, and clouds covered the entire sky. Ling Yui was wrapped in a blanket and sitting on his mattress, pressed against the wall. He opened his eyelids slightly and looked around the room. It was another day in the ghost world for him. The guy got out of bed and began to stretch to warm up. To him, this was what ghost lords experience. Although he had not slept all night, he did not feel tired at all. After what he did yesterday, Jiang Nan is dead, old man Louis has been deceived, and the cook is no longer hostile to him. There were no incidents at night. Ling Yui walked to the door and began to look at it. Immediately after this, all the other players woke up. Li and the strong man wished him good morning. The players looked sleep-deprived and tired. Ling Yui noted that all 3 players survived, but they were not in the best mood. There were loud knocks on the door, which scared everyone except Ling Yui. He told the others not to worry and assumed it was the accountant. The guy opened the red doors. Old man Louis was really waiting for him there, who smiled friendly at him, wishing the guy good morning. The guy started walking down to him and asked where Zhu Jiang was now. Louis politely told him that he should be in the kitchen. Ling Yui calmly replied that he understood everything and walked past the old man. The frightened accountant immediately wanted to remind him about the work, but the very next second he sighed and told himself to forget about it, because as he thought, a person like Mr. Ling Yui no longer needs to follow the rules of the hotel. He rudely ordered the other players to get to work. The purple-haired girl apologized and began to hurriedly run to her workplace, as did Lai. The strong man continued to stand at the aisle, following Ling Yui with his eyes, causing the accountant to loudly ask him why he was just standing still. He was amazed by Ling Yui. He stood there with his mouth open, thinking that he was indeed a person from an influential family. The chimney coming from the kitchen was emitting black, acrid smoke. Ling Yui walked up to the cook, who was cooking something on the stove, and wished him good morning. Zhu Jiang immediately greeted him cordially, pointing to the pan with the dish. He suggested we try his freshly made bone broth while it was still hot. The broth was green and you could see human bones and even a skull in it. Ling Yui awkwardly refused the dish, waving his hands, and said that he came to Zhu Jiang on business. The cook looked at him in surprise. With a perplexed face, he asked what business he had with him. Ling Yui asked with a serious expression whether Zhu Jiang was working in this hotel of his own free will. The cook was taken aback by this question and remained silent for several seconds in confusion. After that, he sadly lowered his head and replied that after all, he could not hide anything from his brother Ling Yui. Zhu Jiang said that at that time, he was a significant person in the depths of the ghost world, but he was attacked. He pointed to a huge cross-shaped scar on his chest. He sadly continued his story, where after a few weeks he was already on the verge of losing his soul, and he had no choice but to defect to the owner of this hotel. Ling Yui looked at him knowingly after listening to him carefully. The cook returned to preparing his broth, saying that although he had healed over the years, this housewife was not so simple. He made a pact with her, so he must stay here. Having stirred the acrid broth with a ladle, he said that for him there was no longer a wide world where he could taste delicacies and wine. Ling Yui lowered his eyebrows and asked with a serious face if Zhu Jiang would follow him across the 2 worlds if he gave him the chance. The cook took a break from cooking, pondering Ling Yui's words. He continued cooking, looking sadly at the pan, and said that the hostess would not let him go. Suddenly Zhu Jiang stopped stirring the broth. Ling Yui handed him 2 contracts. One of them was the contract between the cook and the hostess, and the second contract was for the voluntary service of Ling Yui. Zhu Jiang couldn't believe it. He raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, asking how the guy did it. Ling Yui smiled slightly and replied that he had money. He told him that perhaps he could not promise him anything else, such as freedom, security. The guy tore the old contract into small pieces. Zhu Jiang looked in stupor at the falling pieces of paper that were once his contract with the mistress. Ling Yui looked at him slyly and added that there would definitely be a lot of wine. Zhu Jiang folded his hands in confusion as a sign of respect and agreed to his proposal. He said that since Ling Yui is willing to spend so much money on him, and besides, he really likes him, then he is willing to go through anything for his master. Zhu Jiang grabbed the new contract and threw his hands up in joy. He happily shouted that what was important to him was not the wine and food, but spending time with his friend. The former cook signed the contract and left his fingerprint there. Ling Yui looked at the contract, which stated that Zhu Jiang was now willingly serving Ling Yui. A system window appears. You have entered into a contract with the ghostly creature Zhu Jiang. Want to see its characteristics? Ling Yui immediately responded positively without hesitation. A system window appeared in front of Zhu Jiang. Contract, Zhu Jiang. Level, Fierce Ghost. Spiritual Awareness, 25-0. Spiritual Power, 36,900. Weapons, Superior Yin Apron, Superior Soul Destroying Killing Blade. skill, soul destruction technique. Zhu Jiang's performance was hundreds of times greater than Ling Yui's. His characteristics were very strong. Ling Yui continued to look at the new contract, thinking that the underworld and looked poor. But the threat of the spirits was truly terrifying. And if the quest had no restrictions on the rules and Ling Yui had not mastered the system, they would have died long ago. Zhu Jiang tasted his soup and praised it, while the guy looked at him and thought that this quest had revealed his hidden potential. Zhu Jiang clasped his hands together and knelt down on one knee in front of the guy. At first he wanted to call him his brother again, but quickly corrected himself and addressed him as a master, saying that from now on he would follow him. Ling Yui took his hands, crouched down, and asked him to be less formal, saying that he would rely on him from now on. He invited him to drink and have a good time. The very next minute they were clinking cups of wine with very happy faces. In the evening he sat at the table in the hall with Li and a strong man. The number of survivors in this game appeared above their heads. There were only 3 of them. Ling Yui looked around the room, thinking that after he made the contract with Zhu Jiang, the quest was no longer difficult for him. He glanced at Li and the bearded man, noting that they too had survived. However, that purple-haired girl was torn to pieces when she collided with a guest while cleaning. He reflected that, after all, it was an exciting game with ghosts running rampant. Ling Yui looked down with a slightly upset expression as he thought that even if he had a system, money and contracted ghosts, there was no such thing as invulnerability. The guy abruptly stood up from the table and clenched his hands into fists. He was thinking that according to the bearded man, the game opens every half-month, so he must become stronger. He walked out of the hall and outside. Li tried to call out to him. Ling Yui turned around and saw a girl running towards him. She called him again with an innocent, kind expression on her face. Li awkwardly began fiddling with her fingers and thanked Ling Yui, because without him she would not have survived her first day. The girl said that by helping someone, he helps himself, and then handed him a small sheet. Ling Yui took it in his hands and then looked at it with a surprised and confused face. A phone number was written on the sheet. The girl blushed a little and said that she was actually from Zhangcheng and her family had connections. She asked him to call her on this number if he needed help in the real world. A congratulations message appeared above their heads, signaling completion of the quest. After this, it was announced that the quest at the hotel was completed. The asphalt began to break off under Li and Ling Yui's feet. The guy wanted to say something to her finally, but didn't have time. He was moved to his apartment, but the sheet with Li's phone number was still in his hands. He looked at it again, making a slightly disgusted expression on his face, and then placed it on the table. He wanted to check something. The time on his wristwatch was the same as when he went to the game. In the game 2 whole days passed, but in reality it was only a second. Ling Yui summoned his ghost Zhu Jiang. His eyes began to emit red lightning. The next second, an image appeared of Zhu Jiang sitting next to a huge barrel of wine. He asked Ling Yui what happened. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and replied that everything was fine. Zhu Jiang did not understand anything and continued drinking wine. This was all done so that Ling Yui could make sure that the contract with Zhu Jiang was stable in reality. A system window appeared, a panel of system elements. 4 soul-cleansing wines of hell, a 1,000-year-old petrified wood, a mirror of Kui Lan's soul imprisonment, a contract of the Lord of Ghosts. He touched his skull necklace, which gave off a purple aura. The guy made sure that all other items were also in place. The Ghost Lord is capable of not only taking spirits with him, but also weapons into reality. Ling Yui walked towards the window. He noted that the growing number of spooky incidents on the site in the past few years are largely the work of ghost hunters with evil intentions. Outside the window there was a night city with many residential buildings. Ling Yui looked at the gorgeous view and suggested that the world was no longer a safe place. He remembered the man who was in the game with him. An image appeared in his head of a man holding out his card. He then said that they would be drawn into the game every 2 weeks. Ling Yui exhaled in relief and shook his head. He decided that he had too many secrets and would not contact the administration now. For him, the forum was a better option for obtaining information than the investigation center number 9. At the computer, he quickly typed something, replacing the IP address. Ling Yui was intrigued, so he immediately pressed enter and was taken to the forum website. There were several discussions from players on the main page, including from the investigation center. It interested him, although the rest of the official announcements did not represent anything special to him. On Ling Yui's desk, in addition to the monitor and keyboard, there were headphones on a stand. The announcement from the investigation center outlined the main prohibitions: using unlawful means for personal gain, using psychic means to injure others, actively exposing the existence of a thriller game, and causing panic. After reading this list, Ling Yui became a little tense, saying that there will be huge consequences for those who break the rules. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest, smiling. The guy believed that having such an official organization would help deter the growing number of ghost hunters. But now he is a beginner. His main goal is to protect himself. Ling Yui decided to look at the player's guide. He clicked on the download link and opened the file. Images of ghosts were attached to the file. They looked very bright and were difficult to forget. A praying mantis, a spider, dragons, cyclops. Scary quests exist in a place called Ghost World. It is huge, and countless spirits live in it. However, ghosts can only kill according to clear rules. Humans have 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. Ghosts are divided into 7 classes, depending on their strength. In the images on the site, the offended ghost looked like a woman with purple skin. The evil ghost looked like a praying mantis with a horn on its forehead. The ferocious ghost had an evil face and sharp fangs. The ghoul had armor. The succubus looked like a young handsome man. And the king of ghosts had like a demonic face. He had long white hair. The Ghost Master contract is able to ignore level differences, which is why Ling Yui was able to obtain the ferocious ghost. The guy leaned on the table and began to more carefully read the information on the site. Scratching his chin with his hand, he said that judging by the information on the forum, 5 games have passed internal testing, and there are already 100,000 players. Besides the first batch, which was completely destroyed, there were survivors from all the others. Some of them had the opportunity to find the soul-cleansing wine of hell in the ghost world and become overlords. Ling Yui looked at the screen and tried to digest the information. The room was dim, lit only by the light from the monitor. The guy himself drank several bottles of the soul-cleansing wine of hell, and exactly 3 bottles were needed to pacify Zhu Jiang. The guy was actively scrolling through the forum pages in search of the information he needed. He still had to scroll a little to get to the right page. Many topics related to trading appeared on the screen. People were mainly looking for some materials or tutorials. Ling Yui looked at all this with a bored face and came to the conclusion that under the pressure of death, players inevitably need to trade supplies, and the forum provides such a platform. A notification appeared on the monitor screen with a corresponding sound. This was a new announcement from the forum administration about the 4th offline trading promotion. Ling Yui became interested and clicked on the notification. This was a post from a user with the nickname Quan Dao. He talked about the reasons for conducting an offline transaction. People can't see the product online and it is extremely risky, and rarely does anyone sell good and valuable things online. That is why the forum provided this opportunity to users. The administrators wanted to organize a fair in Zhongcheng. Ling Yui thought with a surprised face that messages on internet forums could not meet the demand for trade. Under the announcement of Quan Dao, many comments appeared thanking the author. Ling Yui smiled as he read them. He found that the people on the forum were really enthusiastic. This made him register on the forum too. He leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head, thinking about his nickname. He took the nickname Emperor Fengdu because, according to legend, there was a city of ghosts in Fengdu County. Ling Yui entered this nickname and registered on the site by clicking the confirm button. 3 days have passed. Several system windows have appeared. The most powerful wealth system has been launched. Today's random reward has arrived. Congratulations to the owner on receiving 6,452,000 afterlife money. The guy had already prepared his suitcase and was standing in the middle of the room. He ordered the system to open the panel. On the system window in front of him, information appeared about the balance, inventory, linked weapons, contract with ghosts, and the task. The guy looked contentedly at all his estates and proudly said that this was real wealth. He rolled his suitcase towards the exit, because today there will be a fair. He started his journey in Zhongcheng. Full of enthusiasm, Ling Yui walked out of his house. On Monday at 3:20 am he received a personal message, and on Thursday at 5 p.m. he picked up his card, badge and mask from the closet in the Dianjin shopping center. At 6 p.m. he was already driving a taxi along the Zhongcheng West Ring Road. In the car, he managed to put on a mask, which is why the driver looked at him strangely. By 8 p.m. they were already approaching an abandoned factory in Qingyuan, Zhongcheng. The sky had already become dark, and thick smoke was pouring out of one of the plant's chimneys. The plant itself, although it looked gloomy, generally did not look abandoned. There were 2 ghosts standing at the entrance, checking the participants' badges. A whole line of players lined up nearby, including Ling Yui. He looked at his red badge. He had a white mask on his face, reminiscent of a carnival. He thought that anonymous offline meetings from the forum are really complex and safe. The mask is capable of blocking foreign spirits, and the badge also has protection against Kai counterfeiting. Ling Yui was approached by another player wearing a purple mask. He had blonde hair and a goatee. He looked strong. The man said that the ghost controlled by Bai Yi, one of the 3 founders of the 2 forums, is a relatively powerful evil spirit. Ling Yui, after listening to him, realized that the power of this yin energy is at the level of evil spirits, which is indeed much worse than Zhujiang. But the ability to be used as a gatekeeper should not be this Bai Yi's trump card. The ghost at the entrance carefully examined the badge with the nickname Ling Yui and said that it must be worn to enter the trading floor. He handed it back to the guy and warned that before selling any item, it must first be appraised in an appraisal office. The guy looked to the side and saw 3 people in red robes and gold masks. They stood around the device with the beam. Ling Yui put a name tag on his chest and said that the device looked very modern and asked if it could really determine the quality of weapons and materials. Ling Yui looked at the badge of the man who was talking to him and realized that he was the same Quan Dao from the forum. Quan Dao asked if this was the guy's first time at such a fair. He explained that it was a tool created by the No. 9 Research Center, capable of classifying objects into categories according to their aura, with each category being divided into 3 more classes. Ling Yui imagined this device in action, firing a beam to test it. Quan Dao added to his story by saying that there are some items that are not easily divided into classes, such as amulets and elixirs. For such things, the forum specifically invited 3 experienced players to evaluate them. He laughed loudly and good-naturedly, telling Ling Yui that he need not be afraid, because he would not be deceived here. The guy thoughtfully thanked him for the information. Ling Yui looked at the device with a calm expression and thought that the technology at their disposal, and the strength of the earliest batches of players were even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was glad that he had not yet reached the point of arrogance and complacency. The guy looked at the plant with hope, clenching his fists. He hoped that this fair would bring him much benefit. The device has already begun its work, checking the quality of the items brought by the players. One of the experts said that this is a lower first-class yin weapon that functions like a spell. He said that the player was lucky, pointing to the red sheet with hieroglyphs on their device. The player emotionally thanked the expert for the assessment. Quan Dao turned to Ling Yui and told him that a lower first-grade yin weapon, even a research weapon, could be worth hundreds of thousands. Ling Yui was surprised that they cost so much. He remembered his items, like a necklace with skulls. Since a low-quality research type can cost so much, he is afraid that his medium-quality weapon, the enmity skull necklace, which represents the functions of attack and defense, will be priceless. The guy in a striped sweater approached the experts and the device. The expert gave his verdict. Xuanian iron ore is not the main material for weapons. The assessment satisfied him, and he joyfully moved on. After him, the next player brought his item for evaluation. The expert said it was a necklace that had lost so much yin energy that it was no longer valuable. This upset the guy. Behind him in line were Ling Yui and Quan Dao. When the player with the necklace was crying and passing by Ling Yui, a system window appeared in front of him. Yin energy detected. Damaged ghost necklace. Thanks to this, Ling Yui realized that the expert's view was still strong, and it matched the system's assessment. He passed the Quan Dao forward to evaluate his item, pointing at the device with his hand. Ling Yui knew that there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some weird and wonderful things happening, and this was his chance to have fun. Quan Dao announced with an excited exclamation that it was finally his turn. He placed old white bandages on the device. While the machine was making its assessment, Quan Dao closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, praying that his item would be of average quality. The device finished testing with a beeping sound. Quan Dao didn't understand what happened. One of the experts took a closer look at the bandages and said that, apparently, it was neither a weapon nor a material. Another bespectacled expert said that this item seemed to contain strong yin energy. The third, mustachioed and bald expert said that he could not determine where the energy came from, after which he announced that they could not assess its quality, so Quan Dao was free to set the price. An upset Quan Dao walked past Ling Yui with his bandage and said that he was surprised that even the experts failed the assessment. The guy tapped the man on the shoulder and encouraged him by saying that he might meet an interested buyer here. Quan Dao just sighed sadly and lowered his head. He even started crying. Ling Yui turned around and looked at the bandage. A system window has appeared. The highest quality yin energy has been detected. The ominous pharaoh bandage. The guy's pupils narrowed and his mouth parted. He carefully read the description of the highest quality of the item. He was distracted from his thoughts by an expert with long hair who asked him what he wanted to evaluate. Ling Yui walked closer to the device and asked the system to give him 1 wen coin. He tossed 1 coin onto the table to check, deciding not to stick his head out and dump a whole bunch of coins. The instrument began its assessment, making machine sounds. The coin was illuminated with green rays. The long-haired expert reached for the coin with a disinterested face and said that it was quite ordinary material, and if there were 100 of them, the total would be almost lower third grade. The bespectacled expert pulled him back and asked him to stop. He said that everything is not so simple, because this yin energy is so pure that it does not have any impurities. He looked at the coin carefully with a worried look and realized that it was from the Bank of Heaven and Earth and asked if it was the currency used among the ghosts. After that, he tossed a coin to the bald expert so that he would also express his opinion. The expert said that the quality of this coin is even better than those he saw in the quest. He tensed a little and sweat started running down his face from excitement. The first expert who heard this widened his eyes and his pupils constricted. He said that one of the hidden rules of the ghost world is this: people who have inferior coins are simply nobody there. If someone wants to make an exchange with the spirit, then nothing will work out. Ling Yui imagined a man sitting in a dungeon with a chest full of coins, but he was surrounded by many ferocious and evil ghosts, preparing to attack him. But if people can get the coins, which the ghosts themselves approve, it will be equivalent to the fact that there is a guarantee from the Bank of Heaven and Earth behind it, so they can safely trade in the quest. Ling Yui imagined himself sitting on a throne, surrounded by a huge amount of money. Next to him were two beautiful girls, and behind him was the Bank of Heaven and Earth. In front of him, he was served by a ghost who was drawing water from the well. The bald expert looked at Ling Yui excitedly and thought that ghosts did not easily allow currency to pass into the hands of human hunters, and he was afraid that Ling Yui was actually a skilled craftsman. The guy proudly straightened his name tag with his nickname, smiling faintly. The expert read his nickname Emperor Fengdu and realized that they had never heard this name before, guessing that he was either a newcomer or a mysterious loner from the third batch. The bald expert frowned and asked where Ling Yui got this thing from. The guy decided not to tell him the whole truth. He looked him in the eye and replied that it was a trophy. The long-haired expert looked at the coin again and said thoughtfully that it was ritual money. He immediately made a crazy expression and invited Ling Yui to sell him a coin at the price of 15 yuan and become friends with him. This sentence made Ling Yui surprised and thoughtful. He first decided to exchange coins for 1.5 million, because this would be enough for the down payment on a house in Liangcheng. The bald expert looked arrogantly at his colleague and asked why he shouldn't agree to 15. But immediately after that he said that when exchanging ghosts, it is not just the face value that is important, but the amount of yin energy and its integrity. He took the coin surrounded by a purple aura into his hands and said that this coin was completely new and intact and they were willing to buy it for 3,000 yuan each. Ling Yui took the bag off his shoulder and agreed to the deal, but warned that he had a few more of these coins and asked if they could afford them. The bald expert looked at him proudly and said in a calm voice that even if he took out 180 pieces, their form would still be able to buy them. Ling Yui exhaled in a relaxed manner and opened his bag. The next moment, he poured out a whole bunch of coins directly onto the expert's table. This made them wonder and look at so many coins with their jaws dropped. The rest of the players couldn't stay away and were also shocked. Huan Dao also couldn't contain his emotions and was surprised. While the other experts were still in a daze, the bald expert hurriedly took out his smartphone and said that he would contact Ms. Bai immediately. A pure, golden light emanated from the coins. The purple-haired expert excitedly pointed out a number with his fingers and said that the uniform couldn't spend that much money at once, and asked if he could sell some of it to him. He first offered to take 20 coins for 35 each, but then suggested a value of 4,000. Players passing by were also interested in buying. The crowd immediately rushed towards Ling Yui, which is why they didn't even notice how they knocked down Quan Dao, who fell on his hand. A crowd of players surrounded Ling Yui. They begged to sell them coins, and someone even said that he was rank 4, and if Ling Yui sold them to him, then he would promise not to treat him badly. Quan Dao lay on the ground and watched all this silently. He then said with a disappointed face that he just didn't thank him and asked Ling Yui not to be angry with him. The guy himself didn't hear him. He stood among all this crowd and smiled, thinking that this was truly an overnight success, as expected from the wealth system. He looked at the other players, realizing that this was not an auction where the highest bidder wins. There are also factors such as organization, queue, favor of the powerful, and so on, which must be taken into account. Someone loudly ordered everyone to be quiet. The crowd immediately calmed down and turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. A girl with long white hair and a tight silk dress was walking towards Ling Yui, holding a lantern on a stick in her hands. The experts immediately bowed respectfully to her in greeting. This girl was Miss Bai Yi. She wore a gold mask with patterns on her face, and she wore gloves on her hands. Bai Yi walked towards Ling Yui proudly, causing everyone to be surprised. Ling Yui thought that she was one of the founders of the forum, who could force evil spirits to be minions. The guy bowed his head in front of her and greeted her. She immediately went towards the table with the money. Ling Yui turned his head towards her. Bai Yi picked up one gold coin and began to examine it. She noted that their quality was excellent and told Ling Yui that such good things were a little wasteful to take from an offline fair for mass sale. The guy decided to lie and smiled slyly at her, saying that he had some urgent business recently and was a little short of money. She threw the coin into the pile with the others and asked them to sell her 1 guan for 7.5 million in cash. She elegantly said that on behalf of the forum she would like to make friends with him. The fat player in the blue mask asked in shock if she really wanted to befriend him on behalf of the forum. His golden masked friend talked about the rumors that she was already at the peak of the 6th rank and was almost a goddess in the Xia kingdom, not to mention the forum behind her. He also recalled that in the thriller, after the first 3 quests, ghost hunters can become friends with each other and form a team. Bai Yi silently waited for Ling Yui's response, looking at him with her big blue eyes. Someone shouted that friendship with Miss Bai Yi is almost like a saving talisman. A bunch of players immediately ran towards them to look at their deal. Ling Yui agreed and said that as expected from Lady Bai Yi, she is truly like a goddess. The guy forced the wen coins to bunch together, thereby forming 1 guan. Bai Yi looked at her lantern and ordered the toad to come to her. Thick smoke came out from the bottom of the box, after which a pink ghost of a large toad appeared. She had a metal case in her mouth. She spat it out and the case flew towards Ling Yui. The guy realized that this was a kind of test and grinned. He summoned Zhu Jiang, and the next second a formidable ghost appeared behind him. The visitors did not expect such a sudden appearance of a strong spirit. Zhu Jiang stopped the case on the fly. One of the players opened his mouth wide, amazed at how easily he did it. Zhu Jiang opened the case and knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Yui. There were stacks of money in the case, and the ghost asked to check everything. Ling Yui confirmed that everything was fine. After that, the case slammed shut, and Zhu Jiang evaporated along with it. Ling Yui handed 1 guan to Bai Yi, saying that this was a good deal. She took the jingling coins with an emotionless face. The girl threw coins into her toad's mouth. Bai Yi bowed her head to Ling Yui and said that they would see each other again. The light from her lantern illuminated everything around, after which she disappeared, leaving only a golden trail in the air. All the visitors were surprised that she left so quickly. They announced over the loudspeaker that the offline fair was officially open. The players immediately turned their attention away from talking about Bai Yi. Golden magical smoke appeared on the street. From it emerged tables and chairs for those who were going to sell their items. The sellers immediately ran to take good places. They shouted to each other about available seats. The mustachioed player wanted to ask Ling Yui if he still had coins, but the guy didn't even listen. He replied that all his goods were sold out and he had other things to do next, so he would not take up any more of their time. He began to walk down the stairs, leaving the player in bewilderment. The sellers quickly occupied all the tables and began inviting customers to look at their goods. Someone shouted that all the people who approached him became his regular customers, and someone shouted that people are kind by nature, and they do not make deceptive deals. Ling Yui also walked between the tables, looking at the goods. He couldn't believe he got 7.5 million in one go. The guy began to look for items to purchase. He was full of enthusiasm and walked with a smile on his face. First, the guy approached the first seller's table. Several system windows appeared. Material detected. Bloody fruit, no rating. A weapon was discovered. A fragment of a black bronze glove was broken. Ling Yui sighed dissatisfiedly, turned around and left, causing the seller to cry. The guy then walked over to a table with various masks. He understood that most of those items that do not have a certificate of authenticity are garbage. He had to be patient to find the right one. System window appears. Weapon detected. Luohu's sinister cube of medium quality. Ling Yui didn't expect that he would find what he needed so soon. He turned sharply to the cube seller. It was of average quality, a weapon of the same class as the enmity skull necklace. The seller of this cube was sitting at the table reading a book. Ling Yui saw a purple aura around the cube, realizing that it was black and made of wood. The guy took the product in his hands and asked how much the player was selling it for. That player, full of enthusiasm, realized that this was the guy who was selling coins, and showed the number 2 with his fingers. He said that he found this specimen in the tomb quest. It has a weak yin aura and he never understood its purpose. He quoted the cost as 2,000 yuan. Ling Yui handed the banknotes to the happy seller and said that he was buying. A system window appears. A weapon has been detected. The ominous Luohu cube is automatically attached to the owner. He smiled with a satisfied face, looking at the aura. Now his defense and attack are not tied to one subject. While walking around the fair, Ling Yui bought a few more items: Ghost Vine material, Despair Chalice weapon, Heartbreaking Shock material. He was happy about his big catch. Soon he noticed a table in the corner at which a familiar player was sitting. The seller hummed something under his breath. Ling Yui approached him and recognized him as Quan Dao. The man greeted the guy, taking a break from his business. On his table were various Egyptian-themed objects with pyramids, cats, and crosses. Ling Yui said that he has a lot of good things on his table. Quan Dao scratched his head awkwardly and said that these were just a bunch of low-quality desert trinkets, and if Ling Yui needed them, he would sell them cheap. Ling Yui picked up the headband and said that this was the thing that could not be valued and asked its price. Quan Dao crossed his arms and said that he understands that Ling Yui is very rich, but he must warn him that he cannot vouch for the quality of the item. Ling Yui answered him in a friendly manner that money should be spent, not saved. They looked at each other for a while, after which Quan Dao extended his hand to the guy and said that in this case he would give the bandage just like that. Ling Yui was taken aback by this answer, making a strange expression on his face. Quan Dao thoughtfully covered his mouth with his hand and replied that it would be in vain to keep it, since even experts could not help with it anyway, and if Ling Yui could use it. He smiled friendly, lowering his eyelids, and said that he was also willing to make friends with Ling Yui, because he is a strong person. The guy closed his eyes and smiled, squeezing the bandage in his hand. He replied that he could not let Quan Dao suffer. 1 guan appeared on his desk. Quan Dao did not expect such a generous payment, so he even jumped up from his seat. He couldn't believe that Ling Yui gave him guan worth 7.5 million yuan. Ling Yui smiled enthusiastically, tying a bandage on his arm, and said that he would not waste an ordinary guan coin for such power. The bandage immediately burst into flames with a fiery aura. Several system windows appeared. High-quality weapons were detected. An ominous pharaoh headband, automatically linked to the owner. The fair was still going on at the abandoned factory. Someone verified the authenticity of their product. Elsewhere in the corridor stood the door to the control room. The sign of a red eye was visible on the sign. In the control room, the eye-shaped screen showed an image of Quan Dao and Ling Yui shaking hands. They were watched by the expert and Bai Yi. The expert, with a skeptical face, asked the girl why this guy was buying an unvalued item. She looked at the screen with a calm face and replied that she didn't know, but said that this guy was really interesting. She crossed her arms over her chest and fell silent. An image of Ling Yui and his ghost Xu Jiang appeared in her mind. She began to think that he was only a first-rank judging by her spiritual consciousness, but in response to her temptation, he released a ferocious ghost. An image of Ling Yui with a bandage on her arm appeared on the screen. Bai Yi was afraid that he knew how to disguise his aura so that even she could not see it, but he also knew how to evaluate objects. She smiled slyly, putting a finger to her chin, saying that he was a very intriguing guy. There were still a lot of people in the fairgrounds, some were even holding an auction. Ling Yui was exhausted, but he was able to buy a lot of things. Almost all the money he earned was spent, and he thought about selling some of his things. He noticed the crowd that had gathered at one of the tables. One of the players asked how a non-hunter dares to acquire such things. A man in a suit and a green mask sat at the table. He had a sign on his desk stating that he was willing to buy at a high price an item that could be used to awaken spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. He had one more requirement: the item should not have side effects. The player in the pink mask began to argue with the man, saying that things that can awaken a person's spiritual consciousness are already valuable, and those that do not have side effects are even rarer. His friend was asking how he could become a ghost hunter without paying a price. Behind them, Ling Yui made his way through the crowd towards the man. The man stood up from the table and, with his hand on his chest, shouted that they, the Jiangchengnan group, were willing to pay the appropriate price, and if there really were no side effects, he was willing to pay $10 million. The player with pink hair thought about it and replied that this was a fair price. His friend realized that this was a man from the Nan group, and they controlled half of Daja's ocean trade. Ling Yui read the name on the man's badge, Nan. He realized that it sounded like a girl's name. He immediately remembered Li, because she hadn't awakened her spiritual consciousness either. It didn't seem like a coincidence. Ling Yui lowered his gaze before taking out the soul-purifying hell wine. He has already drunk his quota. He decided to leave 2 bottles for Xu Jiang, and decided to help both himself and Lai with the last one. He walked over to the table and placed a bottle of wine on it. He told the man that by drinking it he could awaken his spiritual consciousness. The man looked closer at the bottle with a shocked face. He could not believe that everything turned out to be so simple. Ling Yui looked at him with a fierce look and replied that everything is really that simple, and if he doesn't believe in it, then he shouldn't have anything to do with him. The confused man backed away a little and replied that he believed him. He loosened his tie a little. Then, he took out some paper and handed it to Ling Yui. It turned out to be a check for $10 million, which he could write to Lee at any time. Ling Yui took the check and thanked the man. All the other players stood silently, not even knowing what to say. Night has come. The stars began to appear one after another in the dark sky. The Nan family mansion looked very rich and expensive. It had several floors. Lee stood on the balcony and was sad. She regretted that her father did not allow her to go to the fair, because once she became a participant in the game, she was not destined to escape the cruelty of the world. She put her hands under her head and looked down sadly. She was sad that Ling Yui never called her, and she doesn't even know if he was even at the fair. A man in a suit entered the balcony. He waved with a smile on his face and called her name, saying that he bought something that could awaken her spiritual consciousness. Lee turned to him in bewilderment. The man took out a bottle of the soul-cleansing wine of hell. There was a green aura around her. Lee immediately thought that it was similar to the wine that Ling Yui drank before. She took the bottle in her hands and looked at it with a happy look. She thought that Ling Yui was willing to sell the treasure that even the stern ghosts were so passionate about. The man asked in confusion who Ling Yui was. Lee opened the bottle, pulling out the cap. The aroma began to emanate in all directions, and Lee immediately realized that this was the same wine. She was very happy about this. The man asked to drink it quickly, because then she would have spiritual consciousness to survive the quest. She took a sip, realizing that she could no longer rely on others for protection. Green luminous drops entered the girl's body, saturating her with strength. Her eyes began to glow green, and an aura of the same color surrounded her from head to toe. She believed that she should become strong, and the next time she met Ling Yui, she should be useful to him. At this time, Ling Yui found information about Lai. He came across an article about her. She then won first prize in a student essay competition in Zhongcheng. Attached to the article was a photo of Ling Yui holding a certificate in her hands. The article said that in the finals of the student essay competition on the topic of a new beginning Jinchen, Lee took first place with her essay My Dad is the President of the Company. In an interview, she mentioned that as the only daughter of the Nan Group president, she appeared bright, but was actually a sentimental and gentle girl. The judges said that when they read her essay they thought it was off topic, but the content was excellent and they were pleasantly surprised. Now Ling Yui had no doubt that it was really her. He sat back with a smile on his face and said that in the midst of an exciting game, even the super rich are just as vulnerable as the average person. He put on a serious expression and said that even he, who relied on a system with almighty ritual money, could not take this lightly. He imagined how a huge ghost worm with sharp legs killed players in a thriller game. Ling Yui understood that although ghosts are limited by rules, over time the restrictions become more lenient as they delve deeper into the world of ghosts. For example, the hide-and-seek quests mentioned on the forum, where the only way for players to survive is to escape. He stood up from his chair and clenched his fists, saying that one day there would be no more room in the rules for good mediators, and then they would have to fight ghosts. He called the system. A system window appears. Current level, first rank Ghost Lord. Spiritual awareness 30. Spiritual strength 397. Requirements for rank 2 Ghost Lord. Spiritual awareness 50. Spiritual strength 500. Ling Yui stood in the middle of the room with his arm extended forward. He said that after 2 weeks of practicing the meditation method from the textbooks on the forum, he was not far from being promoted to 2nd rank. Moreover, it seems that due to the growth of spiritual consciousness, the system begins to more clearly recognize the class and function of weapons. The system displayed an image of his weapons, a skull necklace, a small cube with a skull on it, a headband. Several system windows have appeared. The first-grade medium-quality enmity skull necklace can withstand the onslaught of yin at the level of the Ghost General, can also retain the injected yin and carry out a counterattack when necessary. Luohu ominous cube of medium quality, 3rd grade. Injecting spiritual energy activates a hidden mechanism that emits ghostly spikes. The sinister pharaoh headband is of the highest quality, 2nd class, covering the wounds caused by ghosts. It can suck out the yin energy from them and quickly heal you. When spiritual power is infused into the headband, it can wrap around a ghost and absorb its yin energy to restrict movement. Ling Yui immediately put on all the weapons available to him. He had a bandage in his right hand and a cube in his left. He stood proudly and spoke of how he now had 2 medium-quality yin weapons, one for attack and one for defense, as well as one top-quality weapon for control and healing. He was glad that his own combat power was finally taking shape. A red blood clock appeared in the room and struck 12 midnight. Several system windows have appeared. Welcome to the thriller game. The name of this quest, Otherworldly Boarding House. Ling Yui read everything carefully. Under his feet, the floor had already begun to fall apart into red fragments, opening a passage to the other world. He was full of self-confidence and flew down with excitement. A system window appears. Welcome to the game. Quest name, Otherworldly Boarding House. Purpose of the task, survive in the boarding house for 3 days and pay the rent in full. Current survivors, 3. Ling Yui suddenly opened his eyes, not knowing where he ended up. He looked around and realized that he was in a boarding house room. There was a nightstand next to the bed and a lamp on it. The guy himself woke up on the bed, and only after that he realized that he had already moved. He turned his head to the right and saw a sheet on the wall with rules and conditions. Firstly, the card is the only one the resident has. If lost, it cannot be replaced. Ling Yui took a gray card from the nightstand. Secondly, the guest house does not allow noise throughout the day. The guy looked at the window. It was protected by bars, like in prison cells. The sky was foggy and dark. Third, the area around the Otherworld guest house is not safe or quiet, so residents should be careful when opening doors and try not to open windows. Fourth, do not invade other people's rooms without their permission. Fifthly, the boarding house will conduct regular inspections, so it is forbidden to litter and damage your room. Ling Yui walked towards a darkened mirror that had a digital clock on top. They showed 6 a.m. There was a dressing table under the mirror and a bucket of water next to it. Sixth, the curfew starts at 11 p.m., so you need to know the time. Ling Yui, after reading the rules, realized that these were the killing rules that were common to most of the ghosts in the quest. He turned back and looked around the bed and nightstand. He grinned contentedly and closed his eyes. In his opinion, the purpose of the task is not something to worry about, because if he just paid the ritual money for rent, he could stay here and calmly wait for the end. However, this is not the best option for him. He applied the card to the lock on the door, after which it opened. Ling Yui believed that if you simply survive in every quest, sooner or later you will slide down, as the enemy will become stronger and stronger. That's why he was going to take every opportunity to increase his strength. Ling Yui confidently walked out of his room. He found himself in a long, bright corridor. The guy noticed that there were a lot of rooms here, but there were no people visible. The corridor resembled a large terrace. On the floors above and below there was exactly the same structure. Nearby there were 2 transparent, semicircular elevator shafts. Ling Yui looked down and said that when entering the quest, it was indicated that there were only 3 survivors. He looked up and saw a huge number of identical floors. He realized that all these dense, beehive-like rooms could be haunted. The guy walked further along the same type of corridor with a bunch of doors and noticed the zoning scheme for the boarding house. There was a revolving restaurant on the 30th floor. From the 26th to 29th floors there was a private area closed to the public. From the 5th to 25th floors there were all living quarters. On the 4th floor there were warehouses and living quarters for staff. On the 3rd floor there was the real estate center of the Otherworld guest house, where you can pay rent and top up your room card. On the 2nd floor there was a paid entertainment center, a luxury clothing store for members only, and a security office. On the ground floor there was an outdoor activity area, a supermarket, an indoor food court, and a laundry room. Ling Yui read everything carefully and realized that this time the map was many times larger than that of the Underworld Inn. He turned around and headed towards the elevator. The guy decided to go to the real estate center on the 3rd floor and see what was happening there. He pressed the button and waited for the arrival. The elevator arrived a few seconds later and began to open its iron doors. The entire inside of the elevator was stained with blood. There were even bloody handprints. Ling Yui tensed and scratched his nose. He guessed that an ordinary person would not dare to ride this elevator. He entered it fearlessly and smiled faintly. The heavy elevator doors slammed shut. The guy was confident that with his strength he would definitely be able to protect himself. He pressed the button for the floor he needed. There was also blood all over the elevator control panel. Suddenly the lights in the elevator went out. An ominous voice asked to pay for using the elevator. Ling Yui tensed and turned sharply towards the source of the voice. He saw a terrifying purple creature with a huge mouth and strong teeth. His body resembled many appendages, on which there were growths that pulsated and made strange sounds. Suddenly, purple, glowing pupils appeared in his dark eye sockets. Ling Yui was not at a loss. He smiled and asked how much the elevator fee was. The ghost smiled, showing all his long teeth. He replied that the fee for one person at a time is 1 yuan. He threatened Ling Yui that if he couldn't pay, he could take his flesh and blood kai or his soul to clear the debt. Ling Yui smiled perplexedly, thinking that it was very cheap and too conscientious. The ghost didn't understand his reaction, so he stared back at him with a blank face. Ling Yui asked the system to exchange 100 single-note ritual money with a relaxed smile. A stack of bills immediately appeared in his hand. He cheekily threw one bill towards the ghost and ordered him to take him to the 3rd floor. The ghost caught the bill in his big mouth and then closed the bill with his teeth. He couldn't believe that this weak human being could find the money. The ghost tore the bill and looked at Ling Yui angrily. The guy realized that even though this was his rule for killing, judging by his face, he wanted to do something now. The ghost opened his mouth wide and angrily shouted that the guy just gave cash, and it doesn't count, because this elevator is part of the otherworldly guest house and only supports credit card purchases, and if he is not a member of the club, he can use his room card. The white of the ghost's eyes became covered with cracks from anger. He believed that the newcomers probably had not yet bothered to replenish their supplies, and he would never let him in without bloodshed. Ling Yui sighed tiredly, closing his eyes and lowering his head. He put his hand forward and said irritably that he had given the evil ghost a chance. The ghost did not understand what he was talking about, so at first he was confused. After that, he returned to being a rude and arrogant ghost, saying that directly using ritual money was a serious crime, and if the guy willingly gave his hand, he might consider not prosecuting him. Ling Yui looked back at him coldly and snapped his fingers. A menacing, huge Zhujiang immediately appeared behind him. The contracted ghost said it was very crowded here. With one blow, he was able to tear out one of the ghost's 3 eyeballs, causing him to groan pitifully in pain. Zhujiang was furious. He looked at the ghost menacingly and asked if he wanted his master's hand. The ghost from the boarding house could not even imagine that everything would end this way. Zhujiang took a step back. The ghost from the boarding house began to cry bitterly and plaintively asked if it was a fierce ghost. Suddenly he spat something out of his mouth. The ghost was very scared. Zhujiang deftly caught the object spat out by the ghost and clenched it into a fist. He extended his palm to Ling Yui and showed that there was a coin there. Ling Yui took the coin in his hands and looked at the ghost with irritation. Zhujiang behaved calmly. The ghost immediately began to make excuses in confusion, saying that he was joking and he didn't need the guy's hand and didn't need the money. He said that from now on they may not have to pay to ride the elevator. Ling Yui began tossing a coin in the air and looked at the ghost from under his brows. He replied that then the ghost really knows how to joke. Zhujiang, without a moment's hesitation, stabbed his sharp sword into the ghost's right eye. The same spirit screamed in pain, opening its mouth wide. Glowing blood immediately poured out of the ghost's eye in all directions. Zhujiang looked thoughtfully at the ghost and replied that the ghost is one with this elevator, and if they cut it, then the elevator will stop. Ling Yui looked to the side boredly and said that then they would let the ghost live. Zhujiang pulled out his blade from the ghost's eye, and he immediately began to thank Ling Yui and called him a VIP guest. There was a red, ominous aura floating around the elevator. Zhujiang was still able to gouge out the ghost's eye, leaving a large cross-shaped scar in its place. Ling Yui threw back into his mouth the coin he had previously spat out. He continued to hold his hand in front and with an arrogant face asked to tell him honestly what otherworldly membership is. The ghost began to tremble with fear and stutter. He made a pitiful face and replied that these are the most privileged residents of the apartments and a symbol of high status. They have access to high-class places and even the rules of the boarding house are unhindered for them. Ling Yui asked confusedly about the unhindered rules. The ghost, looking directly at the guy, replied that it seemed that members were subject to special membership rules, which were set individually by council members. Ling Yui was silent for a while, placing his hand on his chin. Then, he asked how he could become an otherworldly member. The ghost trembled in embarrassment and even sweated from exertion. He replied that he was just a small low-level ghost and could only maneuver in the elevator shaft and listen to the chatter of passengers, and did not know any details. Ling Yui stood in front of the bloody wall with a pensive look and reflected that in this otherworldly guesthouse quest, membership was definitely an important achievement. He needed to find a way to get into the otherworldly membership as soon as possible. The yellow number 3 lit up on the screen in the elevator. The ghost crawled onto the ceiling of the elevator, opening a passage for Zhujiang and Ling Yui, and announced that they had arrived on the 3rd floor. The guy walked out of the elevator with an arrogant face and ordered Zhu Jiang to go back. He obeyed him and disappeared, leaving behind golden ribbons in the air. Ling Yui began to walk down the third-floor hall. He met two ghost women who had no legs. Ghosts in formal suits walked towards him. In the hall there were sofas, tables, and cabinets. He stopped in the middle of the hall and looked around. Next to it was a water cooler and red chairs. Ling Yui realized that there were only 4 zones, which were empty and spacious. The first of the zones was the payment department. It looked like a typical office with computers and office workers distributed among the visiting windows. Then there was an information department. On the wall behind the counter were various advertisements and offers hung. Next there was the real estate center. It was an office with computers and workers. And at the very end was the complaints department. Their glass door was covered with various sheets of paper, but behind it one could see sofas and armchairs with cushions. In addition, there were strange chains and hooks. The complaints department surprised Ling Yui greatly. He raised one eyebrow and stood with his mouth slightly open, arms crossed over his chest. He couldn't believe there was even a complaints department here. He wondered if this was done to complain about ghosts. He was interested in looking at the information department, but first he decided to pay his bills and withdraw money at the same time. The guy quickly walked towards the orange door. He opened it and began to enter the unfamiliar room. There were several service windows, behind which sat ghosts at computers. There were leather chairs near the windows, and sofas along the walls for those whose turn had not yet come. There was no one in the room except the workers and Ling Yui, so all the windows were clear. All the ghosts looked like people in formal suits, but they had a bright blush with a clear outline, pale skin and red lips. Their eyes were also unnaturally large with small pupils. Ling Yui looked at them with a calm face and realized that these were first-level ghosts, and they were weaker than the accountant and Jiang Nan from the Underworld Hotel. The guy took out his room card with the number 1202. This was his room number. The system of the Otherworld boarding house is too colossal, and there must be higher ghosts on the upper floors. And all these office workers are nothing more than midges whose blood they suck. Ling Yui walked to the service window and handed the employee his card. He politely said that he would like to pay for his room. The employee didn't seem to care. After a while, he disgustedly took Ling Yui's card with a disdainful face. He gave Ling Yui's room number and said that he was a new resident. The ghost swiped the card's magnetic stripe across the cash register. The information immediately flashed on his monitor, and he read to Ling Yui that he would need to pay a total of 2,500 ritual money for the room, utilities, maintenance, and property management. Food, drinks, and accommodations also had to be charged to the card. Ling Yui thought as he put his hand to his chin. He noticed that the prices here were much higher than in the Inn of the Afterlife. The ghost with a disgusting expression showed the number 5 with his hands and said that at least 500 yuan must be paid as a deposit before today's curfew, and 25 yuan must be paid in full within 3 days. Otherwise, they will take money in other ways. Ling Yui, on the other side of the window, calmly asked if they would take the flesh, blood, and soul. The ghost made a blank face and was surprised that this did not scare the guy. He handed the card back, throwing it roughly. The worker with a bored face turned away from Ling Yui and said that the guy had recently moved in and couldn't pay for his services, so he suggested that he go to the information center and find some work. The guy took his card back. He looked at her, lowered his gaze, and realized that one of the functions of the information center was to post information about work. The ghost back at him to swear. He hit the counter and asked if he was deaf for not going out to look for work. Ling Yui leaned against the window with a smile on his face and tried to say something, but the worker immediately interrupted him by jumping up from his seat. He shouted that the otherworldly boarding house did not welcome the poor and lazy and ordered them to leave. Ling Yui sighed tiredly and closed his eyes. He understood that if he did not show his strength, then they would all be wasting his time. Ling Yui held out a sign through the window stating that VIP clients come first and are served first. He angrily asked why their service consisted of yelling at customers who were paying their bills. The worker smiled disgustingly, revealing his snow-white teeth, and tapped his finger on the table. He replied that this only works for VIP clients, and he is just a new resident in the general area, and he does not have a penny on the card. He began to verbally mock Ling Yui, saying that by the end of the evening he would probably become a meatball in the restaurant, and no VIP status would be given to him. Ling Yui irritably threw the sign aside and closed his eyes tiredly. He said displeasedly that it's not just that they say that the abominations are difficult to deal with, because their spiritual consciousness is too weak, and they have no vision at all. He dumped several stacks of green bills onto the service counter, asking who told them he couldn't pay his bills. The worker did not expect this from a newcomer and jumped back in shock. His jaw dropped and he couldn't believe it. His colleague, a bald ghost, blissfully opened his mouth and closed his eyes, enjoying such pure yin energy. He said that he could not remain resentful if he could have so much money. A ghost woman with long hair began to squirm flirtatiously and asked where this rich client came from. Ling Yui ordered to save 100,000 yuan for him with a smug face. He put his hand on all these bills and asked if he was now a VIP client. The worker turned even more pale with fear and began to take all the money that Ling Yui gave him. The ghost said in fear that he was now, of course, considered a VIP guest. The employee loaded all the money into the banknote counter and the machine began to quickly count all the money. The ghost said blissfully that his ritual money had very pure yin energy. He grabbed the card and quickly swiped the magnetic stripe across the reader. The employee began to hurriedly type something on the keyboard and said that he would now replenish the Ling Yui balance by 100,000 yuan. He held out the card politely and helpfully with both hands. Ling Yui took her back. He saw that the current balance was displayed under his room number. When he discovered this, it became clear to him why this ghost was such a snob. Ling Yui turned around and walked towards the exit. The ghost behind the counter crouched down and said in an uncertain, trembling voice that he hoped the guy wouldn't complain about him. Ling Yui didn't even turn to look at him and just waved his hand, saying that he didn't have time to waste on a ghost. The worker bowed deeply and thanked him for his great kindness and said that he would never forget him. Ling Yui didn't even see this gesture as he was already leaving the room. He walked along the long and uniform corridor of the boarding house. The replenishment was completed and the game quest was completed. Ling Yui didn't know what to do next. He approached the golden door leading to the staircase. He thought that two other players were also walking around the boarding house somewhere, and he wondered what kind of people they were. Someone's hurried and loud steps were heard outside the door. Ling Yui glanced back at the elevator. He grinned and thought that people certainly chose the stairs, because if it weren't for Zhu Jiang, he wouldn't have gone to the elevator himself. A large man came out from behind the door. He had blonde hair combed back. He was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans and a vest. He had a weapon in his right hand, and his left hand was purple in color and covered with many red eyes. Ling Yui looked closely at the man and realized that he was a rank 4 hunter. The man turned to him in surprise and asked if he was a first rank hunter and if this floor was safe. Ling Yui calmly told him that it was safe here for now. The man exhaled in a relaxed manner and put his sword into its blue sheath. He began to take out some kind of bag from his vest. From a beige bag he took out a piece of fresh raw meat. The man fed it to the ghost that replaced his hand. The ghost opened his mouth wide with snow-white teeth to swallow the meat. The ghost began to chew the meat with gusto. After the ghost ate everything, the man's hand began to take on a normal, human appearance. Ling Yui looked at all this and thought that fresh blood and flesh should be the price for making a contract with this crippled ghost. The man began to stretch his left arm and asked Ling Yui how he got down so quickly, and assumed that he had used the elevator, and then asked if it was dangerous there. Ling Yui told him that there is an evil ghost in the elevator who asks for 1 ritual coin. But even if he gives it, the ghost will find a reason to fight, even though he is not a strong fighter. He asked if the man had met anyone on his way down the stairs. The man immediately put on a serious face, sweat running down his forehead. He replied that the stairwell was unguarded, and according to the ghosts passing there, it was an illegal otherworld boarding house space occupied by 6 resentful ghosts and 1 evil ghost. He remembered how he encountered eerie spirits surrounding him on all sides. Most of them resembled disfigured, tall people, but one of them looked like a skeleton with a horn on its forehead. Then a memory of how he had to jump over huge spikes on the steps to escape a ghost snake with a huge mouth appeared in his head. He said that the ghost stopped and asked for money for cigarettes, and on some steps of the stairs there were traps and it was very difficult for him to deal with them. The man slowly walked out into the corridor. He looked up, looking around the multi-story boarding house with many identical corridors. The man said that in this otherworldly boarding house, ritual money is needed for trouble-free survival. Ling Yui agreed with him and replied that he was at the payment center. He showed with his hand where he was and said that to avoid a fine, you need to put at least 500 yuan on the card today and pay a total of 2,500 within 3 days, and the information center also offers work so that they don't die. The man listened to all this, after which he thoughtfully crossed his arms over his chest and sighed. He repeated the entire amount that needed to be paid and said that he could afford it. This surprised Ling Yui. He thought with his hand on his chin, if you look at the offline fairs, it is difficult for players to get ritual money, And this person is also a rank 4 hunter. Ling Yui smiled and spread his hands. He said that he had already completed the replenishment and offered to accompany him to the payment center and then explore the floor together. The man stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He agreed to Ling Yui's proposal. Ling Yui lowered his hands and realized that the man thought that he was a first-rank rookie, so he had some room to roam. The man himself had already turned his back to him and was walking forward. They reached the payment center. The man walked up to the service window and put his card on the counter, saying that he wanted to pay his fee. The worker at first looked at him with disgust and was about to say something rude. But as soon as he saw Ling Yui with a menacing face next to him, he immediately became confused and began to stammer. Ling Yui looked down at the worker coldly. The employee turned very pale with fear and helpfully asked how much the replenishment would be. The man took out his bag and with a thoughtful face said that although the cost of the room was 25,000, there were probably other living expenses. He took out a handful of coins from the bag and shouted that he would top up the card with 27,000. Ling Yui had a hard time trying to hold back his laughter because he himself was topping up the card with 100,000. The employee put the money into the bill counter and took one coin in his hands. He shouted with a dumbfounded face that these coins also had pure energy. His mouth was wide open and his eyebrows were raised high. He confirmed that it is 27,000 without errors. With both hands, he held out the card with the number 1111. The man took the card in his hand with a proud face and turned to Ling Yui. He told him that if he didn't have enough money to pay the rent yet, he could lend him the money in advance. Ling Yui certainly didn't need this. The man laughed joyfully and scratched the back of his head. He said that he met a high-ranking hunter and immediately hit it off with him. He insisted on giving the man 1 guan, and his coins are so valuable that one is worth as much as 10 yuan. Ling Yui smiled awkwardly at him, giving him a thumbs up, realizing that the man had been talking about him all this time. The man put his hand on his shoulder and together they headed towards the exit. He asked his name and said that since he was only a rank 1 hunter but was able to take the elevator down, he was sure that he also had limitless potential. His name was Quan Dao. His nickname on the forum and in the game was the same. He suggested that we add him as a friend when we left. It was at this moment that Ling Yui became convinced that this was the same Quan Dao from the offline fair. Ling Yui understood that he could not introduce himself under the nickname Emperor Fengdu as on the forum, so he used a different name. With a calm face, he introduced himself, after which Quan Dao said that he had a cool name and offered to go. He patted Ling Yui on the shoulder several times, pointing his other hand forward. They went to the information center. It had mahogany double doors. Inside there were many screens with different advertisements. Most of them were written on blackboards, like in school, but there were also those that were displayed on the big screen. There was a counter in front of the large screen. Ling Yui decided to read some notices on the board. Someone from room 907 was selling secret medicines. Someone was offering a collection of all kinds of materials and asking those interested to contact room 1151. There was even an announcement about the missing yin rodent. The finder was asked to contact room 2203, after which he would be given a reward. A skinny old ghost was snoring behind the front desk. His appearance was reminiscent of workers from the payment department. There was information on the counter. A general advertisement cost 10 yuan at a time, with an additional price in a prominent place. They did not accept card purchases. Ling Yui looked around the entire room, standing near the counter, and said that this is quite logical. Because if someone does not have enough ritual money, he will have to sell things or work. Quan Dao looked at the information counter with a serious face and said that working in these shops part-time would definitely require more rules outside of the Otherworld guest house, and it would be more dangerous for the players. Ling Yui smiled and pointed to the counter with his hand. He said that luckily none of them would have to work part-time anymore. Hearing this, Quan Dao looked at him in surprise, because he didn't think that the guy, a first-rank hunter, had actually invested enough money. They left the information center and walked towards the elevators in the hallway. Quan Dao suggested going down to the first floor, because in the game they don't have regular food, so you'll still have to spend money on food and drink here for these 3 days. Ling Yui pressed the elevator call button and offered to take it down for convenience. It was noticeable that Quan Dao was a little scared and embarrassed. He scratched his head and said that although this was a good option, he was not sure if the ghost would give him change, since he had large denomination coins. Ling Yui did not respond to this. The elevator arrived at their 3rd floor and slowly began to open its doors. Ling Yui came in first. The ghost that Xu Jiang had managed to cripple was already waiting for them in the elevator. The guy greeted the ghost familiarly and reminded him that he had promised not to charge him for using the elevator, and asked if he could come in with a friend. The ghost immediately tensed up, because he didn't want a repeat of the previous situation. Ling Yui's self-confidence stunned Quan Dao, who simply stood in the aisle for a while. They both ended up in the elevator. Quan Dao turned to the frightened ghost, who was trying to press himself as close as possible to the wall. He looked at the spirit and thought that Ling Yui was really not that simple. The offended ghost in the elevator is not considered weak, but so submissive in front of him. The ghost even began to sweat from tension and fear, trying not to look at people. Quan Dao looked at Ling Yui and began to think. He thought that Ling Yui either had a very strong resentful ghost, was armed with a yin weapon, or had hidden his strength. He opened his mouth slightly, not even knowing what to think. Ling Yui remained calm all this time and kept a barely noticeable smile on his face. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. The two of them walked out of it into a common corridor. There was even a children's playground in the hallway with slides and swings, where little ghosts had fun and constantly made silly laughs. Next to them stood adult ghosts who watched the children with a smile. Several ghosts turned towards the guys. The first had sharp cheekbones and a long jaw with crooked teeth. The second had long hair and large, round eyes. And the third was a child with a wide face and green skin. They circled around the guys walking along the corridor, but did not attack them. They were all angry and resentful ghosts. They should not break the rules unless provoked. First, Ling Yui and Quan Dao walked past the laundry. It resembled the laundry they were used to in the real world. Nearby there was a supermarket with a corresponding sign and a food court with tables where ghosts walked. All these places occupied a third of the first floor. Ling Yui looked around the entire floor and realized that there was no door to the outside world. Quan Dao didn't even think about it at first. He scratched the back of his head and looked down. The man said that they could not leave here and suggested that they go to the supermarket first. Ling Yui calmly agreed with him, looking towards the store. He wasn't in a state to think about it that much right now. Quan Dao entered the supermarket first, followed by Ling Yui. There was a ghostly girl with pink hair standing at the checkout counter. She greeted the visitors. Ling Yui smelled the unpleasant smell that filled the store and then covered his nose with his hand. It was a putrid yin stench. Quan Dao first took some buns from the shelf. He closed his eyes and said that this product costs 15 yuan. But nothing can be done, because you can't go without food if you want to continue to fight, so he will try it. They walked over to the drinks shelf. Quan Dao took a bottle of water and raised his eyebrows and lowered the corners of his mouth in horror. The water in the bottle was very cloudy and dirty. Ling Yui made a disgusted expression and expressed his disgust. Quan Dao took a huge package of toilet paper with 5 large rolls, saying that he would definitely need that too. Ling Yui tried hard not to laugh. Quan Dao, with all the goods in his hands, went to the checkout and asked Ling Yui why he wasn't taking anything for himself. The guy smiled at him and waved, saying that he was in no hurry yet. The ghostly saleswoman went through all the goods and announced the amount of 103 yuan. While Quan Dao took out the card to pay, he thought that a rank 1 hunter could hardly collect 25 ritual money, and he probably simply didn't have any money left for food and drink. The saleswoman held out all the goods in the bag and gave them to Quan Dao. He took the bag in his hands and turned to Ling Yui, saying that in that case he would return to the room and put away his things, and asked what Ling Yui would do. The guy answered him that he would study the area here for now. Quan Dao sighed sadly and closed his eyes. He decided that Ling Yui was going to work in order to earn money for food, and simply did not want to tell Quan Dao about this, so as not to ruin his self-esteem. They walked out of the supermarket and Quan Dao put his arm around Ling Yui's shoulder. He told him that he was staying in room 1111 and that the guy could come see him if he needed anything. Quan Dao entered the elevator and finally leaned out of it to invite Ling Yui to join him again. The guy didn't answer him, feeling awkward. He realized that Quan had made something up in his head about him. As soon as the man was out of sight, Ling Yui himself walked to the elevator and pressed the call button. He decided to go to the luxury store on the 2nd floor. Ling Yui quickly entered the elevator as it arrived. There he was met by a ghost who was very similar to the one who lived in the next elevator. He, too, was shaking with fear, asking which floor the VIP guest needed to go to. Ling Yui turned to look at him and asked himself if he had learned about him from his ghost colleague. Ling Yui stood firmly and clenched his fists, answering that he needed to go to the 2nd floor. The ghost asked him to hold on. The elevator arrived on the 2nd floor. Ling Yui calmly walked out of it. He ended up in the floor hall. There were red carpets on the floors, glass frames and columns were gold in color, and ghosts walked around in fashionable, sophisticated and expensive clothes. This could not but cause a pleasant surprise in the guy. He approached the doors of an elite store, whose huge sign was also made of gold. There were 2 ghost consultants standing at the entrance. One of them had blue hair, and the second had pink hair. They were wearing a red blouse and a black knee-length skirt. Ling Yui said happily that it all looked good. The store doors were open and Ling Yui walked towards the entrance. Suddenly the consultant stopped him, made a contemptuous expression on her face, and greeted the guy. She said the store operates on a membership basis and does not serve the general public. Ling Yui was not satisfied with this answer. He calmly asked how much the membership cost. The consultant, turning her head to the side, replied that there was no membership fee, and he automatically became a member of the store when his card balance reached a certain amount. The guy took the card out of his pocket and handed it to the girl, asking if this would be enough. The ghost didn't even have time to look at the balance. She immediately wanted to drive him away. She had a disgusting and arrogant expression on her face. She took a closer look at Ling Yui's card. Her pupils constricted, her eyes opened wide, and her mouth twisted in shock. At first she saw 10,000, but then she saw the real amount of 100,000. Her colleague immediately shouted that he was already a member of the store and he could go inside. Both girls bowed deeply, and the ghost, who did not want to let him in, remained silent out of shame. Ling Yui walked proudly into the store. He grabbed a brown grocery cart and went first to the fruit section. Inspecting the expensive and high-quality goods, Ling Yui said sympathetically that compared to this, Quan Dao bought goods that could only be thrown away. He picked up a steak that said it was the best leg meat from an evil ghost beast. Price, 600. Ling Yui said that if you give this to Zhu Jiang, you can make a ghost meal that is as good as Jiang Nan's. He threw the goods into his cart. A system window appeared. Task 3, keep spending and be sincere. Not done yet. Task, make 3 purchases in which the cost of the object exceeds 100,000 yuan, and the benefit is 5 times greater than the cost. And there must also be no active price increase. 0 out of 3. Task reward, cashback card, 5 yen Ling Yuan juices, 10 soul retention talismans, 10 soul destruction talismans. Ling Yui smiled as he read this task. He rolled his cart through the shopping arcades and thought that rarely anyone could spend a lot of money here, and he couldn't afford to be petty. The guy grabbed the handle of the cart tightly. He quickly began throwing a huge amount of goods into his cart, sweeping everything off the shelves. A consultant with big cheeks peeked out from behind the shelf. She was impressed and said that he chooses the most expensive products in the category. Her colleague, a girl with a bun on her head, answered her that he was so young, and he probably came from a very rich family. He threw a drink in an expensive decanter called Wildlife for 15,000 yuan and a wine called Kingian Soul Drink for 8,000 yuan into his cart, saying that Zhu Jiang would like it. After he checked out the items at the checkout, he sighed sadly. Taking the card out of his pocket, he thought that after buying so many things, it only came out to 56,000 yuan. And after all, the supermarket has its limits. The cashier was left in complete shock by Ling Yui. A very short and round ghost in a business suit came out to the guy. He greeted the elite guest from room 1202 and introduced himself as the manager of this store. Ling Yui turned to him and asked what was the matter. The manager approached his cart and said that they were honored by his patronage and would like to give him a small gift in return. 2 ghosts in uniform carried a large gift box into the sales area. The manager opened the box, revealing a large green knife with gold trim. He said it was a gift box of utensils from the revolving restaurant on the 30th floor, and he figured he would need it with all the ingredients he bought. The ghost added that even boarding house members find it difficult to purchase this because it is a product exclusively for club members. A system window appeared. A middle-class second category yin weapon had been detected, automatically linked to the owner. Do you want to equip a ghostly creature with your kitchen knife? Ling Yui was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't believe that this was the middle class of the second category. He decided to immediately give the weapon to Zhu Jiang. His ghost immediately appeared behind him, shocking the manager. Zhu Jiang took the knife in his hands and looked at it. He said it was a good thing. After he was equipped with the weapon, he immediately disappeared, leaving behind red aura ribbons in the air. The manager was scared and sweated with excitement, feeling a strong aura. He walked to the cart and asked in a trembling voice whether to send these things to Ling Yui's room. The guy agreed, and the ghost in uniform rolled the cart towards the exit. The manager ordered him to roll it more slowly so as not to damage the VIP guest's belongings. Ling Yui made a thoughtful face and put his hand on his chin. He asked what he needed to do if he wanted to become a member of the Other World and join the Other World Council. The manager's jaw dropped to the floor in shock. He asked if he really wanted the membership of the Other World and the Council. Ling Yui looked down at him arrogantly and responded positively, asking him a rhetorical question, saying, who wouldn't want to enjoy the privileges that are available to them? He understood that in order to complete the system quest, He must move to a higher league at greater expense. Only they have access to the closed floors from 26 to 29 in the revolving restaurant, so he had to act. The manager turned pale with fear and answered in a trembling voice that he did not know exactly how to become a member of the council, but he had heard a little about how to become a member of the other world. He sighed sadly and looked away, saying that this condition was much more difficult than being a member of their high-end store. Ling Yui calmly asked him to talk about it. The ghost raised one eyebrow and showed the number 3 with his fingers. According to him, there are 3 ways to become a member of the other world, and it doesn't matter which method he uses. But in any case, the guy needs to pay a membership fee of 150,000 yuan. Ling Yui exhaled in a relaxed manner and smiled. He replied that the contribution would not be a problem for him. The ghost raised his head and said that the first option that most of their members choose is to contribute to the public affairs of the other world. This must be someone who has worked diligently for many years at the Otherworld boarding house with consistently outstanding results. Such employees are given a certificate of honor. Or it must be the one who stopped a number of heinous incidents that would have been detrimental to the interests of the boarding house. For example, in this case, a certificate may be issued as the best security guard. Also, if he wants to say something very useful and constructive, he can be accepted as a member of the club. Ling Yui imagined in his head how a ghost in an expensive suit performed on stage and everyone clapped for him. Ling Yui thought as he looked away. He had to leave the quest in 3 days. He had too little time for all this. The manager interrupted his thoughts and began to talk about the second method, a tenant referendum. After submitting an application for membership, the real estate center will hold a referendum of all residents and business owners on whether the applicant can become a member of the other world. If more than half of them agree, the applicant will become a member. Ling Yui lowered his head and crossed his arms over his chest. He asked about the third way. The manager's eyes sparkled just thinking about it and he broke into a smile. He said that he had only heard about the third method. It is said that if more than 10 members of the other world or 3 members of the council jointly invite him, then he can become a full member of the other world. Ling Yui smiled as if something had dawned on him. This method suited him, because it is much easier to bribe people from the third method than to wait for the referendum and its results. The task is only to reach out to other members. Ling Yui thanked the manager and handed him a 50 ritual money note for his hard work. The manager happily accepted the money, answering that it was his responsibility. He bowed low with a wide smile and wished him a pleasant stay, saying that he would immediately send someone to his room. Ling Yui walked out of the store with his hands in his pockets. He entered the elevator, where the elevator ghost was already waiting for him. He made a chair for him, which Ling Yui sat on and began to think about whether this time he would be able to solve everything with money, but decided to try anyway. The guy arrived on the 3rd floor. As soon as the doors opened, he saw Quan Dao with some guy he didn't know. He was shorter than Quan Dao by a head, was a little plump and wore glasses. He was wearing breeches, a beige t-shirt and was carrying a bag. Ling Yui came out of the elevator to meet them. He looked at the guy, realizing that this was another player, and judging by Ling Yui's spiritual consciousness, he had not even reached 1/5 of the strength of a rank 1 hunter. The unfamiliar guy immediately stepped aside to let Ling Yui pass. Ling Yui was afraid that this quest would be very difficult for the guy to survive alone. Quan Dao smiled widely and greeted Ling Yui, asking how he ended up here too. He patted the new player on the shoulder and then put his arm around his shoulder. Ling Yui told him that he went to the store for information and was now heading to the real estate center to check everything. Quan Dao immediately became embarrassed as he imagined Ling Yui pitifully submitting his resume for a job at a real estate center. He thought that Ling Yui didn't want to hurt his self-esteem again by saying that he didn't have enough money, so Quan Dao decided not to ask too many questions. He smiled and said that he met this little guy on the 11th floor. He only completed the game twice, so he didn't even become a hunter. The guy smiled awkwardly and lowered his head slightly. Ling Yui smiled slightly and looked away. He didn't think that Quan Dao would believe that he was also a newcomer. Ling Yui said that it was really bad luck and asked if Quan Dao took him with him to pay the bills. Quan Dao replied that now the guy has no money, and he is going to take him to the information center so that he can find a job. The guy bowed uncertainly and said that he was counting on Quan Dao. Ling Yui looked at them again one last time. Quan Dao looked very noble. He was really going to help the guy. The guy awkwardly pressed his hand to his chest. Ling Yui thought that if this player only hides behind others instead of increasing his strength, he will die even more miserably next time. Ling Yui raised his fist in the air and wished good luck to the players. The newcomer and Quan Dao headed towards the elevator. Ling Yui quickly ran down the corridor, thinking that he should also take the opportunity to make the most of his powers through this quest. He opened the door to the real estate center. It was an ordinary office. Ghost workers were sitting at the computers, and an old ghost woman was sitting at the information desk. Next to the counter were expensive leather sofas. He looked at the old woman and realized that she was actually a stern ghost. She had gray hair neatly tied into a bun. She wore gold earrings and a blue blouse and had very long nails. An old lady came out from the information desk to greet and meet the guests. She smiled friendly, showing her crooked teeth, and introduced herself. She was an employee on duty at the Otherworld Guesthouse's real estate center. The old lady asked how she could help the guy. He silently walked past her and headed towards the sofas, leaving her bewildered. Ling Yui sat down imposingly on the sofa and crossed one leg over the other. He said that he would like to apply for membership in the Otherworld boarding house. The old woman turned around in fear and looked at him. She quickly sat down on the opposite sofa and politely asked him to wait while she checked his contribution, or offered to immediately show her the letter of recommendation. Ling Yui shook his head and replied that he did not need such methods. He reached out to his pocket and first asked the system to give him 15,000. But then quickly changed his mind and asked to give him 15 bills with a face value of 100,000 ritual money. The guy handed the old lady a stack of banknotes. She sighed wearily and looked away, saying that unfortunately he had to fulfill other conditions before paying the entry fee, after which she quietly whispered that he only handed over a thin stack of money. Hearing this, Ling Yui threw all the bills into the air, and they began to fly around the office. The employees looked up from their work and looked up with their mouths open. The old lady was also confused, because she did not understand how the banknotes could burst with such strong yin energy. One bill flew right in front of her face, and as soon as she saw that it was a denomination of 100,000 ritual money, she opened her mouth wide and tensed. Ling Yui smiled, frowning slightly, and said that there is a total of 1.5 million yuan, which is 10 times the membership fee. He directed all the bills with his hand towards the confused old woman. She immediately jumped up from her seat and began hastily catching all the bills in the air, apologizing for this. She said it was her fault that she was too old to see. Ling Yui relaxed back on the sofa and said that he intended to make a donation to the otherworldly guest house as a contribution. The old lady, who had already collected all the money, asked in shock about the donation and contribution. Her mouth was wide open and her eyebrows were raised high. Ling Yui smiled and extended his hand to her, asking if he could become a member of the club with that fee. The old woman stood on the sofa, holding the bills in her hand, and said in a trembling voice that she would now ask the head of the council. She went behind the front desk and called him. She said that they have a new resident who would like to become a member, but he is not a regular user. He is a newbie who offered them 1.5 million as a contribution. Ling Yui periodically glanced in her direction. The old woman opened her mouth wide and turned pale, adding that each of the bills had a denomination of 100,000. As soon as she finished the conversation, the old lady walked up to Ling Yui and said that a council member would personally meet with him later to help him transition to the Otherworld Council membership. Ling Yui previously read on the forum that the denomination of ritual money is determined by the yin content, and that a 100,000 yuan note means that they are more difficult to produce and are issued less. The old lady smiled helpfully at Ling Yui and bowed slightly to him. He was sure that the fact that the ghosts in the boarding house agreed so easily, and even the leader would come in person, had something to do with it. He exhaled in a relaxed manner and lay down on the back of the sofa, because the process turned out to be even easier than expected. The door to the office slowly began to open. A white-faced ghost wearing a floor-length black robe entered the room. As soon as he approached them, the old woman called him master and bowed deeply. A council member asked if the guy wanted to become a member of the Otherworld Club. He confidently told him that he really wanted it and smiled. The old woman handed the bills into the hands of a council member. He took a closer look at them. His pupils immediately shrank and his mouth opened wide when he realized that these were indeed 100,000 bills. He sat down on the sofa opposite Ling Yui and asked with a serious face what he wanted to do after coming to the guest house and spending a lot of money. The old woman stood next to him. Ling Yui spread his arms and replied that since this is a boarding house, he will naturally stay here, and since he has money, of course he wants the best. He added that some of their services here are only available to club members, which is why he wants to become one. He pointed to the bills in the council member's hand and asked if his donation was enough. The councilman tucked the bills under his robe and replied that he was the first to make a donation. A system window appeared, saying that part of the task had been completed, 1 out of 3, and the rewards for complete completion appeared again. Ling Yui smiled, thinking that this actually counted towards the task. At the council member's phrase, he smiled and leaned his elbows on the armrest of the sofa, saying that the others really couldn't enjoy it. His answer made both the old woman and the council member turn pale. They were very embarrassed, and the leader thought that according to the guy, the power of 1.5 million is available to everyone, and in all the years of work in the council, he had never seen such an uncouth guy. He pulled out a card with gold details and the number 2643 from his robe, beginning to talk about the privileges of upgrading his membership status. The club member card is his exclusive card and identification card. At the same time, he will get a new room on the 26th floor and no longer have a curfew with hygiene restrictions. However, Ling Yui should be careful not to make noise or open doors without permission, and not to invade other people's rooms. He handed the golden card to Ling Yui. The guy, taking the card, asked if floors 26 to 29 were open to him. The council member answered him positively. He put his fist to his chin and said that he lived on the 27th floor, where the boarding house's board of directors was located. On the 28th floor there is a place for selling products, which is open only to club members. On the 29th floor there is a member activity center where members can enjoy gambling, dueling and other entertainment, and even some special services. When the councilman talked about special services, he smiled playfully. This made Ling Yui a little embarrassed, but he didn't want to seem rude. The revolving restaurant will also give him priority reserved seating and open up a top floor of private rooms and special offers. Ling Yui, looking at the map, said that this was all very cool. The board member asked if he had any more questions. He narrowed his eyes, looking sternly at Ling Yui. Ling Yui looked up carefree, placing his hand on his chin. He replied that he had one question. The guy crossed his left leg over his right, crossed his arms, and asked if the ghost was selling his place as a representative of the Council of Another World, since Ling Yui bought the membership for 1.5 million. This question stunned the old woman and the council member. The man stood up abruptly and loudly replied that the position of the council representative was under no circumstances for sale, no matter how much money he was offered. He began to walk in circles around the room, reasoning out loud about the fact that now in the otherworldly boarding house there are hundreds of members, but only 13 representatives, and in order to become a member of the Council of Representatives, one must pass a series of tests. This made Ling Yui puzzled, but he was not taken aback and smiled with excitement, taking out another stack of bills. He asked about the test and then said that he would be able to contribute during the test. He made a money sign with his fingers, which caught the council member's attention. The man, embarrassed, frowned and replied that if Ling Yu really needed it, he would contact him tomorrow after negotiations with the other council members. Ling Yui stood up from the sofa and hid one hand in his pocket, thinking about how good it would be to achieve such heights with just money. He approached the council member and extended his hand, saying that he would wait to hear from him. The councilman said nothing and extended his hand. They shook hands firmly. Ling Yui then left, slamming the door. The old woman nervously held her chest, and the council member sat down tiredly on the sofa, exhaling. He was glad that Ling Yui had finally left. The old woman asked in a frightened whisper who this guy was. He shook his head and replied that he was not sure. His scent seemed to be that of a ghost man, the so-called player. The old lady was taken aback and asked if he was a human player. The council member lowered his head and clasped his hands together, saying that no person could have 1.5 million in afterlife money, especially in 100,000 denomination notes. The ability to produce coins of this denomination implies strong control over yin energy. According to the council member, Ling Yui is definitely not an ordinary person. He imagined the huge Ling Yui picking up the otherworldly guest house building and moving it around like a board game. He thought that the human side would never come here by chance, and the world of ghosts should not have been of any value to him at all, unless he came to them for a meeting in another world. But they did not know whether this was appeasement or scouting. This was something he really needed to discuss with the other council members, so he headed into the elevator. Ling Yui himself arrived on the 12th floor. He walked down the corridor to his room, next to which there was a gift box. He sighed wearily, saying that if he had known that he would need to change rooms, he would not have allowed them to deliver the purchases to the 12th floor. Ling Yui wanted to move closer to his room, but suddenly someone quickly started running around him. 3 ghosts resembling teenagers ran up to the gift box and surrounded it. Ling Yui looked at them in surprise and wondered if they could be the stairwell ghosts that Quen Dao was talking about, and then wondered what brought them here. A ghost girl with pink hair and a long tongue tapped the box with a satisfied face and shouted that, as she said, the seller delivered everything to the 12th floor. A ghost boy with brown hair and a long jaw looked at the box and asked how the poor guy living on this floor could afford all these things. Another ghost boy with one eye asked who managed to accumulate a fortune and assumed that he wanted to get a promotion. The ghost girl closed her eyes and ran her hand through her hair, saying that since the owner had not returned yet, they would simply steal things because there was nothing in the rules against theft. She put her hands on her hips and added that if they took them, they would go through the boss on the stairwell, and asked if the guy dared to follow them. The short ghost with one eye told her that even if he dared, he would regret it even more. Lang Yui stood and looked at them. He shook his head from side to side and sighed tiredly when he realized that it was just a few greedy children. He took a step forward and called out to them. The ghosts turned sharply to him. Lang Yui approached them and asked what they were doing. The girl began to tease and replied that they were doing something that did not concern him, and began to drive him away. Lang Yui looked at them displeasedly and said that they were targeting his things. The ghosts were taken aback and even backed away a little, asking if he, a hunter of the first rank, was a resident of room 1206. The girl tensed and turned pale, beginning to swallow nervously. After that, she smiled evilly and replied that he could have simply lied and they, too, could say that these were their things. The ghost with a long jaw turned and angrily said that these were their things. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and coughed. The ghosts began to tease Lang Yui, shouting that this was their box. Lang Yui thought that if there were security here, they would never dare to do this. The ghosts winked at each other and picked up the box, giggling. The girl grabbed the box by the side, and they all ran to the door to the stairwell. Lang Yui put his hands in his pockets and followed them. He calmly walked into the stairwell. The children were already ready to open the box. The girl took out a stationary knife and was about to open the things, but Lang Yui interrupted them with his presence. The elongated-jawed ghost opened its mouth wide and was surprised that it had come for them. Behind him stood a short ghost who was very confused. The girl frowned and pointed the knife towards Lang Yui. She said that the guy was a little arrogant, since he voluntarily climbed the stairwell, which is their territory. Lang Yui began to approach the children and said that it was unclear whether this was their territory. However, he also needed a place without surveillance, because then he would have to deal with problems. He looked at them and smiled slightly. He pointed his finger at the knife in the hands of the frightened girl and asked what she was going to do with him. Would she really cut his fruit? She got angry and ordered the guy to shut up, because when she cuts his soul into pieces, he won't think like that. Lang Yui snapped his fingers and summoned Zhu Jiang. A huge ghost appeared behind him, surrounded by smoke. The children were taken aback. Looking at the menacing man, they began to back away from fear. Zhu Jiang began to take out his red knife. He raised the weapon burning with red fire above his head and shouted that the knife that could cut souls looked like this. The girl dropped the utility knife, trembling with fear. She ran down the stairs with tears in her eyes and asked her boss for help. Zhu Jiang was not taken aback and threw the knife. He hit the girl right in the back, causing her to fall and scream. The boy with an elongated jaw also ran downstairs, shouting that they needed to leave quickly. The short ghost also began to hastily descend the steps. Lang Yui was covered in a purple aura and raised his right hand with the pharaoh armband. He said that since they wanted to escape, he would try to do something. He extended his hand forward. The bandage began to unwind and went after the ghosts. She surrounded two boys who were running up the stairs. The bandage grabbed them tightly and knocked them to the floor. The one-eyed boy began to cry and beg for mercy, and his friend ordered to let him go immediately. Otherwise his boss would not leave the guy unpunished. Lang Yui and Zhu Jiang began to descend towards them. Lang Yui looked at them displeasedly and sighed. They went downstairs to the children. The guy asked Zhu Jiang how he liked his new knife. Zhu Jiang himself approached the girl who had this knife sticking out of her back. He took it out and happily told Lang Yui that he loved this knife, and now it could not only help him in battle, but also take care of food in the future. The girl screamed in pain and cried. Zhu Jiang bent down and took out the rope. He was glad that the 3 ingredients fell into his hands, because he could once again cook a dish with ghosts. Lang Yui removed his bandage and it began to tighten around his wrists. He looked at the ghosts a little confused and thought that last time he ate out of necessity, but now the situation is different. Zhu Jiang smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying that based on the experience from last time, this time he could guarantee that the taste and smell would be perfect, and that it would nourish spiritual consciousness and strength to help strengthen his power. Lang Yui looked at him enthusiastically. Lang Yui closed his eyes and thanked Zhu Jiang a little embarrassedly. The ghosts, meanwhile, tied up their prey. He He picked up the bound ghosts and said that 3 offended ghosts were still not enough to cook several dishes. Ling Yui turned his head and smiled, saying that this is not certain yet. Someone from above kicked a box of things and loudly asked who dared to touch his younger brothers and sisters. Ling Yui and Zhu Jiang turned around to see who was coming towards them. A wide ghost with a bat descended towards them, followed by his retinue. The girl began to laugh maliciously and said that their boss had come and Zhu Jiang and Ling Yui would die. Zhu Jiang began to shake with anger. Ling Yui looked at him with a smirk. The contracted ghost immediately ran forward with his knife and shouted that he would come soon. A few minutes later, the boss's bat broke in half in the air. Zhu Jiang asked mockingly, saying that this was their boss. He dragged the ghost by the hair down the stairs towards Ling Yui, who was standing next to his box. He said that today they would have a feast. Ling Yui handed the box of things to him and said that he had bought 2 bottles of good wine and other ingredients, so he was counting on the ghost. Zhu Jiang was very happy about the wine. He took the box and tears of happiness flowed from his eyes. Zhu Jiang began to thank his master. They began to climb up the stairs, leading the bound, offended ghosts behind them. Ling Yui understood that there were a lot of people in the elevator lobby, so it was better for them not to show up again. Zhu Jiang stepped on the trap, but it immediately broke under the weight of his body. The ghosts who saw them on the staircase were terribly frightened. They turned pale and trembled with fear, not risking attacking them. Zhu Jiang and Ling Yui calmly walked up to the 26th floor. Ling Yui put his hands behind his head and said that it was quite a peaceful journey. As soon as they left the stairwell, they found themselves at a turnstile with a sign stating that only members of the club were allowed to enter. Ling Yui swiped his gold card with the number 2643, and the turnstile opened. They found themselves in a luxurious hall with a glass ceiling. There were trees and decorative stones around them. Everything sparkled with cleanliness. Zhu Jiang looked around and said that there is a powerful artifact here that expands space contrary to the laws of physics. Ling Yui opened his mouth in surprise and said that it was truly luxurious here. He opened the door to his room. Together with Zhu Jiang, they went inside and found a luxurious room with its own kitchen, dining room and sitting area with sofas and coffee tables. Something caught the guy's attention and he looked there in amazement. He walked up to the huge picture window and saw a view of the ghost world. The sky was red and the clouds were twisting in spirals. The souls of hungry ghosts flew along the earth. The smallest ghosts crawled nearby. Ling Yui was a little tense and thought that the ghost world was cruel and crazy. Here, even ghostly creatures become food for the stronger ones. Ling Yui continues to stand at the window and look at the views of this world. He thought that ghosts, limited by the rules of a thriller, were more friendly to human players. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Zhu Jiang, who was holding a plate with a dish in his hands and inviting him to a meal. He approached the table and saw a huge array of delicious dishes and a bottle of wine. The guy expressed his delight. He gave his ghost a thumbs up and praised him, saying that his talent was hidden in the afterlife inn. Zhu Jiang laughed embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head. He smiled timidly and replied that the innkeeper was not like Ling Yui and was wary of him because she was afraid that he might do something to her. He opened a bottle of wine and poured it into a glass. The ghost politely handed the glass to Ling Yui, who was already sitting at the table, and told him that he owed his progress and skill to inspiration from the owner, who gave him new kitchen utensils. Ling Yui happily spread his arms and said that there was no need for politeness, and invited Zhu Jiang to eat and drink with him. The ghost smiled, holding a bottle of wine. A red moon with an ominous face appeared outside. Ling Yui was in his bedroom, sitting on his bed. It was announced that there were still 3 survivors. The guy said the first day was over and it looked like Quan Dao and that new guy were okay. Ling Yui looked forward seriously and ordered the system to open the panel. A system window appears. Current level, 1st rank Ghost Lord. Spiritual awareness, 47. Spiritual power, 486. Once you reach 50 spiritual awareness and 500 spiritual power, you can become a rank 2 Ghost Lord. He extended his hand forward as if touching something. They say on the forum that subjugating a ghost is a difficult task, and the closer you get to the end, the more difficulties there are. Either they use yin materials with extreme side effects, or they unleash their potential in deadly situations. Ling Yui smiled slyly and thought that for him, an almost infinite amount of money could bring an unlimited amount of yin ingredients, and with Zhu Jiang already there, the preliminary difficulty is not an obstacle at all. An image of goods from a high-end store appeared in front of his hand. He clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he could rummage around in the side apartments of the boarding house and find some materials. Ling Yui headed towards the exit and said that he needed to replenish his supplies. He walked out to the elevator lobby, where Quan Dao and the newcomer walked towards him. Quan Dao waved to the guy and greeted him with a smile. Ling Yui smiled back at him and asked why he was so happy and if anything good had happened. Quan Dao hugged the newcomer and replied that they had stumbled upon a bug. Ling Yui asked in confusion what kind of bug it was. Quan Dao winked at the guy and raised his index finger. He asked if he remembered the curfew rules, and then said that he had found a way to avoid it. Ling Yui initially thought that they were also asking about membership, and he couldn't afford to be exposed, so he made a puzzled face and asked what method he found. Quan Dao pointed his finger back, holding the newcomer at his side, and said that yesterday they received a hidden part-time job from the old man at the information center. You can use your night pass to travel freely after curfew if you work the night shift and stay at the store to work. He also added that there are fewer ghosts at night and wages are higher than during the day. The newcomer had a terribly exhausted and tired face. He said that it was by working at night that he was able to save enough money to pay 500 yuan for the first day of his stay. Ling Yui tried to pretend that he heard something useful, saying that it was not bad. This information is not completely useless, but at least it suggests that some stores are open at night. Quan Dao took out a flat comb from his pocket and said that yesterday they worked on the second floor of the store and received goods that did not pass quality control at staff prices. The item was close to the standard of a low-grade yin weapon, but only cost 300 ritual money. He began to comb his hair with a satisfied look and said that although this part-time job may seem like it was created to earn money for living, in fact it is a much greater opportunity for them. Ling Yui asked if he was going to work at a high-end store now. If it turns out that they really go there, then Ling Yui will have to postpone her shopping plan. But Quan Dao and the newcomer seemed to fall asleep on the move. They wearily trudged towards their rooms, and Quan Dao replied that no, and they should have time to sleep during the day. But the manager at the luxury store saw how hard they worked, and therefore promised them a better paying job that evening. He asked if Ling Yui would come. The guy shook his head negatively and smiled. He has a fortune of 1 trillion afterlife money. He had no need to work. He arrived at the payment center. Ling Yui slammed his hand on the service counter, drawing attention to himself. With this gesture, he scared the worker who served him the last time. Ling Yui looked at him and asked if the balance on his original card could be transferred to the new one after upgrading his membership status. The worker answered in a trembling voice that it was possible. With a pale and worried face, he took the Ling Yui golden card in his hands. He was shocked that the guy actually became a member of the club. The worker began to type something important on the keyboard while Ling Yui was waiting for him on the other side. The ghost turned to him with a scared face and asked if there was anything else he wanted to do. Ling Yui replied in the affirmative. After that, he ordered the system to issue 110,000 bills. His hand became covered in flames. He put a wad of green bills on the table and asked to top up his balance by 1 million. The employee with a forced smile on his face wanted to calmly confirm the amount, but involuntarily shouted it out loud. His eyes widened sharply and his pupils constricted. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand and looked at Ling Yui in embarrassment. Ghost couldn't believe he accidentally shouted that and hoped that Ling Yui wouldn't complain about him. Despite this, Ling Yui only asked with a calm face to quickly top up his account. The worker began to nod and answered in the affirmative. Ling Yui looked at him and thought that these little resentful ghosts are really like ants in the vast world of ghosts. Ling Yui arrived at the high-end store. He filled a cart full of groceries and walked through the shopping aisles. The manager forced the employee to bend over and stood on her neck. Ling Yui held out his card with a bored face. The manager, with a pale face, took it in his hands and exclaimed that he could not believe that he was already a member of the club, saying that he was so young and talented. The worker was shaking under the weight of the manager's body, but he continued to stand on her. He said that since Ling Yui is already a member of the club, he recommends visiting the revolving restaurant upstairs. It is run by his cousin. It has a beautiful environment and excellent food. The level of service is more upscale than their store. The last sentence caught Ling Yui's attention. His face looked interested and he said that he should really go there. The manager smiled friendly and said that if he went, he would ask his cousin to give him a discount. Ling Yui waved his palm up and down and said with a disapproving face that he didn't need a discount and don't let the manager look down on him. The manager's ears twitched and a tear began to flow from his eye. Looking at Ling Yui, he thought that this person's calm and confidence was beyond his understanding. He told him that he would definitely inform his cousin to save all the most valuable ingredients for him. Ling Yui walked out of the store and dropped the bag of groceries so that they immediately ended up in his inventory. His thoughts were about having a drink in a nice restaurant tonight. He reached his 26th floor. A beautiful blonde stood near his room, dressed in a white shirt and a black pencil skirt. She anointed him and asked if he was a resident of room 2643. He looked at her in shock and asked himself if she had come for him. The girl bowed and introduced herself. Her name was Baiju, and she was the secretary of the 5th counselor of the Otherworld guest house. The girl said that the 5th advisor decided to meet with him this evening to discuss cooperation. She timidly looked at the guy from under her brows and asked what he thought about it. The guy smiled at her and replied that he was planning to have dinner at the revolving restaurant that evening and suggested that he talk to her over dinner if she didn't mind. Baiju asked him to wait a moment and picked up the jade pendant hanging around her neck. When she touched it, the pendant glowed and a blue aura surrounded it. Ling Yui looked at the pendant in surprise and realized that it was something like a telephone. The pendant in the girl's hands was surrounded by clouds of smoke. The blue aura from the pendant enveloped Baiju's wrist. The 5th advisor told her that they would be waiting for him today at 10 p.m. in a private room, Red Moon, on the 32nd floor. Ling Yui smiled at her, tilting his head slightly, and replied that he would treat them to a nice dinner. The secretary was a little embarrassed, thinking that the guy was really rich. She was already going about her business when suddenly Ling Yui called out to her and asked her to wait. She turned around looking worried and asked what happened. Ling Yui pointed his finger at her and asked how much it cost approximately. The girl misunderstood him. Blushing deeply, Baiju looked at her chest. The secretary immediately covered her with her hands and said that she was not selling her body. Ling Yui looked at her questioningly. The girl added that if he has special needs, then he can be content with entertainment on the 29th floor. Ling Yui was puzzled, and he said with a confused face that he only wanted to ask how much the jade pendant that allows long-distance communication costs. The girl mentally breathed a sigh of relief. She, still covered in blush, replied that it was given to her by the 5th advisor and it was priceless. She suggested asking her in the evening. The advisor would be there with 2 other advisors. Baiju embarrassedly said goodbye to him and ran away. Ling Yui was left puzzled. He thought that in the ghost world, beauty is still a sin that must be borne, and even a decent guy like him might one day be misunderstood. Despite this, he still decided to go and see the entertainment on the 29th floor someday. He crossed his arms and began to think about it. Ling Yui decided that there would definitely be gambling, which would be a great way to spend his money, but also perhaps a chance to practice in a real fight. He smoothed his hair with his hand and thought about the fact that the meeting with the 3 advisors would take place in the evening. And although it was not expected to be too dangerous, it was important to be fully prepared for it. Huan Dao stood in the elevator lobby and called out to Avon, that same newcomer. Avon himself hurriedly ran towards him. He looked fearfully at Huan Dao and asked if they were really going to work upstairs, because it must be very dangerous there. Huan Dao looked at him gloomily and replied that this is a quest game and there is no safe place here. It is impossible to survive another quest without taking advantage of every opportunity to become stronger. He put his hand on his shoulder and enthusiastically told him that although this otherworldly boarding house was dangerous, part-time work was definitely a good opportunity for them, and if everything went well today, he might not have to go out tomorrow. Avon became motivated and clenched his fists, shouting that he understood everything. They entered the bloody elevator together, and nothing was left of Avon's motivation. Huan Dao hugged him with a relaxed face and advised him not to worry so much, because he would cover for him. He pressed the button for the 32nd floor. At this time, Ling Yui was gambling. He threw his cards forward. Ling Yui smiled contentedly, closing his eyes, and said that he had lost. The red ghost with the big head said that it was such a small card and asked if he really didn't raise the bet all the way. A blue ghost with a long, rectangular face said that this was the first time he had seen gambling on a large scale in all the time he had been in the otherworldly boarding house. Ling Yui looked at these ghosts with a smile on his face and thought that these gamblers were really well informed. According to them, the background of the boarding house, the Eldritch Council, is also a famous organization in the ghost world. He picked up the chip and thought about the fact that there are only 13 members on the council, and 3 of them are here today, so they take Ling Yui seriously. But the board members don't matter to him. He must find a way to spend more money tonight. He threw the chip on the table under the shocked look of the ghost. Both players began to greedily grab chips from the table. Ling Yui stood up and said it was time to go have dinner. The dealer girl asked him to take care of himself and said that they would play poker with him next time. The elevator went up to the 32nd floor. The restaurant with a panoramic view looked very rich and elegant. The ghost was eating a steak. Avon and Quan Dao were dressed in waiter uniforms and stood near the window with the rest of the employees, awaiting orders. Avon was very worried. He looked at the visitors and thought that they were all evil and stern ghosts, and fortunately there weren't many customers here, but he still didn't know if he could survive this evening. The elderly ghost rudely called Avon over. The guy tensed and was confused. A ghost in an expensive suit tapped his nails on the glass and ordered him to pour wine. Avon hesitantly approached him and picked up a bottle of wine. He opened it and began to pour it into the sides. The ghost turned to him and with a frightening face asked if he was human. This question made the guy start to worry, and he immediately began to tremble, trying to answer the visitor something clearly. The ghost looked up at him, still tapping his glass, and asked why he then felt that the guy smelled as fresh as his steak. Avon's face immediately changed. He looked very scared. A green snake came out of a bottle of wine and began hissing at him. The snake approached the alarmed guy's face and seemed to be trying to bite him. Out of fear and surprise, the guy dropped a bottle of wine. She began to fall down. Drops of wine splashed everywhere. The ghost watched with interest and waited to see what would happen next. Suddenly Quan Dao quickly ran up and deftly caught the bottle before it fell. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to the guest, saying that his colleague was a little clumsy. He quickly began to wipe up the wine that had spilled on the table with a rag. Avon was still frightened, but after a second he calmed down and realized that he had succumbed to an illusion, and there was no snake. The ghost sighed tiredly. The guy hid behind Quan Dao and thought that if he got his clothes dirty, the ghost could take advantage of the situation and simply eat him. He was glad that Quan Dao saved him. The ghost angrily pointed his finger at them and said that the guy owes compensation for spilling his wine, because this bottle costs a lot of money. He stuck out his tongue disgustingly and added that he wanted his thigh as compensation. Avon helplessly grabbed his face and began to cry, not knowing what to do next. Quan Dao bowed to the guest and replied with a bashful smile that they would compensate for this bottle of wine, but they would have to follow the owner's rules. The ghost turned around displeased. He understood that the restaurant owner was not easy to deal with, but he still called out to him and asked him to come over. The restaurant owner looked almost identical to his brother from the high-end store. Suddenly the ghost noticed something. The owner warmly greeted Ling Yui and Baizhu, who had just entered the restaurant. The owner, with a friendly smile, addressed Ling Yui as a distinguished guest and told him that he had heard about him from his cousin. He said he was very pleased to see him here today with the members of the council. Baizhu bowed respectfully and said that the council members would arrive soon, and asked Ling Yui to follow her to the Red Moon Hall. Ling Yui agreed with her, but then he saw Quan Dao and Avon shocked and was surprised himself. Now he understood where they were working. Both of their jaws dropped and Avon tried to ask Quan Dao in a trembling voice if it was really Ling Yui who had come. Ling Yui drew attention to the dissatisfied ghost sitting at the table, which was served by the guys. He realized they were in trouble. Ling Yui looked at them and asked what happened there. The owner looked at him in confusion and replied that something unexpected might have happened there, and he would go and sort it out. Ling Yui overtook him and said that he would go with him and they would watch together. The dissatisfied guest pointed to Avon and scolded him, saying that he could not even hold the bottle with his hand or foot, and he was of no use, after which he asked why not give it to him to eat. The owner looked at the guest and wanted to say something about him, but he was interrupted by Ling Yui, who firmly asked how much the bottle cost and said that he could pay. The ghost looked at him with contempt and said that he didn't even have a second rank and didn't deserve to talk to him. Ling Yui pointed his finger at him with a calm face and asked the owner if such an unqualified client could dine in the restaurant. The owner looked at him embarrassed, and the guest was terribly angry. Ling Yui pointed to the bottle and asked how much his wine cost. The owner replied that red wine was made from shade vine grapes, costing 600 ritual money per bottle. The guest looked at the guy angrily and insultingly asked if this poor guy could pay for the bottle. The guy took out his gold card and ordered 10 bottles. The ghost was taken aback by this statement. The restaurant owner tried to block Ling Yui's path, saying that there was no need to rush to pay, and he would serve him first. The dissatisfied ghost, hearing this, wondered why the restaurant owner knew him. He narrowed his eyes and tensed. A ghostly waiter rolled out 10 bottles of wine on a cart. Baizhu and the owner looked at him in surprise. The guest put his hands on his hips and said that paying him with 10 bottles was very sincere, and he would spare the guys for his sake. Ling Yui grabbed one of the bottles and said that he thought too much of himself. With a straight face, he swung a bottle of wine and then smashed it on the guest's head. All the contents spilled onto his face and clothes. Everyone who was next to them was in complete shock. Avon was horrified. He covered his mouth with his hand and could not believe that he had just dared to hit the stern ghost. Quan Dao began praising and cheering him on, raising his fist in the air. He said he didn't know he was a VIP guest at the revolving restaurant. Ling Yui had a smug grin on her face. Baizhu and the owner were confused and shocked by his action. Wine was dripping down the guest's face and fragments of the bottle were falling off him. He was beside himself with rage, so he aggressively attacked the guy. However, Ling Yui remained calm and used his headband. She began to curl around the ghost, lifting him up. This was observed by Baizhu and the owner. Ling Yui, with a calm face, pulled the bandage, and it completely engulfed the ghost's body, preventing him from moving. 3 gold-colored screws flew out from under his sleeves, surrounded by a green aura. They flew straight to the neck of the insolent guest. They nailed him to a chair. The screws went through his body and the back of the chair. Ling Yui removed the bandage, but the guest still screamed in pain and shook in horror. Ling Yui grabbed another bottle of wine and shouted that he deserved to die. He swung it with all his might, saying that a bottle of wine costs 600. The guy with a distraught face hit the ghost on the head with it, shouting that he was treating him. The impact left a dent in the ghost's skull. The owner, both politely and fearfully, handed him a napkin and offered to wipe his hands. Avin and Quan Dao couldn't believe what was happening. While Ling Yui was wiping his hands of wine, he suggested that the guys try it too. The guys looked at each other, grinning. They immediately took 2 bottles of wine and began to brutally hit the ghost on the head with them. He was already exhausted and begged for mercy. There were many dents on his head from the blows, and there were bottle shards everywhere. Ling Yui took a step forward and walked towards him. His eyes began to glow purple and he pointed his hand at the ghost. He said that he would give him a quick death. A moment later, the screws passed through his body, flying out from the other side. Quan Dao raised his fist with a smile on his face and shouted that this ghost was a reptile and thanked Ling Yui, calling him an ancestor. Avin put his palms together and shouted that he would never forget his kindness and would look up to him. Ling Yui embarrassedly said that he was not an ancestor, but Quan Dao immediately shouted joyfully and said that he understood everything. The guy wanted to keep a low profile, and Quan Dao promised to keep his secret when he came out. Avin supported him, saying that he is also very secretive. Ling Yui decided not to tell them anything. He looked slightly confused and thought that it was not really possible to explain it anyway. Ling Yui awkwardly spread his hands and apologized for killing the owner in the establishment. The owner himself and Baizhu were looking at him. The owner smiled at him, although he was clearly tense, and replied that such a low-ranking guest was not worth his apology, and Ling Yui did him a favor. Inside himself, he thought that this guy was not just rich, as his cousin said, he was a man with a strong hand. He was sweating from exertion. Baizhu looked at him in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand, and thought that Ling Yui did not use his spiritual power, but at the same time wielded 2 yin artifacts, and he was probably hiding his power. She looked the guy up and down again and realized that the rules of the ghost world prohibit ghost lords from entering here with such force, and the conclusion of the 5th advisor was indeed correct. She claimed that he was a high-level ghost. Ling Yui's eyes glowed purple again and he looked at his palm with a smirk. Baizhu bowed and pointed to the hall, saying that Mr. Ling Yui worked hard, so he should eat more. He headed towards the hall. She and Baizhu were sitting in a private room at a large round table. Ling Yui looked at the menu and named the prices from there. He closed it and put it on the table, saying that these dishes and drinks were a little out of keeping with the status of a council member, and asked if there was anything with a higher price, like a set menu or something similar. He added that spending less than 100,000 is not very prestigious. The owner frowned and replied that he was right and the menu was indeed unsuitable, but the restaurant could come up with a new one. Ling Yui thought that the old dog could be taught new tricks. The owner handed him another menu and asked him to look at these combinations of dishes. He was about to offer him a discount, but Ling Yui coughed displeasantly, hinting that he did not need discounts. The owner immediately understood everything and with a furious face shouted that there were no discounts. He offered him a table of 18 dishes costing 108,888 yuan. This answer satisfied Ling Yui and he agreed with a grin. He raised his finger up with an important face and asked about drinks. He asked if they had the restaurant's signature drinks or century-old wines. The guy said that he needed the most expensive variety. The owner thought, looking away to the side. He confidently pointed at the waiter, who brought out a huge barrel and shouted that the best wine he had here was the wedding wine, which was originally intended for his mediocre brother, and since Ling Yui wanted it so much, he would give it to him, and named the cost at 100,000. Ling Yui smiled enthusiastically and said that he was fine with that. Holding out his card, a system window appeared above his head, indicating that he had successfully completed his task. The owner took his card and thanked him. Several new system windows have appeared. A new task has already started. Task 4, more money, more show. Unfinished. Quest: make one purchase worth over 1 million with over 100 spectators, 1 out of 11 completed. Quest reward: Xuanian Iron Essence and Spiritual Gold Wire. Ling Yui read everything carefully while sitting at the table. He smiled in confusion, because the tasks were becoming more difficult. Not only to spend 1 million, but also to have 100 people gathered around. Ling Yui was such an introvert that even the system forces him to play in front of everyone. Baizhu approached him with a blush on her face, holding a teapot in her hands. Ling Yui paused from his thoughts and turned his attention to her. She smiled at him in a friendly and sincere way. The girl started pouring tea into his cup while Ling Yui looked on. Baizhu thought that the dinner cost 200,000 yuan, and this guy must have a monstrous past. The door to the room began to open. In the aisle stood 2 tall advisors in brown robes, and next to them walked an advisor in a red robe. Baizhu ran up to them and bowed, greeting everyone who arrived, from the 5th Venerable Counselor to the 9th and 13th Counselor. Ling Yui stood up from the table looking at them. One of the advisors pulled up a chair for the 5th advisor, inviting her to sit down. Ling Yui stood opposite them and thought that the 9th and 13th were both stronger than the female secretary at the level of the stern ghost. He looked at the 5th advisor, who was smiling, and thought that she belonged to the same class of ferocious ghosts as Zhu Jiang. Ling Yui greeted the council members while looking at them. One of them asked him if he was a VIP guest from room 2643. Ling Yui answered in the affirmative and said that they could call him Fengdu Emperor. They were amazed by this, thinking how absurd the name was. Ling Yui sat down at the table and took the cup in his hands. He asked if the members were really going to dine dressed like that. The 5th advisor agreed with him and said that they would no longer hide, since the guy was so sincere. She began to remove the hood from her head. Ling Yui was surprised by her appearance. Baizhu told him that it was a girl, and he remembered this while looking at the advisor. She looked like a teenager. She had blonde hair with curls tied in 2 ponytails and yellow eyes. She wore a skull ornament on her forehead. The other 2 counselors also removed their hoods. The first was a man with red eyes and a bald spot on the top of his head, and the second was a man with short dark hair, blue eyes, and a cross-shaped scar all over his face. Baizhu bent down to the 5th advisor and began to whisper something in her ear. Ling Yui assumed that she was reporting what he had just done in the restaurant. She doesn't dare take him lightly after what he did. The advisor's face became very surprised. She thought that by killing ghosts in a second and throwing hundreds of thousands of money, this guy is definitely not a human ghost lord. He is an expert from the inner circle of the ghost world under the command of some ghost king. All 3 advisors looked at each other. The 5th advisor thought that they, the Otherworld Council, were also connected to the great forces controlled by the ghost king, and she decided that Ling Yui wanted to cooperate with them. She extended her hand to him and told him that the power of the Ghost King behind him asked him to come here. So he studied the influence of their otherworldly council on the boarding house. She asked if he wanted to work very closely with them. Ling Yui nodded at her, thinking about what a brilliant mind this little girl had. She blushed and giggled, saying that then they would get straight to the point. She admitted that his strength and financial resources are strong, and the methods he has are insidious and mysterious, which also fascinates them a lot. The girl said that they needed time for internal negotiations, so they could start with small-scale cooperation. The other advisors nodded approvingly. Ling Yui also nodded, saying that this was exactly what he was thinking about. He smiled and asked what they could offer them and what he should offer in return. The girl clenched her fist and replied that His Excellency had chosen the council because of their intelligence, capabilities in outer strongholds, and the income from ritual money. The work of other organizations, the activities of human hunters, all this is under their control. Ling Yui realized that the otherworldly boarding house operated on a system that was clearly designed to make money. And as for the information, there were so many different people in such a large boarding house, so it was only natural that they could not hide from the boarding house's eyes. He snapped his fingers and replied that he was not very interested in money, but information was extremely important to them. He grinned and asked if underdogs were getting more interesting these days. This phrase seemed to dawn on the 5th advisor, and she realized that he was here for this. The other advisor next to him kept a sullen, serious face. The girl looked down and replied that although they had nothing to lose by sharing information with His Excellency, there were many restrictions associated with the fact that they were in another country. Ling Yui clasped his hands together and proudly declared that he would be there for them in their time of need. Hearing this, the 5th advisor exhaled in relaxation. She smiled brightly and said that with these words from His Excellency, they felt relieved. This reaction puzzled Ling Yui. He asked himself if ghosts really trusted each other so much, and if this was due to the influence of the rules of the ghost world on them. The fifth advisor made a gesture with her hands, which Baizhu immediately understood. She started walking towards Ling Yui. The girl handed him something and asked him to accept it. In her hand was a red square badge with a skull. Ling Yui accepted it. The fifth counselor said that this was the badge of their council. With this badge, all of their properties and branches will be in Ling Yui's location. From today he is an honorary member of the council. The guy proudly pinned the badge on his chest. A huge number of waiters entered the room, carrying a variety of dishes and wine. They wished the guests bon appetit. The waiter poured wine into glasses. Ling Yui stood up, raised his glass in the air and wished them fruitful cooperation. The advisors also stood up and raised their glasses, wishing this in return. Ling Yui turned to Baizhu and asked the fifth counselor if he should be given a way to communicate with her since he was an honorary council member. Baizhu looked down in embarrassment. The fifth advisor drew attention to this. She winked at him while holding her glass and said that he has a good eye and Baizhu is really good at all things. Ling Yui was again misunderstood because he was referring to obtaining a jade pendant, which was an alternative to a telephone in the ghost world. He tried to object, but the girl continued her speech, saying that since Ling Yui was new to this matter and did not have a competent assistant, she would allow Baizhu to follow him and let her be responsible for helping him communicate with the council. Ling Yui became embarrassed and worried. He just wanted the jade pendant, but it was time for him to forget about it. He decided to just do the other side of the table a favor. The girl stood up and assumed that he had a contract. Ling Yui answered in the affirmative and a contract appeared in his hands. Baizhu licked her index finger and then left her imprint on the contract. A bright warm light came from the place of contact. Ling Yui extended his hand to Baizhu and said that she would follow him from now on. The girl bowed and handed over the contract of voluntary service of Baizhu to Mr. Ling Yui. A red moon appeared in the sky, illuminating the building. All the advisors were already preparing to leave. The fifth advisor turned to Ling Yui as an honorary advisor and said that they would leave everything as it was. If he needed anything, he could just ask. Ling Yui folded his hands as a sign of respect and replied that if they encountered difficulties, they could also turn to him. But he himself thought that the right to help or not would still remain in his own hands. The advisors left the room. The girl sighed and said that their actions were becoming more and more brazen, and it was inevitable that they would be spied on by internal forces. The bald-headed advisor told her that he did not understand, because the cost of the entire boarding house was only a few tens of millions, and asked how it was possible to attract someone so important. The girl bit her thumb and replied that she was in the inner part, where the rules and restrictions are much worse than in the outer areas, and recently, thanks to the game, not only more people began to see the other side, but also mastered the method of re-entering the world of people. She suggested that this is why they focus their attention on their organization. The advisors were heading somewhere. At this time, Ling Yui arrived at his room. Baizhu brought him a cup of tea. A system window appears. Contract, Baizhu. Level, Severe Ghost. Spiritual Awareness, 720. Spiritual Power, 660. Yin Ancestral Weapon, Soul Eye, Middle 3rd Category. Skill, Sorrow. Ling Yui carefully read its characteristics and realized that compared to Zhu Jiang, the Baizhu panel is slightly inferior. He looked at the girl thoughtfully and thought that for him, harsh ghosts were now more suitable for public use. He looked very calm. Baizhu had a knack for figuring out things that Ling Yui didn't understand, and with the contract concluded, Baizhu's loyalty to her would gradually surpass that of the council. The girl herself looked very pleased and thought that only by following Ling Yui would she be able to make the right choice. Ling Yui looked straight with a serious face and ordered his panel to be opened. A system window appears. Current level, rank 2 Ghost Lord. Spiritual Awareness, 74. Spiritual Power, 765. When you reach 1000 spiritual power, 100 spiritual awareness, you will ascend to rank 3 Ghost Lord. Ling Yui was surprised. He opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows when he realized that thanks to the feast worth 200,000 yuan, he had quietly moved up to the 2nd rank, and even almost halfway moved up to the 3rd. He clenched his hand into a fist with a smile on his face. The strength of a rank 2 Ghost Lord is much greater than before. He could easily destroy a ghost equal to himself. He was given rewards for simply completing a task. Talismans that looked like sheets appeared in his hands. Several system windows have appeared. A soul-capturing talisman. After breaking, it creates a huge traction force with an aura, breaks and destroys the target, and can cause serious damage to harsh ghosts. Soul Destruction Talisman, when broken, emits a powerful strong surge of spiritual energy that explodes and destroys the target, capable of causing heavy damage to harsh ghosts. He took both talismans in his hand and smiled, happy that the power of the ritual money had finally transformed into his own combat power. Day passed. Outside the window there was a view of a ghost world with a red moon. The otherworldly guest house quest was completed. There were 3 survivors. Zhu Jiang and Bai Zhu were standing in Ling Yui's room, holding bags from boutiques in their hands. Ling Yui looked at them. The environment has already begun to collapse. Everything around began to disintegrate into red fragments, signaling a return to the human world. Ling Yui returned from this quest with loot. He and his ghosts moved into reality together. Ling Yui and Bai Zhu stood in front of a luxurious cottage. The guy stood with his mouth open and told the girl that the day before yesterday he gave her 10 million, and asked if she took this house for only 3 million. Bai Zhu was holding a folder in her hands. She replied that his requirements were privacy, space, and freedom from disturbance, so she scoured suburban properties and found this cottage. She turned to Ling Yui and smiled at him, blushing slightly. Bai Zhu said that the previous owner of this villa committed suicide, and it was rumored to be haunted, so the price was very low. She sighed in frustration and said that she took a closer look and in fact there were no ghosts. Ling Yui had a wide smile on her face. He thought that if there really was a ghost here, he could spend more money. Ling Yui turned to the girl, gave her a thumbs up and praised her, saying that she had done a great job. She became a little embarrassed and lowered her head, saying that it was all part of her job. She herself thought that the 5th advisor never praised her, although she treats her well. They headed to the front door of the house. Bai Zhu reported that she also collected information about human ghost hunters and their games. She said that the 3rd and final game that Ling Yui will participate in next is the final one for new players. Ling Yui said with a calm face that he had heard that you can add friends after the beginner stage. Who was following him replied that in addition to this, players will be given full access to the thriller space. She looked at him a little sadly and added that this is why the difficulty of the 3rd quest is not the same as the first 2. The survival rate of players does not even reach 30%. Ling Yui tensed, brow furrowed, and said that he would not take this matter so lightly. They still have more than a week. He suggested that she take a good rest. In the backyard of the house, he stood with his ghosts and said that at this time they would be his sparring partners. The barbell lay nearby. Zhu Jiang agreed to this. Zhu Jiang's blow caused Ling Yui's nose to bleed, and Bai Zhu was already running towards him with a first aid kit. Then, together with Bai Zhu, the 2 of them attacked Zhu Jiang. Ling Yui hit Zhu Jiang's ponytail with a self-tapping screw, and Bai Zhu encouraged him. On the calendar for June, he noted what skills they had managed to practice. Lightning thundered and glowed among the rocks. A train was riding on rails made of bones. The game greeted the players. The train rushed forward quickly. Name of the quest, Train Number 44. Objective of the task, arrive at the final destination by train. Current survivors, 15. Ling Yui teleported to one of the seats in the carriage. He covered his face with his hand. The train was full of ghosts, but there were people on it too. Ling Yui thought that as expected from the last rookie test, this time there are as many as 15 players. He wondered how many would survive this quest. The train driver greeted the passengers of train number 44 and asked them to behave well and follow the rules and regulations of behavior on the train. Ling Yui looked up from his thoughts and began to listen carefully. He smiled excitedly. He wondered how treacherous this quest could be. A flight attendant walked through the carriage, checking everyone's tickets. At this time, the driver began to dictate the rules. First, passengers must take their seats in accordance with their tickets. Secondly, in the carriage in front there are sleeping places, and you can purchase luxury tickets for this carriage. Third, it is prohibited to make noise or disturb other passengers. Disturbing passengers will be held responsible for the consequences. Fourth, you must get off the train at the station. Evading the purchase of tickets is strictly prohibited. Fifth, it is prohibited to use toilets during the stop, and the departure time will be late. Ling Yui took out his train ticket. He thought that even though there were only 5 rules, there could be no peace inside the train with so many different creatures. Ling Yui was distracted from his thoughts. Someone in the carriage shouted and asked whether the person understood the rules or not. The scream came from the male player. He had brown hair tied in a ponytail. He was wearing a white shirt, his tie loosened and tucked into his shirt pocket. He, sitting on the seat, turned away from the flight attendant. The flight attendant next to him was a huge ghost woman in a crimson jacket and skirt. The ghost sitting opposite Ling Yui also turned to them and muttered something displeased about ungrateful people. Ling Yui realized that this flight attendant was actually at the level of a stern ghost. He put his fist to his chin and thought that the players who survived to the 3rd quest must have some experience, and wondered how they could get into an altercation with the stern ghost so quickly. The huge flight attendant with a creepy smile said that the instructions clearly stated that all passengers, whether human or ghost, must sit with a ticket. The man folded his hands on his chest in displeasure and asked what was wrong with it. He stood up from his seat and with an irritated face handed her a ticket, saying that he had a ticket, and asked why she decided that he did not have a ticket. She looked down at him creepily and replied that he had a ticket, but only for one passenger, and the ghost on his leg did not have a ticket. The man looked alarmed at his leg, from where a green ghostly foot could be seen. He realized that the flight attendant had noticed everything. Her gaze became angrier. She bared her sharp teeth and said that there were fines for violating train rules. The man immediately stopped being dissatisfied and reached into his pocket for something. He apologized and said he would just issue another ticket, asking how much it cost. The flight attendant took out a book and said that she would look at it now. She said with an ominous face that there were no extra train tickets. A pink aura appeared around her, throwing the man aside. He realized that she was a stern ghost. The woman grabbed the man by the leg and swung him. With a grin and white eyes, she shouted that passengers who did not buy a ticket would be expelled from the train. The man was very scared and tried to object to her, but nothing came of it. The ghost that replaced his leg was thrown out of the train window. The man began to scream shrilly in pain. The purple-haired girl turned pale in horror. The other human passenger also turned pale with fear and lowered his head. Ling Yui looked at them thoughtfully and realized that this was not bad for the third quest. And who would have thought that even ghosts fused with humans needed a ticket? In fact, this rule is a hidden trap. The flight attendant continued to check the passengers' tickets. Ling Yui looked at her and realized that he could not summon Zhu Jiang and Bai Zhu at will. It was not for nothing that he had mastered the use of power to fuel weapons in battle, so that he could deal with ordinary evil spirits. He began to think about the system, when suddenly he heard steps in his direction. The flight attendant extended her hand to him and informed him that the tickets were being checked. Ling Yui turned away from his thoughts and turned to her. He handed her his ticket and said that there were no regular tickets left and asked if there were more expensive tickets. She took his ticket in her hands and rudely replied that the seats for them, the poor freaks, were sold out. The woman gave him the ticket and said that one stop in a separate room costs at least 1,000 ritual money, and asked if he could afford it. Ling Yui sighed and looked at his ticket, thinking that there are no ghosts in this world who do not recognize money. The flight attendant thought in surprise how this man could be so calm. She said that in order to get an upgrade they had to move to car 5 when they arrived at the next station. Ling Yui put his ticket in his pocket and thanked her with a smile. The woman went to another carriage. Ling Yui followed her with his eyes. The red door to the other carriage slammed behind her. Two ghosts came into conflict. One of them took the other by the collar and shouted to him that he was putting pressure on him. In another part of the car, a pink ghost was telling someone to shut up. The man who had lost his ghost leg sat on the floor bandaging his stump. A tired and irritated ghost ran around the carriage and screamed about how tired he was of everything. The purple-haired girl was still shaking in fear. Someone asked in the carriage if anyone needed fresh blood. He was a big ghost in a t-shirt who was sitting next to his friends. He stood up from his seat and coughed, looking at the passengers. His pupil moved from side to side in search of victims. He pointed to the man without a leg who was struggling to hold onto the back of the seats, to the frightened purple-haired girl, and to Ling Yui, who was calm. He pointed his finger at them and with an unpleasant face ordered them to play cards with them. His friends started grinning. The ghost with a ponytail on his head began to encourage them to play cards. The ghost with the horn on his forehead said that if they refused, then they should not show themselves to them again. The man, the girl, and Ling Yui walked towards the ghosts. The short ghost passenger shouted in fear that these people were under threat of attack by 3 evil ghosts. Ling Yui put his hands in his pockets and smiled as he walked towards them. He thought about how these were 3 little evil ghosts, and wondered if they really dared to take the initiative to provoke the guy. He approached them and asked how much one batch cost. The man and girl were already sitting opposite these evil ghosts. Their leader, a ghost with red hair, answered with a grin on his face that one game costs 10 ritual money, and they will play until everyone is having fun. He added that if they don't have money, they can use weapons, materials, flesh, and souls to pay off their debts. Ling Yui sat down opposite him and chuckled. With a smile on his face, he suggested we start. Such calmness caused the ghosts to become irritated. They considered him arrogant. A ghost with red hair began to shuffle the deck of cards. He said that the guy is very confident in his poker skills, he already likes it. The girl and the man were shaking with fear and were very pale. They didn't say anything, so the ghosts asked them why they were so afraid, because if they won, they could take their money. They should look forward to that. People turned their heads towards Ling Yui. They looked very worried, but the guy, on the contrary, showed no signs of fear. They mentally wondered why he was so calm. All the ghosts and people were ready. The leader continued to shuffle the deck of cards. He loudly placed it on the table. After this, the deck of cards itself began to distribute cards to all players. Ling Yui deftly caught his 3 cards. In his hands were 2 of hearts, 5 of spades and 6 of clubs. He looked at the other people. The girl was terribly scared when she looked at the cards, and the man, on the contrary, smiled. Ling Yui realized that the man was luckier than the girl. He turned his gaze to the ghosts. Their faces were very pleased, as if they were confident in their victory. The red-haired ghost, holding his cards in front of his face, ordered everyone to reveal their cards. Ling Yui showed his cards with a calm face, just like everyone else. The girl had 2 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds and 5 of clubs. The man wears the king of clubs, the king of spades and the ace of diamonds. The ghosts had not yet revealed all the cards, but they kept their happy faces. The ghost with red hair said that a pair of kings and an ace is a good combination. They all showed their cards. The red ghost had a 3, a 6 and an 8. The ghost with the ponytail had a 9, a jack and a queen. The ghost with the horn on his forehead had 3 aces. The man turned pale and frowned. He realized that their cards were older than his. Ling Yui threw his cards back into the deck. He understood that there was no justice in the game that these evil spirits used to entertain people. The girl and the man sat next to him in confusion. The ghost with a horn on his forehead extended his palm to them and ordered them to give them money. The ponytail ghost smiled and said he was lucky. He and the red-haired ghost gave him the money, for which he thanked them. A man with a pale face put bills and coins on the table. The horn ghost frowned and angrily asked if that was really all they had. The girl was trembling and shaking. She handed over several coins and 1 bill, saying that there were 5 more ritual money. The ghost rudely snatched the money from her hands, telling her to give it all to him. The girl looked in horror at her shaking palm and realized that she was missing a finger. She began to scream shrilly, breaking out in sweat. Ling Yui covered the crying girl's mouth with an apple. He looked at her and raised a finger, asking her not to scream. He said that if she attracted the attention of the conductor, she would clearly not like the consequences. She took the apple in her hands and said that she understood. Her face looked very sad. The ghost who won the cards held her finger and said that if they lack money, then yin organs, yin materials, blood or soul will do. They can use any of these to pay off debts. All 3 evil ghosts crossed their arms and asked Ling Yui if it was his turn. The skull necklace under his jacket began to glow and crackle. He looked at them confidently, thinking that they dare not put pressure on him, as if they were waiting for death. Powers with a purple aura began to be released from his necklace. The spirits opened their mouths wide and aimed at the ghosts. They flew straight at them, but the ghosts did not see them and continued to sit. The spirits grabbed their energy with their teeth, after which they tore it off and gnawed it. The ghost with the horn on his forehead tensed and asked what was happening and why he felt like he was being chased by someone strong. The ghost with a ponytail also felt uncomfortable and assumed that the conductor had done it, after which he immediately rejected this version. All 3 ghosts looked sharply at Ling Yui and thought that he was the one doing this. The girl timidly turned to the guy and thanked him for the apple. He smiled at her. The ghost looked at them and wondered if that apple had the effect of feeding in energy. Ling Yui pulled out a 100 note and said that he only had the smallest denomination money, and asked if they needed the money. He handed them the money, and the ghost with a horn on his forehead was ready to accept it. The red-haired ghost stopped him from receiving the money and told Ling Yui that there was no problem with the money, and let him put the money on the table. He suggested playing again. Ling Yui put the bill in his jacket and smiled at them, saying that everything was fine. The ghost looked at him suspiciously and thought that he had 100 ritual money, and also a yin apple. He realized that what he had recently felt definitely had something to do with the yin artifact he was keeping with him. He grinned and thought that this insignificant second-rank hunter was completely arrogant. The red-haired ghost grinned and thought that he would oblige to bleed him and squeeze every last drop of fat out of him before eating him. He imagined how they tied the guy up and cooked him over a fire. The ghost sighed and said that he was not interested in playing for 10 ritual money and offered to play for big money. The ghost with the horn on his forehead agreed with him and grinned. The ghost with a ponytail suggested starting with 100 ritual money so that they would not refuse. All 3 looked at the people intently. Ling Yui smiled and calmly said that he did not see any problem in this. The girl and man looked at him in shock and were puzzled. Ling Yui deliberately pushed them away, displeasedly saying that these poor people would not be able to take part in such a big game. He said that playing with these beggars, he only had to play for 10 ritual money, and he could not afford to lose that much time. With feigned disgust, he began to drive them out, showing the appropriate gesture with his hands. They understood what he had achieved, so they looked at him with joy and hope in their eyes, mentally thanking the guy. The girl and man hastily ran away. Lang Yui was left with 3 evil ghosts. They agreed to play with him. The red-haired ghost took out a deck of cards and announced the second round. He began to quickly and deftly shuffle the playing cards. Lang Yui calmly looked at the deck and realized that there was something wrong with it. The deck was placed on the table. 3 cards immediately flew towards Lang Yui. He caught them carefully, holding them between his fingers. He looked at his cards and immediately understood everything. Everything turned out to be too simple for him. He no longer saw the need to play with them. They threw their cards on the table, hitting it, and said that 100 ritual money was too little. The ghosts looked at him questioningly. They immediately began to attack him, rudely claiming that he had no intention of playing from the very beginning. They said he decided to ruin their fun. Lang Yui took out a stack of 10 bills of 100 each. He offered to play with them for 1,000 ritual money. All the passengers who heard this were shocked. All of their attention was directed towards Lang Yui. They could not believe that he had bet 1,000. The old woman turned around and anxiously asked if he was tired of living. The ghost next to her explained that the 3 were regulars on the 44 train and asked what the man was expecting to defy them. He was told that no one knew what he hoped for, and they asked whether it was even possible to act against 3 evil spirits at the same time. Lang Yui continued to look at the ghosts seriously while holding the money in his hands. The evil ghosts themselves were at a loss and did not understand what to do next. Lang Yui was problematic for them. A ghost with a horn on his forehead whispered to his friend that playing for 1,000 is already somehow risky, even if they have it. His friend, who was holding the cards in his hands, told him that he was a fool, because in the ghost world, as soon as you show your weakness, you immediately become a target for others, and this is the same as standing next to death. The red-haired ghost pointed his finger at Lang Yui and told him that he was not so bad for offering 1,000. But they didn't care what trick he was going to pull. He ordered their game to end at 100 first before the guy blurted out anything else. Lang Yui put the bills back into his jacket and then agreed to play with them. The ghost tensed, and sweat ran down his temple. Lang Yui leaned back in his seat with a smile on his face and crossed his arms over his chest. He told them that they didn't have to worry about whether he wanted to leave because he wanted to have fun too. The red-haired ghost smiled at him and laughed, saying that he should enjoy the game. On his forehead one could see a swollen vein from tension. The ghost himself was thinking that he would let this brainless man die with a clear conscience. He picked up his cards and they began to glow brightly. A purple energy field appeared around him, emanating from the cards. These were poker cards with yin energy. It is enough to introduce yin energy into them, and you can immediately change the suit and number on the cards as you wish. Lang Yui looked at them with a serious face, frowning slightly. The ghost grinned as he looked at his cards, which were surrounded by a purple aura. He thought that even if the guy was lucky with the cards, it would not help him in any way. Lang Yui continued to look at them calmly without showing any emotion. He realized that even if he did not have enough energy to mobilize all the actions of the system, he could still understand that the faces of the cards could be changed. Moreover, his connection with evil spirits is not particularly close. A system window has appeared. An orphaned yin artifact has been detected. The red-haired ghost threw 3 cards, surrounded by a purple aura, upward. Lang Yui looked up and realized that this deck was actually a natal yin artifact. The numbers and suit on the card immediately began to change right in the air. The small cards turned into 3 aces and began to stack neatly on the table. In other words, in this game, victory goes to the owner with the greatest yin energy. The ghost with red hair crossed his arms over his chest and contentedly told everyone to open their cards. His friends continued to hold their cards in their hands, as did Lang Yui. The guy, looking at his cards with a smile, called Zhu Jiang. The ghost immediately appeared behind him, calling him master. Their eyes glowed brightly. Zhu Jiang was invisible to the others, so he was able to quietly raise his hand up and release yin energy. This energy began to be introduced into the cards in the guy's hands. The guy realized that the ideal level Ghost Lord contract allows him to call on the yin power of the Ghost Contractor. Now he can use 1/10 of Zhu Jiang's yin power. Zhu Jiang still continues to release his power. The system window appeared. Zhu Jiang, yin power 36,900. The card absorbed the power while Lang Yui waited. A system window appears. Lang Yui, rank 2 Ghost Lord, spiritual power 825. With training, the data can grow even more. The guy's spiritual power gradually increased from 825 until it reached 4515. Lang Yui's eyes glowed. His cards were surrounded by a powerful aura. He threw the cards forward, lighting the entire area purple. All passengers felt this force, which began to blind them. A stream of air came from the cards. The ghost with the big nose and red hair looked at him in surprise, wondering where the second-rank hunter had such strength. Ling Yui's cards began to pile up on the table next to the red ghost's cards, which were surrounded by a green aura. The red-haired ghost abruptly grabbed his cards from the table when he realized that the yin power he had poured into the cards was gone. He looked at his cards and realized with horror that they were not 3 aces, but only 5, 3, and 2. He turned pale and began to sweat profusely from excitement. The ghost looked at his friends, whose faces were just as pale and puzzled. Ling Yui grinned mockingly and turned his head to the side. He asked what was the matter and if they had received bad cards. With an absolutely calm face, he reached for his cards and revealed them, saying that he had very small cards. There were 4, 8, and 6 lying there. The ghost with a horn on his forehead awkwardly looked away and showed that he had a 2, 3, and 6. The ghost with a ponytail lowered his gaze and embarrassedly showed 3, 4, and 6. The red ghost was confused, but still showed his cards. There were 5, 3, and 2. He didn't understand if the guy had changed cards. The ghost wondered how he managed to change his cards if he was just a second-rank hunter. He thought it was impossible. The ghost angrily threw his cards on the table, thinking that Ling Yui was using some secret method to increase his yin power for a short time, and so he invited them to play for 1,000. Ling Yui sat imposingly on the seat. The ghost threw him a bill and rudely said that he was just lucky. He believed that he would not last long if they continued to play, and then he could get all his treasures. His friends let out a relaxed sigh as they looked at him. They believed that if they were in his place, the guy would definitely fool them. They gave him their money and called him a fool. Bills and coins began to fall into Ling Yui's hand. He looked at them with disgust, considering ghosts to be poor people. Ling Yui pointed his finger at the table and asked the red-haired ghost if they could continue playing since they had played for 100. The red-haired ghost smiled evilly and agreed, saying that he wanted Ling Yui to bet everything. He thought that since the guy did not offer to play for 1,000 this time, it meant that his reception would soon end. A ghost with a big nose and red hair, passing by, sighed and said that he was asking for death. The other passengers began to look at him strangely and a little alarmed. The ghost with big ears replied sarcastically that he was really looking for death. The passenger sitting behind him sighed displeasedly and said that this impudent man was lucky to win once, and now he was going crazy with greed, and asked if he seriously thought that some second-rank hunter could compete with 3 evil spirits. The red-haired ghost smiled evilly and began to shuffle the frames, announcing the 3rd round. He loudly placed the cards on the table, a green aura emanating from them. The ghost believed that all he had to do was change the faces of the cards, and the person would lose. The next second, his face changed abruptly and became confused. After touching the cards, he began to sweat profusely and worry. His yin power was erased. He raised his embittered and cruel gaze to the guy. Ling Yui looked domineering and completely calm. The ghost felt small next to him. Ling Yui smiled creepily, showing his teeth. He looked piercingly at the ghosts, who did not understand how he was able to release such a level of yin power. Ling Yui looked down at the ghost, crossing his arms over his chest and crossing one leg over the other. A ghost with red hair stood and looked at him as if he had shrunk in size. He was afraid that this person was not using any secret methods to enhance yin power. Beads of sweat began to run down his forehead and his pupils constricted. He thought that Ling Yui was not even human. Ling Yui smiled smugly and asked what happened and ordered the cards to be dealt. The red-haired ghost swallowed nervously and reached for the deck of cards. The ghost with a ponytail looked at Ling Yui impudently and began to threaten him that he would now say goodbye to all his savings. The ghost with the horn aggressively shouted to him that when he was left without money, he would tear off this mask from him. The hand of the red-haired ghost was reaching for a deck of cards. She was shaking violently and still could not touch the deck. He lowered his gaze and said that they would not play. His whole face was covered with sweat. His friends were shocked by his statement. The ghost with the horn asked him what happened and if he noticed anything strange about the man. The boss didn't answer him, continuing to look down and sweat from excitement. Ling Yui, with a dissatisfied face and furrowed brows, asked if they would play. He smiled and put his finger on the deck of cards, saying that he had not had time to have fun yet. The ghosts looked at him silently, not knowing what awaited them next. Ling Yui began to transfer his yin power to the cards, and a purple vortex formed around them. The yin force immediately attacked the ghosts directly in the chest, causing them to writhe in pain. The red-haired ghost screamed that he couldn't move. This force chained them to their seats. Several system windows have appeared. The power of the kingdom of ghosts has been discovered. The search for the source of the power of the kingdom is underway. A high-quality yin artifact has been discovered, cheating cards. Ling Yui looked in surprise at the cards that began to rise up. The ghosts still couldn't get out. They tried to remove the force that pinned them to the seats, screaming in pain. Ling Yui looked at them and thought that the power of the ghost realm mentioned by the system must be similar to some power that is governed by rules. Now he was not surprised that the ghosts believed so much in themselves and that the passenger would not leave. After all, thanks to cheating cards, they could simply bypass the rules. The cards magically continued to float in the air. Ling Yui smiled and put his hand to his chin. He thought that he just wanted to teach these arrogant evil spirits a lesson, but he was given such a wonderful opportunity. The ghosts continued to writhe in pain and moan. The red-haired ghost tearfully begged Ling Yui to spare them. He looked at them with a grin and asked if they considered themselves better than humans. He said he was just repeating what they did. He ordered the cards to be dealt. Stacks of 3 cards flew into the hands of each player. Ling Yui showed his cards and made a satisfied face. He had 3 aces. He placed them on the table, causing the ghosts to become confused by such cards. Ling Yui asked them for these cards with a bored face. The ghosts immediately held out the money with their trembling hands. They turned very pale with fear. Ling Yui pulled the money into his hands with the help of yin power, after which he said with a grin that they themselves allowed him to win. He looked at them from under his brows and announced the next round. The ghost with the horn on his forehead began to cry and said that they had no more money. Ling Yui looked at them with a creepy expression and said that he had not had enough fun yet, and asked if they were the ones who said that even yin artifacts, yin materials, blood or even soul would do, then ordered them to lay out everything. The ghosts began to refuse in tears, placing their hands in front of them as if they were trying to close themselves off. The red-haired ghost said that if they continued to play, the cards would use the power of the rules and rip out their souls. Ling Yui did not feel sorry for them and menacingly put his hand forward, ordering the cards to be dealt. His hand was covered in aura. The cards began to fly out of the deck one by one. As a result, the entire deck of cards flew around the carriage amid the screams of evil ghosts. All passengers were scared and shocked. The last card to fall was the Joker card with the clown smiling evilly. A system window appeared. Congratulations to the owner for receiving 3 souls of evil spirits. The evil ghosts disappeared and their souls were transferred to Ling Yui's inventory. The guy grinned contentedly, looking at how the cards were folded back into the deck. In 10 hands, he took all their yin energy, and the souls themselves were unable to resist the rules of the super quality yin artifact. Zhu Jiang's image appeared behind Ling Yui. He smiled at him. Ling Yui smiled back at him and gave him a thumbs up, thinking that Zhu Jiang would only be happy to deal with these evil spirits. In addition, he received the largest winnings. With the power of yin, he lifted the cards into the air towards him. A system window appeared. High-quality yin artifact, cheating cards, automatically linked to the owner. He took the entire deck of cards in his hands and examined them carefully. Ling Yui stood up from his seat and looked back at the deck of cards, smiling. With this artifact, he had one more trump card. He turned to the other passengers. Their faces were confused and scared. A short ghost in a blue robe said that he had dealt with 3 evil spirits so easily, and called the guy an evil spirit. The big-headed ghost said that this young man has powerful strength and a hard heart. It is better not to try to offend him. The man without a leg exhaled and said that if it weren't for the guy, they would definitely die at the hands of these 3 ghosts. And surprisingly, he has terrifying power. The girl looked at him worriedly, raising her eyebrows, and shouted that this quest was the last one for the beginner's exam, and all players must be beginners. The man crossed his arms and lowered his head, asking how such a strong person got among the players. Ling Yui was walking past the passengers at this time. The man and girl turned to him in alarm and thought that he might not be a player. A ghost with blue skin, red hair and green glowing eyes thought that he could not see the potential of his power. He wondered if he had come here because of that news too. The train rushed quickly along bone rails, thick smoke pouring out of it. At the bloody stop stood a short ghost with yellow skin and red horns, with a huge backpack on his back. A woman with long green hair stood next to him. She was wearing a long green dress with a low-cut neckline. The ghost with red horns looked down gloomily. The woman had blue eyes and bright red lips. She was smoking a pipe imposingly. As Ling Yui passed by the girl and the man, the girl stood up abruptly and bowed to him. Thanking him for his help, she called him elder. Ling Yui turned to her and waved his hand, smiling. He told her that he was not a senior at all, but an ordinary new player taking an exam. The girl looked up at him shyly and sweated a little with excitement. The man without a leg sighed tiredly. Ling Yui, looking at them, thought that he came from some noble ghost family. The other human players looked at him with excitement. They thought that this man's charisma could not belong to an ordinary person, and that only a person like him would feel comfortable and at ease in this game. A crowd of different players immediately gathered in front of Ling Yui. They all confusedly asked what they should do and asked for advice. Ling Yui was confused and did not know what to answer. A guy with brown hair and a headband showed him his ticket and said that he had just checked out the route of train 44. Their task was to get to the final station between the world of the living and the dead. But the train was only designed to go to the Rotten Bones station, not to the goal. 4 stops are enough. On the golden ticket you could see where the train was coming from and where it was going, and what seats were intended for the passenger. The ticket was valid until arrival on the specified day on the specified transport. Ling Yui, after listening to this, crossed his arms and replied that the first difficulty of the main task lies in this. He added that according to the rule, if they want to complete the task, they must buy a ticket to the station. After that, he smiled slyly, narrowing his eyes, and said that you could find an opportunity to get through without a ticket. All the human players couldn't believe it. They turned pale and asked him again in fear. The guy with red hair said in a trembling voice that he didn't even dare think about such a thing. The guy with short dark hair said that they don't have much strength, and there are extremely strong ghosts in this quest. Ling Yui smiled condescendingly at them and replied that since they got here, they had some experience. He said that since the carriage had become quiet, the best way to deal with it was to observe the changes. The guy turned his back to them and said that since the quest had started, the main task would also begin soon. And only after they figured out the rules and hidden patterns would they have confidence in choosing their own actions. The red-haired guy sat down on the seat and exhaled. He said that as expected of an expert, he was able to remain calm. The blonde-haired girl in the dress clasped her hands together and thanked Ling Yui for the advice. The guy sat down tiredly on the seat and began to think. He realized that even if you study the rules of the quest correctly and find a hole in them, you still need to have enough strength to break through. Ling Yui closed his eyes, frowning slightly. Before a dangerous and strange quest, he must stay in the shadows and save up his strength just in case. Suddenly, it became dark in the carriage. The light from the bulbs became dimmer. Ling Yui opened his eyes in surprise, looking at what was happening in the carriage. A thick green aura began to appear in the passage, which spread to the entire carriage. The passengers did not understand where such cold yin energy came from or what was happening. The blue ghost asked if train 44 was famous for its safety. The ghost in the robe turned to him and asked in response what safety there could be in the middle of the ghost world. The guy with brown hair and a headband tensed up and began to sweat profusely. He looked at Ling Yui excitedly and thought that as expected of a ghost from a great family. He was holding calm even in the midst of a strange vision. Ling Yui himself really sat emotionlessly and did not panic. He looked back at the puzzled and confused ghosts. He realized that judging by their reactions, this was not at all like the usual situation on the 44 train. He realized that a powerful ghost was stalking in front of him while he was playing cards. His eyes suddenly widened with the realization of this fact. He looked forward and noticed the blue aura of the ghost sitting in front of him. He didn't understand why a fierce ghost would board a low-level carriage. Ling Yui believed that there were demons here. The ghost with the blue aura was a ghost with red hair and a big nose. He said excitedly that they had arrived. Ling Yui looked at him in silent surprise. The guy opened his mouth slightly, asking if the ghost was waiting for this. He didn't know if the ghost he was hiding was going to transform. Ling Yui prepared his skull necklace and armband. He thought that, as expected from the examination quest for beginners, real devilry was going on in this carriage. A woman in a green dress with a fat, short ghost began to appear in the green light. She sang that white bones are not buried on Kingshan. Styx is difficult to cross with a rope of souls. A woman in a green dress and green hair walked proudly with a smoking pipe in her hands. She continued to sing that people and ghosts are guests. Yin and yang cannot be deceived. A beautiful woman exhaled tobacco smoke, followed by a ghost with a huge backpack. The woman asked if the gentleman wanted to make a purchase. The ghostly passengers began to wriggle, jump and scream joyfully. The red-haired ghost frowned and tensed. Ling Yui looked at the woman with a serious gaze, realizing that she was using a technique to master a person. He called on the system. The woman's reflection appeared in the guy's eyes. A system window has appeared. A first-rank yin artifact has been discovered. A sapphire tube for imprisoning restless souls. The woman continued to smoke imposingly, green smoke coming from the pipe. The ghost next to her stood and was silent. Ling Yui was amazed that she had a rank 1 artifact. The skulls on his necklace began to whistle. He was confident. The guy clenched his fist, thinking that maybe he had now accidentally acquired a high-quality yin artifact. But even such a powerful Zhu Jiang would not refuse a high-quality first-rank artifact. He looked at them carefully. He was interested in what they were selling. After listening to the song, Ling Yui began to have certain thoughts. Suddenly, the entire train staff appeared in the aisle, including the driver and flight attendant. They all bowed deeply to the woman and greeted hostess Lu from the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce on behalf of Train 44. The passengers were very surprised by this gesture. The driver was dressed in a formal suit and had a cap on his head. He told Lu that according to the rules, representatives of the Chambers of Commerce could not enter the carriages, so he asked him to wait here. He apologized to him, but explained this by saying that he did not want to break the rules. Lu looked at him with a cold gaze and said that she didn't care. The guarantor of the security of her business was not people anyway. Moreover, she trusted them. Mistress Lu narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. She said that Train 44 had been in operation for many years, and the staff was no longer young, and asked if they could take care of her. The staff bowed again and shouted that they would do their best. The driver picked up the walkie-talkie and made an announcement that in front of the passengers was hostess Lu from the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce. She had arrived to do business. From the speakers, the driver's voice said that during the journey, hostess Lu would show passengers rare goods. Interested parties could have fun bidding, and after the sales were completed, the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce would leave them. Ling Yui and the other passengers listened attentively to the announcement. The big-eared ghost sitting in front of Ling Yui told his friend that they have a frightening yin energy. This is the first time that Train 44 stopped halfway to pick up passengers, and they didn't even buy tickets. His friend, the pink ghost, told him that this was the mysterious Kinmen Chamber, and he thought this organization only existed in legends. But now he saw them with his own eyes. The skull-shaped ghost said fearfully that the Kinmen trading Palana appeared on the periphery of the ghost world not to kill people or hunt ghosts, but for business and wealth. He didn't expect them to appear on Train 44. Ling Yui frowned and sighed, crossing his arms. Now he was not surprised that there were so many ghosts gathered in the carriage, because they had heard a lot about Kinmen. Ling Yui looked up and crossed one leg over the other, thinking that the evil spirits who came here in droves were a great opportunity. But coincidentally, they were conducting their business through an auction. He wondered if the highest bidder won the auction. Ling Yui grinned excitedly, lowering his eyebrows slightly. It seems that he is destined to emerge from the shadows after all. A system window has appeared, the strongest wealth system. Net worth, 9,985,000,000,000 yuan. Task 4. Big money is needed to demonstrate wealth. Not completed. Contents of the task. When the number of onlookers exceeds 100, place a bet of more than 1 million, 0 out of 1. Reward for the task, Chuanian iron powder, golden soul silk. Mistress Lu exhaled green tobacco smoke, which immediately began to sparkle. Smoke rushed forward through the carriage, turning into a ball. The ghost with horns took out a nightstand from his backpack. The passengers looked at this with delight. Ling Yui tried to remain calm. He understood that the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce has great influence, so he should look forward to the auction. The ghost pulled out a blue sphere from the bottom drawer. He placed a large green gem on the table. The last item was a lamp surrounded by a purple aura. An image of these items appeared in green smoke, revealing the first round lot to everyone. Ling Yui looked at them calmly and ordered the system to evaluate the items. Mistress Lu took the handle of the oil lamp and suggested we start there. The woman said that the dried lamp is a third-rank consumable of medium quality. The oil contained in it can help the user to improve after tanning. Lu closed her eyes slightly and said that increasing yin knowledge is difficult, and the dried lamp can simultaneously increase the rate of development of yin power and yin knowledge, which will have a significant impact on the ghost level and below. The ghosts immediately opened their mouths wide and began to shout that this was a consumable material that could increase the intensity of the training. The blue-skinned ghost shouted that it was also effective in increasing knowledge of yin. Ling Yui listened in surprise to the hostess's announcement, realizing that the system gave literally the same description. The Kinmen Chamber of Commerce is much better at identifying items than people, because they understand consumables in such detail. The ghost in front of Ling Yui began to rub his hands and smile. He asked what the starting bid was for this oil lamp. The hostess smiled at him and showed him the number 5 with her fingers, announcing that her starting price was 50,000. The ghosts immediately began shouting out their bets, raising their hands in the air. At the moment, the highest bid is 55,000. A ghost with red hair and a big nose stood up from his seat and bet 60,000. A ghost in a formal suit jumped up from his seat and asked if he thought 60,000 was a lot, after which he bet 63,000. Ling Yui thought with a satisfied grin that not all spirits are poor people like those 3 gamblers. Ling Yui continued to grin as he looked at the amount of his money in the system window. He listened to the ongoing bets, thinking that compared to his system, they were simply nothing. The guy stood up from his seat and shouted out a bet of 150,000. Everyone in the carriage was stunned and could not say a word to him. The ghost with red hair and a big nose was shocked that he had doubled the bet, and he didn't understand how anyone could make such a bet. The purple-haired girl was very surprised and muttered that this was what was expected from an expert. The man without a leg turned pale and sweated. He said that they couldn't even get money to buy a ticket, and he was spending 150,000 on some consumables. Mistress Lu, standing in front of the oil lamp, began counting down in anticipation of big bets. The whole carriage was silent, no one dared to put more. Lu counted to 3. After that, she hit the cabinet with her smoking pipe and announced that the lamp was sold. Her smoke caught the lamp handle. The smoke carried the lamp through the rows straight into Ling Yui's hands. As soon as she reached him, Ling Yui gave the smoke his money, and he headed back to the owner. A system window has appeared. A consumable material of the 3rd rank of medium quality has been detected. Dry lamp, automatically linked to the owner. The lamp in Ling Yui's hands began to emit a purple aura. While he was putting it away in his inventory, a dissatisfied ghost looked at him, mentally mocking him, saying that he saw a cheap trinket, could not resist, and began to spend his money. Ling Yui sat down in his seat with displeasure and frowned. Now there are not enough viewers to reach 100 so that he can spend 1 million and complete the task. However, everything happens in stages, and he can only rely on the effect of the program to attract viewers. In the smoke there was an image of the remaining objects. Lu picked up the blue sphere and declared that it was the Pearl of the Immaculate Soul. A system window appears. The Immaculate Soul Pearl is a rank 3 auxiliary yin artifact of medium quality. The artifact can be used by both people with spiritual energy and ghosts with yin power, and has a weak freezing effect. Ling Yui stood up from his seat and raised his hand, shouting what he was buying. The passengers looked at him in horror. Even the owner of Lu was at a loss about this, but she announced that the lot was sold. The woman picked up the 3rd lot, still in shock from Ling Yui. A system window appeared. Soul Heart Jade, a rank 2 yin material of medium quality. Wearing it helps maintain composure, and is also used to make artifacts and yin pills with the corresponding effect. Ling Yui calmly stood up from his seat again and shouted what he was buying. His impudence made the ghost sitting in front of him feel uncomfortable and sweat. Ling Yui had both lots in his hands. The green-skinned ghost said that the guy had already spent 200,000 in the first round alone, and he didn't understand how a 2nd-rank hunter could have such resources. While Ling Yui was putting his purchases away in his inventory, the ghosts in the nearby seats began to whisper. The ghost in the green jacket said that the guy was probably hiding his strength, and could be a member of one of the groups, or maybe even part of an internal organization. His friend said that the guy spent so much money in the first round, and he was wondering if he had any money left to participate in the 2nd auction. Ling Yui looked around the carriage and realized that because of his strange behavior, even more ghosts had come here. But this was still not enough for him. He raised his head and looked up, confident that he would attract even more attention in the 2nd round. The ghost auctioneer offered the following lots: liquid in a vessel, blue grass, and an orange blade. The red ghost screamed in shock that the treasures of the 2nd round were even cooler than the first, and the yin power in the blade even made him afraid. His friend, confused, asked what the purpose of the blue liquid and grass was. Lu took the bottle in her hand and said that it was a trace-returning liquid, a 2nd-rank lot of average quality. She said that it has a powerful tracking effect. Just apply it to the target and it can always be tracked. Ling Yui thought for a moment. This is a rare reconnaissance support material that will be especially useful in group operations. Perhaps he can sell it to someone in the future. An image of lots appeared in the smoke, and passengers immediately began placing bids from 300,000 to 400,000. Ling Yui interrupted all the passengers' bets. He stood up and named the amount of 700,000. Mistress Lu and the ghost auctioneer were stunned by his bid. Ling Yui stood up proudly and looked at them confidently, while the ghosts behind him looked at him nervously and anxiously. The guy began to count out the money while the smoke carried him a liquid that returned the traces. Ling Yui decided that in the 2nd round he would put such a price so that others would not even think of chasing him. While he held the container of liquid in his hand, he made a 2nd bet. He wanted to take the buds of the Soul Eater, that very blue grass, for 700,000. The ghost in front of him was already losing his composure. As the smoke carried the blue aura herb to him, Ling Yui thought that the buds of this crystal blue herb were called Soul Eater buds. This is good material. By purifying them, one can create a pill, taking which he can increase the power of yin consciousness. This is a very useful thing that will come in handy for him. An image of a blade appeared in front of Ling Yui and the other passengers. The guy was much more interested in this blade. He didn't have a primary weapon yet, so this was a great chance to get one. Mistress Lu grabbed the hilt of her sword with a slight smile on her face. She raised the blade up and began to unsheath it, revealing a golden sword. Lu said that this sheath contains a blade that takes souls. He was first level middle class. It was forged in the periphery of the ghost world and modeled after the blood sword used by the bloody ghost queen. An image of a bloody queen appeared in her head, cutting down all her ill wishers with her sword. The peculiarity of this sword was that it was strengthened with the help of blood. The more you fight, the stronger the owner becomes. You can cut any opponents with it, both people and ghosts. In any case, it activates the urge to suck out all the blood, will add strength to the owner and cause more damage to the enemy. Lu imagined in her head how the bloody ghost queen stood on the corpses of her opponents. After killing, the blade takes the enemy's yin energy and redirects it into the owner's body, so the owner will replenish his strength and heal wounds. The eyes of all the ghosts in the carriage began to sparkle at the sight of the sword. Lu put the blade on the stand and named the starting price at 500,000. Ling Yui remained calm as the other passengers began placing their bets. The guy himself was thinking about the weapon that he already had. The 7 mid-rank second-level nails he fired at the ghost in the restaurant are strong, but they can only be fired 7 times in the entire battle. And to use more attempts, you need to spend Yankai. The skull necklace hanging around the guy's neck and the pharaoh headband are used for the most part only to protect and limit the enemy's movements. And cheating cards have a high chance of being exposed. They will not be effective enough, Ling Yui thought as he put his hand to his chin. He realized that a life-taking blade was indeed a good choice. He smiled, confident that this blade would go to him. The blue one-eyed ghost stood up abruptly and named the price at 750,000. All the ghosts sitting nearby immediately expressed their delight at him. The one-eyed ghost turned around and looked at Ling Yui. The ghost tried to reassure himself that Ling Yui was not interested in the sword and therefore would not compete with him for the purchase. The guy noticed his gaze and frowned. He understood that everyone was looking at him, waiting for his move. Ling Yui stood up abruptly from his seat, causing fear in the one-eyed ghost and surprise in everyone else. He named his bid at 900,000. The one-headed ghost immediately began to tremble and sob, not understanding where he got so much money from. Mistress Lu exhaled the smoke imposingly and began counting to 3. Just as she was about to finish the countdown, someone interrupted her and asked her to wait. The hostess was disappointed by this. She frowned and pouted. A ghost in a robe with a crooked face asked her if she thought that this guy was going beyond all limits, because he was shouting out huge prices, which is why the auction was no longer an auction. His friend chuckled with a nasty grin and said that if the hostess did not decide to gradually reduce the price, her chamber would lose its reputation. Ling Yui looked around and saw that the carriage was full of passengers and observers. He realized that this was his chance to complete the task. He raised his finger up and confidently said that he would pay 1 million. The entire train looked at him in silent shock. The blue ghost was angry. He asked if the guy was competing with himself, raising his own price. His friend began to aggressively attack Ling Yui, asking where he got so much money from. He ordered him to stop raising the price, and if he had nowhere to spend the money, then let him give it to them. Mistress Lu blushed slightly and opened her mouth in surprise. She has been in business for many years, but has never seen anything like this. There was tobacco smoke coming from her pipe. Lu was confused by the fact that this did not happen in the center of the ghost world, but on the train with the newcomers. Ling Yui looked at her with a sly smile and asked her if he really couldn't raise his bet. Hostess Lu smiled and replied that he could raise the rate. She didn't care if it was 1 or 2 million. They made a deal, after which the woman slammed her pipe on the table. A system window appears. Task content. When the number of onlookers exceeds 100, place a bet of 1 million. Congratulations to the owner on completing the 4th task. Quest reward. Shuanian iron powder, soul devouring golden silk. Ling Yui took the blade in his hands, which immediately began to emit a yellow aura. The guy not only received the main weapon, but also completed the task. He sat down in his seat and put the blade in his inventory. He thought that the 3rd round of the auction would now begin, and even if he did not complete the task, he would at least make some progress in it. A system window appeared. Task 5. You need money to spend it, but you need to spend it wisely. Contents of the task. Spend a total of 10 million. The starting bid should not be yours. 0 out of 10 million. Mission rewards. 3 consumer cashback cards. 10 beginner prop copy cards. Ling Yui looked at the system window and was puzzled by the amount of 10 million. Ling Yui grinned with excitement, because he knew that after completing this task, he would be able to open up the freezing space and enter quests at will. In the image, the lot so far was only a cabinet and Lu's assistant. There was only one problem for Ling Yui. He could not take the initiative in raising the price himself, but if the final lot could drive the ghosts crazy, then he would not have to take the initiative, they would do everything themselves. Assistant Lu began to open the box, the object in which began to blind everyone. A strong blue aura began to spread throughout the carriage. This aura even made the ghosts feel cold, and steam came out of their mouths. Ling Yui looked at the lots with interest, realizing that these were 3 types of goods. Hostess Lu showed the first lot. These were 2 yellow pills called Return to the Underworld, 3rd level top class. The packaging itself and the pills were in the shape of yin and yang. The energy from these pills blew Lu's hair to the sides, and behind her appeared an image of a woman holding the pill in her hands. The hostess said that according to legend, these pills were made by the old ghost King Yao Zong. Thanks to them you can restore the state of any ghost to its peak. Ling Yui looked at the image of the pills and thought that by taking the pill, one could restore knowledge, yin power, and spiritual strength. This meant that the pills literally had life in them. 2 shiny pills lay in a wooden package, surrounded by a cold aura. The woman held them out and announced the starting price of 1 million. The ghost with the big nose and red hair has already placed a bet of 1,100,000. The ghosts in the carriage were surprised by his bid. This ghost turned to Ling Yui. The guy realized that he had not yet participated in the auction. The ghost looked at the guy angrily, thinking that he had sat out these 2 rounds just for this moment. He wanted to take these pills to return to his peak state. Ling Yui stood up from his seat again. The ghost was scared, because he didn't want the guy to bet again. Ling Yui showed the number 2 with an emotionless face and said the amount of 2 million. The ghosts were stunned and disappointed. They understood that this was the price for the audience's attention, but no one could understand where he got so much money from. The red-haired ghost began to sweat from the stress because his savings were not enough to compete with him, but he still could not give up. He turned his head and saw a tense, one-eyed, mustachioed ghost, realizing that this was his chance. The ghost with red hair turned to him and asked if he was also interested in these pills. The mustachioed ghost, fiddling with his palms, answered him in the affirmative, saying that the guy was behaving outrageously. The red-haired ghost bent down to him and said that it would be difficult to compete with this man's finances alone, so he offered to join forces and, if he wins, give the pills equally. The one-eyed ghost was stunned by such an extraordinary proposal. He frowned and began to think about the proposal. He agreed, clenching his fist tightly and turning to face the ghost. The red-haired ghost said he had about 1.5 million. The one-eyed ghost scratched his palm and replied that he had about the same amount, after which he offered to place a bet of 3 million. The image of the hostess counted to 3, but she was interrupted by the ghost, betting 2,200,000. The hostess was slightly confused and blushed, but she was glad of the competition, because now there is something to look at. The crowd of ghosts cheered. Some even said that this auction was becoming more and more surprising. Ling Yui made a thoughtful face, frowning. It seemed to him that this ghost was not at all interested in the torques, so he did not understand why he gained confidence and decided to do something. The mustachioed ghost turned to him and chuckled. Ling Yui was confused, not understanding what was going on at first. After a second, he realized that these 2 ghosts had decided to unite. The guy grinned and sighed. He slowly stood up from his seat, deciding to play along with the ghosts. The guy feigned fear and made a bet of 2,300,000, hesitantly raising his hand. He was sure that 2 million was not their limit, so he would pretend that he was not ready to raise the bid, and then the ghosts would raise their price to the maximum. The red-haired ghost smiled and told his partner that the guy had almost no money left. The one-eyed ghost grinned and said that it was not the style of a rich man to raise the rate so weakly. With excitement and smiles on their faces, they raised the bet to 2.5 million. The red-haired ghost turned to Ling Yui and began to provoke him, saying that he should bid higher if he had money. This drew approval from the other ghosts. They thanked the couple for bringing down the wrath of all the ghosts on the guy. The short ghost shouted that they were preserving the honor of all ghosts. Someone also started to provoke Ling Yui, saying that he is no longer so cool. Ling Yui pretended to be at a loss and covered his face with his hand. He had a villainous grin on his hand as he realized that everyone had fallen for his trick. In an uncertain voice, he named the rate at 2,550,000. All the ghosts started hooting and cheering. The red-haired ghost grinned and started laughing at him for taking so long to think and only adding 50,000. He made a bet of 2,700,000, saying that if he had enough courage, then let him raise the bet. Ling Yui continued to stand with his face covered so as not to show his emotions. They mockingly asked him if he was ready to give up. He agreed pathetically, saying that he had already spent so much money in the previous rounds, and they kept raising the bet when he was almost out of money. A ghost with a huge mouth and a long tongue turned to the man without a leg and the girl. They were both terrified, and the ghost rudely asked them if all human representatives were so stupid. He said that the further the round, the more expensive the item, and you need to be more prudent. His friend laughed disgustingly and said that this is why people are just food and toys for them. Mistress Lu, with an indifferent face, began reporting to 3. She began to think that Ling Yui only had about 7 or 8 million. She thought that he thought too much of himself in advance, and when the real auction came, he immediately began to deny. She was disgusted. She smoked a pipe and continued to count, looking at the guy. Despite this, she believed that he still should not be underestimated. He was a man with large capital, and perhaps powerful individuals on his side. After the auction, she wanted to report what happened to the General Assembly. The ghosts began to mock Ling Yui, asking where his confidence had gone and whether he wanted to up the ante. Someone even asked why he was so stupid. Ling Yui removed his hand from his face and looked at the ghosts frighteningly. The red-haired ghost looked at him worriedly, not understanding what had happened to him. Ling Yui asked him if he wanted the guy to raise the bet. The partners looked at him blankly. Ling Yui put his hand forward and released a purple aura. The red-haired ghost tensed and sweated, feeling terrible pressure. He didn't understand what the guy was going to do. A system window appeared, cashing out 3 million ritual money. 1 million bills appeared out of thin air. Ling Yui handed over the money and bet 3 million. The hostess was surprised, but tried not to show her emotions to others. She realized that the guy was just playing along with these 2 ghosts. The one-eyed ghost turned to his partner and asked what they would do now. All the ghosts in the carriage looked at Ling Yui. The red-haired ghost lowered his gaze in frustration and said to stop, calling the guy a monster. The one-eyed ghost began to sweat. While the hostess counted to 3, Ling Yui was under the condemning gaze of the ghosts. Lu announced that the item was sold and passed the pills into Ling Yui's hands using her smoke. She looked with delight at the money she received and said that this man was very interesting. Ling Yui put the pills into his inventory with a smirk on his face. These pills were even capable of bringing the dead back to life, which is a very serious insurance policy for a thriller game. A system window appeared in front of him, showing progress on his 5th task. He completed 30% of the task. Suddenly someone unexpectedly touched the guy on the shoulder. A mustachioed ghost with blue skin appeared next to him. He was wearing an apron and a bandana on his head. The ghost smiled at him and asked the guy to maintain his dignity, asked him to leave the next lot to him. Ling Yui sat down in his seat and began to look at the image in the smoke. He did not understand why the ghost asked to leave him the next lot. An image of a black ingot with gold impurities appeared. Rocks engulfed in fire appeared in the background. The hostess removed the smoking pipe and said that it was a scarlet iron ingot, and it appeared within the abyss of blazing fire at the junction of the borders of the Ghost Kingdom, on the inner periphery. When making various materials based on yin kai, the ingot is capable of converting all the energy into the fire element. If used to craft a yin weapon, one can gain an advantage in a fight against a ferocious ghost whose level is higher than the owner. Ling Yui sighed, realizing that compared to pills, this yin material was less attractive to most buyers. But they were also no longer interested in bidding because of Ling Yui. All the ghosts really showed no interest in the auction, except for that mustachioed ghost in a bandana. Ling Yui looked at his elated face, which was filled with hope. Ling Yui was thinking that this old ghost dared to approach him personally and ask him to give in. He was really interested. Ling Yui raised his hand and bet 2 million. The mustachioed ghost was shocked. He got angry with him and turned to the guy. Ling Yui answered him with a slight smile that the one whose price was higher would receive the lot. The old ghost sighed in disappointment, looking down. He said that he could not compete with the guy due to lack of money, but asked after the purchase to leave the ingot to him so that the ghost would buy it for a higher price when he had enough money. Ling Yui was surprised by his reaction, because other ghosts would hate him if they faced such a problem, but the old man behaves much more nobly. The mustachioed ghost turned to him and agreed that the guy really has a lot of money, and he can buy up all the best. But Ling Yui does not understand the full value of this item, so giving it to the guy would be wasteful, and for better use he should sell it to the ghost. Ling Yui smiled and spread his hands to the side, answering that this ingot is only the 2nd level of the highest grade. It's just yin material for forging. The guy just needs to find a good blacksmith. The mustachioed ghost opened his mouth in surprise and opened his eyes wide, because he didn't think that the guy could determine the level and grade so easily. The ghost made a thoughtful face and coughed. He said that the guy expressed himself quite frivolously. Yin material is scarce in the ghost world, and the highest grade is the highest quality, and rarest. And this scarlet ingot has many possibilities. If it falls into the hands of the right blacksmith, its value will definitely exceed the second level of the highest grade. The ghost grinned, putting his hand to his chin, and said that there are few correct blacksmiths and they are all hiding, so only an expert like him can figure it out. Ling Yui looked at him in surprise and asked if he was a blacksmith. The ghost looked at the guy, folding his arms over his chest. He replied that he was a famous blacksmith in the ghost world named Din Lion. He really liked this rare material and wants to forge the perfect weapon from it. If he had more money, he would give every last coin. Ling Yui raised his finger up and replied that no matter how much money he offered, it would not be possible to buy him back. But if he signed a contract with him and occasionally did something for him, then the guy could give the ingot to him for free. Din Lion shook his head negatively, saying that he would never sign a contract and would not recognize anyone as his master. He looked at the guy with enthusiasm and offered to become a student. And then Din Lion could teach him a lot, including the technique of making weapons from this ingot. Ling Yui looked at him irritably and remained silent. Green smoke was already carrying the ingot into the guy's hands. Ling Yui took the ingot in his hands and replied that in that case they had nothing to discuss. Mistress Lu took out a mask in the shape of a skull with horns, emitting a red aura. She announced that this was the last lot for today's auction. This mask was a Wuxian ghost face, second level top grade. She showed the mask closer. The mask was white with red patterns and red horns. The hostess held the mask to her face and explained that her role was to camouflage herself, be it in appearance, physique, or breathing. She announced a starting price of 1 million, and the ghosts immediately began raising their hands and shouting their bids. The one-eyed ghost with a mustache also raised his hand and made a bet of 1,250,000. He angrily turned to Ling Yui and shouted that they were worthy ghosts, and if they let this person take all the goods, bad rumors would spread about each of them. They must not allow this to happen. The ghost next to him began to laugh. He turned to him and asked what he was laughing at. The laughing ghost had a large scar on his face and was grinning. The ghost with the scar turned to Ling Yui and wanted to say something about what would happen if the person really took the last lot for himself. He grinned slyly again and narrowed his eyes. As the ghosts continued to shout more and more bets, Ling Yui stood up from his seat. Ling Yui ordered the system to use the cashback card. The guy's eyes began to glow red. He raised his hand and confidently named the price of 3 million. The ghosts looked at him with disappointment and said that he had bought everything again. The one-eyed ghost began to sob and shake, shouting that they were all just a joke to the guy. The hostess narrowed her eyes slightly and announced that she had sold the mask. She announced that the auction was over. After that, the smoke conveying the image of the goods sparkled and disappeared. Lu's assistant, Wu-san, began to put the cabinet into his backpack. Lu stood a little tensely and smoked, thinking that the guy really managed to take all the auction lots into his pocket. It always seemed to her that he didn't care how much money to spend. He didn't feel bitterness from spending. Only true joy from the process. Ling Yui sat down in his seat and began to try on the purchased mask. A system window appears. You have activated your cashback card. The owner's spending this time amounted to 3 million. The cashback coefficient is 10. Congratulations to the owner on receiving a cashback in the amount of 30 million ritual money. The guy took off his mask and smiled, thinking that the further he goes, the more money he spends. Ling Yui put the mask into his inventory. This time, he not only attracted the attention of such a large audience, but also acquired amazing things. He decided that when he returned, he would ask an old acquaintance to think and organize how best to use them. Mistress Lu approached Ling Yui and told him that he bought all the goods they had without even thinking about putting such generous prices, which means the guy has significant financial resources. The hostess looked at the guy. Wu-san stood next to her. She asked how she could contact him. Ling Yui realized that his behavior had left a strong impression on Lu, and she was considering making a deal with him. The guy stood in front of her and folded his hands as a sign of respect, saying that she could call him Emperor Fengdu. Lu said his name out loud, smiling slightly. She thought that it was thanks to this person that she would be able to move up the career ladder of her chamber. Lu smiled friendly at him and proposed. Their Kinmen Chamber of Commerce offered to become a VIP for him, a limited offer for those with a good reputation and significant financial resources. By becoming a VIP, he will be able to receive notifications and item listings for each of their mobile auctions, and will be able to directly contact sellers from anywhere. At the same time, all his purchases will receive a 20% discount. The ghosts who heard this were stunned by such an offer to the guy. Ling Yui raised his hand, interrupting the hostess, and addressed her. He looked at her seriously and replied that he was ready to become a VIP of the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce, but he would like to ask for one favor. Lu smiled at him and asked him to tell her. Ling Yui lowered his eyebrows and firmly said that if he buys something, then he should not be given a discount. The hostess was taken aback and did not understand why he wanted this. She smiled at him awkwardly, spreading her hands, and replied that the great have their own rules, and they will respect his principles, but the preferential treatment is valid for all VIPs of the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce, without exception. She suggested that he change the discount to 20% cashback. Ling Yui frowned and asked the system if such a condition would do. A system window has appeared. Cashback is a gift that does not affect consumption volume. Ling Yui crossed his arms and agreed to her condition. The hostess called Wusan, to which he answered in the affirmative. His backpack opened slightly, and something with a green light flew out towards Ling Yui. The guy raised his hand and deftly caught the object. The hostess, smoking a pipe, said that if there were branches of the Kinmen and Huangquan chambers of commerce nearby, he could come and show his token if necessary. Ling Yui just happened to have this golden token in his hands, on which was written the name of the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce and the fact that it belonged to a VIP client. Ling Yui watched as Lu and Wusan left, holding a token in his hands. He wondered if the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce had anything to do with the Huangquan Hotel, also known as the Underworld Hotel. He remembered what the owner of this hotel looked like and how obsessed she was with money. Ling Yui exhaled tiredly and put the token in his pocket, thinking about the innkeeper. She looked as if money was the most important thing in her ghostly life, but she didn't look like she had a big organization behind her. A round brown ghost approached Ling Yui. He was dressed in a formal suit. The ghost introduced himself. He was the third head of the Sandstorm gang. He extended his hand to the guy and said that if he ever needed high-quality ore, he could tell his name to any mining organization, and the ghost would personally serve the guy's envoy. Ling Yui shook his hand half-heartedly and replied that he would send someone as soon as there was time. The ghost in the suit thanked him. He walked towards the exit with a happy face, thinking that at least this time he was unable to buy anything at the auction. But he had made friends with such a powerful creature. He wanted to report this to the head of the family. She would definitely be happy about it. The bald ghost with one eye bowed to Ling Yui and introduced himself as the ruler of the Nether Heaven. He raised his head a little tensely and said that they specialize in dealing with necromancers. If Ling Yui is interested, he can come to the lower heaven and choose something for himself. Ling Yui replied emotionlessly that he would come if there was time. The one-eyed ghost looked at him in surprise. His face became frightened and worried. He realized that the guy did not care that the ghosts had united against him and ridiculed him at the auction. He believed that for such an influential being, their nether heaven was no different from other small sects. The one-eyed ghost shook the guy's hand and wished him a good trip. The other passengers were surprised that this ghost was kinder than they thought. Opposite Ling Yui, a crowd of ghosts immediately formed, trying to offer him something or make a deal. This crowd pushed Din Lion aside. The girl with purple hair delightedly said that this guy is too cool. The man without a leg shouted that he would definitely write him a message on the forum when he returned back. They were all pushed aside by a ghost with a scar on his face who was watching the auction. He approached Ling Yui and asked if he was the Fengdu Emperor. Ling Yui, who was shaking hands with another ghost, turned to him in surprise. The guy looked at him suspiciously, feeling threatened by this ghost. Suddenly the train began to shake and become cloudy. One of the ghosts fell to the floor and asked in fear what was happening. Another ghost asked where the guide was. Everyone panicked. The scarred ghost smiled ominously as a black aura appeared around him. Ling Yui, standing opposite him, felt that something bad was about to happen. The entire carriage was hit by a red energy field. Ling Yui understood that new dangerous trials were coming. Lu started to pull the door handle. She turned to the driver in fear and said that her power was limited by some kind of yin device. She could not use her abilities and could not leave this train. The driver suddenly grabbed the radio and began communicating with the conductor. Ling Yui was surrounded by a purple aura. He asked the ghost with the scar who he was. The ghost smiled at him irritably and replied that he did not need to know this, but what he said now was important. The conductor's voice was heard from the speakers, asking passengers to remain calm. He promised to solve the problem as soon as possible, and they would try not to delay the trip so as not to delay anyone. The ghosts listened carefully to the announcement. The staff headed to the problematic carriage. They opened the door to the carriage, attracting everyone's attention. The driver turned to the conductor, a ghost with long blonde hair and a large horn. He told him that it might be the ghost with the scar on his face. Lu and Wusan also walked in front of the staff. Ling Yui looked at them all carefully, thinking about how they all stepped forward. The conductor made an angry face and ordered Scarface not to move. The ghost with the scar on his face snapped his fingers and laughed disgustingly. The lights in the entire carriage went out. Thick black smoke with a red aura began to flow through the carriage. Lu realized that there was another fierce ghost here. Several sinister ghosts appeared in the smoke. One of them was a ghost with long red hair and bloody hooks on his hands. Ling Yui's pupils shrank sharply as he realized that it was a ferocious ghost. The ghost with hooks began to walk towards the owner, telling her that he had heard a lot about her. Lu tensed and furrowed her eyebrows. She answered him that if he was thinking of somehow harming her, and thereby harming the Chamber of Commerce, then nothing would work out. She asked if he was afraid of revenge. The ghost began to laugh loudly, mocking her. He shouted that they were able to capture the whole train and they are not afraid of the revenge of her friends, because the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce is just a bunch of greedy rats, and after they are done with everything, they will lie low in a secret place where no one will find them. The ghost took a step forward, scaring the other passengers. He said that they isolated the train with the help of a ghost ship and no information would leak from here. With the help of it, they lowered their power to the level of ordinary ghosts. He laughed ominously, opening his mouth wide, and shouted that the battle would take place on their territory. Lu got angry and blocked the way to the backpack on Wu San's back, saying that if their goal was a bag of treasures, then nothing would happen without their permission. The ghost grinned and looked in the other direction, asking about the bag. He pointed towards Ling Yui and said that their goal was not only the Chamber of Commerce. Mistress Lu furrowed her brows as a bead of sweat ran down her forehead. She firmly stated that they have no right to touch their VIP clients. The ghost turned towards Ling Yui, swinging its blades. He said that he didn't care about their rules, because there was a very interesting person on the train, and today's catch would be very tasty. Ling Yui glanced at his blade. A system window has appeared. A high-grade 3rd-level yin weapon, a yin sha chain blade, has been detected. Ling Yui sighed thoughtfully as he examined this weapon. Opposite him there were already 2 enemies, a ghost with a scar and a ghost with blades. He understood that a fierce battle was coming. The ghost with the scar grinned disgustingly and was about to order something to Ling Yui. To his surprise, Ling Yui interrupted him and summoned Zhu Jiang. His fierce ghost appeared from the white smoke, shocking everyone. The ghost with a scar on his face covered his body with his hands, shielding himself from the gust of wind. Ling Yui and Zhu Jiang rushed out of their seats, preparing to attack, because the best defense is an attack. The train continued to move quickly over the rocky terrain. The blade ghost clenched his teeth. He looked at Zhu Jiang swinging at him and couldn't understand how a person with rank 2 strength could subdue a ferocious ghost. Zhu Jiang's sword and the red-haired ghost's blade collided with each other. The ghost with the blades was thrown back towards the end of the carriage. He lay in the rubble and tried to clear his throat. He glanced at Zhu Jiang and asked with downcast eyes if it was really him. Zhu Jiang slowly walked up to him and asked if he knew him. The red-haired ghost had a black eye. He seemed to have seen Zhu Jiang on the way from the periphery to the central zone, where he was able to kill a dozen fierce ghosts single-handedly. But he couldn't remember the specific reason for this. The red-haired ghost frowned, his pupils constricting. He took a look at Zhu Jiang and his red aura and realized that he was now not as strong as in the past. Now he was just a fierce ghost like the red-haired one, so he had nothing to fear as he thought. He began to gradually rise to his feet. He spun in the air and swung his blades, ordering Zhu Jiang to die. They clashed with Zhu Jiang in a fierce battle. Zhu Jiang frowned, his eyes glowing. He said the ghost was talented. The ghosts collided with each other. Zhu Jiang used the broken soul knife technique. The passenger hiding behind the table looked at Ling Yui and said in shock that this person had curbed the fierce ghost. The man without a leg and the girl were hiding, watching the battle. The girl began to cry and asked if they would die. Lu, who watched the 2 fierce ghosts clash, wondered if anyone would have thought that a human would subdue a fierce ghost. The conductor approached her and said that this was an incredible find. A crowd of enemies appeared opposite them. Lu said that although their powers are weakened, they can join forces. In this case, they will be able to cope with 1 fierce ghost. The conductor smiled confidently and agreed with her. The entire train staff headed towards the growling and threatening enemies. The scarred ghost suddenly moved towards his ally behind Ling Yui. The guy turned to them, thinking that the ghost was hiding from him. The ghost with the scar was hugged by a ghost with blue hair and a horn. He told him that he had to be careful, because this man had a lot of money, which meant there should be enough tricks. The ghost with the scar on his face stood up and told him that he would deal with the guy as soon as possible. He slowly walked towards Ling Yui and began to mock him, saying that he thought too much of himself, even though he had a lot of money and a fierce ghost. The scarred ghost licked his blade and said that the guy's strength was only rank 2. Ling Yui looked at him with hostility and realized that he was just an ordinary ghost and was looking for death. He prepared 2 nails surrounded by a blue aura. Ling Yui quickly threw them straight at the ghost. The ghost with the scar looked at them and did not understand why they were flying so fast. He did not have time to dodge them. The distance between them was decreasing more and more. The nails went straight into his eyes. The ghost grabbed his face and began to scream shrilly. Ling Yui took out his blade and instantly found himself next to the enemy. He made his first swing with his sword, which was accompanied by a red aura. His aura and light smoke hovered around. Ling Yui looked at the red blade with a powerful aura and understood how killing intent felt. The guy grinned, holding the blade in his hand, and said that it was a good sword. A ghost with blue hair hid in fear on the ceiling. He thought that the guy killed his ghost brother with one blow, and his strength is not at the second rank, but much more terrible. He clenched his teeth, his pupils constricted. The ghost needed to find a way out of this whole situation as soon as possible. He glanced at Ling Yui and his blade, realizing that this person's yin power was infinitely close to that of a ferocious ghost. Ling Yui turned around and looked up, noticing his enemy. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, laughing. The guy asked if this ghost was some kind of weakling, and said that only the best ghost could harness the full power of his weapon. He smiled faintly and began to provoke the blue-haired ghost into a fight. The ghost called him impudent and began to suck in air, puffing out his cheeks. He released the air from his lungs with a terrible, piercing and deafening scream, ordering Ling Yui to die. Because of the screaming, all the windows in the carriage were broken. At this time, Zhu Jiang and the red-haired ghost continued to fight fiercely. The red-haired ghost stopped Zhu Jiang's attack with his blade and said that now his master would die. Zhu Jiang smiled at him with excitement and replied that Ling Yui would only die in his dreams, and let him worry about himself better. Ling Yui managed to activate the protective field and was not affected by the high-frequency scream of the ghost. The ghost looked at him in confusion and wondered if he had a yin weapon that could protect against soul attacks. Ling Yui smiled at him and swung his sword, saying that he needed the skull necklace not only for beauty. He took a step forward and ordered the skull necklace to attack. The purple skull moved forward with its mouth open. The skull grabbed the hand of the ghost, who was confused due to the fact that this artifact combines both defense and attack. The guy had a lot more tricks up his sleeves than he thought. He tossed his skull to the side, pushing himself backwards. He believed that if he died here, he should take this person with him. Ling Yui threw glowing nails at him. The ghost easily dodged them and said that these were all useless tricks and asked the guy if he really thought he was some kind of trash who couldn't dodge something like that. Ling Yui stopped the remaining nails and agreed with him. After that, he took out a blue orb and said that in this case, he would use the Ice Soul Orb. He pointed the artifact towards the ghost, and it immediately began to freeze. The ice quickly shackled his limbs. The ghost realized that his affairs were going badly. He looked at his arm and leg, which were immobilized by a thick layer of ice. The ghost said in confusion that the guy used another trump card, not realizing how many of them he had. He was angry that this time he was unable to dodge and was infected with the icy spiritual power. Ling Yui stood directly in front of him with his blade. He readied his weapon and looked at the ghost angrily. Since he awakened his spiritual power, this is the first time he uses it seriously. He has now transformed physically and mentally. Ling Yui tightly grabbed the hilt of his sword and began to mentally list what he now had. Spiritual strength, spiritual awareness, combat experience, ice soul sphere, soul-taking sword, blood blessing. His blade began to glow fiercely and seemed to be on fire. Ling Yui realized that he was not afraid of ghosts. He swung his sword at the ghost with all his might, ordering him to die. The ghost looked fearfully at the blade, which was getting closer and closer to him. The green light appeared in his eyes and he grinned. The ghost's hand stopped the sword exactly at the moment when it was about to pierce the ghost's head. Ling Yui didn't understand what happened. He looked at his sword in confusion. The blade was held by a hand that grew from the ghost's back. Ling Yui put his sword back, saying that the ghost also had his own tricks. The ghost stood up and said that the guy forced him to take extreme measures, and for this he would die today in agony. The enemy screamed loudly and piercingly, raising his head up. Numerous growths began to appear on his back. From them grew many hands that were striving outward. The ghost laughed nastily as he stood in front of the confused Ling Yui. The guy was embarrassed and disgusted. He said that it was disgusting. The ghost opened his mouth wide and asked how dare he say such nonsense, promising him that he would die today and be a good addition to his collection of souls. The ghost pounced on him, pointing all his hundreds of hands at the guy. Ling Yui activated his skull necklace, which immediately began to glow brightly. A protective field appeared around the guy, which prevented the ghost from delivering at least one blow to him. The ghost stopped and asked wearily how an artifact could combine mixed yin-kai. Ling Yui ran sharply in the other direction. He repelled the ghost's attack with his sword. Then, with his blade, he began to cut off the hands of the ghost's long arms. One by one, the limbs scattered to the sides. The bright light of the blade illuminated the dark carriage. The ghost began to scream shrilly in pain. He fell onto his stomach, half of his arms on his back now handless stumps. Ling Yui looked at him with excitement and asked if he could raise his hands now. The ghost opened his toothy mouth wide and shouted that this was his innate talent, a method of burning souls. He declared that he would turn all his pain and wounds into a flash of killing energy. He laughed loudly, stretching out 100 of his hands towards the guy. The ghost shouted that his technique was much stronger than the guy's trinkets. Ling Yui easily cut off his hand again and disappointedly asked if this was all and if he could really become stronger through pain. After which he activated the burning technique. The ghost opened his eyes wide and shouted that he would not hide from him. Hundreds of hands once again rushed towards Ling Yui with terrifying force. He was confused, but still managed to dodge the attack. The passengers hid and covered their heads. The blue ghost said that he was very scared, and it was some kind of monster in a ghostly shell. His friend helplessly asked what they should do, because he believed that the guy would not cope with the enemy, and then they would have to defend themselves. The purple-haired girl was crying, and the guy with the headband shouted that if Ling Yui died, they would be killed too. The ghost's hands accidentally hit the broken window. The ghost looked at them in confusion and realized that his hands were stuck in the window. Ling Yui smiled when he realized that the moment had come. He summoned Baizhu. A pink aura appeared in the air, and behind it, Baizhu appeared behind Ling Yui. She raised her hand up and activated the energy of hatred. Her pink power began to envelop the ghost. She immobilized the enemy and knocked him to the ground. The ghost couldn't believe that Ling Yui was able to subdue the second ghost. Baizhu stood modestly next to her master. All the attention of the carriage was focused on them. The passengers were surprised how Ling Yui controlled two fierce ghosts, and how this was possible. The ghost shouted to him that nothing would help the guy and he was rejoicing too early. He went on the attack again, releasing his hands from his mouth. Ling Yui easily chopped off another hand, saying that he was disgusted to hear his death rattles. The ghost looked at the stumps of his arms and did not understand why his arms were no longer regenerating. Ling Yui approached him, asking if he expected this. The guy looked at Baizhu, who continued to hold the ghost with her power, and thought that her skills supported by the energy of indignation were very strong. They could temporarily deprive the enemy of his innate talents. Baizhu caused this ghost's regeneration ability to weaken. The ghost began to plaintively ask him to stop. Ling Yui had already prepared his blade while surrounded by a red fierce aura. He made several precise swings of his weapon. All the arms on the ghost's back were cut off. With tears in his eyes, he begged for mercy, justifying himself by clouding his mind, and promised that he would never appear in his life again. He plaintively shouted that if Ling Yui let him go, he would order the rest of the robbers to stop attacking. And his two brothers would only listen to him. They controlled an artifact that suppressed the power of the ferocious ghosts on the train. The ghost promised that if the guy saved his life, he would free everyone on the train. Ling Yui began to approach him, asking about this artifact. The ghost smiled at him with tears in his eyes and answered in the affirmative. The guy smiled cruelly at him, saying that he couldn't lie. The ghost fell into despair and began to threaten him with the fact that his brother would break every bone in him and destroy his soul to such a state that every particle would be in the corners of the entire ghost world. With one swing of his sword, Ling Yui decapitated the ghost. The carriage fell into silence. The ghost's soul flew out of his body. The guy with the headband turned to Ling Yui and asked if the ghost was dead. Ling Yui ordered the system to give him the talisman of extermination. A talisman in the shape of a piece of paper began to appear from the inventory. He applied it to the ghost's body. After this, the ghost's soul let out its last cry, and its entire body was covered in fire. Ling Yui smiled as he looked at the corpse and said that the ghost was definitely dead now. The passengers called him a god and rejoiced at his victory, noting his good work. The ghost with a mustache was surprised that he killed one of the 3 leaders of the band of robbers so quickly, and now he understands where he got so much money from, because he is cool in his own right. His friend added that he not only cut off the head of the main ghost, but also used a spell that completely expelled the soul. Din Lion smiled, putting his hand to his chin. He said that there was something special about this guy, and he came up with a good idea. After all, Ling Yui is the main character, which is the focus. The red-haired ghost robber turned to his brother's corpse. Behind him stood Zhu Jiang. Zhu Jiang pointed his sword at the enemy and shouted that his master had burned his bro's soul. The red-haired ghost screamed in frustration and began to sob. He ran furiously towards Ling Yui, promising to kill him. The ghost was preparing to attack the guy from behind, hitting him with his blades. Ling Yui turned to the embittered ghost and said that it was better for him to think about himself. Zhu Jiang threw his sword at the ghost, aiming for its back. The robber was able to repel the attack with his blade. Zhu Jiang ran towards his enemy with lightning speed. He and the robber were about to clash again in battle. Zhu Jiang swung his strong fist. He hit the ghost right in the face, knocking out a tooth. After that, Zhu Jiang threw the ghost up. He threw it back so hard that the robber made a hole in the ceiling of the train and flew out. The ghost knelt on one knee on the roof of the train, not understanding how such a small train 44 ended up with such powerful passengers. Zhu Jiang jumped out of the carriage onto the roof and ordered the ghost to stop his escape. The robber turned to him, preparing his blades. He ran forward and made a hole in another part of the roof. The ghost looked into the carriage and asked the second brother for help. At that time he was with the mistress Lu. His brother immediately agreed, activating his blue aura. He threw Lu aside with his strength. After that, he jumped up onto the roof of the train. Ling Yui stood between Lu and the wall, preventing it from hitting her. He caught her in his hand, and Lu looked at her savior. Ling Yui, holding the mistress in his arms, looked at the hole leading to the roof and said that their affairs were bad. Lu asked the main character how things were going with his opponent. Ling Yui said that he killed the third head of the robbers, and with the help of his assistant Zhu Jiang drove the fierce ghost onto the roof of the train. He said that if they allowed him to team up with reinforcements, the situation might turn out unfavorably for them, and the two of them could defeat Zhu Jiang. Lu frowned and said that was bad. She said that this fierce ghost scattered them around like kittens, and they could not do anything. The main character shouted to them not to worry because he would figure everything out. He told Baizhu that he was leaving everyone under her protection. Jumping onto the roof through a hole in the ceiling, the main character thought that he could not let them team up and kill Zhu Jiang. The two ghosts in front of him were fighting with Zhu Jiang. A ribbon glowing purple shot forward from his hand. The tape surrounded one of the ghosts. Turning around, the ghost asked that he dared to interfere in their battle, despite the fact that he was only a second rank. He hit the tape sharply with his hand. The ghost opened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed. The protagonist said with a grin that the cursed pharaoh's headband, a first-class Ying weapon, is enough to suppress even a fierce ghost. The tape enveloped the ghost, immobilizing him. Another ghost asked Zhu Jiang how dare his master interfere. He asked if he really thought that he, whose strength was at the second level, could withstand the battle of the fierce ghosts. He told him to save his life, grab him and run away. Zhu Jiang asked with a grin why he thought so. He told him to look back, because his friend was lying foaming at the mouth, and he was not a hindrance to his master. The ghost turned around in amazement to see his comrade lying on the floor. Cursing, he shouted that first he would free him, and then they would kill him together. Zhu Jiang hit with yellow energy. The ghost lying on the ground thought that even his Ying power had been blocked, and this was a first-class Ying artifact. Looking at the main character, he thought how many more treasures this man had in his hands. Several talismans appeared above Ling Yui's hand, shrouded in yellow energy, and the ghost exclaimed in fear. The main character threw the talismans forward. Many talismans enveloped the ghost's body. There was an explosion and a column of red energy rushed upward. The ghost screamed loudly in pain. Ling Yui, exhaling, said that the spell caused him more damage than usual, and it seems that when using spells and artifacts together, their power is summed up. He loosened his grip on the ribbon enveloping the ghost. The ghost, breathing heavily and cursing, asked if he dared to fight him without using his artifacts. The main character asked if they didn't fight fairly, and why complicate things. He invited him to let him go, and in return he would recognize him as his master. The ghost clenched his teeth in anger and swore. Shrouded in blue energy, he clenched his fists. Ling Yui jumped back and asked about dispelling the artifact's power. The ghost shouted that he would take his head and eat it. Zhu Jiang jumped over both ghosts in one leap and stood between the ghost and the main character. Turning around, he said that it seemed that he had already fallen into a berserker state, and he no longer cared about the consequences. Ling Yui told him not to worry about him and to continue dealing with the sickle ghost. He said that he would help him when the opportunity was right. Zhu Jiang asked if he was serious. He asked if he really wanted to help him during his battle, because these were very dangerous opponents. He asked if it wasn't too dangerous. The main character looked at his palm and said that he still had a couple of trump cards up his sleeve, and all he was facing was a ferocious ghost who had lost his composure. He said it wasn't difficult. Zhu Jiang said that his strength was really starting to scare him, but he felt relieved that he would not lose the battle. Ling Yui, shrouded in a purple aura, thought that his advantage was the endless flow of high-quality Ying artifacts, which could have a key impact on the game, and if he did everything right, he would crush them overwhelmingly, and they would want to escape. An enraged ghost with fists shrouded in blue energy was approaching him. The ghost's legs were shrouded in blue and red energies. The ghost shouted, "Innate talent, Yin Kai compass." The ghost with the sickles shouted, "Innate talent, strongest technique." Ling Yui turned to Zhu Jiang and said that it seemed that their battle was entering the final stage. He told him to use the strongest he had because they were using the soul destruction method. Zhu Jiang's eyes glowed yellow and he obeyed. A whirlwind of yellow energy surrounded him. The protagonist thought with a smile that this was the first time he saw the full combat power of Zhu Jiang. Ling Yui extended his hand into the purple circle that appeared in the air. He took out playing cards from there. He said with a grin that he was simply using a high-grade third-order Ying artifact to win this drawn-out battle. The ghost, looking at his feet, exclaimed in amazement that the Ying compass had turned. The main character was holding playing cards in his hand, shrouded in purple energy. He grinned, and the ghost thought that this was an artifact of the highest rank. The sickle ghost asked how this was possible, since this kind of thing should not appear on the periphery of the ghost world. He thought that this was abnormal, because there could not be such a huge ghostly force on the periphery of the ghost world. He wondered where he got this from, because the Kingming Chamber of Commerce couldn't bring this product, and he doesn't even know how lucky he was with this artifact. The sickle ghost said that if they could take this top-ranking artifact from him, the strength of their plunder squad would increase manifold, and they would no longer have to hide in the future. Shrouded in red energy, he jumped at the main character to attack. Zhu Jiang, turning around, shouted to him not to approach his master. He hit him with a blast of yellow energy. The magic circle under the other ghost's feet glowed blue, and he used the Yin Kai compass teleporter. Finding himself behind the main character, he rushed to the attack. Turning around, Ling Yui threw a playing card at him and said that he was just in time. The ghost shouted with a grin that he thought too much of himself. He activated the teleport again. The main character snapped his fingers with a calm face. A playing card flying in the air suddenly changed its direction of flight. It passed through the ghost's body, flying out of his chest. Looking at his chest, the ghost said that it was a tracking attack. Grinning, he said that it was just a scratch. Many playing cards pierced his body, and he exclaimed in amazement. The main character, holding the playing cards in front of him in the air, said with a smile that this Ying artifact is poker cards, and they are unpredictable during their normal use, but during an attack they are capable of anything. And this is a worthy artifact. The ghost with the sickle shouted at him not to touch his brother. He said he would kill him. Another ghost, blazing with blue energy, screamed loudly. Crossing his arms in front of him, he activated teleportation. Zhu Jiang, standing back to back with the main character, exchanged blows with the ghost with sickles. Turning around, he said that this was bad. Suddenly he realized that there was no one around. The ghosts rushed to attack Ling Yui. They grinned wickedly. The train entered a tunnel. Zhu Jiang called out to the main character. They found themselves inside a dark tunnel. Ling Yui stood in pitch darkness, shrouded in a purple aura. He turned on monster mode and his eyes glowed red. He discovered the silhouettes of ghosts that swung at him to attack. Several playing cards shrouded in purple energy appeared around him. Playing cards shot out in all directions. They repeatedly pierced the bodies of the ghosts around him. The ghost with the sickle shouted that it was useless, because even if he killed them, they would take him to the grave with them. Ling Yui asked if he thought these were all the techniques and artifacts he had. A talisman shrouded in yellow energy appeared above him, and he said, "A talisman that holds the soul. Talisman that kills spirits." Explosion. The talisman was attached to the ghost's chest and glowed with bright energy. There was a huge explosion. The rock through which the tunnel passed was breaking into stone fragments. The ghost with the sickles screamed and cursed. Zhu Jiang stood ominously behind the other ghost. He told him not to dare to lay a finger on his master. After hitting him, he told him to die. The ghosts glowed with a bright yellow light. Having crumbled into pieces, they slowly disappeared into the air. The train left the tunnel, and the night sky opened up before them. On the floor in front of them lay a huge sickle. Kneeling down on one knee, Zhu Jiang apologized to Ling Yui. Looking down, he said that due to his negligence, he had to face two ghosts alone, and he was ready to accept any punishment. The main character said with a smile that in battle there are such unforeseen situations, but everything remained under his control, and they won. He told him to stand up. Zhu Jiang said that he couldn't help but pay for his mistake, so he had to accept any punishment. Ling Yui said that in that case, for leaving him alone to fight the two fierce ghosts, he should prepare him a delicious dish. Zhu Jiang raised his head, and the main character said that if he thinks that this is not enough, he can punish himself with 3 cups of alcohol. Liu, standing on the train, noticed that the shaking had stopped. The guy with brown hair said that there were terrible sounds coming from there, and it seemed like both sides were using their strongest cards. He said it was difficult to say who won. The ghost said that there were 2 fierce ghosts, and even that divine person would have a hard time defeating them. He said that if the robbers win, then things are bad. The main character said that this would not have happened. Turning around, they saw Ling Yui and Zhu Jiang. Noticing 2 glowing blue orbs, Lu asked what he was holding. One of the ghosts exclaimed that this was the elder brother and the second brother. Lu asked if he killed those 2 fierce ghosts. The main character said yes, and these misunderstandings were over. The lights on the train turned on. Lu and the ghost with long blonde hair exclaimed that the debuff had been removed. The ghosts asked in fear how this could happen. The long-haired ghost and Lu, shrouded in an aura, said to leave it on them. They began beating the ghosts with their fists, throwing them around the train. The main character said that after the suppression was lifted, the driver not only regained his strength, but also earned home court advantage, because this is his train. Zhu Jiang said that it seemed like this was what he expected. Bai Zhu said that this is the Ying weapon that he ordered her to find, and it is the reason for suppressing the power of the ferocious ghosts. The main character praised her. The system reported that he had discovered the Soul Lock, a high-end second-level Ying device. Soul Lock collects Ying spiritual energy from the target and imprisons them, and the target's power will be reduced by at least 1 level. The train was traveling among the rocks. The voice asked the passengers to take their seats because all the uninvited guests had been eliminated. He said that he wanted to express his deepest apologies for the fact that they were attacked, and it was all because of the poor security of Train 44. He said that a little later, each of them would be given a free lunch. Ling Yui frowned and thought that it seemed like they were preparing this lunch from some kind of waste. The ghost with long hair asked if he was Emperor Fendu. The main character turned to him and said yes. Bowing, the ghost thanked for eliminating those dangerous, ferocious ghosts, because he saved not only the train crew, but also all their passengers. He thanked him on behalf of the entire 44 train. He gave him the souls of dead ghosts because they deserved to belong to him. He said that he later asked the conductors to deal with their Ying artifacts and give them to him too. Ling Yui said that he would not dare to refuse. Lu said that she also owes him a great debt. She said that she made a personal promise that if he asked her for help, she would do everything possible to help him. The main character thanked her and said that he had something to say. He said that the Ying weapons they used to suppress their powers had been incorporated into their spiritual power structure in advance. Lu said that this incident was pre-planned, and it was very likely that everything was prepared by some large force. She asked if they had any idea who it could be. A voice announced that the train was about to arrive at Bayuzuka Station. Lu apologized and said that she needed to leave because she needed to report the incident to her Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. She told him to just contact her if he needed anything in the future. Leaving behind a trail of blue energy, she disappeared. Turning to the conductor, Ling Yui said that he had something else. The conductor asked how he could help him. The main character said that he only bought a ticket to Bayuzuka Station, but for some reason he needs to get off at Hakao Terminus Station. The conductor said that this is not a problem, because he is asking for such a small favor, and it is not difficult for him to fulfill it, because he is the savior of their train. He said that in the future, travel on their train would always be free for him, and he would be their guest of honor. The main character took the golden card from his hands, and the conductor said that he could sit at any stop he wanted, and he would definitely be put in a separate room with a soft sleeping bed, and all the food in the dining car would be at their expense. He said that he could fully enjoy the VIP service without spending a penny. The main character thought that he needed to spend as much money as possible. The conductor asked, since he was going to the final stop, why not change to the most luxurious box of their train? He said that he would immediately ensure that their most luxurious dishes were prepared for him. Scratching the back of his head, Ling Yui said that he didn't mind. He said there were still human passengers on the train. He asked if he could also extend the validity of the ticket straight to the end. The girl asked the guy next to her what they should do, because their stop was about to come, and they didn't even change their ticket, although they needed to get to the final one. The guy said that she herself had seen the strength of the conductors, and they did not have enough strength to evade paying a fine for not getting off at their stop. The female conductor asked them about their tickets to Bayuzuka Station. The purple-haired girl asked if she could extend the trip or get another ticket because they needed to get to Hakao Station. The guy asked how much it would cost. The conductor, looking to the side, thought that these people were all the same and were disregarding the rules for their own purposes. She said that they could issue a ticket and it would cost 214 ritual money. The guy said it was too expensive. Raising his index finger, he asked if the amount could be paid off with some consumables or items. The conductor said they didn't have to pay. Smiling, she said that Emperor Fendu personally asked her to arrange tickets for them until the end, so she would not charge them anything. The guy and girl opened their mouths in shock. Baizhu, the main character, and Zhu Jiang were playing cards. Baizhu looked at the door. The main character asked if anyone else was looking for him. They saw Din Lion standing at the door, looking down. Ling Yui thought in amazement that it was him. Din Lion scratched his head and said that he had recently said that he would let him become his disciple, and it seemed like he had greatly underestimated him. He suggested we become friends. He said that then he would not have to take money from him, and he would give him scarlet transparent gold, and he would help him forge the most valuable Ying artifact from it for free. The main character thought with a smile that this old man is not interested in money, and he really loves to forge iron. He thought that he could definitely be called a master of his craft. Extending his hand, he suggested that we drop the nonsense about friends and just sign a contract with him. He said that he promises that he will supply him with the best materials for forging Ying artifacts. Din Lion scratched his cheek awkwardly. The main character said that he personally saw its financial resources and combat power. He said that he knows that he thinks that he will force him to work for him in order to make money from him. He assured him that he would not force him to do such a thing. Ling Yui said that what he values in him is his identity as a ghost master, and he doesn't know what his preparation level is. He said that he was giving him a chance and he should think carefully about it. Clutching his head, Din Lion said that his words made sense, and he had never thought about signing a contract, because it would mean losing his freedom, so he was very worried. The main character, grinning, offered to do this and promised that he would give him the greatest powers regarding the creation and ennoblement of artifacts. He said that, except for the most basic requirements, he would not restrict any of his actions. He said that, in any case, he has enough materials and money, but not enough processing skills, so it doesn't matter how many materials it takes to create an artifact, because the main thing is a quality result. He said that based on these requirements, he believed that he were pursuing the same goal. Din Lion smiled awkwardly, thinking that this young man is very casual, and he seems to understand him better than anyone. He asked if the fact that he was greedy for artifacts and was trying to outsmart him bothered him. A piece of paper appeared above Ling Yui's hand and said that he would trust it. He thought that with the perfect ghost control contract, he had nothing to worry about. Grabbing a piece of paper, Din Lion agreed. He wrote on the paper, "I voluntarily swear allegiance to Ling Yui." Din Lion. The leaf was enveloped in purple energy, and he thought that he had made the right choice. This young master, like him, strives for perfection, and he is quite intelligent. He thought that he should help him create better Ying artifacts. Din Lion bowed. The dialogue box says, Class, Ghost, Ying Creation, 900, Ying Strength, 95,000, Ying Weapons, Blood Demon Soul Smelting Forge, Blood Demon Soul Casting Platform, Yingfen Carving Knife, Tempered Alcohol Atlas, Skills and Talents, Identifying Materials, Treasures and Counterfeits. The main character thought about a complete set of 4 forging artifacts, including even one high-class one. Smiling, he thought that it seemed like Din Lion's blacksmithing skills were better than he thought. He told him that from now on he was responsible for all his Ying utensils and materials. Baizhu greeted him. The train stopped at the station. He stopped at Hekiao Station. Quest Train 44 is completed. A purple aura surrounded Ling Yui. Current number of survivors, 8. Looking at his fist, he thought that this quest was the ultimate test for rookies, and he had now graduated from rookie status. He thought that the next thing he would encounter would be a world of real ghosts. As he walked up the steps, the main character said that he really needed to get a good rest before doing this. The full moon was shining above Research Center 9. Someone was typing on a blue backlit keyboard. A list of forum topics appeared on the screen. Then a topic was opened asking how many newcomers from the 5th batch were still alive. EU looked at the monitor screen, reading people on the forum who were sharing their difficulties while completing their tasks. Placing her face in her palm, she said that the 3rd rookie task is very dangerous, but it provides many opportunities, but most die, and thanks to the strong rookies, some weaklings even manage to escape. She said that these strong newcomers are people with great potential who use their abilities to the maximum and even control ghosts, collecting valuable Ying artifacts along the way. Licking her lips, EU said that this night there will definitely be some geniuses among the 5th batch of newcomers. A text appeared on the screen. Is it possible for a high-level player to appear in a quest for beginners? EU said that their task was to take train 44 to the final station, and halfway through the journey, an organization called the Kingming Chamber of Commerce held an auction for high-level Ying artifacts. However, all the goods were bought by some mysterious demon calling himself Emperor Fendu. Not a single ghost managed to outbid him. Then 2 fierce ghosts appeared, bringing with them several more comrades to take over the train. They also limited the transparent power of the trained staff and the guards of the Kingdoming Chamber of Commerce, and at this time, Emperor Fendu made his move and beheaded all the bandits. The guy typed on the keyboard, saying that after that he asked the conductor not to charge them and take them to the final station. And all 8 people survived the task, more than half of whom now worship Emperor Fendu as a god. He said that he wanted to know who this great god called Emperor Fendu was because he wanted to express his sincere gratitude to him. People told him that what he said seemed so reckless that it was hard for them to believe it. The girl with purple hair said that she was convinced of everything herself, because then he really helped her a lot, and he is really very powerful. She said that he actually defeated 2 fierce ghosts, but he was not alone, and he was helped by his subordinate fierce ghosts. EU said that Train 44 and Kingdoming Chamber of Commerce are highly respected neutral organizations in the ghost world, and the robber gang is a ferocious group operating on the periphery of the ghost world. She said that the discussion on this topic is definitely not fake, and the fact that 8 people survived this mission is easy to verify. The stars were shining in the night sky above the apartment building. Lee, sitting at the computer, asked if this was Ling Yui. She asked if his power had become so enormous because he had spent about 10 million ritual money and defeated 2 fierce ghosts. Frowning, he said that she did not allow them to interrogate Ling Yui. A message appeared on the screen, "I confirm. Emperor Fendu is rich and very powerful." Exhaling, Lee said that he still hadn't called her. Someone wrote that they are ignorant, and he himself saw Emperor Fendu with his own eyes. Huan Dao said that last time at the 4th Forum Trade Fair, he generously paid for his goods by giving him the purest bronze ritual coins, and because he interacted well with him, he even gave him a tip for his polite attitude. He asked if it was strange that such a rich man could be so strong. He said he would have doubted it if it were the other way around. Someone told him not to brag indiscriminately, which offended him somewhat. People on the forum wrote that if he says it, then you can trust him. Someone wrote that it seemed to him that they were conspiring to show off. Someone else also expressed doubts about the veracity of this story. Huan Dao said that if they don't believe him, he will see how they react to Baiyi's words. He said that the great god Baiyi had made a deal with Emperor Fendu, which they should definitely believe. Pressing the key, he pinged Baiyi. In a large residential building, the light was turned on in one window. Baiyi came out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel. She noticed an alert on her computer. Her eyes opened wide. Walking over to the computer, Baiyi asked what they were saying about Emperor Fendu. There was a question on the screen asking if experienced players could appear in a newbie challenge. She said that based on what was mentioned, all his actions mentioned in the posts are true. She said that from a financial point of view, the quality of the Yinkai copper coins he used to pay was perfect, and the energy in them was 100% preserved without any trace of leakage. Baiyi said that it seems that this person already has vast battle experience in the ghost world, and now it is no surprise that he was able to spend tens of millions of ritual money at the auction. Typing on the keyboard, she said that from his point of view, he had a fierce ghost under his command, so dealing with 2 fierce ghosts would not be difficult for him. She wrote that at the last fair, Emperor Fendu took out 1,000 copper ritual coins of excellent quality, and revealed that he had a fierce ghost under his command. People on the forum wrote that if even Baiyi said it, then it must be true. They made assumptions about where such a strong person came from in the game. Baiyi, sighing, said that the world of ghosts is a large and complex space. Everything is connected there, including their world. So many people end up there. She asked about ghosts invading the human world. She said that this type of thing did happen in the past, and now it's happening more often. The door to the room swung open. EU happily ran into the room, greeting Baiyi. She hugged her and Baiyi asked why she was breaking into her room and if something happened in her mission. EU said that nothing happened in the mission, and she came about the invasion of real ghosts. She said that a supernatural event had occurred in Zhongcheng, and the entire prefecture was being assessed for danger. Frowning, she said that she had come to gather people. Baiyi thought that if the danger is assessed at the level of an entire prefecture, then the ghost is at the level of ferocious, and at least a level 4 player, or higher, should lead the elimination team. She thought it was not surprising that the government had to turn to their forum for help. She asked if she wanted to make a recruiting announcement. EU exhaled and said that it would be later. She said that if the media published this news, their 9 investigation center would be shown in a helpless light, and their reputation would suffer greatly. Smiling, Baiyi said that it seemed like she had some great idea. Alerts continued to sound on the computer, and EU said that she wanted to contact the Fendu Emperor. A scattering of stars sparkled in the sky. The dialog box said, current level, 3rd level Ghost Lord, spiritual consciousness, 225, spiritual power, 2235. When spiritual power reaches 250, spiritual consciousness will automatically add 25 points, and you will reach the 4th level. The main character, sitting at a table full of food, said that he did not expect that he would do it so quickly, and the essence of a ferocious ghost is very different from an evil one, but he still completed the task promptly. Rising from the table, he said that the series of tasks for beginners was completed, and he needed to prepare to explore the real world of ghosts. He decided to go to the forum first. A notification about a new personal message appeared on the monitor. Ling Yui saw that the message was from Bai Yi and asked what happened to her. Bai Yi wrote that the Zhongcheng incident caused the death of hundreds of innocent people, so the research center wants to accept him as the team leader. The main character said that, as he thought, something happened to them. He said that it seems that as the thriller game's influence has expanded, the existence of ghosts has affected their real world as well. Rubbing his chin, he said he wasn't interested in money. Ling Yui asked if it was worth contacting the research center at all. He said that, after all, you can learn more about the ghost world and supernatural happenings from them than from the forum. He replied that he was not interested in money and only wanted information, in this case regarding the supernatural incident. Bai Yi suggested meeting in person at 12 p.m. in the ghost space. The main character agreed. He stood in the square under the orange evening sky. He thought that every day from midnight to 6 o'clock in the morning, those who had passed the test cycle for beginners could enter the space of a thriller game. Ling Yui thought that this is a public area of the ghost world, which does not belong to people from the real world or anyone from the ghost world, and this spawn does not have any appearance hiding effects. He thought that with the ghost mask, he could still hide his true appearance from people, because it was a high-level Ying artifact. An inscription appeared in front of him, "Please state your nickname." The main character said, "Emperor Fendu, you have a new friend request. Bai Yi invited you to enter her personal space. Do you agree?" The main character said yes. He found himself in a space with a table and 2 chairs, one of which had Bai Yi sitting on it. Ling Yui said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. Bai Yi thought it was strange because he was standing right in front of her and she still couldn't see his face clearly. Opening her mouth, she thought that his methods were incomprehensible, because even from her he was able to hide his face. As she poured the tea, she expressed her deep gratitude to him for his willingness to help deal with the supernatural incident in Zhongcheng. The main character sat down on a chair and said that this was nothing for him. He asked her to tell him the details regarding the order. Bai Yi said that they would meet at the Zhongcheng train station tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She told him to put it on and the right person would meet him. She said they would also provide him with more details. The main character, holding the small triangle in his hand, agreed and thought that it seemed to be the number 9 Investigation Center certification badge. Bai Yi wished him a good trip. Ling Yui again appeared in the square and said that personal space is a convenient thing. He said that in addition to the strategy and forum features, there are other communication functions that he will need to explore at some point. A notification appeared in front of him about a new friend request. The main character thought that after Bai Yi cleared up all the doubts about him, he became a celebrity, and the only thing that makes him happy is that he has this ghostly mask hiding his face. Otherwise he would never have dared to go out and reveal your identity. He paid attention to the alert. Ling Yui asked if it was Li. He said that it seemed that after awakening her spiritual consciousness through the spiritual soul purification wine, she survived the rookie task and became stronger. He said that he agreed to accept her as a friend. Li, waving her hand, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She said that, thanks to the bottle of wine he gave her last time, she awakened her spiritual knowledge and spiritual power, and she used all the skills to deal with the smoke ghost and pass the rookie test. The main character said that he saw yesterday on the forum that someone was discussing a player who controls a smoke ghost. He said he never thought it was her. Li smiled awkwardly and said that she still couldn't compare to him. Ling Yui asked how long she had been in the true ghost world. He said that this was the first time he entered it, so he still doesn't know how everything works here. Li said with a smile that she also recently came here, just yesterday, and before that she carefully studied the information on the forum, and her father also acquired valuable information from experienced players. She said that according to them, only those who pass the newbie test can be considered full players in the closed beta testing of the thriller game. She raised her index finger and said that for internal beta players, in addition to opening up the thriller game space itself, a friend and guild system, as well as a scoring system, are being added. Li said the points can be used to redeem artifacts, such as early mission completion cards or mission hint cards. Mission release card, use this to end a mission early. Fortune card, gives hints for completing the current task. The main character thought that although these functional items do not add buffs to stats, they are still very useful. Lee said that in addition, points can be exchanged for the duration of use of the gym for public training, as well as to create a private, enclosed space. She said that she had already been to the public training hall, and the aura there was richer than in the outside world. She said that it is more effective for cultivation. Lee said that as for personal space, it is not available to beginners and can only be obtained by leveling up and having the required number of points. Ling Yui asked if he could only get points by completing tasks. Lee said yes, and the higher the difficulty of the task, the more points he will receive for completing it. She said that in addition to this, players in the official beta have additional tasks to collect points. Clapping her hands, she said that their previous 3 tasks should also have been awarded points, and she had 240 points. She told him that he too could check his points information in the dashboard. The main character activated the check and his eyes glowed red. A counter for his points appeared in front of him. Ling Yui opened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed, "Points, 150,000." Lee asked how many points he had. The main character, smiling nervously, said, "Not so much." He thought that it looked like he had gone overboard in the 3rd quest, and with that many points, he was most likely the leader in game points in the system. Lee, pointing her finger forward, said that there were channels for earning points in the ghost space. She asked if he could see the 2 towers. In front of them stood a red and blue tall tower, and she said that one of them was the Tower of Afterlife Spirits, and the other was the Tower of Purgatory. The Tower of Afterlife Spirits consists of 100 levels. Each floor has a different number of ghosts, and the higher you go, the higher the difficulty becomes. After killing all the ghosts on the first floor, you can go to customs and get reward points. Lee said that the Purgatory Tower is the most mysterious. Few have challenged it, and she doesn't quite understand what role it plays. The main character thought that both towers were clearly an important component of the ghost space, and he had too little information about the Tower of Purgatory, so it was better, just in case, to wait until his strength was restored, and only then start making plans. He said that he was going to look into the Tower of Afterlife Spirits. Lee nodded and said that with his strength it would not be difficult for him, and she would go with him. They entered the Tower of Afterlife Spirits. The guy, flexing his fists, grinned, said that he was itching after passing the exam for beginners, and he was wondering if he could get into the ranking. Looking at the huge stone plaque, the main character said that there was also a rating here. 4 people with completion times ranging from 9 to 15 seconds were visible in the rankings. He said that according to the information on the forum, Bai had very quickly promoted to rank 6 Ghost Lord and also had hidden powers, but here she only ranked 3rd. He said there seemed to be a lot more pro players than he thought. Lee, pointing her finger, told him if he wanted to challenge the tower, put his hand on the wall like that guy and mentally say, "Start the challenge." She asked if he was going to go now. She told him to be careful. Ling Yui told her not to worry. Touching the wall, he mentally said, "Start the challenge." On the wall, shrouded in purple energy, an inscription appeared, "Challenger, Emperor Fendu. Current floor 1. Want to enter?" Closing his eyes, the main character mentally said, "Enter." The test has begun. Ling Yui found himself in a magical space on a circular platform. The ghost with a long horn on its forehead appeared from a purple portal behind him. He screamed menacingly, opening his mouth wide. Many ghosts rushed to attack the main character from all sides. He used 7 Lohu spikes. The spikes, shrouded in blue energy, pierced the bodies of the ghosts. Ling Yui thought, it seems that the ghosts in this tower are not real, and are most likely puppets filled with grievances and yin energy. Throwing the blue balls into space, he asked Zhu Jiang if he could kill them. Zhu Jiang said that this is his specialty. Ling Yui said that he can be useful sometimes. He thought that in between quests he could earn a regular income from this tower. The first floor has been cleared. Travel time, 2.1 seconds. Points received, 100. Want to challenge the next floor? The main character said no and was enveloped in purple energy. He thought that today's experiment in the Tower of Afterlife Spirits was quite enough, and there was no need to rush into further research. Seeing Ling Yui, Lee smiled. The main character came out of the purple portal, and she asked how it went. Ling Yui smiled and said that there are only 5 ghosts on the first floor, and it is too easy. Lee asked how long it took him to get through the first floor. The bald guy, pointing his finger, shouted that the rating had changed. An anonymous person appeared in first place in the ranking with a completion time of 2.1 seconds. Looking at the main character, Lee said that he got first place. Ling Yui smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't want to be too noticeable, so he remained anonymous. Someone shouted that it was impossible to enter the Tower of Afterlife Spirits. The guy said that judging by the system notification, it looks like maintenance work is coming up. Another guy said this is the first time this has happened. The main character wondered if it was because he killed all the ghost puppets on the first floor. He thought that the game seemed to be tied to the real world of ghosts, since it had such logical rules. He thought about who created this huge system of rules and why it came to the human world. His balance was 10154000000000. Ling Yui thought about how his system, Shenghao, and his resurrection were connected. Stepping forward, he thought that one day he would be able to make sense of this strange world. The main character boarded a high-speed train, folding his arms across his chest and crossing his legs. He thought that compared to the tension and thrill of the 44 train, he still preferred the ease and comfort of the human world. He thought that, unfortunately, the game began to suck in players one by one, and the existence of ghosts began to affect the real world. Ling Yui thought that it wouldn't be long before the world system was rewritten. The phone in his pocket rang. Looking at the screen, he asked Lee. He thought that the timid girl from the first quest had become so bold. He remembered how she suggested exchanging numbers in order to be in touch more often. The main character picked up the phone, putting the phone to his ear. Lee asked if he was going to Zhongcheng. She said that she heard that Section 9 had invited him to investigate a supernatural incident. Ling Yui asked how she knew this. Lee said the incident happened at a shopping center owned by her father. She said it was unusual. The main character opened his mouth in amazement. Lee said that 3 years ago, their company's Fuyang Mall had an incident involving the death of an employee. And at that time the mall did not suspend operations because it was an isolated incident, and was immediately reported to the police. She said there was a mass death there the next day, including dozens of employees and customers. Following this, deaths began to occur in the Guangning residential complex, located several kilometers from the shopping center, causing panic in Zhongcheng. Lee said that it was only when the No. 9 department decided to intervene that the incident was treated as a supernatural phenomenon, and the mall was cordoned off. However, according to news from her father's friends, in fact, when the first incident occurred, at the same time in another part of Zhongcheng another victim appeared. Ling Yui asked if this was true. Lee said that according to the evidence collected, the yin energy in both places has a common origin, and the method of murder appears to be similar, so it can be assumed that the same ghost did it. She said that for some reason they didn't want her father to go to Section 9, so the case was closed. The main character asked if she wanted to say that strange deaths occurred simultaneously in 2 different places. Lee said this is the strangest moment. She asked how a ghost could commit 2 murders in completely different places. Standing at the table, she said that although the case was officially being handled at the county level, she was concerned that the ghost was using unusual methods. She told him not to let his guard down. She said that if he needed anything, he could contact her at any time and she could help him in Zhongcheng. The main character thanked her and said that he would call if he needed anything. He thought that this was indeed a very strange case, and all he could do was arrive at the scene and inspect everything. Ling Yui walked out onto the street full of passers-by. He thought that the number 9 department badge would help pinpoint the location. Several people with serious faces appeared in front of him. Lao He asked if he was the Fendu Emperor. He thought that it seemed like he was using an example to hide his identity, and he couldn't see his face. The main character, holding out his hand, said that it was him. He asked if they were from Department Number 9. Lao He said that his code name is Great River, and he can call him Lao He. The guy in the jacket said to call him Sharp Blade. The girl said her name was Quick Feather. Lao He told the protagonist to quickly get into the car because the situation was urgent. The 4 of them got into the car and Quick Feather took the wheel. Sharp Blade handed the main character a piece of paper and said that here is all the information about the incident. Ling Yui thought that this was basically everything Lee had told him about, but not a single mention of another simultaneous incident. Lao He said that their department believes that this is related to the death of a hunter who lost control of the ghosts. He asked him if he had any ideas. The main character thought that he did not understand why they did not mention the other incident. He thought that he wouldn't give Lee any trouble. He said that in the ghost world, ghosts must follow certain rules and a chosen pattern of killing people. He asked if they were limited by these rules in this world. Quick Feather said that in their experience, there are rules regarding killing people. The main character said that in just 2-3 days about 100 murders occurred simultaneously, and at a very long distance. He asked if the killing rate was too high for an insignificant ghost of the evil spirit level. Those present looked at him in amazement when they heard the words about the insignificant level of the evil spirit. Sharp Blade asked whether this number of deaths could be due to the fact that the rules for killing people are easily broken, and the zone of influence is high. Ling Yui said that it was possible, and if it was really that simple, they would figure it out quickly. Looking out the window, he thought that, as far as he knew, in the real world there is not enough yin energy, and ghosts cannot instantly move through areas other than their own. He wondered if, when they were embodied in reality, the ghost's abilities changed. Their car stopped next to a shopping center. The door swung open and people nearby looked at the car. The main character got out of the car and thought that this was the property of the Lee family, and the place where the first incident took place. Han Long chuckled and said that he thought that they would not have the courage to come to their own death. The guy with blue hair said that this is a dangerous mission at the district level, so they better go and call for reinforcements. He said to leave it to them. The main character asked who they were. Lao he said that these are local ghost hunters, and some of them belong to the Mad Dragon Club from Zhongcheng and are voicing grievances at the official level. He said that the one who stands out the most is Han Long, who was previously in prison, and after he accidentally became a hunter, he became a big problem. He said that they used some means to participate in the investigation, trying to increase the influence of their club by revealing the incident. Ling Yui thought that the officials had not been notified of the other incident, and it was most likely related to people from the underground world. He said that they had secretly acquired information for their own gain, which was no different from hiding ghosts or killing people. Han Long asked him what he was doing here because he looked young. He asked if he was going to rise by working for the government. The guy with the long bangs said that such young newcomers are easier to deceive, and he hasn't even reached rank 4. Another guy said the government is no good. The main character turned around and said that the district-level incident was quite dangerous, and he advised them to tell all the information they knew, and then go home and hide. The guy with blue hair said irritably that their boss was a rank 4 hunter with his own ghosts. He slashed with his hand, and Ling Yui dodged with a slight movement. The guy froze in amazement. Han Long spat out his cigarette and said that he seemed confident in his abilities. Leaning down in front of him, he proposed a competition to see who would be the first to deal with the evil spirit. He entered the building, holding up police tape. The guys said that the fools and the government would see their strength. The main character, smiling slightly, said that if they were in such a hurry to die, then he would not interfere with them. He said they were coming too. They went inside. Ling Yui opened the door and purple energy flowed out. He said that yin energy surges in all directions. Quick Feather asked if that ghost had appeared here. The main character said he doesn't know. He said that the rules for killing people for ghosts remain a mystery, and they need to test it out from their own experience. They turned around in amazement. Lao he asked if a ghost had appeared. Quick Feather exclaimed that they were ahead of them. The main character suggested going inside and taking a look. They saw the hunters looking in shock at a man lying on the ground with a swollen belly. Green foam was coming out of the guy's mouth on the floor. Ling Yui said that this was exactly the same death as described in the file. The guy with blue hair turned to his boss in fear. Han Long covered his mouth with his hand. The guy tried to say something, but he wouldn't let him go. The main character thought that this is not the same as quests in a game, where the rules are immediately told, and in this world without ordinary people putting their lives on the line with every step they take, not knowing the rules of killing ghosts. Han Long said that it looks like they won't get anything out of him. The girl said with tears in her eyes that she had seen many deaths, but this was just terrible. The guy, putting his hand on her shoulder, told her not to worry because since the boss was here, they could kill him. A huge ghost with sharp teeth appeared behind them, reaching out to them. Throwing the spike forward, Ling Yui thought, there he is. The ghost grabbed the guy by the shoulder. He dodged the spike and it flew past, leaving a blue trail behind it. Ling Yui frowned and thought that he was able to dodge. Han Long asked the guy if he was okay. He asked how they called him. The guy's stomach was swollen, his eyes were red and bulging, and fluid came out of his mouth. Looking at this, the main character thought about his stomach. The guy's belly swelled more and more, the veins on it bulged, and he put his hands in his mouth. The contents of his body splashed everywhere. He fell to the floor and the hunters screamed in fear. Touching his face, the main character said that he was dead. Han Long asked if anyone would finally tell him what he did to summon the ghost. The guy with blue hair said he didn't see anything. Lao he asked the main character what he thought. Rubbing his chin, Ling Yui said that it was still impossible to determine just from what he saw. Quick Feather agreed and said that all they saw was the guy tapping the girl on the shoulder and then a ghost appeared. He assumed the taps on the shoulder were calling him. The main character said that they cannot rule it out. He put his hand on Quick Feather's shoulder. Quick Feather thought in amazement that he was going to test it out for himself. The main character put his hand on Sharp Blade's shoulder. He then placed his hand on Lao He's shoulder. Exhaling, he said that the pat on the shoulder could be eliminated. Quick Feather breathed a sigh of relief. Lao he said that this was a very aggressive approach. Ling Yui said that he didn't want them to get hurt, so he took the test himself, because after all, ghosts are nothing to him. Quick Feather thought that he was worthy to be the Emperor of Fendu. Lao he thought that he was able to kill 2 fierce ghosts single-handedly, so it was no wonder he was so confident. The girl, falling to her knees, asked how this happened. She asked the boss if he said that dealing with this ghost would not be difficult. The guy with blue hair said that their team of 6 lost 2 in a matter of seconds and it was dangerous to continue. Another guy asked if there was any way to kill the ghost faster. The girl grabbed Han Long's leg and asked him to help her because she didn't want to die. Han Long swung his leg and angrily told her not to touch her, and they both died next to her. He told her if she wanted to live, think about how it happened. The girl said she really didn't know. Red energy appeared behind Han Long. Turning around, he asked if he had come for him this time. He was enveloped in blue energy and a huge red ghost appeared behind him. The ghost, shrouded in red energy, rushed to attack Han Long, who was surrounded by a blue barrier. The guy with blue hair asked if this was the ghost. The main character said that he also has his own ghost. He said they'll see what happens, but he feels like he can't be saved. The ghost touched his magical barrier with his hand. There was a bright flash of energy and his hand passed through the barrier. The ghost grabbed Han Long by the stomach. Han Long's eyes widened in fear and his teeth clenched. He was already down on all fours. The ghost in front of him disappeared into thin air. Han Long said with tears in his eyes that he did not want to die. The main character closed his eyes and lowered his head. The liquid splashed around the room again. The guy with blue hair exclaimed that the boss was now also dead. Another guy, helping the girl to her feet, said that if he hadn't told them it would be easy here, they wouldn't be here. Sharp Blade asked the protagonist what they would do since these hunters failed. Ling Yui said that he thought he understood his rules of killing. Red energy began to gather behind him. An angry ghost, shrouded in red energy, appeared in the air above him. The main character said that he finally understood why he kills. He threw a spike at the ghost. The thorn pierced the ghost. He disappeared into thin air, leaving a red trail. The guy with blue hair exclaimed that the ghost was dead. Ling Yui said that he was not dead yet, but he scared him away with his attack for a while. Lao he thought in amazement that he had repelled the ghost's attack so easily, and no wonder he wasn't nervous at all from the start. Quick Feather said he understood why he kills. The main character said that from now on women are forbidden to open their mouths. The girls looked at each other questioningly. Ling Yui said that after talking to a girl, the ghost attacks the guy who spoke to her, and they must have already noticed this themselves. The guy with blue hair said that he also spoke to them, but the ghost did not attack him. Ling Yui said that they were just lucky, and after talking with the opposite sex, the ghost attacks the men. He said that this was not an accident, but a pattern. Turning to Sharp Blade, he said that after their boss talked to her, a ghost appeared and killed him. Turning to the others, he said that even fate could befall others. The guy suggested that the main ghost was not going on a rampage because of Yu Young's death, and he was deliberately manipulating other ghosts to kill people. The main character asked if this was the same hunter who died in the incident with the rampaging ghost. Lao he said that Yu Young was the 3rd rank hunter who died in the incident. He said they didn't know much about him, but the Mad Dragon Club maintained friendly relations with him. Ling Yui told them to speak up since they knew something about him. The guy smiled nervously and said that they didn't know that much. The main character told them not to pretend, because he had long noticed that they were hiding something. He said that this ghost killed 2 people in different places, distant from each other at the same time, and they knew everything, but promised to hush up the matter and did not inform the police. Lao he and Quick Feather thought that they had not received information that different people were killed at the same time in different places. Ling Yui said that he had long ago realized that this incident was not so simple, and he was afraid that these scoundrels would take revenge on the person who resorted to his help, so he did not tell them about it before. The guy said that it was an order from Han Long and they had no choice. The main character said that he is now dead. He told them to tell him all the information they had because it was important to everyone. The blue hair guy said that Han Long claimed that his ghost was so strong that no one can defeat him, and this turned out to be a lie, and he is not so invincible. He said that this ghost could easily resist him. The guy with long hair agreed with him and said that Yu Young's strength among their guild members was considered one of the best. He said that even though he was a 3rd rank, even Han Long did not dare to provoke him. He said that his character was also good. He did not create problems and carried out the tasks assigned to him properly. The guy with blue hair said that he has a girlfriend. They have been dating for about 4 years, and she is quite beautiful. The main character, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, asked if this had anything to do with the rule according to which it is forbidden to talk to the opposite sex. The guy, rubbing his head, said that it was possible, and they were speculating indiscriminately. He said that the last time they saw Yu Young, he was in a bad mood, and later they heard rumors that his girlfriend could not stand what he was doing, broke up with him and left with some man to another city. Wow, he asked, Jen Mei. The guy said that's her name and she seems to work at Fian Mall. Ling Yui remembered the photo of a woman with a swollen belly. He said that she was the first victim of that incident. Quickfeather, rubbing the back of his head, said that he was willing to bet that Yu Young died before his girlfriend. Lao he told them not to be mistaken, because he could put himself in suspended animation since they know that he is an extraordinary rank 3 hunter, and now they need to be more vigilant, because if he deliberately faked his death, it means that they have dealing with a 3rd rank hunter who is proficient in ghost control techniques. They looked at him in amazement, and he said that it was possible that he was hiding his power. Ling Yui said it was interesting. The light in the room, which had been working properly all this time, suddenly went out. They found themselves in darkness, surrounded by a purple aura. The main character turned around and said to be careful, because now they would be dealing with a not fully formed ghostly creature. Lao he asked, another ghost. He asked if he was not the most ordinary, and if there was some Ying artifact that would erase him from the earth once and for all. The main character said no, because too many people died here, and because of this the concentration of Ying is too high. He said that this mall is a paradise for the power of this ghost, and he took this opportunity to create the perfect ghost battlefield for himself. He told everyone not to run away and come to him. Everyone had their backs to him, gathered around him. Numerous footsteps were heard. Quickfeather asked what this ghost was going to do. A little girl in a white dress was running down the corridor. With tears in her eyes, she frightenedly called for help. She asked her father if he wanted to see her again. The guy with blue hair raised his hands in fear and said that he was not her father. The girl stamped her foot and stopped. Liquid ran down her face and she laughed with an evil grimace on her face. The main character shouted that this was the corpse of a girl who was controlled by a ghost, and her goal was to persuade people to talk to herself. The guy with long hair cursed and said that this ghost is very cunning. Quickfeather said that if it weren't for Emperor Fendu's reminder, he might have had to answer her too. Red energy gathered around the guy with blue hair, who turned around in fear. Clutching his head and falling to his knees, he asked if he would really die like that. Ling Yui stood behind him and said that he would not let him die. The ghost appeared in front of them, and the main character stood in front of him, straightened up. Opening his mouth, the ghost let out an enraged roar. Ling Yui threw one of the spikes at him. The thorn pierced the ghost, and the protagonist said that once he touched this fierce ghost, he would immediately dissolve in fear and run away. Pouring the blue liquid onto the ghost's hand, he shouted that his tricks wouldn't work anymore. The ghost stepped back and disappeared into thin air. The guy with blue hair said with tears in his eyes that he survived. They exclaimed that they heard a lot of footsteps. The main character, turning around, said that they should not react to any words, and talking with the dead of the opposite sex also triggers the murder mechanism. A little girl, half of her face missing, exposing her skull, asked Quickfeather to help her, calling him daddy. Clinging to him, she dropped him to the floor and asked why he saved him, and she didn't. Pursing his lips, Quickfeather mentally asked the protagonist to come up with a way, because he relies on him. A pulse of purple energy struck around Ling Yui, sending the ghosts flying. He thought that he assumed that all the corpses in the mall must have been collected by the police. He wondered where they were all here from. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that the indicator liquid he used also showed that this ghost was circulating around the mall. But there was no entity in it, therefore, there was no way for him to directly attack him. Opening his eyes, he thought that he should let it manifest again, and then kill it with one blow. A little girl with eyes bulging in different directions appeared in front of him and called him daddy. Ling Yui, dodging, said that he would like such a daughter. Red energy began to gather behind him. The guy with long hair exclaimed why he reacted to her words. Quickfeather thought he did this on purpose to attract the ghost. The ghost that appeared behind the main character rushed to attack. Ling Yui threw a ribbon shrouded in purple energy forward. The ribbon enveloped the ghost like a cocoon. While he shouted, he did it. The ghost fell to the floor in front of the main character. Quickfeather exclaimed that the Emperor was very strong. The guy with blue hair asked about calling him Emperor. Quickfeather said that this is indeed Emperor Fendu. The guy with blue hair asked that this is really the person that the whole forum is constantly talking about. The guy with long hair exclaimed joyfully. The girl said that then it was no wonder that he always had such a calm expression on his face and took the initiative to test the ghost. She said that if this is Emperor Fendu, all this is not surprising. The guy with long hair said that he felt ashamed that they had been rude to him recently. Lao he asked the main character if it was all over. Turning around, Ling Yui said that before he could exterminate this ghost, he must first torture it. He told the ghost not to resist. He still wouldn't be able to dispel the entity and escape. He said that the thing that suppresses him is the first-class Ying artifact, the Cursed Pharaoh's headband. The ghost thought that this person has many mid and high-level Ying artifacts at his disposal, and he should be able to control the ghost, which means this guy is at least a 5th-rank hunter. He wondered where someone so strong came from here. A thorn appeared in the main character's hand and he said to tell him where Yu Young is. The ghost asked what he said. He thought that he was bound by a contract, and as soon as Yu Young found out about everything, he would get him out of here and destroy this guy. The main character told him not to pretend like he doesn't know anything because he has no way to resist and he won't be able to protect his body because that nail alone will be enough to make his soul suffer furiously. A wad of money appeared above his hand. Ling Yui said that if he reported his whereabouts, he would return to the ghost world, and all this money would belong to him. He said he could buy himself a ghost yacht or something like that. Sharp Blade said he caught the ghost alive, intimidated him, and is now trying to bribe him. The girl exclaimed that people like Emperor Fendu have true power. The main character thought that there is no friendship between the hunter and the ghosts, but there is subordination, and the reason for this is the contract. He thought that, in theory, if the contract was of low rank, he could get the information he needed from this ghost. The ghost looked intently at the wad of money. He turned around in fear, and his body began to crumble into red particles. Ling Yui thought that he was bound by the pharaoh's bandage and nothing should happen to him. Looking at the ghost, he thought that it was disappearing. Quick Feather asked the main character what happened. The main character said that it seems that Hunter Yu Young remembered his subordinate ghost. His mouth widened. He thought that if a hunter remembers his ghosts, they almost instantly move into ghostly space, and this ghost simply slowly dissipated. Lao He asked what was going on here. Ling Yui said that the bandage was properly secured, and what happened just now had something to do with Yu Young. Quick Feather asked about how this ghost has the ability to move to another place in an instant, despite being imprisoned by a bandage. He said it was not surprising that he could kill people while being in 2 places at once. Sharp Blade said that it looks like Yu Young is still alive. The main character asked if they were sure that this ghost was under Yu Young. The guy with long hair scratched the back of his head and said that the Yu Young ghost's attack is that it touches people and makes people's internal organs swell and kill them. But as far as he remembers, he was only able to control evil spirits, and this was on the level of ferocious. The main character asked if they brought information from Center Number 9. Sharp Blade said yes. Looking at the papers, Ling Yui thought about the death of the hunter, Fian Mall, Guangning community, committing crimes in 2 places at the same time. The corpse that appeared inexplicably, the fact that the evil ghost is becoming fierce, and the dissipation of Ying Kai. He thought that this was not a dissipation of Ying Kai, but a transfer, and this feeling was somewhat similar to how he used a top-rank contract to share his Ying power with them. Frowning, he sighed. Sharp Blade, taking the papers from his hands, asked what he thought about it. The main character said that he has a bold guess, and perhaps the key to the solution is Yu Young's death. Quick Feather asked if he meant that Yu Young could have died some other, weirder death. Ling Yui said that he thought that Yu Young was indeed dead, but he was resurrected. Quick Feather asked what this meant. The main character said that Yu Young turned into a ghost. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. The main character said that this is the most reasonable explanation, so he became an evil ghost whose original contract is to have the second power of Ying. But at the same time he somehow has the power of a ferocious ghost. As a ghost, Yu Young's obsession has formed a deadly rule against speaking with the opposite sex. At the same time, he can still control contract ghosts and force them to obey him. Subsequently, Yu Young and the contract ghost split up and killed Jiang Mei, and the target of deception at the same time. Then Yu Young went to the Guangning community while the ghost remained in the shopping mall. They increased their strength by constantly killing people. Pointing his finger at the little girl lying on the floor, Ling Yui said that if he guessed correctly, the reason for the appearance of these corpses is a contract ghost that Yu Young sent to this shopping center to hide and kill people, increasing the strength of both, and Yu Young was committing crimes at this time. Lao He, turning away, said that his words made sense, but before that there was not a single case known of a hunter becoming a ghost after death. Quick Feather said that, moreover, it was still a little strange that Yu Young and his ghosts could use the power of Ying in 2 places at the same time, and even summon their subordinate from another place. The main character said that they are right, but he is afraid that Yu Young might still be hiding so many secrets. Quick Feather asked what they should do now since they couldn't let these 2 make them run after one thing or another. He added that splitting up to fight in two places at once was risky. While he said that if they were dealing with two ferocious ghosts in different places, he would call for reinforcements. Ling Yui said that while they wait for reinforcements, Yu Young will use this time to continue committing crimes and strengthening his forces. Closing his eyes, he activated the indicator liquid. Pointing his finger forward, he said that this ghost had been teleported to the Guangning community. While he said that they would go there right away, Sharp Blade and Quick Feather obeyed. The guy with blue hair asked if they would leave this shopping center empty and unguarded. The main character said that the ghost should not return here in the near future since he will be here and he considers him dangerous. He said to send ordinary people here to block all the entrances to Fayan Mall. Frowning, he said that they were going to Guangning community to find out the source of the ghost. He told them to stay here because this matter no longer concerned them. The guy with long hair wanted to say something, and Ling Yui said that they themselves understood that this incident was very dangerous. He told them not to risk their lives needlessly unless they wanted to die. Bowing, he said that they understood everything, and they would return immediately. He thanked them for saving their lives. The girl said that they would never forget his great virtue. The car arrived at Guangning community. The main character said that the ghost that was rampaging in the shopping center went here. Kneeling down on one knee, he said that this ghost was definitely around here somewhere. He told the others to evacuate the people as soon as possible while he dealt with the ghost. They ran away in different directions. The main character ran and his eyes glowed red. Suddenly he stopped abruptly. There were two ghosts standing on the wires above his head. Ling Yui asked one of them if he was Yu Young. Yu Young, clenching his fist, told him not to think that dealing with his subordinate in the mall would help him deal with him. He said that after they joined forces, a rank 4 or 5 hunter would not be able to handle them. The main character lowered his head with an ominous smile. Streams of yellow energy swirled above his hand, and he mentally told Zhu Jiang to lend him his power. With his arms spread out to the sides, enveloped in a yellow aura, he asked how he felt about this. Yu Young said that he can still do something, but if they want to escape, he won't be able to stop them. Ling Yui wondered if he was going to escape. He thought how he was not ashamed to say such cowardly things in such an arrogant tone. He asked why he wanted to back down and if he had become a coward after his girlfriend left him. Yu Young, cursing angrily, asked what he said. The main character said that he heard that his girlfriend left him because he became a hunter. He asked if his new profession interfered with their relationship in any way. Yu Young said that he became a hunter, but everything she did was for her sake, and she didn't value anything at all. He shouted that not only was she constantly cheating on him, but she had also joined forces with someone to poison him. Smirking, he said that, unfortunately, they were dead and would never know that he had gained immortality. The main character said that when he was alive, he was only a third-rank hunter, and without a protective aura, he was not much different from ordinary people. He asked if he thought he had anything to brag about to his deceased abusers. A ghost appeared behind Yu Young, and he shouted that at least he was alive, and they were dead. He said that his contract is different from his because his is a regular one and his is a double-sided one because he is also a ghost. He said that he shares his yin with the ghost, and he shares his power with him, and this means that even when he dies, he will survive and just turn into this ghost. Clenching his fist, Yu Young said with a grin that he should thank that girl, because if it weren't for her, there would be no resentment lurking in his heart. He said that then he would not have had the yin power surge, and he would not have the power of a ferocious ghost. Ling Yui, rubbing his chin, asked what this two-way contract was, and whether he came up with it himself. He asked that he was probably somehow connected with secret forces in the world of ghosts. Yu Young asked if he was interested. He said that he wouldn't tell him anything and he was just the lucky one who managed to get directly to him. But there was no way he could handle him. He said that he was chosen by the most powerful organization in the truly terrifying ghost world. The main character asked if he was dealing with the organization of the ghost world. Yu Young said that these powerful ghosts liked his talent and made a two-way contract to destroy people. He said that in this world he works for them, collects the information they need and receives powerful power. Ling Yui said that, in other words, he is a person who conspired with the ghosts to enslave the human world. Yu Young asked with a grin, so what? He said that the power he has cannot be bought with money. He asked why he needed women if he had power. He said that this girl never understood him, but it is worth giving her credit, because she was the first to notice strangeness in his behavior and that he began to look more like a ghost. He said she got scared and decided to poison him. Yu Young said that she had a real snake heart, and after he finally became a ghost, he killed her first, and then her new boyfriend, and if not for his voluptuous speeches, Jiang Mei would not have left him for him. He shouted that he also deserved to die, and he killed him. Emitting energy, he said that this is why he wants to kill all the guys who communicate with girls, because all people are the same. He shouted that they liked the girl and didn't even care that she had a boyfriend. He laughed evilly. The main character said that he initially had some sympathy for him, thinking that they were similar, but he was wrong, and he is the most disgusting scoundrel. He said that the very fact that he reached this point of no return was his fault. Yu Young, grinning, asked if he was sure that he knew his future fate. He said that he would deal with the last task and go to the world of ghosts, where he would live carefree. Turning around, he said that he probably thought that the organization behind him would leave him alone. He said that he would return to the ghost world and report to the third master so that he would be put on the wanted list. He said that he was even willing to provide several hundred and even thousands of ritual money to put a reward on his head. And he would definitely die. A purple magic circle appeared in front of Ling Yui, and he said that he had not let it go. And even though he mentioned some secrets in passing, the interrogation was not over yet. Yu Young jumped up and shouted that he couldn't stop him, and even if he used a first-class Ying artifact, he wouldn't be able to hold off the two of them at the same time. He used his innate talent, teleportation, in 2 directions. He said he could run as far as he wanted. The main character took out playing cards from the portal. Throwing down the playing cards, he said that he had better stay and play cards with him. He used to set new rules for ghosts. Yu Young and his ghost found themselves surrounded by purple energy and playing cards. He asked what was going on since his 2-way teleportation had failed. He shouted that this was impossible. A scream was heard above residential buildings. Yu Young, falling to the ground, asked what he had done. Ling Yui said that he had already told him that he just wanted to play cards with him, and he couldn't leave until they finished the game. Yu Young thought that he knows that his Ying power can be blocked by some artifacts, but he doesn't even feel any aura from these cards. He wondered what kind of power this was. The main character thought that this was the rule of poker cards, and if an opponent was given an invitation to play, he was not allowed to refuse and run away, and this rule took effect immediately. He thought that, unlike those 3 ghosts on the train, the poker cards were now connected to him, so he put all his power into their action. The ghost lay on the ground, and Yu Young exclaimed that he remembered these cards. He asked about this being a high-grade Ying artifact. Clutching his head, he asked how this could happen, and whether he meant to say that he had more connections in the ghost world than he did. The main character, putting his foot on the ghost's face, said that this is not something he should worry about now, and he better think about how he will play cards with him. Yu Young exhaled and asked if this was a simple game of cards and if he was a child. He said that he was once a casino card master. He asked what the rules of the game were. The main character said that the rules are the same as in poker, and he bets 1,000 ritual money. Yu Young asked if that was too much. Ling Yui asked if he didn't say himself that he wanted to offer the third master 1,000 ritual money as a reward for his head. But now he says that this is a lot for him. Smirking evilly, he said that if he lacked ritual money, he could supply the artifacts and materials to Ying. Yu Young bowed his head and thought that he should accept the rules. Between them, a wooden board appeared on the ghost's head. The main character shuffled the deck of cards. Then he began to deal the cards very quickly. Yu Young, taking the cards in his hands, thought that he did not seem to be cheating. He wondered if he was serious about playing cards with him. Laughing, he said that his Ying artifact seemed to have many limitations. Slamming his hand on the table, he said that it would not be difficult for him to defeat him. Ling Yui, showing him 3 aces, told him to open up since he was so confident. Yu Young looked at the cards in his hand in shock. Smirking nervously, he wondered what kind of spoiled cards these were. Frowning, he asked if he was cheating. The main character asked if he had any reason to cheat. Yu Young wondered why he was so tough and was he really cheating. Putting the money in his hand, he told him not to be proud of himself and he was just unlucky. He said that he would get even now. The main character, while distributing the cards, wondered with a grin if he had problems with his head and if he understood that this was a high-class artifact. He wondered why he treated these cards as ordinary ones. Grabbing the cards, Yu Young thought that he could not help but feel that the Ying power emanating from these cards was too strong. And if this was true, then high-level Ying artifacts were unpredictable. He asked in shock why he had terrible cards again. There were very low-value cards in his hands. Throwing the cards on the table, he shouted that there was something wrong with these cards. Ling Yui, shrouded in an ominous aura, asked if he wanted to die. He said that if he didn't follow the rules, he would die a bad death. Yu Young, sweating nervously, thought that this was a very powerful compulsion. Putting the money in the main character's hand, he told him to take it. Grabbing a deck of cards, he said that something was wrong here, and he had never been so unlucky. He said to let him deal the cards. Ling Yui told him to give it away if he wanted. Taking the cards in his hands, Yu Young again felt the strange yin energy from them. The main character calmly looked at his cards, surrounded by a whirlwind of purple energy. Yu Young asked if he uses the power of yin to somehow influence the cards. Ling Yui said that he does not use the power of yin. He asked why he would cheat. He said that this deck just deals itself out like that. He said that some are lucky and some are not, and he does not need to be upset, but just wait in the wings. Yu Young, putting the money on the table, shouted to him to take the money, but not to rejoice ahead of time. He said that he would now combine his power with the contract ghost, and he would be in trouble. Looking under the table, he shouted to the ghost to give him his yin power. The ghost agreed. Yu Young gritted his teeth, enveloped in a red aura. The main character looked at him with a confident grin. Yu Young looked at him in horror, sweating nervously. Ling Yui looked like a huge demon in his eyes. He thought that he couldn't even compete with him. The main character thought that Zhu Jiang lent him his yin power, and he, with the help of his accomplice, thinks that he can somehow defeat him. He thought it was funny. He showed 3 aces. Yu Young showed his cards and said that he lost again. Ling Yui asked if he had run out of money. He said he could use some of his belongings to pay off his gambling debt. Yu Young thought that when he was alive, he was only a 3rd-rank hunter. He wondered if he seriously thought that he had something worth 1,000 ritual money. He thought that he could deal with this situation if he could come up with some way to confirm his identity. Smirking, Yu Young reached into his inner pocket and said that maybe if he saw this thing, he would stop acting so arrogant. Ling Yui looked at him with his mouth wide open. Yu Young showed the gold badge with a wide smile. The main character wondered why the style of this icon was so similar to his. He thought that this badge seemed to belong to the same organization he was in, but it was very different because he had the badge of a ghost lord. He told Baizhu to look at the badge and tell him if it looked familiar. Baizhu swore that this badge was an ID card belonging to a powerful organization in the ghost world. She said that this organization is the 3rd most powerful of all organizations, and 2 of its directors occupy seats next to the advisors of the ghost world. Yu Young stood with his arms folded on his chest, and she said that this man is like a gardener in a big mansion, and although the 4th-level worker is a little higher than the gardener, he still has no prospects, and one of the managers he will never become. The main character indifferently threw the badge on the table and thought that the powerful organization from the ghostly world, which he kept talking about, was just a 3rd-rate office, the directors of which were at the beck and call of advisors. He thought that this was not even a 3rd-rate office. These were literally lackeys of the advisors of the ghost world. Yu Young said that if he knows even a little about the ghost world, then he should know about the other side organization. He told him if he didn't want to become their enemy, let him go now. Folding his arms across his chest, he said that life was not easy for everyone right now, and he did not need to walk an even more difficult path alone. He said that if he let him go, he would treat today's incident as if it never happened. Ling Yui said with a smile that he also has a badge, but it is a little different. He showed his red badge. Yu Young, his mouth wide open in shock, asked about the fact that this is the badge of the Overlord, and he is one of the advisors. The main character said that this is true, and he is only an employee of the organization subordinate to him, and he will never object if he wants to kill him. Yu Young fell to his knees and thought that if the advisor gave an order, the entire organization would start hunting him. Slapping himself on the cheek, he asked for forgiveness and said that he was wrong and deserved to die. He asked for his life to be spared. He said that although he is an ordinary worker, he has a lot of connections and can sway many ghosts to their side. He said that he had information, and if they needed anything, he could be useful and would tell him everything. The main character said that he still doesn't seem to realize the situation he's in. He asked why he believed that he, a level 4 employee, had the right to offer his conditions to the director like this. He said that he could calmly kill a scoundrel like him without any consequences. Ling Yui asked if he thought he would just let him go, a ghost that had taken hundreds of lives in his country. He picked up a deck of playing cards. With an ominous grin, he suggested continuing to play cards. A yellow car and 2 green ones met on the road. People got out of their cars. A man in a business suit with a neat beard said they had read their report, and it was clearly not a simple incident. He said, okay, if they were dealing with only 2 fierce ghosts, but one of them is a former hunter, which means he is very familiar with their regime and methods. Wow, he said that he was right, so he could only appeal to the top. Quickfeather thought that senior hunters from other provinces had been called together to form an elite team to take control of the situation. The man told them to be careful because the ghost was in front. He told everyone not to hold back and use all their strongest moves. They ran, turning the corner. They opened their mouths in shock when they saw the main character, and Yu Young playing poker on a table that stood on the head of a huge ghost. The man asked what was going on here. He asked if this was Emperor Fendu. Wow, he said that he really is him. Quick Feather asked why he was playing cards with this ghost. Looking at the cards in Yu Young's hand, the man said that the combinations in his hands were simply terrible, and there was a feeling of terrifying power next to him. He said they couldn't handle these ghosts. Turning to Lao he asked where this poker deck came from. Lao he said that he doesn't know, and he dares to guess that it is an artifact of Emperor Fendu. Quick Feather asked what they should do now. The man said that they could only wait because Emperor Fendu's Ying artifact was too strong and they had no way to interfere with them. He said that from the look on his face, he didn't seem to need help at all. Yu Young looked at the cards in his hand and gritted his teeth. Ling Yui asked if he really had no money left. She said that if he gave the artifacts and materials to Ying, they would be in the calculation. Yu Young said that he even gave him his organization badge, and he really had nothing left. The protagonist said that if he did not give anything that could compensate for the ritual money, he would be severely punished. Shrouded in an ominous purple aura, he asked if he wanted to break the rules. Yu Young, falling to the ground, said that he really had nothing left, and he gave it all to him. He looked fearfully at the main character, who was increasingly exuding an ominous aura. Ling Yui hit his arm with violet energy. He used the Yin Kai jet and his hand began to separate, emitting red energy. Yu Young screamed in pain, clutching his stump of an arm. Quick Feather exclaimed that he cut off the ferocious ghost's hand so easily. He asked what the extent of Emperor Fendu's spiritual power was. Sharp Blade said, at least rank 5. She said that the most important thing is that these fierce ghosts cannot resist him in any way, and his ghost partner just stands there and watches. The guy said they were just begging Emperor Fendu for mercy. The other guy said it was incredible because he made 2 fierce ghosts bow their heads and become obedient dogs. Ling Yui, shuffling the cards, said that they were moving on to the next game. Yu Young thought that if this continues, he will pay off with his body and soul. Smiling awkwardly, he said that he was giving up. A sharp stream of violet energy flashed. Red energy began to emanate from Yu Young's shoulder. Screaming in pain, he began to beg not to kill him. Falling to the ground, he said that he was wrong. He really deserved to die, because he should not have killed innocent people. But he had already paid for it with his own hand. The main character asked if cutting off his hand was the punishment he deserved. He said he still didn't seem to grasp the reality. He asked if he even had a right to life after killing hundreds of innocent people. He said that, moreover, if he let him go, he would find refuge in the world of ghosts, and would want to take revenge on him. Smiling widely, he told him to show his cards. Yu Young wondered if he was still asking to open the cards. He thought that he already knew in advance that he had lost. He thought that since death was still facing him, it was better to fight to the end. Yu Young threw playing cards shrouded in red energy at the main character. As he rushed to run with his ghost, he thought that the power of the rules must have a certain range, and he would break beyond its limit and use the 2-way teleportation technique to escape from this world. Ling Yui threw 3 cards towards the cards flying at him. The cards collided with each other, shattering the red energy. The ghost stopped abruptly. Yu Young thought that this rule had no restrictions on its scope at all. He thought they were just targets. They began to crumble into blue particles. 2 blue spheres were floating in the air. The main character, holding out his hand to them, said, "Take them." The men saw that he was holding the spheres in his hands. He asked if he was Emperor Fendu. Ling Yui smiled widely and said that it was him. And now that the 2 ghosts are dead, this supernatural incident can be considered resolved. The man thought that even their elite team guaranteed that there would be no casualties, and Mr. Fendu standing right in front of them dealt with it so easily. The guy in the blue jacket said that it looks like they came here in vain, because as long as Emperor Fendu is nearby, they won't be able to take a step. Quick Feather asked what he was talking about, and weren't they already ready to become one of the victims before they arrived? He said that he saved the lives of each of them. Pointing to the main character, he said, not to mention the difficulty of capturing those 2 spirits. If they were carelessly released, they would grow up committing murders, and the consequences would be disastrous. He said that Emperor Fendu is the savior of the city. The main character thought that he had destroyed a couple of ghosts today, and there was nothing this team could do. Looking at the people in front of him, he thought that supernatural incidents had become more frequent all over the world, and there weren't enough personnel from Department 9 for everyone. The men from Section 9 bowed and the man sincerely thanked him for his assistance in investigating this incident. He said that they would report all the details to the headquarters, and his reward would be provided as soon as possible. Ling Yui smiled and said that there was no need for such politeness. He thought that, having hundreds of millions of coins in his hands, for him to receive a so-called official reward from them was already at least something. Frowning, he thought there was one thing that was bothering him the most. The man was holding a folder with a triangle symbol in his hand. Yu entered the office where a man with long white hair was sitting. With a wink, she said that regarding that incident, in Bai's opinion, it was not a problem for him to deal with two fierce spirits so easily. The man said the cards mentioned in the report were troubling to him, and they were the force behind the rules, according to the report. Yu said that a Ying artifact that could generate rule power must be at least top grade. In addition, it controlled a ghost. The man said that a person with such strength should be at least a rank 7 hunter. Yu asked in amazement, if he is a 7th rank hunter, how is he? Is he also a veteran from the second group? The man said that no matter what group he was from, he had to hide his identity all along, but he decided to reveal the district-level incident, thereby voluntarily giving himself away. He asked if it was all for the sake of contacting their department. With his hands folded in front of him, he told her to find an opportunity to arrange a private meeting with him. Yu said that she would contact Bai immediately. The phone lying on the red sofa rang. The main character, sitting on the sofa, picked up the phone. Li said she heard that he was able to resolve the incident. Ling Yui said that he had just finished. Li, sitting up in bed, exclaimed that he did it in less than half a day, and less was to be expected from him. She asked that Spirit would no longer walk around and kill people. The main character said yes, but there were not one, but two. Li exclaimed in amazement. He said everything went well thanks to the information she provided. He thanked her. Li smiled shyly and said that it was nothing. She asked that since the incident was resolved, he should still be in Zhongcheng. She suggested we have dinner together or something. She said that after all, Fian Mall is considered her family's industry, and she did not have time to properly thank it. The main character thought that she had a lot of reasons, and he had no reason to refuse her. He thought it was always good to have a trusted friend in a horror game. He agreed with a smile and said that they would see each other in the evening. Li said he knew a great restaurant. She asked him to send her the address so that she could send a driver to pick him up in the evening. Ling Yui hung up. Rising from the sofa, he said that it was not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and sitting in a hotel was very boring. He decided to sit on the forum to pass the time. Sitting down at the computer, he said, Emperor Fendu, connect. A message from Bai appeared on the screen. Emperor Fendu, thank you very much for uncovering the supernatural incident in Zhongcheng. According to the previous agreement, you will receive 50 million as a reward. Transfer to the map or transfer when meeting in the space of horrors. The main character thought that Bai was knowledgeable, and it seemed that the forum was closely related to Department 9. He replied, there is no need for gratitude. See you tonight in the horror space. He thought that if he handed over the card details, his identity would be immediately revealed. Bai, typing on the keyboard, asked him which quest he would take on next. Ling Yui replied that he didn't know yet because he hadn't bought a fortune card for them yet. Bai grinned and said that she was going to take on one large-scale confrontation quest next week. She asked if he had heard of such quests. The large-scale confrontation quest is a quest that is awarded only by clearing the 10th floor of the Purgatory Tower, and with a low probability. All such quests are usually carried out in important locations outside the world of ghosts, and, in addition to them, hunters from other countries also participate in this. Ling Yui, turning slightly pale, asked about hunters from other countries. He thought that the forum said that horror was a global event, and there was no evidence of this, and since Bai spoke about it, then it was true. Bai said that in this quest, each country will be divided, as if they were all playing on different servers, and everyone was only summoned together in special quests. She said that in the confrontation quest, in addition to completing the main task, you also need to fight with hunters from other countries. The main character asked that they want people to kill each other. Bai exhaled and said that he was right, and unfortunately they were limited by the rules of the horror game. If they didn't kill, they would be killed. Ling Yui asked if she was inviting him to join their group to help deal with hunters from other countries. Bai said yes, and this is a team quest. She said that if he wants, she will only be happy for him to join. And besides, there is a generous reward for this quest. She said there were 2 more spots on her team and he could bring 1 hunter with him. The main character thought that he wanted to explore the world of ghosts in as much detail as possible, and he could not miss the opportunity to enter such a large-scale location. He suggested discussing certain issues when meeting in the horror space. Bai turned to Yu and said that she had completed her task and she would be able to meet the Fendu Emperor in person. Yu exclaimed that this was a meeting under the pretext of a mission. Clenching her fists, she said that what she was most worried about was that with him joining their team on the quest, their advantage would increase. Raising her fist, she said that they, the people of Daxia, have always been the target of the international ghost world, and this time it is her responsibility to show these priests and Onmyoji the iron fist of Daxia. The black car stopped next to a tall, multi-story Chinese-style building. The protagonist got out of the car, marveling at the luxury, and thought that Lee deserved to be called the eldest miss of the Lee family. The butler asked him to come inside and said that she was waiting for him in the noble hermit box. Chen, standing next to the red convertible, asked if this was Lee's escort car. He asked if the manager of the Lee Family Corporation was there, and why he was so polite to someone unknown. A guy with blonde hair asked him what was the matter. Chen said, nothing. The guy said that she was staring at them. The other guy told him to tell him because they were brothers and maybe they could help him. Chen said that it was just the Lee family's car, but a guy just got out of it. A guy with blonde hair asked if it was their daughter that he was constantly stalking. Chen said yes. The guy told him to forget about it, because they don't know anything about this guy, and he might be a scion of some family. He asked if the eldest daughter of the Lee family would fall in love with some poor man. Another guy agreed with him and said that he could be someone like him, worthy of a princess of the Lee family. Chen, with his head down, said that the last time he sent her flowers, Lee said that she was chosen by the game, and because of her precarious position, she decided to never fall in love, and now she is making an appointment with some guy. The guy suggested that it could be some distant relative of hers. Chen said that he did not remember him at the Lee family's family banquet. He asked if this was an illegitimate son. The guy with blonde hair said that he has a rich imagination, and the Lee family is already full of rumors. Smirking, he said that if the president of the Lee Family Corporation really has an illegitimate son, being famous, this news could shake their family's image, and if he was close to Lee at that time, he would be able to grab onto it. Chen thought that if her family's business began to suffer a crisis, he might be the person she would need most. He thought that he knew a hunter from a horror game, and, given the timing, he would simply provide her with a few Ying artifacts and everything would be fine. Stepping forward, he said that he was saying everything correctly. Chen suggested going inside. Lee, standing up at the table, waved her hand to the main character. She said she finally had a chance to thank him properly. As she poured the tea into the cup, she said, whether it was the spirit wine quest in the Underworld Inn, or the Fian Mall incident, today's meal is nothing compared to the help he gave, but this is the only way she can show her kindness. The main character told her not to say that, because it was nothing. Lee said that no matter what he said, she would always remember it. Ling Yui asked how much spiritual power she had now. She said over 700, and she's now a second-rank huntress. He asked if she had already caught one ghost. Lee said yes, thanks to his bottle of wine. The main character thought that with a contract ghost, Lee could compete with rank 4 and 5 ghosts. He said that Bai Yi, the founder of the horror game forum, invited him to form a team to participate in a large-scale confrontation quest. Raising 2 fingers, he said that the reward for the quest was promised to be generous, and she allocated 2 places for him. He said that if she completed this quest, her power should increase significantly. Lee asked if he offered to form a team with her. She said that their strength is very different, and she can become ballast. She said that she didn't want to end up causing him more trouble. The main character told her not to belittle her abilities, because she can control a ghost, which is already good in the current circle of hunters, and as long as Bai Yi is around, saving a few people will be easy. He said she gave him space to find help as an added benefit. Lee asked if he wanted to pass this benefit on to her. Ling Yui said that it is better to share the goods with a familiar person, and he does not have many acquaintances in the circle of hunters. He said that if she wanted, he would save a place for her, and to get more information, he needed to talk to Bai Yi about her. Lee said that she agreed to go as long as she was next to him. The main character, putting his hand on his chest, said that there was no need to be so nervous because he would protect her. Lee thought that he treats her like a little sister. She is already far behind him, and she cannot always be under his protection. Frowning, she thought that she should not miss such a rare chance, and she could only stand by his side if she was strong enough. She thought that she wanted to be a partner he could rely on. There was a knock on the door. The main character asked if she was expecting guests. Lee said no. Chen walked through the door and told the manager to let him in quickly because he simply didn't know about his relationship with Lee. Lee said that this man is the son of her father's business partner, and he is very unscrupulous. She said she would get rid of him. Chen, placing his hand on his chest, said that she was really here. Lee angrily asked why he came. Chen said he just caught a glimpse of the manager, so he wanted to stop by and say hello. Lee said he was her friend. Chen said with a grin that he was not an ordinary friend for the manager to treat him with such respect. He asked if she would introduce them. Li said that he is a strong hunter who has saved her more than once. Chen pursed his lips and thought that she invited him because he was a hunter. He wondered if he was the hero who saved the beauty in the horror game and that's why she liked him. The guy with blonde hair whispered to him that something was wrong here. He asked why he didn't give off the overwhelming aura that hunters had. Chen said that he is clearly not as strong as Li. Looking at him, he thought that when he met with hunters before, he felt a cold and oppressive aura from them, but no such aura emanates from him. In addition, he uses some kind of method to hide his face. Frowning, he thought that something was wrong with his status and he should find information about him. Chen said with a smile that he had heard that hunters possess mysterious and powerful Ying artifacts. He said that since Li considered him a powerful hunter, he must have a lot of artifacts. He asked if he could demonstrate. Ling Yui said with a grin that he did not have any Ying artifacts because they were extremely difficult to obtain. Chen asked if it was really not, since now Ying artifacts can easily be obtained on the black market. He told him to show him his artifact and he would help exchange it. The main character said no. Li pushed Chen and said that she only invited Ling Yui. She told him to get out of here. Slamming the door, she once again told him to get out of here. Chen, scratching his head, said that even if he was a second-rank hunter, he should have at least a defective artifact with him. The guy with blonde hair said he was a real newbie. Looking at the phone, Chen said that he couldn't let this fool deceive Li. He called Wang and said that he would like to ask him to deal with a certain hunter. He asked if he had ever heard of a guy with the surname Ling, because they say he is very strong. Chen exclaimed in amazement and asked that he had never heard that there was a hunter with that surname in Zhongcheng. The guy with red hair raised his fist and said that he knew it. Chen smirked and said that Wang couldn't let this guy run scams among the hunters. He asked if he would come and help expose him. He added that, of course, he would not let him escape so easily. There was steak and many other dishes on the table. Li told the main character to try one of the dishes because it is the chef's best dish. She said that when her father invites big clients for dinner, they usually eat something like this, and this restaurant can be considered the best in Zhongcheng. Ling Yui thought that since he took part in the horror game to increase his spiritual power, it seems that he has never eaten normal food. He thought that Zhu Jiang's cooking skill doesn't need to be talked about. It is good, but sometimes eating at such a first-class restaurant is a real pleasure. Smiling, he said that it was very tasty. Li said she was glad he liked it. The main character said that she invited him to such a high-class restaurant, and if she was passing through Hecheng, he would repay her in kind. He said that he rarely goes out to eat, but he is a very good cook and he will make her several dishes. Li, a little embarrassed, thought that he had invited her to his house for dinner. Ling Yui thought that there was no point in inviting a rich man's daughter to a high-class restaurant, and it was better to let Zhu Jiang cook something homemade that would increase her spiritual power. Li said that if she goes to Hecheng, she will definitely visit him. The door to the room opened again. Chen entered the room, ignoring the manager's words. Li asked what he was doing here. She told him to leave unless he had something urgent to do because he was not welcome here. Chen said that she was not the only one, and he also had a couple of hunter acquaintances in Zhongcheng, and he immediately wanted to see him to get to know each other better. He said that she herself knew that if she didn't have a hunter friend, her life would be better. Li apologized to the main character for this situation. The main character said that everything is fine, because they just want to test his strength and will not do anything to him. He continued to quietly chew his food. Chen thought with a grin that this guy was very arrogant. He wondered why he didn't pay attention to them, despite the fact that a hunter appeared in front of him. Turning to the guy with blue hair, he said that it was him. His surname is Ling, and he claims to be very powerful. But when he tested the Ying artifact on him, it did not show the same fluctuation in spiritual power that he had. Chen asked what was wrong with him. Wang exclaimed in shock that it was the emperor. Turning to him, the main character said that it was him. Chen, sweating nervously, asked Wang if he knew him. Smiling awkwardly, Wang said that it had been a long time since their last meeting. Ling Yui said that it had only been a few hours, and it wasn't that much time. He asked if their group should not be busy with internal affairs, since his boss died in a duel with that ghost. He asked why he came here. The bald guy asked what was going on here. Chen asked Wang what was wrong with him. Wang bowed and said that he really regretted it and he shouldn't have come here. He exclaimed why he listened to that fool Chen. He said that he was not smart enough to decide to help him, and he really should have looked into the internal affairs of their guild. He said that he really didn't want to disturb his meal. Wang asked if there was any way he could make it up to him. He told Chen to apologize to the emperor. Chen looked in bewilderment first at the main character and then at Wang. He asked if he was the same emperor, the Fendu emperor. The main character looked into the glass. The guy with blonde hair exclaimed how this is possible. He said that even those of them who were not chosen by the game had heard of this hunter. He asked if he wasn't 205 centimeters tall, had muscles all over his body, and he tore apart fierce ghosts with his bare hands. The bald guy said that he heard that he must eat 3 fierce ghosts a day, otherwise he will begin to lose his accumulated ghost power. Ling Yui exhaled and said that these rumors are becoming more and more outrageous. He asked how it was that ordinary people spoke of him as some kind of monster. He shouted that it was nonsense that he eats 3 fierce ghosts a day, because he only eats 1 fierce ghost every day. Chen bowed sharply, smiling awkwardly. He said that he did not know that he was the Fendu Emperor. He apologized for causing him trouble. The 3 of them bowed and said in one voice that they were wrong. Ling Yui waved his hand and told them to leave because they had a lot of other things to do. Wang smiled awkwardly and thanked him for his indulgence. Quickly leaving the room, he thought that Chen had led him to the beast slayer and they almost died. He thought that if it weren't for the power of his family, he would have punished him. Chen thought that Li was so calm all these days because she has a close relationship with Emperor Fendu. The guy with blonde hair asked Chen if he wasn't the one chasing him right after him. Chen shouted that if there are more and more supernatural events in the human world in the future, the influence of powerful hunters will only increase, and if this happens, one day the voting power of his once powerful family will be insignificant, and he will not be able to do anything against the hunters. Running down the corridor, he shouted, Li herself is strong, and with her is also the powerful Emperor Fendu, and he does not even see the shadows of others. The moon was shining in the night sky above the city. Ling Yui glanced at his wristwatch. He was surrounded by red energy and said to enter the space of horror. He moved into space. The system announced, Bai Yi has invited you into her personal space. Agree. The main character said yes. He found himself in a space with a table in which Bai Yi stood. She thanked him for revealing the supernatural incident in Zhongcheng and said that there was 50 million on this bank card. After thanking her, Ling Yui suggested discussing an even bigger matter. Bai Yi said that the large-scale confrontation task is called Ninefold Hell Ying Prison. There were many ghosts flying around in the stone room. The main character scratched his head and said that it sounded pretty scary. Closing her eyes, Bai Yi said that this is a place that permeates the entire ghost realm. She said that the ghost realm is divided into 3 regions, and the Ninefold Ying prison is part of the ghost world. Raising her palm, she said that their mission area was in the outer 3 prison, and she got this information from the fortune card. Raising his index finger, the protagonist asked if he bought a fortune card, would he also be able to receive new information? Bai Yi said that he wouldn't have to buy it, and once they decided on the team members, everyone could use the fortune card. She said that this way they could learn as much information about the task as possible, and that was one of the benefits of working together on a task. Approaching the main character, she asked if he had found a worthy candidate. He said yes, and from what she said earlier, this candidate didn't have to be very strong. He asked if he was right. Bai Yi said that he alone is as strong as 2 hunters, so yes. She said that this time it would be necessary that the team on the mission had players from the 5th generation of newcomers, and the more newcomers, the better the ratio of difficulty and income would be. Ling Yui asked if the number of 5th generation rookie players really gives so many advantages. He thought that he was also from the 5th generation. Bai Yi said that having 2 strong players would increase the difficulty of the task, but it would not work with weak players, and even if the entire team of them were careful and followed all the rules, they would still suffer losses. She said with a smile that when they, the professionals, go on a mission of medium and high difficulty, they still care about each other, so in a way, this task will be a guide for beginners. The main character asked that this does not mean that this task will be too easy. He said that in the end, in addition to following the rules of the ghost world, they still have to deal with the threat of hunters from other countries. Bai Yi said he was right. He suggested that she invite the rest of the team and they discuss everything together. The main character said that he doesn't mind. He said that his girlfriend's name is Li Net. She is also a 5th generation newcomer, and he will invite her now. Several people appeared in the space in front of them. Wenchen turned around and asked if this was their team composition this time. Bai Yi said that everyone is ready and this is their first meeting. She asked everyone to introduce themselves. Wenchen said his name and said that since it was their first time seeing each other, he would not reveal his powers. Hailan asked what the confidentiality was since they were teammates now. He told him, if he did not want to reveal his trump cards, to at least say what rank he was at. Wenchen said that he will tell if he speaks first. Hailan asked with a grin if he was afraid to say it himself. He said that his name is Hailan. He is a 2nd rank hunter, but he is good at fortune telling, so his strength is comparable to a 4th rank. Wenchen said irritably that he was just a charlatan. Hailan laughed and said that no matter what he said, he would always be better than him. Wenchen asked irritably if she had more yin energy than him. The main character thought that the two seemed to have been quarreling recently. He wondered if these two could be put on the same team. The guy with dark hair told everyone to shut up, listen to their master Bai Yi, and finish the introductions first. He said that his name is Shanken, he comes from Lunghu Mountain, and he is a 35th generation student of Zhengyi School. He added that he was a rank 4 hunter. Looking at the extraordinary cultivator, Hylan wondered if he was truly a cultivator. Li said her name and said that she was also a rank 2 hunter and had curbed a ferocious ghost. Yu said her name and said that she was a rank 5 hunter and had also curbed the ferocious ghost. She said that although she was at rank 5, she would not have any difficulty dealing with rank 6. The main character thought that she, like Bai Yi, was one of the creators of the forum. Turning to them, Shanken said that now it was their turn. Bai Yi said her name. The main character said, Emperor Fendu. Shanken and Hylan opened their mouths in amazement. Wenchen asked Bai Yi if she really invited the Fendu Emperor. Shanken thought that he does not feel the spiritual vibrations in his body, but it gives him the same sensations as his teacher because his breathing is very restrained and holistic. Hylan said that being accompanied by the Fendu Emperor and under the tutelage of Bai Yi and Yu is like a blessing from above. Wenchen happily agreed with him. Ling Yui thought that even though there are newcomers on the team, the overall composition is not weak, and Bai Yu is able to find these newcomers with potential by taking advantage of the forum's natural advantages. Bai Yu said that she collected the team composition information and entered it. She told them to use the divination cards and later they would share the information and synthesize it to act better after entering the mission area. After activating the fortune card, Ling Yui thought that this was the first time he had used a fortune card. He wondered what new things he would learn this time. On the Bai Yi card it was written, Quest name, Ninefold Hellying Prison. Quest content, within a week, escape from the prison and kill as many hunters from other countries as possible. The Wenchen map says, after entering the quest area, all players will appear in different rooms. Lee's card said, there will be more than one person in the cell since they are double or quadruple. Hylan read, players must follow the prison rules, eat prepared food, and follow the daily routine. Stay alert. The Shanken card says, in prison, it is not allowed to beat other criminals at will. Bai Yi said that this is very accessible information, and during the mission, everyone should be careful of their fellow inmates. She said there are rules and restrictions early on, but they are safe. She said to pay attention to eating and walking. Perhaps this would be their chance to meet. Bai Yi asked the main character what was predicted for him. Ling Yui said, the overseer of the outer three is a fierce ghost. While he is in prison, he is considered an invincible being throughout the periphery of the ghost world. Everyone present asked about the fierce ghost. Yu told the protagonist that he had killed fierce ghosts before. The main character said that the prediction mentioned that there was a ferocious prison warden at an invincible level, and he thought that this rule would definitely apply, so if their plans were to meet him, it was not a good idea. He said that in this situation, it would be foolish to rely only on the strength of a few of them, and they needed to think of other ways. He asked Yu what information was predicted for her. She said her chart says wealth can play a key role at some point in prison. Ling Yui opened his eyes wide in amazement. Everyone looked at the main character. Li thought that Ling Yui seemed to be rich. The main character told them not to look at him like that, because although he has some money, the fortune card says that they can only play a role at a certain moment, and they should not put too much hope on him. He said that they could encounter anything on the mission, so they need to prepare for the worst. Bai Yi and Yu looked at each other, thinking that they thought that by a little money he meant more than 1 billion. Bai Yi took a deep breath. Yu said that the Emperor is right, and the ghost world is not some kind of toy, because their lives are at stake. Wenchen agreed with her. Bai Yi said that they may encounter hunters from other countries, and even though the rules state that they cannot beat up other prisoners just at will, they still need to be very careful. Turning to the main character, she said that they should pay attention to their free time, because it is at these moments that they will have chances to meet each other, so they need to collect more information and escape from prison as soon as possible. Bai Yi asked if anyone had any questions. She said that if not, they could go back and prepare. Ling Yui appeared in his room. Falling onto the sofa, he said that although he had not said anything, judging by the expressions on the faces of those present, it was immediately clear that they relied on him. He said that he doesn't like the feeling of responsibility. Looking up, the main character said that this was the first task after the mission cycle for beginners, and he needed to prepare well. He called Din Lion and he appeared in the room. Din Lion bowed and asked what he would order. The main character said that it was time for him to start forging the Ying artifact. He took out the ingot from the purple portal. Din Lion said that he could rest assured leaving the forging to him. Looking at the ingot, he said that the red ghost ingot is a second-level treasure of the highest grade, but it also has some negative effects. He said that to use it to make Ying artifacts, a large amount of casting materials would be needed. Ling Yui, grinning, he said that he still remembers the moment when they bet on him, and at that moment he tried to dissuade him, mentioning that this material would only fully reveal itself in the hands of a master like him. He asked what materials he needed. Din Lion, rubbing his chin, said that if he took his soul-absorbing sword, he could use it as an auxiliary material and improve the stat of more souls, more power. He said that he would obviously enjoy it for a while, but it would be worth it because the more he killed opponents, the more often and more effectively he would be able to use their souls to regenerate. The main character took out a sword that takes souls from a purple portal. Din Lion thanked him for his trust and told him to talk if there were any other wishes and materials. Perhaps he could combine everything and increase the quality of the weapon by at least 1 point. Throwing the sword on the floor, Ling Yui asked if he could put this sickle into the sword. Din Lion said that it is very incompatible with the sword, so if you work on something, then only separately. The main character told him to look at all his property and figure out what he could do with it all. The contents of his inventory began to fall out of the purple portal onto the floor. Din Lion exclaimed that they had never seen so many high-quality Ying materials in one place. Ling Yui said that he made him a promise that he would not leave him without a job. He told him to improve. He said that if these materials were not enough, he had others. Din Lion said that he originally just wanted to create a Super Ying artifact, but now with his support, his goal has changed. He said that the red ghost ingot has the attributes of fire, but for the sake of its operation, it will absorb the user's resistance effect, so to compensate for the backlash, it needs to be supplemented with the appropriate materials. He said that he could supplement the sword with an ice soul bead to compensate for the borrowed resistance, but its quality is inferior to that of the sword. Ling Yui asked if he had Ying material of higher quality and similar attributes. Opening the inventory again, he told him to look again. Looking at one of the artifacts, Din Lion asked if it was a 1,000-year-old gloomy oak tree. The main character thought that the old ghost Liu gave it to him in the accounting department of the Huangquan Hotel, and at that time he was so scared because of him and Zhu Jiang that he gave such a valuable thing for nothing. But judging by his reaction, he liked money better than a piece of rotten wood for him. Din Lion said that this is an excellent material. The wood that has been deposited for thousands of years can not only resist the absorption of Ying fire resistance, but also fits well with the reception and distribution of Ying Kai. He said it was perfect for being the handle of a primary weapon. Looking to the side, he asked if it was Ziyuanying Iron Essence. He said that this is really it. He asked how many first-class Ying materials he had. Din Lion exclaimed that these are the forging materials that all ghost smiths dream of. The main character asked if Ziyuanying's Iron Essence was really that valuable. Din Lion said that, basically, its effect is very mediocre, but if the essence is added to the main weapon during forging, the strength of the finished Ying artifact can be almost doubled. He said that in his entire life, he had only seen it once at a large-scale fair, and that Lord Ziyuanying Iron Essence was less than his. But many big blacksmiths were bidding for it, foaming at the mouth, and he ended up selling her for almost 10 million ritual money. He said that a poor ghost like him could only dream about it. Ling Yui thought, as expected from the system, first the soul-purifying wine conquered Zhu Jiang, and now Ziyuanying Iron Essence conquered Din Lion. He thought he was more than happy with that. Din Lion said that thanks to the 1,000-year-old gloom tree and Ziyuanying Iron Essence, the side effects of absorbing his fire resistance from the red ghost ingot would be greatly reduced. But if he had a couple more Ying materials with similar effects, he was confident that he could completely eliminate the effect absorbing his resistance to fire. The main character said that he was right, and he still had something. He thought that these two items were a reward from the system, and it was not surprising that these were top-quality materials. He thought that they were not inferior in quality to Ziyuanying Iron Essence. He asked Din Lion if he knew these things. Din Lion exclaimed that this was the soul-devouring golden silk into which the hair of the legendary ghost ruler of the 10,000 laws had turned. Ling Yui said that this is indeed it. Din Lion apologized and said that if he used it as materials to make his weapons, it might cause problems. The main character told him not to worry because he was safe and that way they wouldn't provoke the Ghost King. Din Lion said that he did not think that the Ghost King could lose so many pawls that a whole strand would be collected. He asked how a ghost who had achieved the title of Ghost King could allow someone to take so much of his hair. He said that this soul-devouring golden silk was dropped during a grand battle, or the Ghost King of 10,000 laws gave it to someone at will. Ling Yui told him to forget about it and just say whether the golden silk could suppress the side effects of the red ghost bar. Din Lion exclaimed, "Of course he can." He said that the suppressive power of golden silk was inherited directly from the Ghost King, and it was enough to suppress the side effects of any Ying material. The protagonist thought that he didn't expect that the Ghost King's hair would inherit the power from him and become a first-order Ying material, and if he could fight him one day, perhaps he would collect even more such materials. He decided not to look that far. Picking up the bottle of green liquid, he asked what he had to say about it. Din Lion exclaimed in shock. The main character thought that he received this reward for completing the task of spending a lot in the revolving restaurant. And it is the liquid essence of the Ying spirit mixed together with a charm that holds and absorbs souls. Din Lion said that he already has too many excellent artifacts, and he is proud that he is quite knowledgeable in the field of artifacts. He said that this artifact was causing him difficulties, but he vaguely felt that the Ying power of this thing was pure and peaceful. He said that he felt that it would be more valuable than the golden silk of the Ghost King. Ling Yui said that this thing is called Ying Spirit Essence Liquid, and he seems to have another one of it, so he can keep the excess for himself. Catching the bottle in his hand, Din Lion thanked him and said that, in that case, he would study it as much as his skills allowed. The main character told him not to rush to start manufacturing, because he still has many Ying artifacts in stock, and he needs to identify each one and determine their quality. Din Lion told him not to worry about it, and since he was giving him such a valuable opportunity, he would do his best. Ling Yui thought that Din Lion had a lot of high-quality artifacts in his hands, and he was wondering what he could forge from them. He thought maybe he would actually have a Super Ying artifact. He reached into his inventory. The main character opened his eyes in amazement. He found a mirror among the objects. Looking at the mirror, he thought that it was a Dragon Soul locking mirror, class unknown. He thought that even with his current strength, the system still could not determine his class. He asked Din Lion to look at the mirror. Ling Yui said that this mirror was called the Dragon Soul Mirror, and he was still unable to determine its rank or purpose. He asked if maybe he could. Din Lion activated the talent of distinguishing materials and treasures. The mirror in front of him was enveloped in purple energy. The energy reflected from the mirror, pushing Din Lion back. The main character turned the mirror away from him. He asked if he was okay. Din Lion, having difficulty opening his eyes, asked where he found this mirror. Ling Yui said that it was given to him by a glutton from the Huanquan Hotel. He asked why he was asking and if there was anything special about this mirror. Din Lion said that this mirror was scarier than he thought, and he could only see one or two details clearly. He said that, firstly, you can enter Ying Kai into this mirror, and then it will show those nearby as ghosts, as well as the collection points of Ying Kai. Ling Yui said that the glutton said the same thing. Din Lion rubbed his chin and said that secondly, this mirror contains space and has unlimited absorption. It can absorb all Ying Kai, artifacts, materials, even ghosts. The main character exclaimed in amazement that it could even absorb living ghosts. Din Lion said fearfully that just by looking into this mirror, he felt real animal fear. He said that thirdly, and this is just his guess, since it can absorb, it can also release. The main character asked to release Ying Kai or ghosts. Rubbing his eyes, Din Lion said that he felt that there was something truly terrifying hidden in this mirror, and this mirror was a refuge. Ling Yui asked if he meant that there was a very powerful ghost in this mirror. Din Lion said that it is possible, but this is just his vague guess because this item is too much superior to him, and at the moment he can only identify this. Taking the sickle in his other hand, the main character decided to try it. He held the sickle up to the mirror. The sickle was shrouded in violet energy. Ling Yui thought that a terrifying suction was coming from the mirror, and it was violently absorbing the Ying Kai from the sickle. Having finished sucking in the energy, the mirror flashed purple. The protagonist thought that it seemed that after absorbing the Ying Kai sickle, the connection between him and the mirror had deepened. The mirror flashed purple light once again. A bright purple light filled the room, and Ling Yui covered his eyes with his hand. Din Lion said that it looks like something is coming out of the mirror. Something like steam was gathering in the room, forming what looked like a silhouette. Ling Yui thought that this aura was definitely much stronger than that of the ferocious ghost. The steam stopped coming out of the mirror and its light dimmed. The steam dissipated as if nothing had happened. Din Lion proposed to gradually study the usefulness of this mirror in the future. The main character thought that a mirror that could detect, imprison and release ghosts was beyond the rules of the ghost world. Putting the mirror away into the purple portal, he thought that he now understood how he could use it. He decided to leave the mirror as a last resort, and it would be his ace in the hole. The next day, sitting on the sofa, Ling Yui looked at his wristwatch and said that time was almost up. Closing his eyes, he said, "Large-scale task, ninefold hellish prison ying." Moving into the red space, he said that he was coming. The main character fell onto a bed in a prison cell. The system announced, "Welcome to the Ghost Game." Job title, Ninefold Hell Prison Ying. Mission objectives, escape from prison within a week, get out of prison, kill as many members of other teams as possible. Living players, 7. The ghost, approaching his prison cell, shouted that it was time to get up. A ghost guard with a club stands near the cell with the main character and asks the people what they are lying inside, calling them pigs. Lin Yui draws attention to the sign with the rules, obey management, no talking loudly and secretive, keep the cell clean and tidy, keep the bed clean and tidy, no ammunition. He thought that these were the basic rules to be followed in prison. The main character adds that in human prisons there are many rules that are not mentioned, but everyone knows about them. The prisoners go to their beds. The main character draws attention to one of the prisoners. He notices that this imprisoned ghost with a mustache has the level of an evil ghost, and he has a yin limiter hanging on his belt. He turns towards the other 2 prisoners and thinks that these 2 are ghost hunters who don't know each other. The ghost with a long mustache crosses his arms and says that there are only 3 people in one cell, and this rarely happens. He adds that a beggar man is much weaker than a beggar ghost. The main character asks the ghost why it is so bad to be a beggar. The ghost points his thumb at himself and tells the main character that if he had money, he could trade with him, and as far as he knows, it is very difficult for people to survive in the world of ghosts, and the only chance of salvation is ghost coins. Ling Yui, with a serious expression on his face, suggested that this ghost was a kind of conductor who had a connection with the outside world and who could get anything for money. He adds that he initially planned to enter this access channel, but he didn't even have to go anywhere. The main character asked the ghost what he had. The ghost slightly bowed his head and said what he had: cigarettes, alcohol, paper, pens. He adds that he has everything he needs if the main character has money. The main character with a smile on his face says that he has plenty of money, but he is afraid that the ghost will not even have half of what he has. Ling Yui hands the ghost some paper money. Beads of sweat appear on the ghost's face. He shouts and asks if this is 1,000 ritual money. The ghost looks in surprise at the main character standing in front of him and thinks that this guy must be a very powerful hunter, and he almost offended him. With reddened cheeks, the ghost takes out a pack of cigarettes and says that here is a pack of cigarettes of the best quality, which costs only 60 ritual money. The ghost asks the main character if he will have smaller bills, because he is unlikely to collect change for him. He offers to take the bill so that the main character can choose things for himself for the amount spent, and when this happens, they will stop. The ghost asks if the main character liked any of his other things. The main character agrees with the ghost and takes something out of his jacket. A hunter with dark hair asks where this Chinese man got so much money. The guy with brown hair responds by asking how he knows. The hunter with a dissatisfied expression on his face thought that if they had a whole 1,000 ritual money, then this task would become 100 times easier. He asks the main character where he got so much money. The main character turns his back to the hunters and thought that these guys are foreigners, but the task makes it so that he automatically understands their language. He answers the guy that he asks too many questions on a topic that does not concern him. A hunter with dark hair with an ominous smile calls the main character a first-ranking piece of garbage, and then asks how he dares talk to him like that. The shadow of the hair covers the main character's eyes. He asks the hunter what he said. He turns sharply and hits the offender in the head with lightning speed. The hunter is pushed into the wall, in which cracks remain. The ghost exhales and calls the beaten guy stupid, because he called the main character first rank, and he himself was hit in the face without even reacting. Then he asks him how he even got here. The beaten hunter slides off the wall. The guy with brown hair made a dissatisfied expression on his face and thought that this guy was pretending to be a weakling and then punching with all his might. And judging by the aura of the spiritual power released, he is at the 3rd rank like him, so there is nothing to be afraid of. He smiles evilly and thinks that all that remains for him now is to provoke them among themselves so that he can finish them off and reap the rewards. The guy with brown hair lifts the beaten hunter from the floor and tells him to get up and adds that this Chinese is not much stronger than them. He just attacked on the sly. He asks him if he saw how this ghost began to treat the main character as his own son, as soon as he showed the ritual money. He adds that if they do not take the money from him, they may not be able to move forward with the task. A hunter with dark hair rests his chin on his hand and offers to temporarily join forces to teach the main character a lesson. The guy with brown hair says not to rush, because the rules prohibit fighting. His partner replies that the main character only hit him. The guy with brown hair points to the guard and says that they can't fight, but they can use the prison rules to their advantage. He offers to rush at the main character with a malicious face as if they are going to hit him, but will do nothing. And then the Chinese will beat them, the warden will see it, and he will be finished. He asks his partner if he remembers that they just need to get punched in the face to attract the guard's attention and complain. The main character looks around with his hand in his pocket. The guy with brown hair says that they won't even have to get their hands dirty on this Chinese guy. A hunter with dark hair apologizes for going too far and asks if Sakura blooms in their country, and what his name is. The brown-haired hunter asks to be called Buddy, and the dark-haired hunter introduces himself as Dapu. Ling Yui thought that these two introduced themselves and said some nonsense about Sakura. He adds that as expected, the two formed an alliance. Dapu concentrates green energy in his hand, and the guy with brown hair concentrates blue energy in both hands. They both make a dash towards the main character. A hunter with dark hair asks the main character why he doesn't answer and what kind of arrogant look he has. The main character put his hand forward and put up a purple magical barrier. Both hunters are pushed towards the bars. The guard notices the noise behind him. He goes to the camera with the main character and asks what they are doing here, calling them ungrateful pigs. Hunters hold on to the bars of their cells. A hunter with black hair asks the warden to help. The guy with brown hair claims that the main character breaks the rules and beats them up. The warden laughs and asks the main character how dare he break the rules right under his nose. He opens the key. He goes inside and tells Ling Yui that he looks like he wants to try his mace. The main character with a smile on his face hands him a pack of cigarettes. The warden stops mid-swing with the mace. With a reddened face, he asks how the main character knew that these were his favorite cigarettes. He took a pack of cigarettes and tells the main character that he will forgive him the first time and asks him not to violate the rules of the prison again. The warden turns around and tells the two hunters not to cause trouble. His eyes glow red as he turns towards them. The guy with brown hair asks how it all turned out. A guy with black hair asks the warden if he really takes bribes. The warden opens a pack of cigarettes and looks inside. There are 200 ritual money there. He looks at the main character and thought that he knows how to please the poor warden. He turns his gaze towards the two hunters. The hunters are sitting on the floor with frightened faces. The warden smiles evilly as he looks at them. He hits them with his mace and they scream in pain. Both hunters lie beaten on the ground while the warden swings his mace. A guy with black hair holds his beaten head, and the guard asks why he is looking at him and adds that his gaze is annoying. He holds his mace at the ready and tells the two that these are the consequences for not following the rules. He adds that even though he doesn't know exactly what rules they broke, the act of justice will start with the black-haired guy. The main character lights a fire on his finger and tells the guard to calm down. He holds a cigarette in his hand. The main character lights a cigarette using his ability. The warden with a cigarette in his mouth thought that this man just gave him 200 ritual money, and assumes that he is some important person of the ghost world. He turns around, scratches his chin and tells the main character that he is a good guy, introducing himself as Wu and says that he can contact if he has problems. The main character thought that he gave him only 200 ritual money, but got such an effect, and then notices that this guard's salary is too low. He adds that even so, this amount is a drop in the ocean, insufficient to fulfill the text. A notification appears. Task 5. Money is for spending, spend it like crazy. Task content. Spend a total of 10 million ritual money, but without taking the initiative to increase prices. The progress is 6,200,000 out of 10 million. Ling Yui thought that he needed to contact the prison governors as soon as possible in order to be able to spend even more money. The ghost with a long blonde mustache thought that, based on his knowledge, with the help of a pack of cigarettes, he could at most spare himself from punishment, but in addition to this, he also enlisted his support. He added that maybe this person has some kind of reputation in prison. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He assumed that this was the only reason why the warden took his side. The main character told the ghost with a blonde mustache to give him everything he had and of course the best quality. The ghost's cheeks turned red. He said that there were no problems, but now he only had something left at the level of a pack of cigarettes. He asks to give him time to change the next delivery and organize everything. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks if there is any kind of free time here. The ghost replies that to some extent yes, because the warden woke them up, since they are one of the first in line. He adds that they are counted by head and then taken to work. Ling Yui says that the work process is controlled and asks if you are not allowed to leave during it or do what you want. The ghost puts his hand on his chest and says that he is on good terms with some of the guards and therefore there should be no problems if they do not shy away from their enemies too brazenly. The main character approaches the ghost and tells him that he apparently has good connections. He adds that the ghost will become his informant, and he will not treat him badly. A ghost with a long mustache raises his finger up and tells the main character that he knows many people in prison, so he is well informed. He adds that if someone gets in the way of the main character, he will be a mountain for him, and then says his name, Lu Fujian. The main character uses violet energy to create small images of his partners. He tells the ghost to ask if anyone has seen these people. He looks at the images of Yu, Li and Baiyi, and then tells the main character that he can ask about these people. But the women are kept upstairs. The main character dispelled the images and thought that this was to be expected and assumes that the only way to meet is to wait until everyone can move freely. The main character asks what jobs are available to them. Lu Fujian turns to the guy and says that they just need to move a few heavy things, and then there will be a group lunch. And after lunch, free time until 7 p.m. They notice the scream coming from outside. The warden with 2 subordinates stands in the middle of the hall and shouts to the prisoners to get out of their cells. The Phantom and 3 prisoners emerge from their cells. Lu Fujian tells the main character that they must leave the cells so that the guards can count them all. All prisoners leave their cells. The protagonist concentrates the blue energy in his hand and thought that there is some kind of spiritual suppression power in this prison. And since this is only the 3rd external prison on the periphery of the ghost world, the suppression here will only be effective against ferocious ghosts. The main character's right eye glows red. He thought that this did not stop him, because Zhu Jiang had become better and now his strength was much higher than the level of a fierce ghost. All the prisoners lined up, and the warden was counting everyone. Lu Fujian tells the main character to look where he is looking. He sees Wenqin and Hailan along with the American ghost hunter among the other prisoners. He assumes that there must have already been a confrontation in their cell, and all 3 already have abrasions on their faces. Ling Yui fails. His comrades pay attention to him. The main character raises his palm at shoulder level as a greeting. The 2 partners looked at each other. Wenqin wonders why the main character just walked up to them. Hailan mentally asks if he is afraid of punishment from the guards. Ling Yui asks if they were also placed in the same cell with the foreign hunters. He suggests that even though there are abrasions on their faces, judging by the American, they emerged victorious from the fight. Drops of sweat run down their faces. Wenqin tells the main character that they did not fight the American. Ling Yui is surprised and asks why then they and he have injuries on their faces. Wenqin and Hailan look at each other, and then say that they are injured because they have already fought with each other. A black-haired guy with a fake smile on his face says that Hailan immediately after getting into the camera began to insult him and that's why a fight broke out. The main character's 2 partners fight while the American watches the fight. The warden heard the sounds of a fight and when he arrived, he thought that an American had beaten them. The warden beat the American with a mace. The main character looks at the American and says that it means that they themselves left each other injuries, and the American was beaten by the warden. Wenqin has a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He says that the American got even more than they did. The American, with an upset expression on his face, thought that Chinese hunters are always united and strive to help each other, but these 2 attacked each other. He wonders if they are really Chinese. He looked at the main character and wondered if he was Chinese and if so, then their operation was in danger. He adds that they need to unite with other countries against the Chinese and even bribe the prison guards to defeat them. The main character stands outside the line of prisoners. The American covers his face with his hand and coughs. The warden turns in their direction. Wenqin tells the main character to return to his place because the guards are looking at him. Ling Yui says goodbye to his partners and tells them that they will see each other later. The American, with an ominous smile, thought that the warden saw a violation of the rules on the part of the protagonist, and therefore punishment was inevitable. The warden approaches the main character. The main character turns around and smiles maliciously. The warden looked at the guy standing next to him. He passes by the main character and counts the prisoners further. Wenqin, Hailan and the American are shocked, as if they had turned to stone. A warden with a horn in his forehead hurries the prisoners as they march in formation. 2 guards use magic to open the door with a large key. The tall gates open, illuminating the room. The main character notices that this is the place where everyone works. In the working area there are several buildings and 2 passages in the rocks leading to warehouses. A purple-skinned warden stands in front of the prisoners. He says that their task for today is to move all the things from one warehouse to another. He waves his whip and tells them to be quick. Dapu drags a cart and, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, notices that in addition to iron pieces, they also need to carry corpses. His partner with brown hair says that if he does not do what he is told, he will be punished. The main character looks at the working prisoners and thought that the imprisoned ghosts do not at all have an aversion to moving corpses. Lu Fujian walks towards the main character. He, with a red face, tells the main character to look at what he has and shows a bottle of fine aged wine. He clarifies whether the main character said that he only needs things of the best quality, and adds that this wine is the best alcohol that he could get at the moment. He takes the neck of the bottle out of the bag and says that it costs 800 ritual money, and in prison you can buy anything for this money, and then adds that the prison guards love to drink alcohol, and this bottle will make their heels itch with desire. The main character takes the bottle and says that judging by his experience, in prison that kind of money is a huge amount and it must have been difficult for him to get such a bottle of wine. He asks the merchant if he is sure that the guards will definitely like it. Lu Fujian throws up his hands and says that of course they will like it, because when he offered them a bottle of wine, the warden with an angry expression on his face prepared his whip and said that he had seen many people who, relying on their past, wanted to show off here. He adds that the main character is no exception and needs to be taught a good lesson. The main character put his hand under his jacket and thought that he needed just a little money to bribe all the prison guards. Warden Wu puts his hand forward and asks to spare his comrade. He scatters the prisoners around and tells him not to do anything. The main character thought that old Wu was a very useful shot, and it seems that he doesn't even need to use money this time. The warden with a mustache approaches the warden with a whip and says that a little more and it would be completely late. He adds that he is his friend and asks not to harm him, because this is his guest of honor, who is not at all like ordinary prisoners. The purple ghost asks who the guest of honor is. Wu whispers to another ghost that this guy gave him 200 ritual money, and a completely new bill that emits pure yin kai. He adds that he must be from a big organization and this man must have gone to jail for some purpose. The purple-skinned ghost looked at the main character and thought that 200 ritual money is nothing in the outside world. But 3 barriers outside the prison suppress ghosts that are too weak, and because of this, the value and quality of the bill should be reduced. The main character's eyes glow purple and energy concentrates around him. The warden thought that bringing ritual money filled with pure yin kai here was not an easy task, and apparently there was a ghost general behind him. The purple-skinned warden bows and says that he apologizes for acting too impulsively and adds that old Wu's friend is his friend too. The main character and the ghost with the whip shake hands. Ling Yui says that he was once told that the rules of the ghost world are cruel, so conflicts are inevitable. And on the contrary, this approach turned their conflict into friendship, and this is wonderful. He hopes that they will help each other. The ghost has a bead of sweat dripping from his forehead. Ghost turns to Wu and reminds him of the captain, and he replies that's exactly what he meant. The main character with a small smile thought that, apparently, the prison guards were ready to make friends with him because of their love of money, and added that he had this money with a shovel, so it makes sense to dig deeper right up to the head of the prison. The main character asks the 2 guards if they have any problems and asks them to tell him, because he can help them since they are friends. The guards show the main character double doors and ask him to go with them. The main character and the guards leave. Dapu asks why they came out and assumes that they are going to quietly execute him. The American says that it is the same Chinese again. He says that they must unite to resist the Chinese. Door to the duty shift room. Wu opens the door and calls the captain. The captain sits at a table next to 2 other guards. The main character looks at the captain with 2 horns and thought that his strength is at the level of a fierce ghost, which means he is the leader of the prison guards. The captain thought why they brought this insignificant human being, and judging by their expressions, they did not bring him because he committed a serious crime. He wonders if maybe they recognized him as a friend. The ghost with 1 eye speaks to Wu and Hong just in time, because Xiao Zai has brought several yin energy-filled ghost beast corpses. He invites them to eat and drink with the captain. Wu agrees with a happy expression. The ghost with 1 eye asks Wu why they brought this man. He replies that this man is his friend and the only one he recognized in prison. He adds that the main character is not as simple as he seems and he is very generous. Wu tells the captain that he could help them solve their current problem. The captain, with a skeptical expression on his face, asks if he really called the main character generous. Ling Yui concentrates the blue energy and takes out a bottle of wine. He thought that the captain would not believe the words, so he had better see everything for himself. He unpacks a bottle of wine. The guards look in awe at the bottle, the contents of which glow blue. The main character points his palm at the bottle and says that he just got the wine and was going to try it himself, but sharing it with them will give him more pleasure, and asks if it will suit their feast. The guards look at the wine. The 1-eyed ghost exclaims that even in the outside world he can definitely be called high class. Wu says this bottle of wine paired with the stewed ghost beasts will be absolutely delicious. Hong tells the captain that they will remember today's meal for a long time. The captain exhales and says that he understood what they meant. He adds that even though the main character is rich, he will not be able to deal with their problems. Looking at the main character, he says that their business is huge, and what they need is long-term contracts with clients. He asks what is the point of them relying on the financial resources of one person. The main character smiles slightly and thought that the captain was checking his identity. Wu looks at the main character in surprise. Ling Yui sits down on a bench and says that he doesn't care about status or any relationships. He suggests getting straight to the point and suggests that this issue has been bothering them for a long time. He throws up his hands and says that if they don't tell anything, then he definitely won't be able to help. The red-skinned demon points his thumb at the window and asks if the main character has seen the mine from the outside. The captain threw his leg up on the bench and said that despite the fact that their organization is also a prison, they maintain many contacts with the outside world. The main character crosses his arms and says that the operation of this mine is an integral part of all their businesses. The captain says that a few days ago they received news that the ghost who was collaborating with them on ore mining suddenly died, and therefore the sale of the ore mined in the mine is not yet possible. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that since they are in the world of ghosts, the sudden death of someone here is not uncommon, and adds that this kind of thing is a big headache for large organizations. Wu looks at the main character and says that even though the guards are in charge in the prison, they carefully manage the ore mining process, and sometimes they even take a pickaxe in their hands and hit stones, because if they do not achieve sales volume, they will be punished first. He adds that over the past few days they have sent many of their representatives to contact many organizations to sell the ore, but they have no demand for it. The guards lower their gaze to the main character and ask him what they should do about it. The guy taps his finger on the table. Ling Yui tells the captain that he knows how to solve their sales problem. The captain folds his hands, resting his elbows on the table, and says that he has already realized that the main character is rich, but adds that he needs a long... The main character, with a satisfied expression on his face, thought that, according to rumors, the guardians of the other side are responsible for some energy sectors, not to mention the sales of ore from the mines, so it is not a problem for him to ensure the sale of ore from one mine. The captain, with an enthusiastic face, thinks that if he can form a cooperation with a person of such a huge level, then he will no longer have to worry about losing contracts with partners. He mentally thanks Wu and Hong for finding this man. Hong thought that he almost started a conflict with the guardian of the other side, and if he had not been stopped, he would have become the eternal enemy of this powerful organization. Wu thought he took the cigarettes and 200 ritual money from the guardian of the other side and wondered if he should return them. The protagonist grabs the badge and says that since he is the guardian of the other side, he can ensure long-term cooperation. The captain cries and thanks the main character, calling him a guardian. He took the protagonist's hand with both hands and says that if he can help them deal with this problem, then it will be salvation from the gods, and he doesn't even know how to thank him for that. Wu asks if the main character arrived at their prison for nothing, pretending to be a prisoner, and if he has some important business here. The main character thought that this guy was smart. Ling Yui spreads one hand and says that he arrived in their prison for a reason. The captain bows and asks how he can help and that he will do everything in his power, and if his strength is not enough, that he will use his connections and find someone who will definitely help. The main character hands over a paper with information about his partners and says that first he needs to find several people who are also in prison. The captain takes the paper and tells the protagonist not to worry and calls him a dear friend, and then adds that they will notify all the guards to ensure their complete safety. The captain looks at his subordinates and tells them to get to it as soon as possible. He commands them to free the protagonist's partners from government work and feed them something tastier. The chief warden informs the protagonist that they will also ensure that he has unlimited free time and can meet these people whenever he wants. Ling Yui takes a glass of wine and thinks that with this action he has freed himself from the annoying prison rules and they will no longer restrict him, and then adds that now he can focus on fighting the foreign ghost hunters. He opens his mouth and drinks the wine from the glass. He knocks his glass on the table. The guards bow, and the main character raises his palm up and says that he has left and hopes that they will keep their promise. The guards shout to the main character to take care of himself. Hylan pulls a cart of ore while Wenchen fills it. Hylan, with a red face, tells his partner to start thanking him, because according to his calculations, they found a lot of small and high-quality ore that is easy to move. The black-haired guy expresses his dissatisfaction, not understanding what calculations are being discussed, given that he was the first to come to this place. His partner replies that he found a shorter path. The black-haired guy holds the oar in his hands and tells Hyland to get out because he is not satisfied with his leadership qualities. He adds that he'll soon figure everything out on his own, since he's starting to feel too homesick. The guy looks into the depths of the mine and says that they have gone too far. A man with long brown hair says that the cart is almost full, and they should go back. Several silhouettes are visible in the depths of the mine. One of them says that he has been waiting for the two of them for so long. These are 5 ghosts led by the largest of them, who has a hammer in his hands. Wenchen with a scared face says that 5 evil ghosts were tracking them. The ghost leader asks how convenient it was to move this ore and says that this place belongs to their group of black bros, and all this ore is theirs. Hyland with an angry expression asks what they are going to do and adds that fighting in prison is against the rules. His partner adds that now it's working time and it's impossible to shirk work. Ghosts laugh. The orange ghost says that people are too simple-minded, because these rules apply in prison cells, not in a mine. The gang leader shouts that as long as the guards do not see them, they can do whatever their heart desires. Wenchen asks if they want to kill them and adds that if they die, then they should not be afraid that they will be suspected of counting prisoners. The gang leader says that in the mines of the prison many prisoners die every day from overwork. He asks if he thinks that because of a couple of people the guards will cause a commotion. The black-haired guy looks at Hyland in fear and asks him what they will do, because even if they use all the trump cards, in accordance with the rules of the prison, they will not be able to directly destroy them, and besides, there are more of them. And they also mind ore and they have no strength. The long-haired guy asks to wait and let him do the calculations. The ghosts swing with their weapons in their hands. The leader of the gang asks them to be good boys and pour themselves onto their plates of food, because by eating them they will get at least some pleasure from the food. Hyland asks the ghost to wait. He points his finger at the ghost and says that he has calculated everything and adds that the ghosts will die, not they. The gang leader asks Hyland what he said. He replies that he said that they would die. A purple ghost with a big horn asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about and if he thinks they will believe it. He adds that a guy with such words can only deceive a 3-year-old child and asks if everything is okay with him. Hyland tells the ghosts that they do not understand, that he is not making them believe and adds that he is simply predicting the direction of fate. He smiles widely and says that he did not expect that ghosts do not believe in supernatural forces and adds that they can believe in his prediction if they want. Hyland tells Wenchen that they are leaving. The red-skinned ghost asks his boss whether he believed him or not and whether this guy really calculated everything. The boss with a menacing expression on his face walks towards the people and says that it doesn't matter to him whether he calculated something there or not and adds that he can't just let them go, because if it turns out that they deceived them, then how will they look into the faces of others prisoners? The gang leader was surprised about something. The ghost's head with its mouth sewn shut approaches him. The boss asks what it is and adds that these brats are second-rank hunters, and then wonders if they are capable of controlling such a powerful ghost. The huge ghost opens its mouth and concentrates black and red energy. The boss is surprised by the enormous pressure, which makes him feel as if his body will be torn to pieces. Ghosts scream out of fear, and streams of energy are already near them. Hyland says that they were lucky that they believed his bluff and thanks to their supposed faith, the imagination was successfully transformed into a believable illusion. Wenchen replies that he is rejoicing early, because his illusion will not last long, and as soon as it disappears, they will immediately chase after them and kill them. The two guys turn around and see the main character. He stands in front of them with his hands in his pockets. They hug the protagonist's legs and cry. Hyland tells him that he is asking for help and the ghosts want to eat them. Wenchen says that they call themselves the Black Bros and they barely manage to escape from them. The main character picks up 2 partners and thinks that Old Wu warned him about this group, which often takes advantage of loopholes in the prison rules and plays pranks. He adds that the apparently experienced ghosts in the prison are not so easy to deceive, but Hyland and Wenchen took the bait. The guy with long brown hair tells the main character that they fought them long and hard and therefore caused them enormous damage and all they have to do is finish them off, and then he offers to return and save his little black one. The main character, with doubt on his face, thought that these 2 were hopeless and if they were not all from the same Chinese detachment, he would not have helped them. Hyland tells the main character that he will act as bait, and he will take advantage of the element of surprise and kill them. Wenchen takes his partner with long hair by the hand and tells him that he left his familiar with them and is now completely defenseless, which is why they will immediately kill him as soon as they see him. Hyland cries and thanks his partner. The main character looks at these 2 with a smile on his face and thought that thanks to their loyalty, it would not be difficult for him to help them, because he would also receive ghostly souls for free. The main character raises his hand up and says that they need to get around without unnecessary heroics, and there will be no casualties in their squad. He told them to just stand behind him and enjoy the show. The main character's two partners shout that Emperor Fendu is the best. A small black ghost is tied to a cart. The ghost boss asks with surprise on his face if it was the little devil who created that huge illusion. The orange ghost wonders how those two villains dared to deceive them. The boss looks at the ghost and says that if he was able to create such a real and huge illusion for all of them at the same time, then his powers must be at the level of a ferocious ghost. He adds that this man clearly does not have such powers and he must have used some tricks if he was able to deceive them. The boss takes out the amulet and says that as long as they continue to adhere to standard tactics and use loopholes in the rules, they will definitely take revenge on them, no matter what tricks they use. The one-eyed ghost asks the boss if he wants to continue using suppression talismans, because they are very valuable, and these two hunters are clearly not worth them. The head of the gang says do they remember that they escaped, and adds that now they will bring the guards and then they will be finished. The boss turns back and sees the main character with his two partners. The boss and his subordinates look at the people who have arrived. He asks if they really dared to return. The ghost tied to the cart is crying. Hylan asks the main character to help save the little black one, and he replies that there is no need to worry. The boss laughs and notes that they have also found an accomplice. He asks the main character if he has heard of the Black Bros and adds that since he came here knowing about the strength of their group, this is tantamount to suicide. Ling Yui asks if the Black Bros are strong. The boss burns the amulet and tells him to watch carefully and remember. Ghosts are enveloped in magical energy. The boss says that thanks to this talisman they have lifted the prison restrictions on strength, and adds that now they will feel their full power. Wenshin screams in surprise that they removed their restrictions and asks how they did it. Hylan asks the main character what he will do. Ling Yui concentrates the purple energy and tells the others not to be afraid. A guy with long hair tells the main character to be careful. The boss tells the main character that he may have good strength, but he is subject to prison restrictions, and there are many of them and they will trample him to death. The main character snaps his fingers and summons Zhu Jian. He materializes near the main character and calls him master. Streams of energy circulate around them. The red-skinned ghost asks the fierce ghost if it is. Wenshin asks if the protagonist is actually controlling a ferocious ghost. Hylan asks how strong he is. The boss looks at Zhu Jian and thinks that something is wrong here and wonders why he feels that the aura and power of this fierce ghost is not suppressed by the prison. The gang leader smiles widely. He laughs and tells his subordinates not to be afraid, because this is just an illusion like last time. Zhu Jian asks in bewilderment what kind of illusion this is. The orange ghost tells the boss that he is insightful. The red-skinned ghost said that if not for his words, he would not have believed it. The main character asks his Zhu Jian if these stupid ghosts have gone crazy. The boss jumps on them and swings his hammer. He laughs and asks if they think that since their trick worked once, it will work again the second time. He calls the main character well done for coming, because now they will have more human flesh. The main character commands Zhu Jian to kill their leader because he is tired of him. The protagonist's subordinate accepts his master's order with shining eyes. He cuts the gang leader into two halves. The purple ghost looks at his hand and does not understand what happened. The main character absorbs the energy coming from the ghost. The orange ghost asks the boss if he didn't say it was an illusion. A ghost with long hair says that this is just an illusion. The protagonist's subordinate with a menacing expression on his face shouts at them that they will die from the illusion. The orange ghost with concern on his face says that this is not an illusion. The blue-skinned ghost said that this was all for real and that there was a real monster in front of them. Entrance to the guard's room. The brown-haired warden asks if it is the aura of a fierce ghost. He rests his chin and says that there is no doubt that this is a ferocious ghost and adds that he cannot sense the limit of its power. He stretches at his workstation and says that he should stay until he kills the rest of the prisoners, and then he said that he will continue to sleep. Entrance to one of the mines. Hylan holds his ghost, and the main character asks him if because they were under the influence of illusions, the main character and Zhu Jiang also became hallucinations. He thought that if this was true, then Hylan had great potential among all the second rankers. Hylan looks at the hostile ghosts and says that his black one is not the strongest familiar, but almost from birth he has the ability to create illusions, and thanks to this power he is still alive. He adds that if because of them the little black one gets any injuries, he will beat them. The orange ghost sits down on his knees and asks the guy not to kill him. He adds that they admit their guilt and should not have attacked, and then asks to be released because they care about other prisoners. Wenchen asks this ghost if he was the one who showed off the most, why he immediately knelt down, and if he was not afraid of the power of their friend Emperor Fendu. The orange ghost replies that he is scared to death and asks to let him go, because they won't cause any more trouble. The main character says that he can actually spare them. Frightened ghosts look at the main character. Ling Yui, with an arrogant expression on his face, tells them that they must show their worth, in other words, prove their worth. Tylan and Wenchen turn to the main character. The first one says why should they save their lives if they cannot withstand even one blow. The second adds that they also treated them badly recently. They both thought that they needed to help the main character, and therefore scare the ghosts. The blue ghost begs for mercy and shouts that they were just following the orders of the boss, but resisting him is like suicide. The orange ghost shouts that if they are told to eat the earth, they will eat the earth, and if they are told to work, they will work. He adds that they will carry out any order without blinking an eye. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that an important part of this task with the prison is confrontation with hunters from other countries, and at the same time, the difficulty lies in following the rules, and this forced confrontation must be carried out outside the prison too. He adds that his teammates may have a hard time dealing with them, given the above. The main character has a drop of sweat running down his cheek and thought that of course he's not afraid, but in all aspects he can't take care of and protect his comrades, so there's nothing wrong with temporarily using these ghosts, because besides, they're better off if they don't get killed. The main character puts his hand forward in front of the ghosts, and tells them to give them a talisman that will allow them to bypass the blockage of true power. The orange ghost holds a talisman in two hands and says that such talismans are rare, and they only have 2 left, but they can help buy 15 of the same. Ling Yui takes the talisman and says that in this case he will give them a chance. He looks at them menacingly and says that from that moment on he is their boss. The orange ghost thanks the guy and says that they undertake to unquestioningly follow orders. The blue ghost praises the main character. The main character distributes leaflets with information about his partners and says that now there are dozens of people, ghost hunters, on the 3 outer levels of the 9-fold Hellish prison. He tells them not to touch the people on the leaflets because they are his friends, and adds that they can do whatever they want with the rest. The orange ghost takes the flyer and looks at the information on it. The main character smiles and says that you need to kill them and it will be even better. The orange ghost has beads of sweat running down his face. He thinks that Mr. Emperor is so terrifying and does not understand why he, being a man, forces them to kill other people. The blue ghost reports that there will be no problems with this and they will do everything in their power with maximum efficiency. Tylan pulls a cart and approaches the main character. He thanks the main character for his help. Wenchen scratches his head and says that they are lucky that Ling Yui found them, otherwise the 2 of them would definitely die today. The main character shows them his palm and says that from now on they just have to be careful, and adds that the guards said that they were exempt from mandatory work, which means that they can go eat. Tylan asks if they can stop working. Wenchen asks the main character how he managed to convince the guards to agree to this. The main character says that he did the main prison guard a favor, so from now on some prison rules do not apply to him. Both hunters' cheeks turned red. They thought that the main character managed to come to an agreement with the warden while they were collecting coal by the sweat of their brow. 3 hunters go to meet Warden Hong, who calls the main character. With a reddened face, he says that dinner for the main character and his friends is ready, and the quality of the dishes meets the highest standards. The ghost bows, showing the way. Wenchen asks Hylan if they are sleeping. Many other hunters around the trio are still working. The main character's 2 partners thought it was cool to be on the same team as him. The thin hunter asks what's wrong with these scoundrels and why they don't work. The fat hunter wonders if they are afraid of punishment from the guards. Dapu throws a stone on the ground. He looks at the trio of hunters and says that they are somehow too bold and assumes that they use tricks. He asks if they need to alert the guards. His partner with an angry face asks if he remembers what happened recently, and adds that no one will punish them, because these Chinese bribed the guards, so it's better not to attack them individually now with your fists. He looks at the American hunter and says that the threat from the Chinese is too great, and they must unite with hunters from other countries. It suits an American. He extends his hand to the American and greets him. The main character goes deeper into the mine. He picks up a piece of ore and says that this is the same ore that the 9-fold Hellish prison mines. He throws in a piece of ore and thinks that in order to sell all this ore, he most likely will not need to use his position and status on the other side, and adds that he still has a task from the system. So if this ore is of acceptable quality, he can buy it himself. The main character summons Dean Lion, who materializes with a green glow. The ghost greets his master and tells him that the weapon is ready. The main character thanks the ghost for his efforts. The ghost says that he placed it in the ghostly space of the main character and asks to check it as soon as possible. The main character agrees and opens the purple entrance to the ghostly space. He takes out a golden spear from there. The weapon in his hand is shrouded in purple energy. The main character takes the spear in both hands and calls it a cool weapon. He holds a spear in one hand and asks Super Yin Class Dean Lion if it is a weapon. He replies that this is so, because when creating the weapon he used all the high-class yin materials that the main character gave him, so the weapon is definitely super-class yin. He adds that among the materials, only the mysterious soul-locking dragon mirror can surpass it. The main character's eyes are covered by a shadow. Dean Lion says that the blade is made of red ghost ingot Xuanjin, and the base is a soul-devouring sword, and the additive is Xuani and iron essence, thanks to which the weapon has the effects of absorbing yin fire and enhancing by absorbing souls at the same time. They complement each other, and one base suppresses the debuffs of the other, weakens the enemy, absorbs power, and introduces it to the owner, and therefore we can say that the power of this weapon is at the peak of its power. He points to the hilt and says that the hilt of the sword is made mostly of 1,000-year-old dark wood mixed with the remains of the soul-absorbing sword. He adds that he also added a soul-devouring golden thread, which not only perfectly suppressed the negative effects of all yin materials, but also added a hidden attribute. The main character asks which one in surprise. Dean Lion imagines a dark, muscular ghost figure with blonde hair. He asks the main character if he has heard about the Ghost King of 10,000 martial arts, whose famous skill is that he can accurately reproduce the movements and skills of his opponents. He adds that this skill was deeply sealed in his hair, a golden thread. The main character looks at his spear and says that he realized that the soul-devouring golden thread can retain the external yin force of opponents in its original form, and then releases it and returns it to his body. He calls the weapon excellent and says that he is pleased. The ghost tells his master that this is not all and asks him if he remembers the lignuan liquid that he gave him last. The main character answers that he remembers and asks if he found out its intended purpose. The ghost closes his eyes, exhales and replies that this liquid alone is more valuable than all the materials that the main character gave, and even the Ghost King would be very touched if he saw it. The main character is surprised and thought that if this is what a master in his field says, then the effect of the lignuan liquid must be truly frightening. The ghost tells the guy to feel the aura of this spear. The main character closes his eyes and the weapon is enveloped in purple energy. The violet energy intensifies and makes a loud sound. The spear itself moved to the side and the main hero says that it seems this spear has its own consciousness. Dean Lion answers the gentleman that it's scary to admit this, but apparently it is so, and the function of the linual liquid is to give consciousness to an inanimate object. The main character raises his spear up and says that such strange things happen in this world. He wonders why the system gives out such valuable rewards, where it gets them from, and whether his yin weapon is one of the strongest in the world. The ghost raises his finger up and says that if a yin weapon has consciousness, its use becomes much easier, and, moreover, it can itself increase its strength and characteristics. The main character closes his eyes and thought that the yin weapon is a 3rd level superclass, which can also grow, and he wonders to what level it can grow now that Dean Lion is his faithful subordinate, and he continues to receive more and more high-quality materials. Violet streams of energy emanate from the spear. The main character thought that this was a 2nd level superclass or even a 1st level one. An interface window opens in front of the main character. The ghost tells his master that if he plans to use a yin weapon that has consciousness, then he needs to familiarize himself with it first, and adds that the ceremony of recognizing the weapon is risky. The notification says that the weapon was automatically linked to the owner. The ghost is very surprised that the weapon recognized him. Dean Lion points his finger at the weapon and asks if the weapon has already recognized the main character as its owner. Ling Yui says with a smile on his face that this may be one of the functions of lignuan liquid. He thought it was good to have a system. The main character looks at his spear and says that he needs to be given a name, since he has consciousness. The main character runs his spear across the stone floor, easily cutting it. He names his weapon the Grave Eater and raises it up. A notification appears where it says the weapon absorbs the enemy's yin kai and redirects it to the owner, and also gives enormous resistance to the fire attribute. Passive skill of the spear, Killing Intent, returns part of the owner's used yin kai back. Secret skill, Almighty, when an opponent uses a skill, copies their technique to the host, absorbs their yin kai and reflects the skill back to the opponent, and also has a creation and can sometimes play a supporting role. The main character brought the blade to his face and exclaims what an awesome weapon this is and adds that it will allow him to reveal his greatest power. Ling Yui puts his spear into the ghostly space and thanks the blacksmith for this weapon and adds that he does not regret entering into their contract. Dean Lion puts his hand on the back of his head and with a reddened face says that he realized that he would not have the opportunity to improve and obtain materials, so he decided to follow the main character, and adds that it was his best decision. The main character pats the ghost on the shoulder and tells him that he will not be shy, and will provide him with more high-quality yin materials in the future so that he can further improve his craft, because there is no upper limit to success. The guy moves away from the ghost and, turning his gaze to him, says that he wanted to ask him something while he was here. He asks for an assessment of the yin ore that is mined here. The blacksmith takes a piece of ore in his hand and says that it is called silver ore, which entangles hearts and is used to create protective yin artifacts, and can also be used to create vehicles and building shells. The ghost carefully examines another piece and says that this is a crystal of a sorrowful soul, which is considered an ore, but is used as medical materials for purification from the effects of poisonous elixirs. He adds that such medicines can be used directly during combat, and can also be used to rid weapons of vulnerability to corrosion from poisons. The main character asks if these materials can be useful to him. The blacksmith replies that these are relatively inexpensive materials and are usually supplied in large quantities to large factories. The main character crossed his arms and opened the interface with his balance, which is 999961500000. He thought that even if he could not sell it, he still had tasks from the system, namely, spending tens and then hundreds of millions of ritual money. He adds that his money will not decrease much if he buys all this ore. He will also get a cashback for this, so skipping such a purchase is the same as idleness, and he has not received punishment from the system and does not want to receive it. A notification appears above the main character. Task 5. You need money to spend it, so spend it like crazy. Quest content. Spend a total of 10 million ritual money, and you don't have to take the initiative to raise prices. 6,200,000 out of 10 million. The main character comes out of the mine and thought that he would continue to spend money like crazy. He walks towards his partners, among whom Shankin appeared. He greets the main character, and he asks if he is also here. The cultivator says that the guards brought him here and asks whether it's really possible not to work anymore. The main character passes by them and says that yes, since he is on good terms with the prison guards. Then he suggests they go to lunch. The guy with brown hair points to the main character's group and says that the Chinese should relax a little. The man with the short mustache says that they won over many people, including hunters from the United States. And even though they bribed the prison guards, the Americans have outstanding skills and can rely on them. The American in the cap says that they have an absolute advantage in numbers and strength, so it's time to get their hands dirty, and we can't let these narrow-eyed people do whatever they want. Tapu shouts that during the meal they will show them what they can do. They all smile evilly. A man with a short mustache says this is what people eat in prisons. The main character and his group enter the dining room. Wenshin and Hylan pass by disgusting food and a ghost chef. The second one tells everyone not to worry, because they will not eat this food that ordinary prisoners eat, because from now on they are the elite of the prison. Warden Hong shows the way to a group of hunters. The main character turns around and says welcome to a special restaurant where food of the highest culinary level will be prepared for them. Hong says that ordinary prisoners are prohibited from entering there, and among the ghosts there are not many people who are honored to eat in a special restaurant. Hong walks near the main character and says that at least honored guests of the prison from the world of ghosts, or national generals, eat here. He adds that they, the prison guards, are given the honor of going there only on special accompanying assignments. Plenty of food is served on the table. Hylan screams in surprise. The main character says that even though there are not enough supplies in the prison, the food in this restaurant is truly good. Hong says the ingredients are the freshest and asks everyone to enjoy it to the fullest. The main character picks up food from the buffet and asks Hong to join the meal. The warden replies that this does not comply with the rules. Ling Yui brings him a tray and says that the rules don't apply in this place and can't he, the benefactor of the prison, treat his friend. He tells the warden that there are no strangers here and no one will see, and besides, there is a lot of food here and they will have to throw away a lot. He adds that he will talk to the boss and he will not be punished. The warden's cheeks turned red and he thought that the boss ordered him to obey this man in everything, and he ordered him not to anger him in any way. He thanks the main character. Ling Yui looks down from above. Many people enter the cafeteria, and the warden asks them to wait in line. The main character thought that it was time for lunch for ordinary prisoners. The American and Dapu call the main character. The main character looks at them arrogantly with a tray of delicious food in his hand. They hold trays of disgusting food in their hands and look at the main character with anger. The guy with brown hair asks why they eat somewhere else instead of here. The main character has prepared chopsticks and wonders if hunters from other countries have come to eat. Highland sits down at his table and replies that this is so, and it seems to him that they are whispering about something. The main character says that he is afraid that the Americans have entered into a temporary alliance with the Japanese and Koreans. Shanken rests his chin on his hand and says that the whole point of this task is the hostility of hunters from different countries. The main character says that the Japanese and the Korean were in the same cell with him, and already at that moment they entered into an alliance to get rid of him. He adds that even though they didn't succeed, they saw how he bribed the prison guard and therefore decided to join forces to deal with them, the Chinese. The cultivator says that the situation is not entirely favorable for them, because each of the countries participating in this task has 7 hunters here, and if 3 countries united against them, they will have to deal with 21 hunters. He adds that they definitely won't be able to cope with so many. He looks at the main character and asks what they will do. The main character eats and replies that among the people of this hostile alliance, the strongest is on the 5th level, and the rest hang out on the 2nd and 3rd levels, and adds that he can deal with all of these himself, and if they really plan to fight them, everything will depend from the final combat power of the team. Ling Yui thought that he wondered what level their leader was and whether he would have to use his grave eater. Dapu bangs the overturned tray on the table. He screams indignantly why they eat worse than pigs and they won't be given better food, then asks why the Chinese seem to have come to a resort and are feasting. He clenches his fist and calls them scoundrels, and then adds that they have created good relations with the prison guards and are sitting around enjoying themselves. The American agrees with him and says that he dares to assume that most prison rules do not limit them at the moment. A Japanese man with a short mustache tells Zyajin, Dapu and Charles not to worry, because the Chinese don't have long to rejoice. A guy with brown hair named Zyajin asks the captain if they really have a plan and means to counter the Chinese. The Japanese man has sweat running down his face. He says that there is a plan, but acting in front of the prison guards is like seeking death, so they can only wait for an opportunity. Wenshin laughs and exclaims about how angry these scoundrels are now, and if he himself saw someone eating deliciously and drinking heavily, he would also be beside himself with hatred. Hylan replies that they probably want to beat them up and take everything for themselves, but they can't, and this thought alone makes him feel good. Shanken tells the main character that it seems to him that they are going too far and they clearly want to kill them now. He suggests slowing down. The main character with a smile on his face says that let them come, and if these scoundrels want to die so badly by his hand, then how can he grant them this wonderful request? Hong says that he still has unfinished business, so he better go. He thanks the main character for the treat and asks him to take his time and eat to his heart's content. The main character wishes good luck to the warden. Hong tells the green-skinned guard that he is leaving everything to him and calls him a trainee. The intern holds his baton ready and says that he is not an evil warden and will make it clear that they should eat the food they give if they don't want to get hit in the teeth with a baton. Many guards leave the cafeteria. The main character asks why the guards are leaving, because almost all the prisoners eat here. He wonders if they really want to leave them to trainees. The American turns his gaze to the trainee and says that there is only one baby left and adds that everything urgently needs to be discussed with the captain. A guy in a formal suit and long hair appears behind him. He says that there is no need to look for the captain and asks if they wanted something. Charles calls this guy the leader of the team. The man has a serious look. The Japanese man with a short mustache thought that this was the leader of the team of American ghost hunters, Kane. His aura seems frightening to him. The Japanese and Kane shake hands. The Japanese thought that even though their countries had entered into a temporary alliance, but once the common goal was achieved, they would become enemies again. He adds that the US team is much stronger than theirs, so he assumes that after the Chinese they will take on them. He made an ominous expression and thought that before this happens, they must weaken the power of the US and Chinese teams at the same time. The Japanese raises his hand and tells Kane that he has a plan, but to carry it out he needs a very powerful ghost hunter. The man asks the Japanese what his plan is. The Japanese whispers a plan, and Kane holds Charles by the shoulder and tells him to do as the Japanese says. The guy says to rely on him. He heads towards Ling Yui's group, pushing everyone along the way. The purple ghost asks the American where he is going and tells him to eat since it is mealtime. The American tells them to stay out of the way and further pushes the prisoners aside. A ghost in a leather vest asks the American what he is up to and tells him to sit down and eat. Charles turns to him and says that it is none of their business whether he eats or not and asks them to mind their own business. The ghost breaks his tray and his eyes glow red. Offended ghosts are enveloped in red energy. The ghost in the vest calls the guy an ignorant person and asks if he is tired of living. Dapu and Zyajin approach the American, and they are also enveloped in energy. Shanken watches the fight between hunters and ghosts. Hylan eats a chicken leg and asks the cultivator if he was scared since he got up from the table. He tells him not to be afraid, because as long as they are with the main character, they can sit quietly and eat to their heart's content. The main character also begins to observe what is happening and, looking at Kane, says that you need to be extremely careful with this skeleton-like scoundrel, and apparently this is the leader of the US team. Hylan also gets up from his seat and says that Kane feels stronger than him, but doesn't understand how much. The main character says that he is a level 6 ghost hunter. Hylan and the cultivator are surprised. The first one says that his strength is at the same level as Bai's. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, wonders if they just want to directly rush in and climb up to them. Hunters attack ghosts while jumping. The trainee points the baton in their direction and asks them what they are doing and commands them to quickly lie down on the ground and not move. Charles smashes the artifact and tells the intern not to even dream. The ghost in a leather vest and the American simultaneously attack each other, a huge amount of energy spreading to the sides. The main character, who is illuminated by energy, says that the fun begins. Streams of energy scatter tables and chairs around. Dapu, Zyajin, and Charles are repelled by energy. The main character looks at the foreign hunters. He tells his partners that they are obviously following them. Hylan replies that they are high and asks if they can climb. Kane makes a dash towards a group of Chinese hunters. He jumps and then pushes off his airborne allies. He lands at the top. Wenshin asks how the captain of the US team, rank 6, got here. Hylan says that he doesn't know and calls his partner to blame for everything. Kane takes out the red rope from his hand. He lowered it down so his allies could climb up. They run up to the rope, and the Japanese shouts that they took them by surprise. The hostile hunters went upstairs. A Japanese man with a short mustache crosses his arms and asks the Chinese if they had a tasty meal, and asks who allowed them to eat so deliciously while the noble Americans ate stew. The main character exhales and tells them that they were not so noble when they were sitting in the cell and asks that when his daddy is standing next to him, he really allows himself much more. Zyajin points his finger at the main character and says that he himself bribed the guards, and the fact of the bribe will sooner or later emerge and all his defenders will be kicked out of here, and then he will be left without protection, and they will see who will laugh. Lang Yui covers his face with his hand and calls the Japanese stupid. Kane asks how he was able to bribe the guards, since they grovel before him so much that they even organized a delicious dinner. He thought that he didn't think that he had succeeded only with the help of a pack of cigarettes, and if it had been so, the places would have been filled long ago. Lang Yui throws up his hands and says that this is a company secret, because he is a poor rank 3 hunter and there is nothing valuable in his pockets. But then he changes his mind and says that he bought out the entire mine in which they worked all day, and the main character is so grateful to him that he organized a delicious dinner. Zyajin and Dapu laugh. They ridicule the words of the main character and call him a liar. Kane asks if this joke is an excuse for the main character. The main character throws up his hands and asks why they are asking if they don't believe him, because he told the truth. Kane is enveloped in red energy. He calls the main character an arrogant Chinese and says that since he doesn't want to tell the truth, then let him go to hell. He walks towards the main character and says that he doesn't even need to resort to his maximum strength to deal with him and will defeat him with one finger. The main character with blue energy on his hand replies that it is well said, because he alone is enough to defeat all the foreign hunters. The main character launches a hate nail towards the enemy. Kane closes himself and assumes that this is an attack with a long-range artifact. The artifact circles the leader of the US team. It hits Charles in the chest. Lang Yui prepares 7 more nails and thought that after his breakthrough, his spiritual power and consciousness increased and now he can shoot 7 hate nails at the same time. The hate nails hit Dapu and Zyajin. The Japanese leader turns back. Dapu reaches out to the leader with a trembling voice and asks him to help because he doesn't want to die. Zyajin says that this nail is sucking all his spiritual power. The main character says that he has the last 2 left for them and prepares 2 more nails. A Japanese man with a short mustache takes out a sword from which green streams of energy emanate. He hits a nail with his sword and shouts not to underestimate him. A nail appears from the Japanese man's back and pierces him. The Japanese falls to the floor and drops his sword. He asks what level his yin artifacts are. Kane looks at his defeated comrades and thought that his artifacts must be of the middle class. Only this explains why he so easily dealt with those below rank 5, and it was very difficult for a rank 5 to dodge. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He wondered where the middle class artifact from a rank 3 hunter came from. The protagonist's partners ask him to defeat them. Kane concentrates the red energy on his wrist and says that now it is clear why he looked so confident, and adds that even so, he used his main trump card and asks how he is now going to deal with it. A bracelet appears on his wrist. He says that the main character should have used a different strategy because the middle class artifact is powerful, but he used all his main powers at the very beginning. Red energy rushes towards the main character's group. Hylan and Wenshin hold their heads, and the cultivator raised 2 fingers and closed his eyes. The main character asks if this is an attack on the soul. Kane covers his face with his hand and says that this is his trump card, the soul-wearying heart bracelet, a tier 3 middle-class yin artifact. He adds that if his light hits the main character, his soul will experience agony. The main character covers his face with his hand and says that he thought that there would be something better, and he is disappointed. The main character wears a necklace around his neck. Kane thought why the artifact did not affect him and assumed that he had another artifact that could withstand a level 3 middle-class artifact. Ling Yui asks if this trinket bracelet was his main ace in the hole, and asks if he has something more interesting lying around. Kane is furious and said that the main character is beginning to surprise him and adds that he should know that the yin artifact is an auxiliary element, and the hunter's strength depends on his own spiritual strength and the strength of the ghosts he controls. A large ghost with red skin wings appears behind him. He says that there is a huge gap between their forces, which the main character will never overcome. He shouts that he is summoning a ghost devil. The main character looks at his ghost and thought that he is worthy of calling himself a rank 6 ghost hunter and adds that the ghost familiar he summoned is much stronger than the prison guard. Kane asks a Japanese man with a short mustache to help him. The Japanese thought that he couldn't help him and that he needed to pretend that he didn't have any trump cards up his sleeve so that they would beat each other and the power of the US team would decrease. He coughs with a confused face. He wondered if he could rely on this plan, and suddenly, because it was unnecessary, Kane would simply kill him. The leader of the US team thought that his partner was a useless fool, and first he needed to deal with this little Chinese, and after him he would become the strongest in this prison. The main character with a gloomy look asks if he recently said that he alone is more than enough, and now he suddenly decided to call on his sub-ghost. Kane forces his ghost to attack and asks the main character if he really bought it, because believing the words of his opponent is more expensive for himself and he simply deceived him. He adds that he has now put his strongest ghost, his shadow blood, on the scales and adds that if the main character uses a middle-class yin artifact again, which is impossible, then victory will go to him. A yellow ribbon is formed around the protagonist's hand. He says that he does not have a middle-class yin artifact. The ribbon flies forward from the protagonist's hand and he asks the enemy how he will react to a high-level yin artifact. The ribbon envelops the enemy ghost. Kane put his hand forward and thinks that this is impossible and asks where he got a high-level yin artifact. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He thinks the 3rd rank hunter is the main character. Ling Yui holds his wrist and asks if he is the leader of the US hunting team and how he was put in such a position when he can't even handle him. Kane, enraged, forms another artifact. He says that he feels that the main character's strength is only rank 3, and even so, he forces him to resort to extreme methods. A notification appears about the discovery of a high-grade 3rd grade yin artifact. Ling Yui thought that this was not surprising. Such hunters were quite strong. Kane, with an angry expression on his face, tells the main character that he poses too much of a threat, which is why he must destroy him, and then adds that today is the day of his death. The main character takes out his spear from the ghostly space. He pointed his spear towards the enemy and said that he would not hold back. The Japanese with a short mustache thought that this aura was much more powerful than that of the American leader, and was it really a superclass yin weapon? Kane has beads of sweat running down his face. He says that it is impossible. This is a deception and asks him where he got the superclass yin weapon. The main character, with an arrogant expression on his face, asks the enemy if he still wants to fight him. The enemy replies that he is not afraid and uses a higher level yin weapon, and for honesty and justice, the protagonist must also use a higher level yin weapon. The main character laughs and asks his opponent if he was joking, pointing the spear at his chest. He adds that he is only a rank 3 hunter, and if you follow his logic, then even if he takes a top level weapon, Ken needs to somehow lower his 6 rank to 3. Warden Wu comes running and asks what they have done here and adds that it's arbitrary. Provoking the guards will not end well for them. The main character looks at the guards and thought that it seemed their battle would be over. He points at Kane and apologizes to the guards, and then adds that they had a friendly fight, so they made a little noise. Wu looks at the two beaten hunters and wonders if this can be called a friendly fight, considering that he beat them to death. The warden says that he doesn't care and needs to follow the schedule and announces that mealtime has come. The foreign hunters are defeated and go towards the entrance. Kane, with an angry expression on his face, tells the main character that he remembered him. Hylan looks at the American leader and asks if they will let them go so easily. Ling Yui replies that he himself regrets it, and even if most of the rules do not apply to them. But even with all this, he would have to bear serious responsibility for killing these scoundrels in front of the guards. He adds that even more so, the battle would have dragged on, because Kane is very strong, and he still has a couple of trump cards up his sleeve. Wenshin shows his thumb and calls the main character amazing and adds that the artifacts themselves are very strong. And he also has the most powerful weapon in the ghost world, a super-class yin weapon. Shanken clenches his fist with a happy expression on his face and says that he thought that top-grade yin artifacts are the strongest, and his fellow cultivators and teachers from the mountain have never heard of anyone mastering a top-grade yin weapon. But he has a super-class. Hylan asks the main character if he can touch a super-class yin weapon. The main character, with a creepy expression on his face, replies that it only recognizes its owner and asks if he wants to die, and then offers to touch it. Hylan put his hand on the back of his head and said that he changed his mind. The cultivator, looking at the main character, thought that even though he was friendly towards them, but even so he set clear boundaries, without obvious malice and arrogance. Warden Wu bows and exclaims that he asks for forgiveness, because he did not foresee the possible development of events and exposed them to the attack of other prisoners. The main character answers that it happens. The warden says it's time for rest and shows him to the exit. He adds that they found 3 of their friends, and the captain organized a special reception room. Ling Yui takes out a large bottle and wine and thanks Warden Wu, and then says that he has an extra bottle of good quality wine lying around. He says to accept it as gratitude. The warden raises his palms at chest level and says that he shouldn't and that he's really embarrassed, because he was only doing his job. The main character presses the bottle to his chest and asks if he respects him. He says that this is a sign of their friendship, and if he refuses, then he does not respect him and will stop being his friend. Wu thanks the main character for his generosity and says that here they are, in this room, and invites them to come in and spend as much time there as they need, and he himself will stand outside. The main character opens the door and says that he is entering. Li, Yu and Bai Yi greet the main character. The girl with pink hair tells the main character that while they were working in the mine, the guards approached them and said that their friend had helped the captain of the guards a lot, for which they were allowed not to work anymore. She asks if they talked about him. Bai Yi looks at the main character and thinks that according to the information from the forum and the center, the other side organization works on the periphery of the ghostly world, and their guardians are only those who make key decisions and make a huge contribution to the development of the organization. She wonders how such a high-ranking organization could accept a person as a guardian. The main character sits down in the central place, spreads his hands and says that everything is true, because the fact is that he accidentally became the guardian of the other side, and such a position provides many advantages in the world of ghosts. He adds that as they already understand, he made a deal with the captain of the prison, so most of the rules do not apply to them. Ling Yui asks the girls how they are doing. Bai Yi replies that the 3 of them were distributed into 3 different cells, and with her the cell came across a 6th-rank hunter from Korea. The main character rests his chin on his hand and says that in the men's sector of the prison there is also a 6th-rank leader of the US hunter team, and also a 5th-rank hunter from Japan. He adds that they pose a great threat to them, so the male hunters have united. He thinks that while everything is calm now, they will replenish their forces by concluding other alliances. Liu slams his hand on the table and says that making an alliance is a shameless strategy. Bai Yi asks if they can survive if they have to deal with 2 rank 6 hunters. The main character replies with a serious expression that he will take Kane and the USA. Hylan holds his nose in the air and laughs, and then asks the girls if they know that Ling Yui scared Kane to death during lunch. Wenshin, with a smile on his face, tells how the main character pulled out a super-class yin weapon and Kane messed his pants. The girls are surprised because of the words spoken. Lee says she didn't expect anything less from the main character. Bai Yi smiled and thought that according to the information gathered, it was already known that the Fendu Emperor had a top-level yin weapon. But she didn't know about the super grade. She adds that choosing him was the right decision, and with such a person, the pressure on their team will be greatly reduced. Dapu gets hit on the back with a whip. The warden pushes Zaijin and Dapu, who are holding stones in their hands, with blows of his whip. He calls the first guy a pig and tells him not to think that he can work slower and worse just because he is limping, and then adds that if he sees him stopping again, he will tear his legs off. The dark-haired hunter asks the Japanese man if they will just continue to sit with folded hands, waiting for them to die from working in the mine. He adds that the overseers are pushing them around, forcing them to work at full capacity, and they rest, gain strength, and in the next battle they will be very exhausted, and their enemies are rested and fresh. The Japanese man with the short mustache props up his chin and says that in order to undermine their advantage, they must understand how they got such privileges. He pats Dapu on the shoulder and tells them to resolve the issue since they know Chinese best. The main character with 3 guys from his group walks through the mine. Zaijin is hiding nearby. The main character thought that this Japanese man had been watching him all day and was wondering what he was planning. Zaijin remembers how the leader of the Japanese team pats him on the shoulder and tells him that he should quickly find out how the Chinese got their privileges. He thought that he should keep an eye on the main character. A guy from the Japanese team sneaks up on the main character. Lang Yui thought that he had been bored lately and perhaps it was time to have some fun. He takes out a piece of ore from the floor. He turns to his partners and says that this ore is of very high quality and full of yin energy. He adds that if they sell it, they will get a lot of ritual money for it. He put the piece of ore in his pocket. Zaijin hides behind a rock and wonders what he means. Wenshin tells the main character that stealing ore is prohibited. The main character replies with a smile that this mine is so big and there is a lot of ore in it. He adds that he thinks that no one will notice if 2 pieces are missing and asks if they think so, and then adds if not, then these are his pieces. The guy from the Japanese team laughs and says that he won't understand whether the Chinese are brave or stupid. He comes out of hiding and laughs. The main character asks him what he is doing here. The Japanese man, with a smile on his face, replies that it's none of his business, because he just wanted to see where the main character got such confidence. But he didn't expect that he stole pieces of ore, because it's the same as openly committing suicide. Ling Yui, with an angry expression on his face, tells the guy that he strongly recommends that he pretend that he didn't see anything. He adds that he knows that the main character is on good terms with Warden Hong and Wu, and they will not do anything to him. The guy from the Japanese team runs away and tells the main character to dream, because he will report him right now. He adds that today the captain of the guards is on patrol and the fact that he bribed low-ranking guards with cigarettes will not help him. He adds that by doing this they will bring death upon themselves. Zaijin runs up to the captain with the desire to tell him something. He turns around and asks the Japanese why he is not working. The Japanese replies that this man snuck into the depths of the mine and stole the ore while no one was looking. With a smile on his face, he points his finger at the protagonist's team and says that Mr. Captain must punish him severely. The captain laughs and asks the main character why he came to inspect his purchase alone and adds that he wanted to send him Hong to accompany him. He adds that he assures him that the quality of the ore in these 2 veins is excellent, certainly no worse than that outside the mine. Zaijin has beads of sweat running down his face, wondering if what he told Kane was true and if he helped the warden enough to take his side. The main character says that he is very pleased with the quality of the ore, and it suits him. But due to some reasons the process of fully assessing the ore, which he would like to do, is being delayed. He adds that if the assessment is delayed, then the signing of the contract is delayed. The captain asks the Japanese why he is standing here and not working, and then says that he is disturbing an important person. He adds that if a Japanese person values his head, he should leave on good terms. Zaijin is very scared and says that he made a mistake and there was a misunderstanding. The main character with a smile on his face says that the prison rules prohibit making too loud sounds. The captain throws up his hands and says that the guardian is right, because of this guy, they have to remind them that they must severely punish prisoners who do not follow the rules. The Japanese puts his palms out in front of him and stutters and says that this is all a misunderstanding. The captain's subordinates kick the hunter, who screams in pain. The prison captain says that since work is currently underway in the mine itself, there are many unruly prisoners. He invites the main character to take him to the warehouse where all the ore is collected. The main character stands next to the warden at the warehouse and asks how much ore is in the prison that can be sold right away. The overseer replies that 5 similar warehouses are completely filled. Ling Yui takes out the money and asks how much he can buy with this bill. The captain has drops of sweat running down his face. He thought it was 100,000 in cash in one bill, and calls it the generosity of the keeper of the other side in all its glory. He tells the main character that with this bill he can buy 3 such ore warehouses. Ling Yui smiles and thought that it was a little more expensive than he expected. But it doesn't matter, because he needs to complete the task of spending money as soon as possible. The main character says that he will buy all the warehouses from them. The captain asks if he is really ready to buy all 5 warehouses right now. The guy replies that yes, and this is only the first order, because after the captain reports to his superiors, they will be able to sign a long-term cooperation agreement. The captain, with a joyful expression on his face, folds his hands and agrees, and then says that he is sorry that he does not quite know the whereabouts of the prison warden, but will soon report it to him. One of the guards calls the working prisoners pigs and tells them that it is time to return to their cells. Shanken approaches the protagonist's group and says that after they left, the guards seriously beat Zyojin and the Japanese tried to help him, but were bound by the rules and restrictions of the prison, so they could not. Hyland says that only they, the Chinese, demonstrate team cohesion. Kane approaches Ling Yui's group. He raised his palm in greeting. Charles walks behind him. The main character looks at the American leader without interest and wondered why he was waving at him and whether Kane was trying to show his favor. He wonders if beating Zyojin made them change their strategy. The prisoners are taken inside the prison building. Hong, with a smile on his face, approaches the main character and says that after what he did for them, they can let him live in this terrible cell, and adds that his room is clean and tidy, and then asks to follow him. Hylan asks the warden if they have prepared rooms for them too. Hong replies that of course, because they are friends of the master, and then explains that the rooms are single. A beetle with a human head and brown hair says it's cool while listening to their dialogue. Ling Yui locks the door to her room. He summons Baizhu, which immediately materializes behind him. The girl asks the main character what he will order her. The guy turns around and asks if she knows anything about buying real estate since he needs to buy a couple of warehouses for storage. The girl touches her green amulet and says that she knows some real estate agents and they can contact them at any time to select warehouses in the right place. Ling Yui asks if they can contact them now. The main character thought that they were in prison, where the connection did not work. Baizhu smiles and says that in this place there are magical rules that prohibit general contact with the world. If he can go to his ghostly space, this rule will not apply there. The main character opens a passage to the ghostly space and thought that the capabilities of the system really ignore the rules of the ninefold hellish prison of Yin. The main character says that he leaves the solution to this issue to her and says that she doesn't have to worry about the cost, because the main thing is more and closer. The girl agrees with the gentleman and then disappears. The main character looks at the purple trail left after Baizhu disappeared. The guy sits on the bed and thinks that now that he has decided to buy ore, it's time to develop his own business in the world of ghosts. He imagines how many bills of ritual money fall on him and people with whom he has connections. He thought that he had no shortage of money, and he did not need to look for sources to earn money, because on the contrary, he made money by spending money. He adds that, however, the status and personal information that connections with important people can provide him cannot be bought with money. Ling Yui looks out the window, where the full moon can be seen. He thought that except for the incredible concentration of yin power and the omnipresent rules, the ghost world was very similar to the real human world. He adds that since he entered the horror game, he has always had an inexplicable premonition and is afraid that his involvement in this world will become deeper and deeper. Ling Yui thought about what he wanted and envisioned something more than just passively surviving from mission to mission. The main character imagines himself lying in a t-shirt, shrouded in red streams of energy. He thought that one day he would learn the whole nature of the horror game and why people from the real world were constantly being called here, as well as what kind of wealth system it was and why it chose him. He adds that he died 3 years ago and for some reason came back to life, and then asks questions about what truth is hidden behind this and who needs him, and also why to resurrect him and give him a system. The main character turns back and notices streams of blue energy. In the middle of the energy flows, something is formed. From the center of this energy appears a beetle with a human head. The main character looks at him and asks if the contract unclean spirit had been following him all day, and decided to appear only now. The ghost opens his mouth wide with sharp teeth. The main character forms a nail of hatred and tells the ghost that he is not even a match for him and asks if he understands this himself. He attacks the beetle with the artifact and hits it. The beetle screams in pain, and its body smokes. Ling Yui looks at his nail of hatred and says that at first there are small shoots, then more, and asks if they want to gradually harm him in the hope of finishing him off someday. The main character stretches and goes to the bed. He says he thinks that after this test they should begin to have some idea of his strength. He adds that relations between the 4 countries could change tomorrow. The protagonist's group walks through the mine among working prisoners. Kane gets in their way. He rubs his palms and tells the main character that he wants to cooperate with him to deal with the Japanese and Koreans. Hylan loudly tells him that they originally teamed up with them. He says that now that they have a good relationship with the prison guards, they want to take advantage of this and unite. Wenshin calls Kane a hypocrite. The cultivator looks at the main character and tells him to be careful, because the American can deceive them. The main character asks Kane why he wants to team up with them, because they fought not so long ago. The leader of the US team throws up his hands and invites the main character to be sincere, and then adds that they are pursuing one goal: to eliminate competitors in order to collect more points. The shadow covers the main character's eyes. He says that they are also competitors and he still remembers everything he said in the dining room. Kane trembles with his hand extended to the main character. With an angry expression on his face, he says that he is well aware that the recent alliance with the United States, Japan, and South Korea only makes them distrust them more. He adds that, therefore, in the afternoon he will organize a surprise for them in true Chinese traditions to prove the sincerity of the US intentions. The main character and his group leave. He says that he is interested and they still need to discuss this issue with their teammates in the women's section of the prison. He glares at the protagonist's group and says that he hopes they will give him good news this afternoon. The main character's group reunited with the girls. Lee has an eye patch over one eye. The main character, with concern on his face, asks what's wrong with her eye. The girl looks at the floor and says that she is fine and not injured. Bai says that her eye became like this because she helped him by taking some of the pressure on herself, and adds that last night there was a fight that got out of control. EU imagines a guard who puts on lipstick and says that the fact is that after the female guards found out about the status of the main character, they immediately began to treat them very politely. But after the words of the Japanese and Korean teams reached the deputy guards, her kind attitude disappeared as if by hand. Bai remembers how they had to fight with other prisoners. She says that before the guards announced the all clear, the Koreans and the Japanese started a fight out of nowhere, and the 6th-rank leader of Korea and the 5th-rank leader of the Japanese acted together, and besides, the deputy took their side and they barely made it. She remembers how Lee defeated many hunters. She reveals that while they were fighting with the 3 of them, Lee took on the other 8 low-rank hunters, and fortunately, her strength greatly exceeded everyone's expectations and she controlled her evil ghost very well, instilling fear in her opponents. Lee covers her face with her hand and says that this is a backlash due to the fact that she used her evil spirit too often, and adds that her vision is blurred, but she will recover in 3 days. The main character looks down and apologizes for leading her on such a harsh task and failing to protect her. He pushes his chair away from the table. Ling Yui sits down and says that he will take care of the deputy prison guards. Hylan, Bai and Lee look at the main character in surprise. Lee asks how he plans to deal with her. The main character enters the mine. The orange ghost and his friends go to the main character. This ghost said that he was informed that they were looking for them. The main character says that they have been in prison for quite a long time and asks if they know anything about female prisoners. The ghosts blushed. The orange ghost said that they know a little and adds that the sister with broken wings is the hottest. The blue ghost rubs his palms and asks if the main character wants to spend time with someone. Ling Yui hands them money and asks if they remember what he told them before. The orange ghost touches his head with his finger and remembers what the main character said about taking action against people. The main character confirms his words and, throwing ritual money to the ghosts, tells them to beat up all the people who are not on his immunity list. He adds that the same applies to the women's part of the prison, because this money will help them go to the women's prison to recruit assistants, and if they succeed, they will receive additional rewards. One of the ghosts squeezed a banknote, the other took the money with his mouth, and the orange ghost, looking at the wad of money, says that they will complete the task. Wenshin runs towards the main character, who has emerged from the depths of the mine. The main character asks him what happened, and the guy points his finger and says that Kane did something. Kane approaches them with blood on his hands. The main character asks if he killed someone, looking at him. The leader of the US team with a joyful expression on his face says that of course he killed the Korean team, his ghost sucked them dry. He adds that it's a pity that they weren't there so they could have seen the amazing scene with their own eyes, as if a rose had bloomed. Wenshin looks at the main character and tells him that he struck them with a surprise attack and killed them all in the hope that this will help him switch to their side. Kane extends his bloody hand and asks if the protagonist is satisfied with his testimony of defiant submission. Wenshin looks at his hand in horror while the main character stands unperturbed. He approaches the US team leader. Wenshin asks the main character if he really knew from the very beginning that he would do this. The main character extends his hand in response and thought that the rules of the horror game force him to kill everyone indiscriminately, and even people, which he will sooner or later have to face, but since the executioner voluntarily came to his door and obeyed, he will not have to get his hands dirty. They shake hands and the main character thought that Kane would become his butcher knife. Kane throws up his hands and tells the main character that the task lasts 7 days and they don't have much time left. With a menacing expression on his face, he says that the Koreans have only lost one person, but their leader is in the women's section of the prison and he believes that using the Koreans as a lead to solve problems is the best solution, and then asks what the main characters think. He agrees and says that since Kane suggested a good option, they will do it. Kane loudly says that this will not work, because in the male part of the prison there are the fewest Americans among all the teams, and the Koreans have begun to be wary of them, and it would be nice if the main character helped. Ling Yui turns to the US team leader and says no. He tells Kane that he is a rank 6 hunter, and the Koreans in the men's prison have only a rank 4. The leader of the US team agrees and says that there are 3 of them, and if they join forces against him, they are unlikely to be able to survive. Ling Yui crosses his arms and says that if they can't even figure this out, then he doesn't think they should cooperate. He adds that besides, he is not telling him to go against the even more problematic Japanese team. Kane, with concern on his face, asks the main character what he means. The main character clearly shows the composition of the teams and says that he will give him a choice. Kane shouts that of course he chooses the Koreans. He tells Ling Yui that he will take action against the Japanese. The main character replies that this is so and tells the US team leader to mind his own business. Kane says goodbye to the main character and says that he wishes him to win at the very beginning. Wenshin looks at the main character and asks him if he really wants to cooperate with them. The main character replies that he understands perfectly well what they are planning and therefore will not allow them to achieve their goal, and then asks his partner to call Hylan and Shankin. The huge tower of the prison building rises above the barbed fence. Wenshin led 2 partners to the main character. Hylan clenches his hand into a fist and tells the main character that he didn't like the Japanese from the very beginning and asks that since the main character called them, it means they will go to get rid of them. The main character says that Kane is a two-faced scoundrel who entered into an alliance with 2 countries, but at the same time stabbed the Koreans in the back. He does not think that the Americans will then become enemies of the Japanese and adds that he decided that he would deal with the Koreans, and the Japanese would be on them. The main character assumes that Kane will report Akiyama's attack, and they will prepare. Shankin looks thoughtfully and says that they will still have to deal with the Japanese sooner or later, because if all 3 countries unite again, it will only be more difficult, and then asks the main character what they will do. The main character says that he agreed with the Black Bros to attack all people except those close to him. He tells his partners that they must take care of their own safety and adds that he himself will go to the captain of the prison, because he has one thing to do, and they will still need to get a report on the military operations. The 3 partners agree with the main character. Ling Yui approaches Hong and Kane. Kane, with a bottle of wine in his hands, says that he and the main character are now partners and that's why he came to the prison captain with a request. The warden notices the main character. Hong looks at the main character and tells him that this man escaped from the mine during working hours and does not work, citing the fact that he is his partner, and asks if this is true. He thought that it was now clear why yesterday happened. The main character pats the warden on the shoulder and tells him to treat him as such. Kane tells the main character that he thanks him. Ling Yui tells him that he doesn't need to put it behind his back, because he has already seen everything, and if he wants to give a gift, then he doesn't mind. Kane asks if the main character went to the captain and offers to go to him together. The guy agrees with the man. They both enter the captain's office, who is sleeping at his desk. The main character closed the door right in front of the leader of the American team. He rests his chin while sitting on a chair and coughs. The captain wakes up and opens his eyes. He gets up from his seat and tells the main character that he has come. Ling Yui asks if he bothered him and says that he wants to sign an official contract as soon as possible and transfer the advance payment in advance. The captain picks up the phone and tells the main character that he loves his sincere requests, and then says that he will now ask if the head of the prison is free. Ling Yui crossed his arms and thought that it was no surprise that the prison chief should have the highest combat power of the three outside the yin prison. He adds that the requirement of the task is to escape from prison within the required time frame, while the hunters are enslaved in the mine and fighting with each other. The captain hangs up and says that the boss is free and he will take him to him right now. The captain opens the door and asks him to come forward. Kane is standing outside the door with a bottle of wine. Kane calls the captain and the main character, and then approaches them. The main character tells the leader of the US team that the captain does not want to talk to him. Kane looks at the backs of the main character, and the captain leaving him. The captain says that he has been working in prison for a long time and very often deals with these eccentric crooks who try to appease him with all sorts of junk, but this will not help him cope with his main goal. The main character tells him that he is doing the right thing, because desire is the key to success, but it seems that one of his deputies in the women's section of the prison does not obey commands. The captain says that she is not subordinate to him and they work independently of each other and, moreover, they compete for efficiency, but women also report to the head of the prison. He adds that thanks to the main character, he received the approval of the prison governor, and this time his work again eclipsed the female part. The main character looks at the captain and says that now it is clear why they targeted his friends for no reason. The captain says he seemed to ask them to treat his friends well and did they still treat them cruelly. The main character replies that he is afraid they are guided by some ulterior motives and decided to challenge him. The captain bows and says that this woman is jealous of them and therefore they are ignoring his sincere request. He adds that he apologizes and says that he will report what happened to the head of the prison personally and arrange everything so that this does not happen again. Powerful red energy emanates from the double doors. The main character and the captain are greeted by a stream of wind with red energy. Ling Yui thought that this aura was terrifying and it was many times different from the aura of the ferocious ghosts he had dealt with before. The captain points his hand towards the passage and tells the main character to go through. The main character comes inside and says that he has long dreamed of meeting the boss. The warden with the brown goatee and mustache crossed his arms. He asks the main character if he bought his ore. The main character throws up his hands and says that its quality is quite good, so he is in the black. The boss presses himself to the chair and tells the guy that he knows a lot about goods and adds that these traders told him that his ore was bad in order to bring down the price. He adds that he doesn't understand it himself, but he sent them to hell. The main character smiles and says that it's good that he doesn't have the habit of bargaining. He places many stacks of bills on the table and says that he is interested in a long-term contract, so here is his advance. The warden, with a surprised look, says that of course he was told that he was a member of the council of the other side, but among those he knows, none were so generous. He takes the bills in his hands and says that business is business and since he received the money, it's time to sign the contract. The captain says that the contract was drawn up in accordance with its previous version and asks to read it. Ling Yui takes the contract, which is enveloped in red energy. The contract states that the contractor is obliged to purchase ore from the customer in the prescribed manner with 4 points. This contract must be signed by both parties and comes into force on the date of signature. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that the contract is a contract in the kingdom of ghosts. And, of course, they require guarantees. He adds that the power of the yin prison rules is also directly involved here and now he cannot break them in any way. The head of the prison calls for the press and says that the conditions are transparent, and the price is so good that there is nothing to think about. The main character concentrates violet energy in his finger. The boss put his stamp on it. Now the paper has the seal of the prison and the signature of the main character. The warden looks at the paper and thinks that it doesn't look like an official seal from the other world, and he wonders if that means it's his own. The warden thought that Ling Yui's name seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember why. The warden touches his chin with his hand and says that they signed a contract, but that's probably not what the main character came for. The main character closed his eyes and said that he still had business in the outside world related to cooperation, and he, the head of the prison, has the authority to let prisoners in. The head of the prison shakes his head and tells him that this is not his first day in the game, so he should have already learned that everything here works according to the rules and imprisonment in yin prison is no exception, so even he has no right to annul this kind of arrest. The main character asks how he can then organize the work of his subordinates in transporting goods. The captain says not to worry and his time will come when he can be outside, and he will order the souls to take out the ore. Hong says that every month on the 15th, on the full moon, The ghost gates open and hundreds of souls wander at night, and then adds that they release those ghosts who have served their sentences, and on this single day, people imprisoned in the inn prison can leave it. The main character thought that the 15th was just a week later. He smiles a little and thought this would be a great time to complete his mission here. The warden tells the main character that he can, of course, try to break the rules if he has the strength or if he is protected from the rules of the inn prison. He adds that then he has a free exit and entrance into the prison. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow, and he thought that the boss was clearly testing him. The main character throws up his hands and says that in this case it is worth organizing a trip for labor in advance. The captain asks the protagonist in surprise if he has a way to protect himself from the rules of the inn prison and adds that it is easier to get out through the gate. The head of the prison says that even the highest ranks cannot always cope with this task. Ling Yui gets up from her place, and the boss thought that the leaders of the evil spirits, or those to whom they bestowed power, could bypass the rules, and behind him there was clearly someone bigger than the council. He adds that even he, the head of the 9th level of Yin prison, is nothing more than a prisoner of this place, and Ling Yui seems to be the very person who will help him break out, so this opportunity should not be missed. The boss claps his hands and says he's offering them a drink to celebrate their collaboration. He pours wine into a glass and offers the main character a drink since he just has excellent wine. The captain tells the boss that it was the main character who gave them this wine. Ling Yui, with a smile on his face, holds a glass in his hand and says that they drink wine not for profit, but for health, and since they are already gathered here, they can drink it. The warden laughs a little and says it's good that they think alike. The main character laughs. They bring glasses to each other and clink them. The boss drinks wine from a glass. The warden tells the main character that he liked him and doesn't even want to let him go now. The main character replies that it sounded like he was going to eat it. They say goodbye and the main character says that being contract partners, they will definitely meet again. Ling Yui leaves the prison warden's office. The main character's eyes are covered by a shadow from his hair. He tells Zhu Jian that he is a ghost who has power beyond the rules, and then asks him if he can handle it. The protagonist's subordinate tells him that he can safely force a fight. The main character asks what their chances of success are, to which the ghost replies that it's about 50-50. Streams of red energy fly around the main character. He thought that Zhu Jian's power was once not limited to the rank of the fierce spirit, and even now with his reduced rank, he is not subject to the rules until the 3rd level. But even so, the success rate is only half, and then adds that the ferocious spirit, standing beyond the rules, is really so strong. But there are strict rules here, moreover, with the presence of numerous jailers of higher rank than him. The main character passes by the guards and says that he is afraid that what is more important than the confrontation between the players is the escape from prison. Ling Yui thought with a gloomy look that if he wanted to complete the game as quickly as possible, he should prepare in advance for the decisive battle. He calls Bai Zhu and asks how their business is going, and she replies that everything is fine, calling the main character master. The girl shows the main character a document and says that she bought 5 warehouses in the wilderness on one of the streets on the outskirts, while the leading building is located on Hell Avenue, not far from the council apartments. She takes out a gold VIP customer badge and says that in addition, she has contacted the Kinmen Chamber of Commerce. They will provide a bodyguard. The main character imagines images of Lu and a long-haired ghost, and then thought that it seemed like he was sweating on the last quest for good reason. The girl tells the main character that she spent all the ritual money that the main character gave her. The main character smiles and gives her a wad of money as a bonus so that she will definitely buy herself whatever her heart desires. The girl puts her palms forward and asks why she needs a bonus, because she just did what she was told. The main character says that it is natural to reward a job well done and says that this motivates the employee to continue to work conscientiously. The girl's face turns red and takes the money. He thought that he was motivated to serve him forever not only because of money. The main character says that using the properties of his space, which restrains spirits, she can freely enter and leave this prison. The girl is enveloped in violet energy and she says that thanks to his protection, the rules of the Yin prison are not able to track her. The main character says that tomorrow they will transport a shipment of cargo and leaves it to her. The girl closes her eyes and says that she understands, and then asks if there is anything else she can do for him. Ling Yui asks the girl to help him bypass hundreds of ghosts during a night procession. This is what the current quest represents. Many prisoners are standing in the middle of the square. The goal of the mission is to escape the 9th level of Yin prison within a week or kill as many other teams as possible. A Japanese man with a short mustache looks down with a sad expression on his face. Behind him is Charles. The current number of survivors in the main character's team, 7. Wenchen says it's already the 3rd day. Shankin says that thanks to the Emperor they are all still alive. Hylan tells the main character that he has heard rumors that Kenichiro has died. Lang Yui adds that the day before he was severely beaten by the guards, but was forced to continue working, which in their conditions is tantamount to death. Wenchen props his chin with his finger and says that Dapu from Korea was killed by a guy in a hood from the USA, and it's strange, but Dapu was already injured a little earlier, and maybe someone deliberately attempted to kill him before that. Ling Yui has a bead of sweat running down her cheek. He says that actually, this guy tried to attack him recently and adds that he sent his ghost to him the day before yesterday, and he died, so it's a kind of karma. The protagonist's partners are surprised. They think that the main character did not take up the matter directly, but it seems that he is still indirectly involved in the death of their competitors. The main character asks Lee how her eye is. She rubs her cheek and says that he already perceives light and thinks that there are still a couple of days until full recovery. The girl with a smile on her face says that sisters Bai and Yu took her with them to battle yesterday. The main character asks if they fought in a women's prison yesterday. Yu remembers fighting with the girl in the brown coat. She says that the deputy head of the prison guard was even suspended from work and himself imprisoned, and then adds that after that others did not risk interfering with them. She adds that last night there was a commotion among the souls, and they took advantage of this by injuring the eye of that scoundrel, the captain of the Korean team. The main character crosses his arms and says that in this case they don't need to waste energy on further resistance, and they can just let them fight among themselves. Hylan and Wenchen laugh. Bai says that the most important thing for them now, besides protecting themselves from others, is to find a way to escape from prison. Then asks the main character if he has any ideas. The main character says that on the 15th of the last day, an hour before midnight, the gates of the Yin prison will open, and hundreds of ghosts will come out, which will be an opportunity for escape. Bai and Yu have beads of sweat running down their faces. The first girl asks if they will only have 1 hour. The main character tells the girl that for the next couple of days he will be preparing to escape and therefore will not be able to keep an eye on them, so they themselves will have to develop tactics to defeat the spirits. The white-haired girl presses her hand to her chest and tells the main character that thanks to him they already have a great advantage, and he can leave the rest to her. The towers of the prison rise above its territory. A Japanese man with a short mustache walks towards the main character. With an angry expression on his face, he asks him if this is his business. Ling Yui looks at the 2 beaten guys behind the Japanese and asks what happened there yesterday. The leader of the Japanese team says that an embittered spirit broke the lock on the doors and attacked them. The main character imagined how the ghosts broke into the door and thought that it was really the black bros who tried. He rested his chin and thought that it was not in vain that he paid them extra. The main character raises his hand up and tells them not to make things up, because if he wanted to attack them, he would have done it head-on. The leader of the Japanese with a worried expression on his face thought that he was ready to lick the pans in the kitchen utility room with his tongue if he was not involved in all this, and then added that he also could not resist him openly, because they say that he has a yin weapon of the highest rank and calls his upstart. The Japanese leader tells the main character that he did not intend to quarrel with him, and adds that shouldn't they act together as people. Ling Yui asks with an arrogant look about how they secretly allied with the 3 countries against him. The Japanese man with a short mustache coughs and says that he personally did nothing and it was all people from the USA, and then tells the main character not to hold a grudge against him, because people tend to make mistakes in their choices. He asks why don't they unite against the Americans. The main character tells Q Shanaming that working together is not so easy, and besides, he has already entered into an alliance with the United States, and then adds that they are already opponents. The leader of the Japanese leaves and says that there is no point in persuading the tiger to give up his skin and tells the main character that he is now on his own. The main character hands Wenchen 2 cartons of cigarettes and tells him to give it to the black bros from him and let them make a fuss there one more time. Wenchen asks the main character if he still feels sorry for giving them cigarettes. The main character says that this is all nonsense and adds that he gave a bribe to Lu Fujian and if he needs anything, let them contact him. The main character puts out his hand and tells them not to be shy, because this is financial help and if they survive this quest, then they should keep in touch in the future. Wenchen cries and says that this is so touching, but the main thing for them is not to mix up the flags. Ling Yui opens the door to her room. He sits down on the bed and says that even though their prison manager said that he did not have the authority to release people according to the prison regulations, he still intervened. But the main character is afraid that even Zhu Jian will not be able to deal with all the ghosts from the upcoming procession. The main character concentrates violet energy in his hands and thought that he, however, even without any preparation for the night procession, needed to develop strength. He materializes a hand lamp. Streams of energy fly around the lamp. The main character put it near him. This is a third-rankian weapon, a dried lamp whose oil is the energy of the corpses of high-ranking ghosts mixed with yin. It helps to improve and strengthen oneself, and at the same time accumulates knowledge and yin power. Ling Yui closes his eyes and looks down. He says that he will check how much this lamp will pump him. Behind the bars you can see two black towers. The main character pronounces the word system with an exclamation. The main character is enveloped in purple energy. His rank is level 3 Ghost Lord, spiritual knowledge is 250, and spiritual power is 2495. He clenches his fists and exclaims that it is worthy of being called a rank 3 in artifact, because in less than 4 days, he reached the peak of the 3rd rank Ghost Lord, and already on the verge of promotion to 4th rank. The main character opens the door and says that it's time to go free. He walks and thinks that today a night procession of hundreds of ghosts awaits him. The guards lined up in front of the prison warden. He says that tonight there will be a night procession of hundreds of ghosts, and they are already familiar with the power of the rules. He asks if they remember what to do. Ghosts exclaim so accurately. The warden with a menacing look says that he has only one instruction: to monitor the ghostly gates with all his might, and adds that they must not spare anyone who tries to escape, even if it is council member Ling Yui himself. The main character entered the office of his partners, who were glad to see him. He pushes his chair back. He folds his hands and says that today is the last day of their mission, and during this meeting they need to develop final tactics. He asks how things are now. She conjures images of the American men's team and the Korean women's team. Bai says that thanks to their provocation, the Americans and Koreans have recently hated each other, and adds that the Korean men's team and the US women's team have been completely destroyed. She says that the Japanese are in 2nd place. She imagines a Japanese men's team. She adds that the ghosts do not separate them by nationality, so whoever survived is the one who survived. The Japanese were unlucky here, but they survived from China, all 7 participants, but she is afraid that other countries will not leave it like that. The girl says that the ghost gates open this evening. Everyone will immediately try to escape, this is obvious. She adds that all countries already know about the upcoming night procession of hundreds of ghosts, and then says that they will probably unite to successfully escape and try to kill them in the end. Wenqin and Hylan made worried expressions on their faces. The first one asks if she thinks that they will come to them again, given that they have been taught by bitter experience and must understand that they cannot compare with the great protagonists. The second one says that their death will only give them a few points, so why should they put their lives on the line? Yu says that in fact the quests for solo players are getting harder and harder, and if you don't get stronger every time, the game will weed you out. She turns to Bai and tells her that because of the thriving concept of the game, the government even created the number 9 investigation center, hoping to somehow resolve what is happening, as well as their forum with Bai. She adds that they are even willing to sacrifice their own interests to support newcomers, but for most foreigners like Kane, the game is just an opportunity to climb to the top. The 3 guys in the group are very worried. The girl continues that they just want power, so all other players from their country or from another, without exception, are just steps to their success. Shanken, with a blue face and a trembling voice, says that even if they cannot defeat the Emperor or Bai, it will not be difficult for them to kill them in order to reduce the number of rivals. Bai with a slight smile says that there is no need to worry so much, because this is why he and the Emperor took them, to protect them and help them develop in the game as quickly as possible. The 3 men from the China group say that then they are counting on her and the great Emperor. Bai looks at the main character and asks if they have prepared anything to escape. The main character shows a map with a zone highlighted in red and says that his subordinates have scouted everything here, right down to the location of the gate, which is just not far from the mine. The main character gets up from his chair and says that he, however, would not yet like to discuss one risky idea with them and hopes that they will support him. The full moon rises against the backdrop of the dark tower. The main character and his group are hiding around the corner. Lu Fujian, disguised as a warden, calls the main character and tells him to follow him. The group runs after the ghost. Kane appears behind Wenqin and asks where they are all going. The main character turns his head and says that the warden took them with him to settle something. The leader of the team from the USA throws up his hands and says that it's already 10 o'clock. The ghostly gates will open very soon and he is sure that he knows this very well. He approaches Ling Yui and asks where he is in a hurry and whether he has received the privilege of leaving prison early. The main character with a dissatisfied face asks what business he has. Kane, with a menacing expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he is going to abandon his comrade at such a moment, and then adds that they killed so many Koreans for them and don't they really deserve the honor of going out together. The main character's eyes are covered by the shadow of his hair. The main character agrees with him and says that they can go together. Bai asks how is this possible. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that they have already realized that they are leaving, and rumors are useless now, and then adds that, in addition, he is right in some ways, because they collaborated. Two of Kane's subordinates appear and he thinks that how easy it is to put pressure on moral principles and there is no cure for this. Two teams run through an empty mine. Kane looks around while his subordinates are behind the main character's group. He approaches the main character and says that this is not the road to the ghostly gate, and then asks where they are going. The main character replies that through a secret passage. Of course, they are escaping from prison and tells him not to be afraid, because in 5 minutes they will be there. All the people in the warden approach the metal door. The main character says that's all. He asks the ghost to open the door. The ghost opens the door and tells the others they can go. Kane laughs and says that he thanks the main character. He presses his hand to his chest and says that in order not to be in debt, he has prepared a gift in return. A girl from the Japanese team appears on the hill. She jumps towards the hero's group and holds a kunai at the ready. He rushes straight at the ghost. The main character breaks a kunai with a hate nail. He stands next to the ghost to protect him. Kane and the girl stand in front of the main character. He asks the US team leader what this all means. Kane puts his hand down and says that this means they are finished. Q Shanaming appears with his team, who says that in vain they were on guard for so many days, because the main character's group did not dare to attack them and adds that the Chinese really seem to be a bunch of kind-hearted fools. The main character with an upset expression on his face says that he did not kill them and who would have thought that they would stick a knife in the back like that. The Japanese man with a short mustache laughs and says that they themselves were able to save their lives and they do not need his mercy. He looks to the side and says that besides, not only the Japanese came here. Two girls from the Korean team appear next to them, one with a wounded eye and the other overweight. Representatives of all other teams stand in front of the main character. He asks the girls from Korea that they are really in alliance with the Americans even after they killed so many people. The girl with the wounded eye says that there are no eternal enemies and only profit matters, and the United States will help them get out of here as soon as they are done with them. The main character, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks if this is their choice. The leader of the Japanese team puts his hand forward and says that's enough chatter and commands to go on the attack. He commands to kill the main character's group and then they will be able to leave the game with the most points. His subordinates attack the protagonist's group. Ling Yui raises his hand at shoulder level and snaps his fingers. Ghosts appear, subordinate to the main character, shrouded in red energy. Lu Fujian took off his cap and laughed. He raises his cap above himself and shouts to the main character that here they are. The main character, his partners and ghosts are ready for battle. The orange ghost is the first to attack. Kane asks what's going on here and have they really decided to set up an ambush. The main character and his companions stand in front of their enemies. Lu Fujian comes to the fore. The main character asks Kane if only he and other countries can attack on the sly. The leader of the American team asks Ling Yui how he guessed and says that he fought so much with them for the good of their alliance and even lost several people. The main character replies that there is simply nothing difficult in predicting the actions of a scoundrel who has no principles at all. He shouts that the main character rejoices early and what if he summoned 5 evil spirits. He adds that the protagonist should not think that he can resist his higher spirits even with his yin weapon. EU says with a smile on her face that there is no point in talking to him. Bai Yi and EU shout come black and white spirit and a ghost in the form of a girl with white clothes and a ghost in black clothes, blue skin and a long tongue materialize above her. Kane smiles and asks the main character if the girls really have spirits of the 5th and 6th ranks and adds that there are indeed many masters in China. He adds that I wonder what fresh blood tastes like. EU says that if he wants to know, let him come out and fight. Kane crosses his arms behind his back and says that he would love to taste their blood, but unfortunately they will be his opponents. The girl with the injured eye summons a green ghost called Stalker, and the Japanese girl in black clothes summons a blue ghost called Shadow. Q Shanaming says the name Yuki Anna and summons a snow-white ghost. The ghosts are preparing to attack each other. EU, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, asks whether it's really so difficult to go out one-on-one honestly. Bai says that this perfume is not easy, but it will buy time. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells Kane that he seems to have decided to choose him as an opponent. He walks towards Kane, who is shrouded in red energy, and tells Lu Fujian and the Black Bros to protect the others. The ghosts agree with him with a smile on their faces. Kane calls on his ghost with the words "Bloody Shadow, come," and tells the main character that he will definitely kill him quickly this time. The main character takes out his weapon and says that he would not mind seeing whose bloodlust is stronger. The main character repels the ghost's blow. The ghost makes a dash towards the main character and attacks him. Kane pushes off the ground with a sword in his hand and asks how a true evil demon is to him, because this is not something that is easy to resist. The angry protagonist asks Zhu Jian to give him power. He swings his spear, leaving purple and golden energy trails, but the ghost dodges. He flies in the air with a smile on his face. Ling Yui gets behind him and attacks with his spear. Behind the main character is Kane with his sword, who makes a stabbing blow to Ling Yui. The guy turns sharply and repels the American's attack. The poor collapses on the ground due to the strong blows of the main character. Cracks appear where the waves diverge. Shanken asks if this is the power of a weapon of the highest rankian, because even just the wave alone is cool. Lu Fujian protects the protagonist's partners. Highland said that they say that Mr. Fendu has a rank 3 spirit, but how can he have such powerful energy? Purple power envelops Ling Yui. Kane is bleeding from her mouth. He sits on his knees and tells the main character that he leaves him no choice. The ghost Kane appears behind Charles. He impales the man with his hands. The main character asks if he really betrayed his comrades again for the sake of a pair of points. The red ghost yells at another member of the American team with strappy pants that he won't leave. The ghost pierces the guy's back and lifts him above himself. He moves behind his back to his owner. Kane says that he admits that he previously underestimated the main character, but now, having had his fill of blood, he will fight with full power. He merges with his ghosts, acquiring his true appearance. He exclaims that he will definitely kill the main character, even if the price is merging with a demon. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow, and he says that Kane will finish him off, calling him the worst of people. The main character's eyes acquire a red glow, after which he is pushed off the ground. He screams at the enemy to go away and swings his spear. The spear leaves a purple trail with crackling energy. Kane is scared and opens his eyes wide. The attack hits him in the stomach, and the site of the impact bleeds. The main character has fallen to the ground and stands with his spear. His bloodied enemy flies to the ground. Hugh Shanaming looks at the falling body with concern on his face and asks if he died. He runs to the exit, leaving his snow-white ghost behind. A girl from the Japanese team and a girl from the Korean team are surrounded. A girl from the Japanese team screams that they won't get away with this. The main character walks towards the girls, with EU and Bai behind him. A girl from the Korean team with one eye asks not to kill her, because she is a member of a girls' club and has 1 million fans. She adds that she can be the main character's girlfriend and even earn money. The main character, from whom a dark aura emanates, tells the girl that she is too naive if she thinks that guys are not picky. He asks her if she saw herself. The main character turns to the side and says it's for money. He lost the desire to get it a long time ago. A girl with one eye looks at a Japanese girl who gets stabbed and dies before her eyes. She looks at the knife that lies near her and reaches for it. There is a bloody puddle on the floor. Wenshin asks the main character if they will allow Q Shanaming to escape. His partners gather around the main character. Ling Yui asks them if they forgot what is behind the door and asks Hyland to remove his little black one. He holds his ghost in his hand. The passage is enveloped in red and black energy. A card with a smiling Joker appears. The lead main character comes out of the illusory space and says that Q Shanaming and Yuki Onna are dead. Bai says that the main character's plan to lure the snakes out of their hole was good. The main character replies that he couldn't have done it without his partners. Lu Fujian spreads his hands and says that this time he revealed all his trump cards in prison and asks if it is true that the main character said that he wants to break through the ghost gate. The main character replies that he will indeed break through the ghostly gate, but he cannot promise that he will be able to get the others out. The ghosts shout that it's okay. With his level of spiritual power, it's worth taking a risk. They add that they will see each other again. Blue streams of powerful yin fly among the protagonist's group. Ling Yui says that the procession of 100 souls is beginning. Huge double gates open. The ghosts are happy that the gate has finally opened. A bright light with streams of yin emanate from the passage where many ghosts are walking. The main character runs with his partners and says that with the start of the procession, the basic rule of the yin prison comes into force, and everyone who tries to escape will be considered violators. He adds with a serious expression that this last mission is essentially a large-scale battle. The main character and the others almost reach the passage. In front of them are the guards Hong and Wu, who are beating the ghosts. They both put their hands forward and tell Ling Yui to stop because he has no right to leave prison because he has not served his sentence. The main character calmly goes to the guards and asks if they understand that it is useless to stop him. Wu, with a mace in his hand, tells the master that he is sorry, but the rules of the yin prison are such that they must give it their all. Otherwise they will not be able to withstand their wrath later. The main character asks who they are. Hong swings his whip and tells the protagonist not to hold back so they can fight properly. Wu loudly says that even if they fail, the opportunity to learn from the master is an honor for them. The main character takes out his spear and asks the guards to show what they are capable of. Hong shouts that this is a top-rank yin weapon. Wu says that for the first time in his life he sees a weapon of this rank and his blood boils. The main character destroys the mace with a powerful blow from his spear. The guards are pushed aside. They hit the wall and break it. Wu, lying on the ground near the main character, tells him that he is worthy to be a member of the council. The baton is enveloped in blue, crackling energy. The captain of the guards appears in front of the main character, who says that he was really waiting for him with impatience. The main character runs towards the captain and says that more action, less words. The warden's spear and club clashed and sparks emitted from their weapons. The main character pushes off the stone debris and makes another powerful sweeping attack. Baizhu and Yu summon their ghosts. The first says that they used a spell here that suppresses the enemy's yin power, and now they have an advantage. And while the emperor is holding back the main forces of the enemy, everyone else needs to focus on breaking through. Li summons his pink ghost. Shanken materializes his sword and suggests that they first kill the evil spirits on the way, then quickly run on. The protagonist's group moves forward along with their ghosts. Half of the huge club falls to the ground. The captain raises his hands and says that he admits defeat. The main character, pointing his spear at him, calls this battle glorious. The captain looked down and said that the warden was ahead, so he wished him luck. The prison warden has his arms crossed and, shrouded in a whirlwind of red energy, stands opposite the main character. He says Ling Yui's name. The main character asks the boss what he needs. The warden materializes a hammer and tells the guy to let him test its power. The main character summons Zhu Jian, who immediately appears behind him. The ghost of the main character fights with the prison warden, exchanging blows. The warden with glowing red eyes asks the ferocious spirit if it is, and then says that it really is him. He shouts that this is a top-rank yin weapon, a deal with a fierce spirit, and adds that the main character must be hiding his true rank. Zhu Jian tells the main character to go forward, after which the guy heads towards the exit. He thought that it would not be difficult for Zhu Jian to get out of the demonic space. The warden shouts that he is limited by the rules and therefore he will have to fight. Zhu Jian, in the rage of battle, shouts that he will fight to the end. The wounded Cain crawls out from behind the rebel. He rubs his cheek and says that it's good that he managed to use Embrace of Blood, faking his death for the Chinese. He adds that it is not too late and he must get out of this place as soon as possible. Waves of energy disperse near the lying villain. The two ghosts furiously exchange yellow and red blows. Cain asks if it is a ferocious spirit. The warden, raising his hand for another blow, laughs and says how fun it is. He adds that one can even envy the ferocious spirit of the protagonist. The former leader of the American team, with a bewildered expression on his face, thought that he could not believe that this creepy spirit had made a deal with a person and added that the name Ling Yui must be the real name of the main character. He crawls and thinks that their battle was already tense, and he still had an ace up his sleeve and wonders if this is his real strength. Ghosts running up to the passage shout that the ghostly gate is just a stone's throw away. The main character with his partners behind says that the gate is right ahead. The two ghosts look down and ask what this is all about. The floor underfoot breaks, forming a huge crack. A huge bearded ghost with sharp claws and red eyes appears. He shouts to the ghosts that they don't even think about running away. He makes an attack shrouded in blue energy. Many ghosts are pushed back. Ling Yui suggests that this ferocious spirit is apparently not simple. Bai Yi names the main character. He looks at the ghost and, clutching his spear, says that he will try. He pushes off the ground, leaving his teammates behind, and jumps at the ghost. He stabs and tells the ghost to hold on. The ghost turns his attention to the main character. He swings his hand at him and pushes him away. The guy crashes into a crowd of prisoners. He sticks the spear into the ground. The main character was able to stop his repulsion, leaving a long crack on the ground. Bai calls the main character. The main character is bleeding from his mouth. Lu Fujian and Yu have worried faces. The girl asks the main character whether there really is such a terrible entity on the 9th level of the Yin prison, and how then the previous fugitives were able to get out of here. Lu Fujian props up his chin and says that it looks like this is the 9th level gatekeeper. He adds that he heard that on the last nights of the procession of 100 souls the gatekeeper did not appear, and he only comes out if he is very angry with the circumstances. The Phantom makes another furious strike on the prisoners. The main character thought that his aura seemed so familiar. Ling Yui thought that it was really because of him that he appeared here. As the gatekeeper, he tells him with a smile on his face that, in fact, he is his opponent. The gatekeeper raises his hand. The main character grabs the tape. He jumps on the ghost. Ling Yui swings his spear at the gatekeeper, who is confused. The ghost shouts to the main character that he overestimates his strength and calls him a pathetic worm. He concentrates blue energy in his mouth right in front of the main character. Ling Yui puts a cheat card in front of him and blocks the attack with it. He swings his weapon with a menacing expression on his face. He shouts at the ghost, expressing a desire to pass and strives for its head. The ghost opened his eyes wide and asks what this flow of power is. Ling Yui swings her spear, which is enveloped in bright purple energy. He threw a spear, which immediately hit the ghost. It pierced the skin of his forehead and stabbed inside. The ghost falls on his back with a spear in his forehead. He fell to the ground with a very loud crash. Zhu Jian and the prison warden admire this strength. Kane looks at the gatekeeper and wonders if he really defeated that monster. The ghost gate is closing. The purple ghost exclaims that it's not good that the ghost gates close like that. Bai Yi turns back and shouts to the main character that she needs to leave. The gates are closing more and more. The main character coughs up blood. He collapses and thinks about how much pain he is in. He falls down and thinks that he has very little left. He tries to reach the passage, but cannot. The gate was almost completely closed, but he was able to cling to the tape. She pulls him and he shouts that this is a resentment binding. The tape isn't pulling it fast enough. Bai Zhu appears near the main character and takes the main character in her arms. Zhu Jian tells the warden that he has to leave him because he needs to find his master. The warden turns around as soon as the ghost disappears and tells Ling Yui that they will see him again. The ghostly gate finally slams shut, leaving behind many lying prisoners. The gatekeeper holds his head with one hand. He asks the prison warden why he didn't chase him and asks if he lost on purpose. The gatekeeper with an angry expression on his face asks him if he knows that this is a violation of the rules. The head of the prison replies that of course not, because he stopped to catch one fugitive of the 6th rank. He adds that if such a big fish manages to escape punishment, then it's worse than some 3rd-rank boy. Hong and Wu hold Kane, who is sitting on his knees in shackles. The confrontation on the 9th level of the Yin prison is over and the current number of survivors on the team is 7. 5 of the main character's team, with the exception of Bai Yi and the main character, are standing tired outside the prison. Hylan shouts that he has survived again. Li lies on the ground and breathes tiredly. Bai Yi comes running to them, shouting that everything is over now. Yu is happy to see her. She runs up to her and shouts that the game was very dangerous and if it weren't for her and the main character, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. She asks where the main character is. The girl exhales and says that he was wounded and she doesn't know if he managed to get out. She says that if the gatekeeper was so strong, then she thinks that he is not a fierce spirit or leader of the spirits at all, but most likely a more terrible creature, and adds that the emperor fought him to the last and she is afraid that he was seriously injured. Yu says that judging by the bloody rage, everyone survived. The white-haired girl replies that she doesn't know. The black-haired girl replies that according to the statistics of the center, there were already players who overestimated their strength in the game, but died only after returning back to their world. Lee cries and says the main character's name. Yu says it's time for them to teleport back. The space around is destroyed like glass. Bai Yi shouts to the others that upon returning they should try to immediately contact Ling Yui as best they can. The others agree with her. Space continues to collapse. Mansion against the background of the night sky. The main character is lying in bed, and next to him are Zhu Jian, Dean Lion, and Bai Zhu. The blacksmith says that it will not be possible to heal the wound of the main character, and they are powerless here, since this is a wound of the power of the rules. The girl asks how this can happen. The ghost blacksmith says that if he was not mistaken, then the gatekeeper's body was the embodiment of the very power of the rules. The protagonist's subordinates are shocked when they hear these words. Dean Lion looks at the main character and says that he only read about such entities in ancient manuscripts and knows in general terms, but it was similar. He adds that it was said there that they are the real masters of the spirit world and the most terrible ones in the other world. Baizhu shouts that this cannot be and asks how the main character won then if it was an entity of this kind. Dean Lion rests his chin with his hand and says that there is only one answer and adds that inside the master's body there is exactly the same power of rules. The main character is enveloped in golden energy. Blue doom was creeping down the corridor. Someone asked the main character if he admits his guilt. Opening his eyes, Ling Yui found himself bound in chains, with one of the prison guards standing next to him. Frowning, he wondered where he was and how he got here. The prison worker held up a red-hot brand. He pressed the brand to the body of the main character, and he screamed in pain. The brand on his chest glowed with a bright yellow light. Ling Yui thought in amazement that this golden glow was healing his wounds. A prison worker told someone that traditional methods weren't working for him. The gatekeeper, folding his arms across his chest, said that this was enough. He asked Ling Yui if he would admit to the crime he had committed. The main character wondered what he had done. Smirking, he confidently said that he was innocent. He thought in disbelief that he could not control his body. The prison worker, hitting him with a whip, shouted how dare he deny this. The gatekeeper told him that for 8,000 miles around, evil spirits would forever remember his dishonorable act, and even if he went to prison, he could not atone for his guilt. Turning around, he said that tomorrow would be the day of his death penalty, and his soul would leave his body forever and would not be able to be reborn. The words that his soul could not be reborn echoed in the protagonist's head. He suddenly opened his eyes. Sitting up in bed, he asked what was happening. Everyone around them exclaimed joyfully upon noticing his awakening. Zhu Jiang, wiping his eyes, said that he had finally woken up. Baizhu and Din Lion looked at him with a smile. Ling Yui thought that he was at home, and 7 days ago, he was working in the 9th level of Ying prison, confronting 3 countries, and then breaking through the Ghost Gate. He thought that in the end he had survived after all. A dialogue box appeared in front of him. A powerful energy flow block was opened. Today's random reward. Congratulations to the owner on receiving 1 million ritual money. Your balance, 7,321,000,000,000 ritual money. Exhaling, the protagonist thought that the registration system was still accurate and timely. Taking a sip from his glass of water, he wondered if everything he had just seen was just a dream. He thought that this was a very real song, and even after waking up, he could not get this feeling out of his head. Placing the glass on the tray, Ling Yui thanked everyone and asked how long he slept. Baizhu said that this time he was extremely seriously injured, and he remained unconscious all day and all night after the incident in the spirit realm. Din Lion said that fortunately he has a special body that emits a golden glow that heals all wounds. He said that it was clear from him that everything was already in order. The main character asked about the golden glow. Looking at his palm, he wondered if this was a hidden ability in his system. After getting dressed, he decided that he didn't want to think about it much. Ling Yui thought that he had been missing for the whole day, and he urgently needed to get in touch with Bai Yi and the others. Bai Yi and the others were sitting in the room. Li exclaimed joyfully that he was alive. The main character, spreading his arms to the sides, asked what they were doing at his house in the middle of the night. Yu said that they were knocked down while they were looking for him, and he says similar things. Baizhu said that they came while he was in a coma because they were worried about his safety, and she knew that they were his comrades, so she arbitrarily decided to let them in. Hylan said that his appearance was not visible in the game, but he did not expect that he was so young. Wenshin exclaimed that they addressed him with great politeness without knowing it. Ling Yui smiled nervously and thought that he didn't want to reveal his identity to them. Sitting down on the sofa, he thought that it was for the best, because he felt uncomfortable that everyone was treating him so politely, because he had nothing to hide except that he was an orphan and he had died. Bai Yi turned her head towards him and asked how his wound was. The main character said that everything was fine. He had a small wound, but it had almost healed. He asked what the results of the game were. Yu said that this time their overall score exceeded all expectations, and if her calculations were correct, then those 20 foreign spirit lords were completely defeated. Ling Yui glanced down and said that the death of this bunch was natural, but the fact that the game incites people to exterminate each other is a bad sign. Bai Yi said that their government is constantly conferring with other leaders of countries to solve problems peacefully, but their senior officials in China already have a lot of troubles, and if the situation changes, it will not be soon. Yu suggested putting aside topics that give me a headache. She asked Ling Yui if he should not be more hospitable, since they had come to him from such a distance. The main character smiled and told Zhu Jiang to try to set a good table so that they could all celebrate together. Baizhu brought aromatic stewed steak. Zhu Jiang brought demon beast stew. Din Lion brought the devil's legs and batter. Yu turned to Hylan and Wenshin and said that she would play with them. Li, looking down, told the main character that it was time for her to go. Ling Yui asked why she didn't say anything today and if she was in a bad mood. He asked if she wanted to go for a walk. Lee nodded quietly in response. The two of them went outside. Lee thought his full name was Ling Yui. She thought it was the first time she had seen his face, and it turned out to be even more beautiful than she had imagined. She apologized and said that she was the one who told them his phone number and address. Ling Yui said that it is not a big deal because it is not some secret, and Bai Yi and Yi should also know. Lee asked if they knew too. She thought that this went without saying, because they were both in power, both high-ranking spirit lords, and also good-looking in every sense. She asked if that demon girl was his girlfriend. The main character said that Baiju is just his contracted spirit. Lee, gathering her courage, asked if he had anyone he liked. She said that since she got out of the game, only he helps her, first a hotel in the afterlife, then spiritual wine, and now this. The main character, laughing, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he was glad that he was useful. He asked if she had her Ying weapon. Lee said no. Ling Yui said that he had accumulated reserves of confused heart silver ore and sad soul crystals, and he could give them to her when she made weapons. Lee said shyly that he was very kind to her. With his hands on his hips, the main character said that she is like a little sister to him, which is why he is so kind. Lee, turning slightly pale, smiled nervously. Birds sang under the daytime sky. The main character waved his hand after the black cars. Smiling awkwardly, he thought that now he could have a good rest. Exhaling heavily, he fell onto the sofa. With a snap of his fingers, Ling Yui called up the system. A dialogue box appeared in front of him. Spiritual knowledge, 250. Spiritual power, 2495. It is necessary to reach a level of spiritual power of 250 and 250 knowledge to promote to a rank 4 spirit lord. The main character thought that fierce battle with the gatekeeper allowed him to unexpectedly quickly rise to the 4th rank. Task 5 appeared on the dialogue box. Money is needed in order to spend thoughtlessly. Done. Details. Total expenditure of 10 million ritual money, 0 out of 10 million. Congratulations on completing the 5th task. Reward, cashback on the card. A new task is available. Challenge 6. Even if the price of real estate skyrockets, I have a huge place with 10 million rooms. Details. Acquire real estate in the world of horror worth at least 50 million ritual money. Current balance, 8 million out of 50 million. Reward, Mad Artifact card, 3 pieces, Tincture of Spiritual Power, 5 pieces, Spirit World Trading Post License. Ling Yui thought that he just needed to buy real estate, and the apartment that Baiju had already bought was worth 8 million, which means that in the next game he would also have to look for new real estate to buy. Rubbing his chin, he thought that the Tincture of Spiritual Power should be analogous to the purified wine of the souls of the afterlife. He wondered what a Spirit World Trading Shop license was. He asked Baiju if he needed a license to open a store in the other world, and whose authority it was. Baiju said that in the other world there is no law. There are only rules and restrictions that everyone follows. She said that it is possible to trade without a license, but you need to be prepared for the fact that someone might take over the store for themselves. She said that most people do business without a license, relying only on their authority. But with a license, the owner can use the power of the rules of the ghost world to protect himself and his store, and then even the weakest soul can repel the devil's attack. Ling Yui asked where Ying prison came from if there was no law there, and who was behind its activities. He asked by what right they imprison violating spirits there. Baiju said that in the other world there is originally no such thing as law, and behind the prison there are powerful spirits who sponsor its activities. She said that they do not hold criminals there, but simply unwanted ones, and if someone goes against the basic rules of the ghost world, then, according to rumors, they will be immediately executed by the very force of the rules. But no one knows what the basic rule is there. The main character, looking into a cup of tea, thought that the concept of law does not exist in the other world. Looking after her, he thought that since he bought the ore, someone needs to do business here, be it creating or selling Ying weapons. He thought that Baiju was currently alone in this matter, and since the license provided protection, he could simply hire low-ranking spirits to help her. With his hands behind his head, Ling Yui thought that if Lu Fujian and the others had already escaped, he should contact them and offer to work for him. The phone in his pocket rang. Looking at the phone screen, the main character saw that EU was calling him. She asked how his health was. Around her on the table were stacks of papers and folders. The main character said that he was fine and asked if something happened. EU said that she envies him, because strange things are happening more and more often in the country, and she just returned from vacation. But there are already a lot of things to do. Covering her face with her hand, Ling Yui told her to tell her directly if she needed help. Yu said that there was one thing that happened right next to him, so she would like Emperor Fendu to return to duty. She said that if he was willing to take on the task, she would guarantee an unusually high reward. The main character wondered who she took him for. He said that he doesn't really need money right now. Yu said that she already knows that he is a rich guy, but the fact is that they seem to be responsible for this case. She said that in the outback not far from his house a vampire had appeared, attacking people, and the center suspected that it was some kind of spirit that fed on blood. The main character opened his eyes in shock. He asked if she wanted to say that Kane might be alive. She said that although they received the highest possible score, they still could not rule out the possibility. Sighing, Yu said that, according to preliminary data, the spirit has high intelligence and is excellent at hiding, and it could well be controlled by someone. She said that she was afraid that the low-ranking spirit lords were too tough for him, and the only thing left to do was deal with him personally. The main character rolled his eyes and she asked if he agreed. She said that if he takes it, they are ready to pay 5 million. Lang Yui said that he agreed to do this for 30 million. Yu jumped up and said that she would send him the details. The main character, after hanging up, said that he didn't care about the money, but this garbage in the form of Kane needed to be taken out properly. Sighing, he asked why he was taking on work for someone since he was already rich. Suburb of Liujia City. Ling Yui, walking along the village street, asked where all the locals were and whether they were hiding in the houses. He went to the window of one of the houses. The main character knocked on the window with his hand. The bald man, looking suspicious, asked who was there. Lang Yui asked if this was Elder Liu Jia's house. He said that he was from the number 9 investigation center, and he came to deal with the vampire. The man told his wife to open the door because the authorities were coming to them. They opened the doors and the man told him to come in quickly. Behind them was a guy in a wheelchair. The main character opened his mouth in amazement. Green energy swirled around the room. He asked if these were all victims of the vampire. The room was full of coffins, and the bald man said yes, and they were counting on him. Turning to Liu Jia, the guy in the wheelchair, he asked him to go and make some tea. Liu Jia angrily asked if he was telling him to go. Ling Yui smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't need anything and just came to ask them something. They asked what they knew about this vampire. Liu Jia no less furiously asked why he was asking him, because he had not seen him. The village chief said that he too had only heard rumors from the villagers. The first to see the vampire was Li Jung, a local night taxi driver. The day before yesterday he felt unwell and, driving past the cemetery, he saw a vague dark silhouette that jumped out of the coffin. Then he did not dare to examine everything and immediately returned home. And the next day, when he calmed down, he remembered that they have a custom of giving gold or silver to the deceased at burial. He suspected that it might be some kind of grave robber, so he called his older brother to go to the cemetery together. To their surprise, they found an open grave with no headstone, open lid and no body inside. The main character asked if there was a corpse there. The village chief said yes, and Li Jung ran to him shouting to call the police. And the police investigation showed that the coffin was broken from the inside, and he then thought that something was wrong here. But the police told him not to spread false information, so he didn't say anything to anyone. However, the next day, Aunt Liu discovered a dead village drunk whose blood had been drained, and the police reported that the death had occurred just before dawn, and he again remembered that incident at the cemetery. The village head said that after that incident, people began to die one after another. Listing the names of the dead, he said that they all died, and during these 3 days 8 people died in the village. Looking down, he said that now they were all scared to death and afraid to leave the house again, and only he, as the village headman, sometimes goes outside, because someone has to collect the bodies of the dead. Ling Yui asked whose body was originally missing from the coffin. The village chief said he didn't know. The main character asked if he knew those who were buried in the cemetery, because they just need to use the method of elimination, and then they will understand who they lost. The village chief said that he remembered the graves, but that was not the problem. He said the burial was new, but he didn't even know who was buried there or when. The main character asked who might have died in the last few days. Looking at his wife, the man said that many people could have died. She nodded back at him. She asked the main character if he had any guesses. Ling Yui shook his head, looking down. The woman said that he was from the organization, so he should help them solve this problem as quickly as possible. Liu Jiang asked with a grin, so what if he is from the organization? Because they appointed some youngster. He said he didn't think he could help them with anything. The village chief told the main character not to be offended by him because he was talking nonsense again. Ling Yui stood up and said that he had familiarized himself with the situation. He asked where Li Jung's house was. The man said that his house is located in the westernmost part of the village, near the cemetery. He apologized and said that he would not be able to take him there. The main character, looking at the coffins, said that if he had any questions, he would return to them, and for their safety, he hoped that when the time came, they would provide assistance. The man agreed with a smile. The woman and Liu Jiang looked at him with tense expressions. Ling Yui, going outside, thought that the village chief's testimony almost completely coincided with what he knew. There were no omissions, but there was also nothing new. He thought that the behavior of the headman's son seemed strange to him. He wondered if he didn't like him so much because of his status or something else. The main character decides to look for evidence in Li Jung's house. Opening the door slightly, the man asked who it was. Ling Yui said hello and said that he was from Investigation Center No. 9 and had come to look into the vampire case. Slamming the door, the woman shouted that she didn't know anything. She told him to question the village chief. Someone coughed and told her to let him in. The woman asked how they could let him in, since the village chief and master had said not to let outsiders in because it would break the seal. The man said that this seal is complete nonsense. He told her to open the door or he would go and do it himself. The woman told him not to move and she would open the door herself. Opening the door, she asked if he was really from the investigation center. Ling Yui showed her his ID and said that she could see for herself. Having opened the doors, the woman told him to go through, but not to step on these luminous threads under any circumstances. The main character asked in amazement about the threads. He said that there were no threads or seals on the floor, and they were deceived. The woman, not believing him, said irritably that the master painted them on the orders of the headman to ward off that vampire. Ling Yui thought that the headman hired a person to affix seals, but did not place anything in his house. The woman, escorting him to the sofa where the elderly man was sitting, said that she hoped he had damaged the seal. The man asked him to sit down. Ling Yui politely asked who he was. The man coughed and said that he was Li Jiang. He asked if he was from the center and if they were still questioning him to find out what was there. Ling Yui asked if he should go to the hospital since he seemed to be a little sick. The woman, covering Li Jiang with herself, said that he could not go because as soon as he walked out the door, he would be attacked and his blood would immediately be sucked out. Li Jiang apologized and said that she had gone a little crazy after all the vampire attacks, and she herself would do well to go to the doctor. He said that in fact, not only did he see the monster that night, but his wife did too. He said everything was fine at first, but her older brother suddenly became a victim. The main character asked if they told the previous investigator about this. Li Jiang said no, because he would start asking her his questions, and he doesn't want her to be worried again. He started coughing. The main character asked why don't they still go to the hospital if he and his wife have such health problems. Li Jiang, coughing, said that he had a chronic disease that could not be cured. His wife said that this was nonsense and told him to drink something from the bowl. She said that as soon as he drank this, he would immediately feel better and the vampire would not come here again. There was a loud knock at the door. Li Jiang told his wife to go see who was there. His wife, with an invariably dissatisfied expression on her face, headed towards the door. Li Jiang poured the contents of the bowl into the bucket. He told the main character to go because he told him everything he needed to know. Ling Yui wondered if all the residents of Liu Jia were weird. The woman asked the master to examine the seal to see if it was still effective. The man who came exclaimed, "Emperor." Ling Yui turned his head. Tylan and Wenchen were standing at the door, and the main character asked what they were doing here. Li Jiang asked them irritably how they dared to come here again. He told them to leave here. His wife told him that masters should not be insolent. Swinging his bowl, Li Jiang shouted that they were just scammers. The main character stopped him by grabbing his wrist. He strictly told him not to do anything stupid. Li Jiang looked at him silently, sweating nervously. Then he sighed, lowering his arms and head powerlessly. Hylan said that their seal was fine and if that was all, then it was time for them to go. Ling Yui said that since they had nothing more to tell, he would not dare to detain them any longer either. With his eyes wide open, Li Jiang stopped him. He advised him to interrogate Auntie Lu Feng because he thought the vampire's physique was a bit similar to her. Turning around, the main character asked if this was the woman who discovered the drunkard's corpse. He obeyed. When he went outside, he found Wenchen and Hylan standing near a tree. Running up to him, they joyfully asked why he was there. The main character asked if they were the same masters and if you sent them here. Wenchen shook his head and said that they just learned about the monetary reward for investigating a mysterious case yesterday when they were driving past. And only then the village chief Liu Jingzheng and his son said that there was a vampire in the village, and they were looking for a master with power. Hylan said with a grin that they had nothing to do anyway, so they decided to see if they could make money here. He added that they did not deceive anyone, because they are real masters of spirits, and not some charlatans. Ling Yui asked if he wanted to say that there were other masters here before them. Wenchen said that he heard that 3 or 4 people have already come here in the past 3 days. Tylan added that it didn't work out for them. The main character asked what kind of seal was in Li Jung's house. Tylan gave a thumbs up and said that he used his ability and copied Yu's ghost. He said that if a monster appears on the threshold of his house, his wife needs to read the formula, then an illusion will appear, and the villain will not dare to enter. Ling Yui, folding his arms across his chest, said that this would not help completely eliminate the threat, and it would not be effective against high-ranking spirits. Tylan said that the village chief's wife didn't say anything about the rank of this monster, and only said about a big reward. Raising his index finger, the protagonist said that this case is not simple at all, and Yu told him that Kane might be involved in this case. Hylan and Wenchen exclaimed in shock that he was still alive. Ling Yui asked if there weren't rumors that vampires could transform into humans. He said that when Kane changed his form, he said that this was his true form, and therefore it would have been easy for him to change it again and avoid death that time. Frowning, he said they couldn't be sure he was dead. Hylan, trembling, desperately clenched his fists. The main character said that they need to find out what kind of spirit it is before drawing a conclusion. He thought that according to the information obtained from the previous investigation, the victims only died at night due to severe blood loss, while the victims were not connected by anything, and this vampire seemed to attack indiscriminately. Rubbing his chin, he thought that people must cooperate with the investigation in order to get rid of the deadly threat as quickly as possible, and the locals seemed to cooperate during the interrogation. But there is always a feeling that they are hiding something, as if everyone has their own intentions. Remembering Li Jung's words, Ling Yui wondered how much their words could be trusted at all. Turning to the guys, he asked if they would go with him, because he needed to interrogate a certain Liu Feng. Hylan, rubbing his chin, said that the name seemed familiar to him. Wenchen said that this is the same Aunt Liu, above whose apartment the headman's wife recommended them to rent an apartment. Several birds flew in the cloudy sky. The fat woman with the broom spat displeasantly and said that Liu Jingjung knows how to make trouble for them. The main character asked if something happened. The woman asked who he was. Ling Yui, showing his ID, said that he was from the number 10 investigation center, and he was sent to them to investigate the vampire case. He said that while there is such a crisis in the Liuzhou suburb, he has the right to ask about everything that will help unravel this case. The woman, looking at them, asked if he was a representative of the authorities. Grinning widely, she said that she was just worried that there was no one to help her clean up, and they were just in time. Lightning flashed in the sky, thunder roared, and the woman said that one of her craftsmen, who had recently rented a house, suddenly died. She suddenly opened the door to the house. On the floor lay the withered corpse of a man with green hair, wearing a blue shirt and trousers with a belt. Kneeling down on one knee, Ling Yui said that his blood had indeed been drained to the last drop, and it was clearly the work of the same creature. He took the bell from the dead man's hand. A dialogue box announced that he had discovered an orphan low-rank weapon, the soul-summoning bell. It automatically becomes attached to the owner. The main character said that this is the real Lord of Spirits. Wenchen exclaimed in amazement that he thought the other masters were just charlatans. Kylan said they moved in next to him on the floor below, and he couldn't believe they didn't hear a sound. Wenchen asked if a high-ranking evil spirit controlled by Kane really settled here. Ling Yui asked Liu Feng if her hotel was the only one in this village, and how many masters had checked in over the past week. Liu Feng said that there is only one hotel here, but she can't remember how many new guests there were, and they often stay in groups, so she can't tell them the exact number of people. The main character asked where these people were, whether they left or died here. Liu Feng stammered nervously and said that she didn't know. Wenchen asked the main character if he already had any guesses. Ling Yui silently lowered his gaze, his bangs covering his eyes. He thought that if he was not mistaken, then the incidents in Liuzhou were pure conspiracy. Lightning flashed again on the street with deafening thunder. He thought it was just a trap for the spirit lords. Looking at the corpse, the main character thought that it had previously seemed strange to him that they were hiring more craftsmen despite the fact that they had already submitted an official request to the investigation center. And it seemed that all these unlucky spirit lords, intoxicated by the reward, were just food for the local evil spirit. He thought that the blood of spirit lords was rich in spiritual power, not to mention healing and tempering effects, and was ideal for a vampire. Ling Yui began to assess the situation by imagining a map of the suburbs. At the cemetery, the only witness goes crazy, and not far from there the first murder of a person who knows the secret takes place. In the house of the village headman, there are bloodless corpses. The spirit lords were brought here by an advertisement for hiring a master for a decent reward, and in the inn lies the corpse of a victim of the hunt for the spirit lords. The main character thought that the villagers were obviously in league with the killer, Liu Jingzheng, Li Jiang, Liu Feng. Everyone was under suspicion, right down to the masters who had already been here. Looking at Liu Feng, he wondered whether to interrogate them. He thought it was too early to act directly. Closing his eyes, Ling Yui thought that when it comes to defeating cunning people, a direct approach will only work to his detriment, and it is better to pretend that he is playing by their rules, and only then, after waiting for the right moment, resolve the situation. Stepping forward, he thought that his strengths would help him with this. Handing Liu Feng a wad of money, he said that he would book her entire hotel for the next couple of days. Liu Feng frowned and asked if he wanted to book absolutely all the rooms. The main character asked if this was enough. Several more bundles of money appeared in his hand. Grabbing the money, Liu Feng agreed and said that there were still people living in some rooms, and she would go and kick them out. Ling Yui said that they could stay here because he originally rented with them in mind. With his arms outstretched and standing in the rain of banknotes, he said that he needed as many spiritual masters as possible to quickly complete the investigation, and he was raising the reward to 10 million. Wenqin and Hailan, their mouths wide open in shock, asked if he was really that rich. The main character was sitting next to the restaurant at a table with the inscription, "The Investigation Center calls for cooperation." He thought that Hailan had found out that Liu Feng had housed exactly 10 masters. Looking at the list of names with ranks and phone numbers, he thought that besides Hailan, Wenqin and that dead man in the room, 3 more were already missing. Rubbing his chin, Ling Yui thought that he had better gather the remaining ones, so as not to give the spirit another head. The girl with lilac hair exclaimed that these were real 10 million. She said the center had never given such wildly lucrative assignments. The main character handed her a piece of paper and told her to register while she still had the chance. The girl began to write on a piece of paper and thought that with the advent of the horror game, the number of strange cases has increased significantly, and the government clearly does not have enough spirit lords, so they have to spend money on hiring. She thought that her family had been passing on the experience of fighting spirits from generation to generation, and finally their abilities would be appreciated. Looking at the piece of paper, Ling Yui exclaimed in amazement that she was rank 4. The girl enthusiastically raised her fist as she left and said that she would give it her all to let the government know about the hidden talent of the Luo family. Lightning flashed in the sky and it began to rain. A monster with glowing red eyes was hiding in the wet grass. He exclaimed that these were 4 spirit lords, and 2 of them were around rank 4. He said that if he drank their blood, his strength would be completely restored and even rise to a higher level. The man behind him said that now all the spirit lords are gathered here. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder and pushed her aside. Approaching the ghost, he asked him where his master was. He told him to call him. The monster turned around and pushed off the floor. Lightning flashed in the sky again, and he jumped from the balcony. The main character shouted to Hailan to stay here, and Wenqin to go with him in pursuit. He told them to find the spirit lord who was behind this creature. They ran through the city, over which a thunderstorm raged. While chasing the monster, Ling Yui and Wenqin ended up in a cemetery. The monster began to flicker in the air with a grin, and Wenqin exclaimed that it also knows how to disguise itself. A mirror appeared in the protagonist's hand, and he told him not to even think that he would not be able to find it. Looking at the mirror, he thought in shock that it was returning back to the village. Turning around, he shouted to Wenqin to follow him. They ran again among the stone residential buildings. The main character asked about the bloody shadow running into Li Jiang's house. The mirror flashed with a bright purple light and Wenqin rubbed his eyes. Ling Yui, seeing only his reflection in the mirror, thought that the aura of that evil spirit had disappeared. They liquid contents. Wenqin asked in shock if it was blood. The main character, frowning slightly, said that it was indeed blood. He asked Li Jiang about the fact that he was no longer human. Li Jiang asked what kind of nonsense this is. Pointing a mirror at him, the main character used the mirror of soul imprisonment. Li Jiang screamed and covered his face with his hands from the bright purple light. A bloody shadow shrouded in red energy emerged from his body. A spear appeared in Ling Yui's hand, and he said that he had seen this ability of Cain in the Ying prison, and the fact that the mirror of the soul could not find it was not surprising, because it had latched onto the person from the very beginning. Li Jiang turned to the monster and told him to come back quickly. The monster jumped out of the window, breaking the glass, and Li Jiang told the main character not to even think about it. Pointing a spear at him, Ling Yui told him not to think that he would spare him just because he was a man, because he and this monster were accomplices. Li Jung shouted that he would die without him anyway, and only the bloody shadow gives him a ray of hope. Swinging his spear, the main character told him not to blame him in this case. He hit Li Jung with the blunt tip of the spear. Li Jung flew to the side, hitting the wall, and fell to the floor. Looking through the broken window, Ling Yui thought that he must have fled to his spirit lord. After wrapping Li Jung in a bandage, he thought that there was no spiritual power in his body, only negative energy and decay, and he was clearly not a spirit master, rather a slave under the control of a spirit. Wenchen said the mentally disturbed woman also lost consciousness. Putting the tied-up Li Jung on his shoulder, Ling Yui said to tie them all up, because it seemed to him that they would definitely find some more clues. They met Hylan on the street, and the main character asked if everything was calm. Hylan said everything is fine. He asked if he had already caught the killer. The girl noticed that he called him Emperor. Ling Yui, throwing the man to the floor, said that so far he had only caught his henchman, and they still had to wait time to bring to light the person who was behind all this. The girl exclaimed in amazement, could he really be the same legendary Emperor Fendu? The main character nodded, thanked Luo Su for her help and said that he would give her a reward later. She thanked him and, looking away, said that he saved her in the end, so wanting more money was too much. As Ling Yui walked past her, he told her not to worry because he said he would pay her. She watched as his group entered the building. With her mouth wide open, Luo Su thought that he was frighteningly strong, filthy rich, and at the same time very young. Running after them, she asked if she could go with them. The main character was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Li Jung sat in front of him on the floor with his hands tied behind his back. Smirking, he said that the bloody shadow had left, but sooner or later he would return and kill them all. Ling Yui, getting up from the sofa, asked if he was really so strong. Why did he immediately run away as soon as he saw him? He stood in front of him, shrouded in a strong purple aura. Li Jung, noticing his terrifying aura, wondered if he was really stronger than the master. The main character rang a bell that released magical sound waves. Li Jung's gaze became blurred, as if he had entered a trance state. Ling Yui continued to ring the bell and asked who was behind the bloody shadow. Li Jung said with tears in his eyes that this was Liu Jia, the village chief's son. He thought that he could not control what he said. He said that he and his brother soon after the incident wanted to go report to the headman. But as soon as Liu Jia found out about this, he wanted to kill them to cover up his tracks. But when he learned that the investigation center was interested in Fang's death, Liu Jia changed his mind. Then he personally came to him and said that day they saw his limping and jumping shadow, and he is the master of the vampire. And then he offered him cooperation. Li Jung brings him the spirit lords, and Liu Jia helps him get rid of the disease. He remembered how the bloody shadow sank its fangs into his shoulder. After this, he gave him the power of his spirit, which allowed him to receive vitality from the blood. Ling Yui, sitting on the sofa, said that he then killed his brother, which drove his wife crazy, and began to deliberately lure the craftsmen to the Liu Feng Hotel, where they set up a feeding trough for the vampire. Li Jung licked his lips and said that after becoming his assistant, he immediately went home and drank his brother's blood to ease the disease, and although it drove his wife crazy, she did not dare to go against him, so she began to carry out his orders and got him fresh blood. Hylan and Wenchen frowned, and Luo Su said with disgust that he was trash. Li Jung said that Liu Jia bribed Liu Feng, so the people who died here are not reported to the police, and for the families they are simply missing, but she most likely does not know the whole truth. She is only silent for the money. He asked, otherwise why would they show corpses and hire people who stick their noses everywhere? Ling Yui thought that this bell was very useful, and Li Jung confessed very easily. Item effect, capable of manipulating a person's will. The effect doubles if pressure is applied to the enemy's psychological trauma. He thought that it was a pity that the rank of this item was so low, and if possible, he should give it to Din Lion for improvement. Luo Su said that the real culprit has been found. She invited the main character to go deal with them all. The main character, pointing his spike at Li Jung, asked if he had anything else to add. Li Jung, smiling broadly, said that he would not tell them anything more, and they could go straight to the devil's lair, because they certainly could not do anything to him at his home. As Ling Yui left, he thought that the place certainly matters, but not if they are united. Smiling confidently, he thought that, be it a secret conspiracy, traps, whatever he came up with, together they could cope with it. Bright lightning flashed in the dark sky above the store. The protagonist and his group entered the double doors, and Luo Su exclaimed that there was a very strong aura here. Hylan, looking around, said in bewilderment that there was no one here. Wenchen told the protagonist that something is wrong here, and the spiritual power here seems to be suppressed. Ling Yui said that it seems that Li Jung was not lying, and this is the monster's lair, so he will have an advantage here. Frowning, he said that he was afraid that it was almost a ferocious spirit in rank, since it was capable of such overwhelming energy. Glancing at the others, he said that he was much stronger than he thought, so they should wait outside. Luo Su asked if he was going to fight him alone. She wanted to object to him, but Wenchen, running past, asked what she was worried about, because this was the Fendu Emperor. Hylan said that they would only hinder him. Luo Su clenched her fists and said that she was the talented overlord of the distinguished Luo family. She asked how she could only get in the way. The main character said that it was not worth it, because she would already get enough money. Grabbing her head, Luo Su asked if he really looked like a greedy woman. Ling Yui calmly pushed the door, which clicked open. He found himself in a courtyard in which coffins were stacked in a circle. He frowned and shouted no, and he was able to do it himself. Placing his hand on his chest, he said that he just came across one Ying weapon in a horror game, a Jasper funerary pendant, and all he had to do was put it on and lie on the place of the corpse to absorb the surrounding Ying energy and control the dead for his own purposes. Clenching his fist, he said that with the power of the Jasper pendant, he quickly became a rank 6 spirit lord, and he only lacked attack power due to the lack of a contracted spirit. He said that he even wrote a request to the investigation center so that he could be given a spirit, and then he would surpass both Yu and Bai Yi. Trembling, Liu Jia said that he was only refused. The main character asked if that is why he hates government officials so much. Liu Jia shouted that because of their greed, he was unable to defend himself at level 9 of Ying prison, and now he is disabled. He said that, fortunately, the bloody shadow pulled him out in time, and he eventually came out. Smiling evilly, he said that they made a good duo. The bloody shadow kills people by absorbing their blood, and he raises an army of corpses for his needs. And because of his narrow-mindedness, the government has made a worse enemy for themselves, who could be their strong ally. He asked, "What a shame, right?" The main character chuckled, lowering his head. Liu Jia hit the arms of his wheelchair and asked what was so funny. Pointing a spear at him, Ling Yui said that he was not such a good ally, because for the sake of his own benefit, and the desire to stroke his ego, he killed about 20 or 30 of his own fellow countrymen, and people's lives are just garbage to him. He said it was a pity when people like him suddenly gained power. Liu Jia asked what he knew. He said that no one cared about him even when he begged for help, but as soon as he achieved something, everyone came running. He asked if he could survive a horror game and become a powerful spirit lord, why should he give it up? Raising the zombie to his feet with a wave of his hand, he said that all these worthless people should consider it an honor to have the opportunity to help him in a great cause. Grabbing Liu Jia by the and Ling Yui asked about how he wanted to jump to the next rank. Screaming, Liu Jia said that this was not enough for him and he needed more blood. The main character, holding a playing card with 2 fingers, said that they would not be able to leave. He activated the cheat cards and the playing cards surrounded them. Liu Jia exclaimed that he even had a personal demonic space, and if they didn't find enough fresh blood to advance to the next rank, then they would die here. With a smile, she began to talk about what she wished for him, but could not finish. Blood splashed on the ground. Ling Yui shook his head and said that the lines between good and evil are blurred when it comes to children, and they knew what their son was doing and still deceived people, contributing to the deaths of innocents. Strong red energy enveloped Liu Jia's body. Red energy began to spin in the air at great speed. Noticing that they had merged together, the protagonist said that this was a familiar turn of events. The red energy began to dissipate, revealing the monster's red body. Liu Jia thanked his parents with a crazy smile for strengthening his spirit, and now he is a 7th rank spirit lord, and perhaps the most powerful spirit lord in the entire country. While floating in the air, he shouted to the main character that now everything is different, because his rank is much higher than him, and even if he does not kill him today, he cannot cope with him. Ling Yui, holding a playing card in his hand, said that he was irritated by it. He threw the playing card, and Liu Jia told him that this time it wouldn't be that simple. Zhu Jiang, appearing behind him, used a soul destruction technique, swinging a sword shrouded in yellow energy. From the blow of his sword, Liu Jia hit the ground with force. The main character, approaching the bloody shadow and Liu Jia, who were separated, said that this is not the end. Using the bandage, he tied up the bloody shadow. Zhu Jiang held Liu Jia's belt in his hand. Luo Su exclaimed that he actually caught them alive. Looking at Zhu Jiang with admiration, she asked if this was his spirit. She said he was very majestic and cool. Ling Yui thought that while he was on the 404 train, he was just reading the news about the game, and it was said that 2 spirits were executed. They were both ferocious, which isn't surprising considering how long the game has been around. Frowning, he thought that it was a huge misconception to think that the 7th rank in China was the strongest. Looking at the bloody shadow, he thought that the problem with the vampire could be considered solved. All that remained was to make sure that Kane had nothing to do with what was happening. After stepping on the ghost's head, the protagonist told him that he didn't have to pretend to be dead. Sitting on the sofa, he said that he would ask questions and he would answer them. He asked what happened that day at the last moment in Ying prison. Bloody Shadow continued to remain silent. Ling Yui asked with a grin if he wanted to talk. Holding a knife in his hand, he said that although he had a bell, it loosened the tongues of only weak spirits and people. However, by cutting off a piece of it, he could easily weaken it. The Bloody Shadow said something in a frightened language in an incomprehensible language. The main character said that it is neither Chinese nor English. He asked Baizhu if she understood what he was saying. Baizhu said that it seemed to be his ethnic language, and if he wanted to understand it, he needed to make a treaty with it. Ling Yui thought that although he could still make contracts, he was disgusted to waste them on such a creature. Suddenly it dawned on him and he slammed his fist on his palm. Looking out of the room, he asked Wenchen that his spirit was able to understand a variety of creatures. Wenchen said yes. Having dragged him into the room, the main character said that this would come in handy for him. Wenchen summoned a red parrot shrouded in a blue aura. Blood Shadow said something in his own language, and the parrot sitting on his head translated, "Emperor Fendu, don't kill me. I will tell you everything I know." The main character told him to speak with a cool expression. The ghost said that Kane could not escape and is currently locked in the Ying prison, and only he could get out. He said that he wanted to return to America, so he had to team up with Liu Jia. But he was the one who forced him to kill those people. The main character, rubbing his chin, said that he had already guessed this himself. He asked why he should go to America if his master did not get out of the trap. Bloody Shadow said that he is not a spirit of another world at all, and he is simply inherited in the vampire clan to which Kane belongs. He said that the clan had deep roots in America and Europe, and if they summoned ruler Lilith in search of Kane, she would cause a bloodbath. America, Fu City, a man with long bangs, holding a large glass in his hand, asked that a whole week had passed and there was still no news from Kane. The gray-haired man said that they tried to contact all the American spirit lords who took part in the game, but in vain. He said he was afraid Kane was dead. Talon exclaimed that Kane was taking a rank 6 Blood Shadow with him, and even if he had to fight China, it shouldn't be a problem for him. The gray-haired man coughed and asked him to look at something. On the tablet screen, there was a forum where people were discussing that Emperor Fendu had defeated a team of foreign spirit lords, which was a great honor for China. Callan grinned evilly and said that it looked like they would have to meet this Emperor Fendu from China. White flat circles fell through the air over the city. People dressed in white sat in front of the graves, mourning their losses. The woman whispered to another woman that Liu Jia was the unscrupulous one who failed the entrance exams. She said who would have thought that he was using human blood for drug experiments. Another woman said that Li Jiang also killed many close people, and he deserved to die like this. The main character, standing next to Yu, asked how to explain to people where the vampire came from. EU exhaled and said that she didn't think now was the right time to talk about a horror game and spirits. Sorrowful exclamations echoed over the city. Ling Yui, looking after the white-robed people, thought that it was better for ordinary people not to know anything about the true horror. Pursing his lips, he thought that even he still knew little about this ghostly world, and he needed to fill in his gaps in order to keep the situation under control. EU said that it was all thanks to him, because he not only defeated the fierce spirit and its rank 7 overlord, but also found out important information about the Kane clan. The main character said that if she needed something, she could speak directly. With a wink, she said that the Bloody Shadow was now his trophy, but he knew too much, in particular, information that could affect international relations and the hierarchy in the spirit world. She asked if he could sell it to the investigation center, on his terms and price, of course. Ling Yui thought that this fierce spirit was not so dear to him. He asked if she thought he had money problems. EU, looking away, said that for some reason he was bargaining when he took on the matter. The main character said that he took on this case only because it reminded him of his last case in Ying prison, and he asked for 30 million because he did not want the government to think that he could be pulled over for any trifle. He said that he would need something besides this money. Yu told him to just say what he needs and she will do her best to make sure he gets what he wants. Rubbing his chin, Ling Yui said that he wants the government to give him full access to their databases. Yu exclaimed that this was unacceptable. The main character, turning away, said that if she didn't want it, he would cook and eat it at home. He told them to blame themselves if they suddenly needed any important information from him. Yu said that they can give access to view the database, but she only needs to make one call. She said full access was too much and they would probably put restrictions in place. The main character, putting his hands in his pockets, told her not to disappoint him. Yu asked him if he had thought about joining the number 9 investigation center. After all, they paid well, and even if it meant nothing to him, full access to the databases would not be a problem. Ling Yui narrowed his eyes and said that he had no intention of joining any official organizations. Yu asked if he had even thought about it. Someone called out to him, and he turned around. Hylan, Wenqin and Luo Su appeared in front of him. She asked him about what he said that at the end of the mission he would share 10 million. She asked if she could take her share. Showing 2 fingers, the main character asked her if that much would suit her. Luo Su happily asked if it was 200,000. Ling Yui said with a smile that it was 2 million. Luo Su smiled happily. Hylan and Wenqin opened their mouths in shock, and Yu exclaimed in amazement. The protagonist told Luo Su that she personally lured the enemy, detained the evil spirit, and risked her life, so she deserved this money. He told Hylan and Wenqin that their illusion was useful to him, and also the translation of the bloody language now helped him a lot, so they all deserved this money. Yu thought that even the government had never offered such huge sums for missions. Ling Yui thought that money was made to be spent, it was time for him to expand his influence, and there was no point in delaying it. After bowing, Luo Su thanked him and said that she would like to invite him to visit the Luo clan. She thought that she had to fight with her elder sister for the title of head of the clan, and she could not miss the opportunity and not call an expert. The main character said that he would come when there is time. Hylan and Wenqin happily told him to come and see them too. Yu folded her arms and thought that, of course, the Honorable Emperor Fendu had already acquired enough connections. 2 days later, Yu told the main character over the phone that she had sent him an official permit from the center with an account and password that would be valid for 3 days. She said the central think tank would have access to all information, but not the most sensitive information. Ling Yui thanked her. With a wink, Yu asked him if he would participate in the next game. Approaching the table, the main character said that this time he would have his own interest, and he did not envisage working in a team. He said that they would play together again, but another time. Ling Yui entered his account information into the computer. On the screen was the website of the number 9 investigation center system with classified information on the horror game case. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist said that this was worthy, and they needed the experience of 5 previous investigation centers to arrive at such an organized system. He thought that the scene was now more complete. In addition to the spirit lords who had revealed their abilities by participating in the horror game, there were also people who had accidentally awakened spiritual power in reality, and some of them had even founded and developed their own clans. He thought that they passing weapons or spiritual contracts from generation to generation, and the spirits from there are trained by the next generation. Clicking the computer mouse, Ling Yui said that this is similar to the Kane family that the Bloody Shadow talked about. The Kulung vampire clan from the city of Fu began in the 40s of the 17th century, continuing to this day. The main character, with his hands behind his head, said that the Kulung clan owns an amulet that can summon vampires that have existed for 300 years. They have a rich history and deep roots, and he needs to be on guard. He said that all he had to do for now was to increase his strength step by step. Looking at his amulet, Ling Yui said that Liu Jia's trip brought him a lot of fruits, and he received not only temporary access to the databases, but also such a useful thing. He said that the Jasper Burial Pendant would help him become stronger. A top-ranking weapon can absorb and control the negative energy of graves. While sipping, the main character said that in his system the fastest way to increase rank is to spend money. Shrouded in red energy, he said it was time to prepare for the next game. He activated the entrance to the world of horrors. Once in the red space, he inquired about the number of his points. The system reported that he had 350,000 points. Ling Yui said that it seemed like he got a lot more from the last battle than from the first 3 games combined, and it was no wonder that Baiyu was eager to invite him to join the team, because the higher the risk, the greater the reward. By activating the exchange, he acquired a prophecy card. The prophecy card said, "A game in the cursed school of the afterlife moon. Hint: a once populated city located on the eastern edge of the spirit world has fallen into disrepair. Smiling, the main character said that this is a large populated city with a school, and this sounds like a great opportunity to buy a house. The system welcomed him to the horror game. Location: Afterlife Moon School. Goal: survive until the end of the final exams. Number of survivors in the fourth group of the first year: 6 people. Ling Yui found himself in the location and stepped onto the ground. There was a large school in front of him, and he thought that this was the central place on the map. Hearing a loud exclamation, he turned around. 5 people appeared in front of him and asked what this place was. The main character wondered if these were their 5 newcomers. The guy in the blue jacket with a grin told the others that they were out of luck, because they immediately got into a difficult level. Ling Yui said that they were in a horror game and they should have looked for information after receiving the bloody notification. The man with a receding hairline said, rubbing the back of his head, that he was looking for, but did not expect that all this was real. The main character said that the evil spirits here are very real, and if they anger them, they may very well lose their lives. A girl with brown hair asked about how good he was at this and if he would protect her. She said that she was still very young, and there were very scary things here. Ling Yui pushed her away with a wave of his hand. He told her that a pretty face would not help her throughout her life, and if she was going to survive here, she would have to play by the rules. Frowning, he said that since they were at school, they themselves must have guessed what the rules would be, and the most obvious of them was that they would be punished for the slightest tardiness. The guy in the blue jacket exclaimed that they only had 5 minutes. The guy in the green t-shirt said to run quickly. The girl with short blue hair bowed slightly and thanked the main character. The main character said that there is nothing to thank him for yet, and he wishes everyone to live. They came to the class of the 4th group of the first year, and a bell rang in the corridor. The beaten ghosts and players sat at their desks in the classroom. A female teacher with an eye patch shouted that there were only 15 days left until the final exams. She asked if they really cared. She told the prefect to hand out tests to test their knowledge again, and if anyone didn't get a passing grade, she would personally beat them. Ling Yui thought that the students here were clearly targeted, and even the faces of the locals showed signs of violence, and surviving for 15 days would not be easy. Having received a piece of paper, he decided to first see what kind of test it was. He looked at the piece of paper on which was a question about the place of death. The guy in the green t-shirt, hitting his desk with his Half Moon School is one of the mysteries of the game, and they do not have much time. He proposed to unite and search for the truth together. He dropped the pen from his hand. Ling Yui, holding the pen with 2 fingers, said that they would discuss this later because there was too little information for now. Turning to the others, he said that if they were willing to listen to his commands, then they too could join. The man with a receding hairline and the girl with blue hair agreed. Looking out the window, the main character thought that level statistics in the research center database appear only after successfully completing it, and no one has been able to pass this one yet. He thought that he was afraid that in this spirit there were spirits stronger than the fierce ones. Smiling, he thought that he must solve the riddles and remember to spend money to complete the quests of the system. And the horror game, as always, challenges him. The main character said with a smile, 213. He thought that first he needed to find out what this riddle meant.